Well, you can't tell because he's using white letters over the white background, so it's kind of hard to see the letters. Dropping out all interesting. Same point. Yo, Viking, why don't you get on the mic, bro? Keyboard warrior here. Oh. Is he a flat earther?
Yeah, it's the one I'm thinking of. I'm tabbed out, but yeah,
Oh.
there's a Viking, man. He's
Yeah,
he's good.
he says he's a. I could have sworn I seen somebody named Viking on 24/7.
Yeah, that's where I first met him, and then
Oh.
came across him some
Oh.
other spaces too.
All right. Yeah. All right. If
Is
it's
it?
him, you know who it is. Yeah.
I think that's who it is. I'm tabbed out, but it's the same name. It's like the Viking, right? It's got some funny characters and stuff.
Yeah.
That's him then. Yeah. Yeah, he takes it to him in text chat. I mean, there's a lot of text other channels, other Discord channels. Not a lot of voice. There might not even be a voice channel for Flat Earth, and he's in there just rock him, sock him.
Yeah. There's a few of guys that we have that are like that. That are like text warriors, like him. I think. Who does our sound bites or clips? Clipcord.
Clip cord, yeah, he doesn't talk
Another one.
either.
Resolve.
Yeah, Toes, he's another good one.
Yeah, we got him. We got him covered on all sides. So
Remember, there was like a unicorn too. I can't remember. Pink unicorn was it or know his name or their name? I guess you don't really know for sure.
Unicorn laser eyes.
Here we go.
oh yeah,
Yeah, unicorn laser eyes. Yeah.
I haven't seen that guy. Is he still around?
Oh, I'm not sure.
Unicorn laser eyes. Past couple of days, people were coming in the morning and chanting, "Earth is a globe. Earth is a globe."
Their mantra.
Yep.
Take my guilt. Take my shame.
Pinky Bandinsky says that saying that the rooster crows creating a vortex that makes the sun rise every morning is a valid argument.
Yeah, Pinky's another one. Like he DM'd me. By the time I opened it, he's deleted it. I'm like,
I told Crypto, man, dude, you better stop, man. You're gonna get this guy thinking that roosters make the sun rise.
yeah, it's like they totally missed the point that Crypto's making with that.
They always do.
Or had the one about the Kubra Khan and the Mayans or the Aztecs. Like every night they sacrifice someone so the sun would rise again. He's like, I'll have to replace your shitty theory with falsification, right? If is not replacement not required.
Ladies and gentlemen, Amish tech. What up, Amish?
Morning, everyone. Can't chat right now, but hello.
Just waking up?
Yeah.
Gotta start the day. We'll try to line some people on the docket, man, but there's nobody really at the moment. Just me and Crit in the chat right now. Oh, and Fusilli. But nobody else. We have at the very bottom up to ya. She's fairly brand new, but she mostly listens. So we got the Great American Eclipse happening April 8th. Don't forget about that, guys. I think I'm going to be working that day.
Oh, you're on days now?
I mean, I'm going to be off, but I'll be sleeping.
Oh, yeah.
I won't be seeing it. Probably.
Remember when Pinky first came in here? He was dead set, man. He was all in. All I'm talking about, man. He was all in on the flush. It was like, dude, like how can you argue with the flush? I'm like, okay. See, right now I'm trying to give you maximum level of charity, but like how heavy you are in on the flush proven rotation. I feel like you're joking. I feel like it's a gag you're playing. I can't tell if trolling or just stupid.
That's weird.
But eventually he got it. He's like, "Oh, okay, I see. Yeah, it's a urban legend. That's not a real thing."
Hey, we got Nephilim Free that just joined us. What's up, Nephilim?
Good morning.
Hey, do you have a podcast?
I have a YouTube channel with thousands of subscribers that I've had since '07. I've done many live streams from it, but I don't do regular podcasts, if that's what you mean.
No, I think I've seen your name somewhere. I don't know why. Nephilim Free is just like, I don't
Well,
know.
all the most popular atheists in the world have made videos about me and talked about me, so maybe that's why.
Oh, well, aren't you cool?
Yeah. Nephilim has been around for years, debating atheists.
I think one that hasn't made videos about me or talked about me would be Matt Dillahunty.
Who's that guy?
He's a popular atheist, has a call-in show.
Oh,
Dildo hunty.
damn.
Bilbo Hunty. Mm-hmm.
You came at that guy with some daggers, Crit. What's up?
No,
So what are you guys talking about? Anything in particular?
the other guy, the Matt Dillahunty. He's got some it's like he's got issues, okay? And I'm not sure if they're problems or issues, but his social personal life is a hot mess, okay? And he
What
airs every detail out for the world to see. It's like,
is he a furry?
no, but pretty close to that.
Oh, God.
Crypto dabbles in furry, so you know he's got his giant fox costume.
Hell yeah. That's because
Also,
I'm a fox.
have you ever heard of the show The Atheist Experience?
Yeah, I know that one. Is he on that one?
Yeah. Yeah, oh yeah.
Don't they have the? There's some. I know a guy I used to work with. He had a tattoo of the, the A with the, like I
Right.
don't know what, like the atom kind of thing going around, little proton or whatever the fuck you want to say it is.
Yeah.
That symbol that they have. You know, he had a tattoo on his arm, proud of it and shit. I'm like, dude. But that guy that you talked about, that Nephilim said that he debated, was he on that show, or is he a part of that show? That's a pretty popular show.
Who are you talking about?
Yeah.
No, I haven't debated Dillahunty. I've debated a couple of times with Aaron Raw, but not in a structured debate. I've challenged him to a structured debate for many years, and many other people have challenged him to debate me, but he won't do it.
Well, Aaron, nah, that guy, he picks on weak individuals that he wants to debate. He
Yes,
doesn't.
that's right.
Yeah,
He does. Yeah.
yeah. He preys on like the ones who can't debate, and he'll
Right.
just like choose those guys to debate.
That's exactly right.
Yeah, when he debated Flat Earther Thompson, he basically ran away. He said, "This guy's waxing me. He just proved I know nothing about the heliocentric model." He's like, click, hangs up the call.
I think that was the one where he was asking for a map or a model.
He'll
The
only
first
debate.
question he asked was, "What is the moon?" The very
What?
first
Yeah,
thing he asked.
got stuck on that one question. It didn't. The debate never moved forward. Like Aaron Rod's whole debate tactic about what the Earth is was to postulate questions about the moon, of which he
Well,
himself had no answers at all.
I do have to say that I think it's kind of nutty that people in the 20th century, 21st, believe the Earth is flat. I mean, that's it's pretty far out there.
Well, it's not really. I think that you've been
It
brought
really
up.
is.
Yeah, you've been
I
brought
think
up to believe that the Earth is a globe for such a long time that it's ingrained in your fiber of everything that you think. Everything that you can think of is all surrounded by this. You know, I don't. You would call it indoctrination, but like it's just
Well,
constant bombardment
here's
of the Earth being a globe.
here's one of the
The
things that I think
mythos, the
makes it
mythos of the
nutty.
globe.
Here's one of the
it's not
things that
a
makes it nutty, if you ask me, is you have to believe that
it's not a belief.
there's a conspiracy that is so huge and so broad that it encompasses all government workers everywhere,
No, it's
all space agencies, all
no, it's not like
scientists.
that. No, it's not like
Everybody has to be a part of this conspiracy,
bro.
you see.
You're
And
putting too
that's
much.
to me. Can you
No,
let me
stop.
speak? Look,
No,
okay, I'm
you're,
just going to mute you.
I'm,
I don't
you're
beg people to allow me
yeah,
to finish a sentence. Okay,
yeah, but
I'm
you're
not
not
going to
gonna.
beg you to do it either.
Dude, you're on the line of thinking that's completely irrational, illogical. Is Miggy's trying to tell you stop,
Yeah,
abort?
stop. That's what I'm asking you
Okay,
to do.
you're going down this pipeline where you think somehow disagreement means you believe the other side is a conspiracy theory. You can disagree, sir. It is
Yeah,
completely fine to disagree with someone's point of view without thinking they've got some massive conspiracy behind them.
yeah, Crit. He got me muted, so he has to unmute me all as well.
Okay, Miggy's like the top mod on right now. You at least have to have him turned up so you know when he's talking. Is it's just I mean, how would you do if someone came into your channel? I think you got one, right? It's called like with Heretics Room, whatever. If someone just comes in there and mutes the moderators.
All right, let me unmute him. See if he gets me unmuted.
Okay, so you're welcome to try to rebut me after I finish speaking, but when I've been speaking 4 seconds.
No. Once again, you can't just claim that it's a conspiracy. That's why I wanted to stop you. It's not a conspiracy. Just hear me out, okay? Because I think that's why I had to stop you. If people believe something and it's so great and so big, the conspiracy that you might think it is, it's just something that somebody akins to a tradition. That's it. They tell somebody something and they believe it based on a traditional idea. It's not like everybody's colluding to come and get you like the great big boogeyman. It's not like that, bro. That's why I wanted to stop you because you're making too much of it. It's not like that. All right?
He thinks
People
that the
just
guy cleaning the toilets at NASA knows is part of the conspiracy. The guy that works at NASA cleaning the toilets.
that's all it is.
He left.
That's fine, but it's people come in here and they say this like they're so sure it's a conspiracy. It's like, man, like you're mean to tell me that everybody, my teachers and everything, are just like all conspiring against. No, dude, that's the dumbest shit anybody could like. Nobody's thinking like that. It's just like Christmas. They're not colluding against children because deceive them and whatnot. It's not a conspiracy. It's just a tradition. They all have celebrations of some jolly red guy coming down a chimney. It's the same thing. You think the Earth's a globe based on an idea that you were told because the person who told you believed it as well. Like it's all just tradition. They're handed down from generation to generation. And they all think it's something that you should be doing. We should all do this, right? Think of the Earth as a globe. Why not?
He would have been good contact to speak to that guy, maybe break it down, but I guess he was not able to hold the conversation.
Yeah, he's like, you're advocating for a conspiracy theory. You tell him no, and he just hears the word yes. No, not talking about conspiracy theory, okay? He goes, it's nutty because you guys are conspiracy theorists. Okay,
Yeah.
factor that part out. Okay, it's not a conspiracy theory. Nope, still a conspiracy theory.
It's so hard to talk to, and he's an older gentleman too, so it's gonna be even doubly hard to talk to him because some people that are just set in their ways. It's like he can't even, to him in his mind, he already sees it like, we're some niche group that's out to talk about like UFOs, Bigfoot and flat Earth. Like and that's what he has in his mind. So he's coming in here with that angle, thinking that that's what we're going to talk about. It's difficult, man, because like most of these guys would say that, and a lot of times the conversation revolves around that, right? Well, this is the biggest conspiracy that's ever been said. Like, well, really, it's just information that you receive that doesn't check out, so it's misinformation. But it's like, if you want to go back to the history of things, then you start looking at like where all the information comes from, and then you start to realize, well, the Big Bang Theory, where it came from, and where did the globe idea come from? So everything has its roots, right? But it goes all the way back to philosophy, and these ideas that men were postulating gets told to other, hierarchy then tells the common folk. The common folk then believe it because the hierarchy hold the keys to knowledge. They become, well, uh, you got to go to the specific, church, whatever groups, and then the minister or whatever is the guy that holds the keys to the knowledge of the Bible, and he won't tell the common people, so they just believe him, so he becomes an authority figure, and that's how it gets. And then the rest of the common people just like pass it on as tradition. They're not thinking that they're conspiring against, like, I don't know. It sounds like it's all like, you know, in the realm of UFOs and Bigfoot and shit. It's not like that.
Yeah, it's really lame because look what Jerry posted. He just joined a different channel, got muted there too.
Oh, shit.
It's like, dude, like we've heard the talking point about being a conspiracy theory. Like, I mean, if I had a nickel for every fucking time, like, come on.
Yeah. Mental.
Yeah, they start to make these like these boogeyman, and well, I guess because people say, well, the Illuminati are out to get you. You get the Bilderberg group and all this other shit. It's like, yeah, are they in a conference room right now plotting on how the fifth grader in elementary school that's near my town is going to learn about the globe today? I mean, is that what's going on? Is that the level that we're talking about right now? Like, really? So ridiculous, man. And people say a lot of shit, and then if there's no evidence to the things that people say and people believe them, and then you hand it down to, like, let's say, I don't know, some guy thought of some idea, whatever it is, and I was thinking of something to say, but uh, like the bacteria, the opposite of bacteria theory, so if they talk about that thing, and they make it a whole thing, and people just believe it without having any evidence, it's like, wasn't that another thing that you can think of that you just believe as a traditional idea? You hand it down to somebody else. Nobody's colluding against you. It's just these ideas.
It's like even if you just follow the logic, it's like by definition, it wouldn't be the flat Earth that's a conspiracy theory. It would be the globe that's a conspiracy theory.
Yeah.
Like somehow, like me and you, or just a couple people, none of us can go to space. None of us can build a rocket. But suddenly sprinkling in a high level, highly funded, top down, completely unaccountable government slush fund suddenly make us all able to explore space. That's a conspiracy theory. Adding layers of bureaucracy to any endeavor doesn't make it more effective. It makes it less effective.
Yeah. And then you got secret clubs where it's only, you remember like back in the late 80s, I would say they would always talk about like people having the right stuff to get into like that agency and select few and all that other shit. And so it was like, well, shit. How many people are actually going to be in this club? Like they're going to be going up to the place where nobody else can go. Very few, right? So that would seem like they put that out of arm's reach for everybody else, but yet everybody believes the rest of the information that comes from these guys. So then what do we got there? It's just, wouldn't that be the conspiracy? I mean, he's trying to make it sound like, when we go outside and we just making our observations of the earth around us, that's the conspiracy. Like, what? Like, how is that?
I'm going through my screenshots. I can't remember the guy who called us a terrorist.
Somebody
I was
called
looking,
us terrorists?
yeah, that we were like terrorism, actual terrorism.
Really?
Who said
Yeah,
that?
do you remember that, Jerry?
We're
Omicron,
terrorists.
maybe, or
Was it no? It might have been Omicron, but he probably said it in a way that was like you know, like
Metatron?
inflammatory.
You're not talking
Fuck.
about human sheeple?
No, no, it was like just some weird freak who it was in here, this channel. Guess who just blocked me?
And
Mark
Masso?
Taylor. Mark Taylor.
Oh
Oh,
no, poor you! What are you going to do without his intellectual rigor?
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him. The panty sniffer goes down.
he's not the brightest crayon in the bunch, is he?
That
No.
is true.
No, when you get right the hand to kind of block you, then that's something.
Yeah, that was interesting too. And somehow it's my fault that he blocked me.
Have
I
you
go,
So,
seen?
how? How is it my fault, dude?
Was
is
it
your
Because
was
you
right
no?
hand,
don't.
a quick question, guys? Is right the hand one of the Bev crew? Because he was coming up with the same silly arguments the other day.
He used to be. He got excommunicated.
yeah, it
He's
used to be.
he's a bit more niche than like everyone else. He's odd duck, that one.
Yeah, because I remember when Right Hand first came into 24/7. I thought it was really cool. He was making good arguments. He was engaging Globers appropriately. He was engaging flat earthers appropriately, and then he just became. It's like he just became cringe.
Yeah, he cracked. I tell him that I think that what happened to him was Brenda skull fucked him until now he thinks everything is physical. Like he has no concept of the mental and spiritual, philosophical ideas. Like
I was
it
like
has to
that.
be.
Oh, sorry. I thought you said sure.
Oh yeah, go ahead.
No, I interrupted you. Please carry on.
Yeah, he's got this. I'm not sure exactly how Jerry described it better than me. Where everything's empirical. It's only otherwise if you don't see it, it doesn't. It's just an idea. It doesn't exist.
Yeah, if you can't sense it, then you can't know it.
Hyper imperialist? Imperialist? What do you call that, crypto? Is that hyper imperialist?
Empiricism. Empiricism.
Sure, but
What?
yeah, they've got a specific term where everything is
Yeah.
physicalists.
What is that?
Yeah, they just call themselves physicalists. I think.
Really?
Yeah, but
Okay.
he thinks he invented it.
No,
No,
Yeah.
no.
none of these ideas are new under the sun. Maybe they're put together in a different way, but all the fundamental parts have all been thought up before.
Yeah, this is just a repackaging of the old.
Yeah, and that's why I told him, I go, dude, this is nothing new under the sun. This ain't some unique idea that you came up with. And then all of a
You know,
sudden he decided to talk about Jerry's family and stuff. I'm like, dude, how the fuck does that connect?
no, like he was in. I think he was in Bev's group, but like oddly enough, even like the argument that Bev carries, you know who used to carry that argument before him?
Was that was Sheeple?
Yep,
Uh-huh.
that was Sheeple. He actually renamed the 1.0 server mostly flat. He named it that, and he said 24/7 mostly flat server. You know, there was his accent, or I don't know if you know if it was a fake accent or not, but yeah, he renamed. So it was that for like the beginning of his, you know, of his reign, so to speak. Fucking 24/7 came at him hard too. Yeah, it was a power move actually.
The
But yeah,
Wild West of Discord.
Wasn't
Anything
it?
goes. Yeah, it was like
It's weird, man. Over the years, we've seen a lot of shit, man. The core group, like most of us have been in the core, like we've seen a lot of shit. Like within our group, man, it's amazing how we're still like carrying on, you know, like without it being splintered off and factioned off, and but like the many factions that have like splintered from our group, you know, we could. It's weird, man. I look back, like at one point in time, man, Bev was in our group, Witsit was in our group, like all of us, we were all in one group, you know.
Well, I think the Witsit, because I get along with the Witsit crew pretty well now, and I know that I'll probably catch some heat for this, but I don't think the ether ideas are retarded. I don't necessarily accept them either. But I don't just dismiss them out of hand. I think they've got some really interesting ideas.
Yeah, I'm not one to speculate, so I don't really have a say in any. I don't have a dog in that fight, you know.
yeah,
But for me,
yeah, that's coming out. Like I'll listen to them talk, and I'll be like, yeah, okay, it's an interesting idea. But
yeah.
because I think fundamentally, you can't take the globe. Like I was saying to that other guy, the Perbright guy, whatever his name was, Pinky something,
Ladinsky.
yeah, whatever that guy's name was. Like he was basically trying to take globe Earth cosmology and then he was essentially using the logic, well, if the globe Earth cosmology is correct, then how can you fit a flat Earth to the globe Earth cosmology? And obviously that's the wrong question. But then that also happens within many physics models. Like if you say, well, the things that have been engineered, reverse engineered and conceptualized around a globe, I mean, they might still apply to a flat Earth, but they might not, right? So there's no point taking, say, particle physics and saying, yeah, particle physics is exactly the same in every single way, even on a flat Earth. Well, it might not be. I don't know. Like, it might be different. And if that's the case, wouldn't you want to know?
Yeah.
So is it round or flat though?
Yeah,
No.
it's generally flat.
This is the Mr. Potato Man, Potato Head, whatever.
Let's
guy.
go. I believe it's potato shaped.
I know you come.
Fuck
It's like you don't get tired of saying that every day, dude. That I've heard you say that.
Yeah, go fucking talk to a brick wall or something, dudes. Like,
That's how potatoes are so successful, because they
Yeah.
never give up.
Yeah.
They just
Yeah.
keep growing every day. It never stops.
Yes, dude. I don't know, like if and what universe you think you're funny, but like this is like maybe the 118th time that you've said that. It's not funny, dude. It really isn't.
that might be a good argument, but the problem is I'm currently on a low carb diet, so I can't do potatoes. So, have you got like a low carb alternative?
Rice.
No, that's also carbs.
Potatoes are for fat people.
Yeah.
Why are you fat, potato?
No, but seriously, Mr. Potato Head, like, why haven't you thought of like bringing some evidence for the Earth being a globe? Because I know that you think it is one, and
I
this
don't think it's a globe. I strongly
honestly-
believe it's a potato.
Yeah, honestly, the whole act about it being a potato.
I believe the Earth is a spinning potato spinning around a burning
work.
potato, spinning
Yes,
around a deep fryer.
All right. Right.
You know, spinning
But it's
around
funny.
a black hole made of
How you get
potato
triggered.
inside a potato
But look
verse.
how you're triggered right now, right? This is because you don't ever want to answer the question.
What do you
How
mean? I
you know?
just answered you the questions. I believe that everything is
But
potato from the
you're triggered.
smallest to the biggest in
But
the
you're getting
universe.
triggered.
Everything
I
is
think
potato.
why? I think I know why. It's because you don't know how to give an argument for the Earth being a globe. That is why you're triggered. You get so in your feelings about it, and you want to say it's a potato because you don't want to face the fact that you don't know the answer to the question: is it a globe or not? That's
I
why you make this
believe
whole, that's
that
why whole little
it's
thing about talking about potato Earth because
I
you
have
don't
a
want to talk about
belief.
the Earth.
I have a belief that the Earth is potato.
No. Now, if
Yeah,
you were to
yeah, I
if
do.
you serious, if you were to get serious for 5 minutes, would you be able to give us an answer of how you know it's a globe? Any evidence, sir?
Uh, I don't believe it's a globe. I believe it's a potato
Okay.
shaped. I believe the Earth is
So
potato
just,
shaped.
just straight
I
to the
believe the
memes.
universe is a potato. I believe that we're spinning around a black hole that is my anus, and everything is as above, so below. I feel like there's a symmetry there. You know, you know what I mean?
No, we don't know what you mean. It's stupid, but continue.
We don't
Okay,
talk
so
about gay shit like you do, so we don't know what you mean.
I believe my anus is the center of the universe, and I believe that there's a, you know, that the black hole we're spinning around is just
You know you're
another
an
potato.
adult, right? You know you're an adult talking on a channel with other people listening. You don't feel
Yeah.
embarrassed for how you are, sir? Being an adult and you talking that way?
I mean, you're
I
kind of conversing with
I
him.
I I
I
don't feel
I
embarrassed.
You
what? I
Why
what?
would I feel
this
embarrassed?
You're an
this is
embarrassment, dude. Go away.
this is being recorded and it's gonna be played to you on the judgment day. It's gonna be
Okay,
played back to you.
kick.com/potato69. You can see me live every day. I'm potato every day. It never stops. Thank you.
You're
No one
gonna go to
cares.
potato hell and
Where
you're
are you
gonna
gonna
only
upload it
eat
to?
potatoes.
Can I come watch it?
You're gonna
I
go to
know my mom.
potato
She's gonna
hell.
be watching.
You're
Nobody
going
cares.
to potato hell.
Can you hear more about his beliefs?
No.
So, in your
He's
eyes, what
just
is a spud?
he's another
Spud
glober
is
that
a
another
teenager. You know,
glober
a
that
young.
why does everybody talk why do you
There's
guys talk when
spuds.
I
There's
talk, dude?
spuds, and then there's taters.
Right, right. And is frying potatoes like against your religion?
No, no, it's
It's nothing. I was just waiting for you to talk so I can mute you. I like
Yeah,
it better
we're
than
not gonna go over a bunch of goofy ass shit. This ain't the channel for it. You can
I'm
make a
take
sorry. What were we
potato.
talking about?
You can, if you want to talk to them about Potato Earth, just make a channel, Potato Earth, and talk all about it. It's flat Earth.
We can do that.
he's listen, and so much as I can figure out, Crit, every time he comes in here, he should be insta banned because he has nothing more than just adding a meme value to this conversation. And this channel is designed for people to have arguments. So if he's just going to be about that meme world and not talk about the Earth as a globe, he's going to be insta banned every time you see that potato avatar or somebody even mentions the word potato Earth. Insta ban, no
Band
questions
worthy.
asked. It's ban worthy. Like, and I'm going to make it statement right now. If I see Mr. Potato Head come back in again and talking about it, insta ban. Not even gonna give him a chance. He
Is
won't
that like
even
a
breathe.
declaration of war that you just gave?
Yep, yep. And I guarantee you one thing: I'm a dog with a bone. Hey, don't let it go. I won't let it go. I've been holding this bone for a lot of people, and like they come in here, insta ban. The moment I hear him talking, insta ban for years, sir. So I can hold a long grudge for these guys.
That's pretty impressive.
Well,
It
the
is.
fix is easy. Just act human. Act at a really, a
Yep.
real level. Don't try to meme or try to dominate the chat with nonsense.
You know what? Here's what I'll do. Check it out. I'll be gracious for once. Mr. Potato Head, I'm going to unmute you, but I guarantee you go right back to the potato and you're going to be on the ban list forever. I will not let it go. I don't care how
Well,
many times I
well,
see
hold
you,
on.
how many times I hear you. So this is your one and only chance. I'm gonna unmute you, and if you can get right, if you can talk about any evidence for the globe, I won't. I'll act like this never even happened. How about that? Go for it, sir.
Okay. Okay. So apparently we live in 1984, and he's telling me what opinion.
Only if you have any evidence for the Earth as a globe, sir, I will let you continue. But if you have nothing more to contribute, it'll be adios for good. Go ahead, sir. If you have any
Is,
evidence.
is against the rules in this channel, then
Yes, sir, it is. So do you have any evidence for the Earth as a globe?
I don't have any evidence. I have belief that the Earth is potato shaped.
You're gone. Nice knowing you. And I guarantee you'll never return. As long as I see your name and avatar and voice, you won't be back anymore. You just basically said bye bye to yourself. So see ya. Nice knowing you, Potato Man.
So why does nobody else like talk here? Why do they just mute themselves? Are they asleep?
No.
Yes, I'm asleep. Yes.
Oh,
People
you're alive.
listen. There's a
I mean,
lot of
it's like
people.
6 a.m. in the States.
You know what you could do? Go is look to see how many people are talking and how many people are typing, and then compare and contrast and say, "Huh, there's a lot of people listening and then typing, not talking." Can you imagine what it would sound like if? What do we have in your 40? I'm not sure. I have to like tab back in to look. 30, 40, whatever. So imagine if all of them had their mic open and each one of them was talking.
Yeah, you're right, Craig. Imagine all them mechanical keyboards like clanking away. That'd be horrible, man.
Well, it'd be audio chaos. Wouldn't you think, Mr. Go?
Yes, that's a very wise. It's a very wise
Oh,
assumption.
27. Okay, so yeah, we're a little. I mean, it's not low, but on the lower end. So right now, 27 people in chat. How many people do you think should be talking before it just becomes completely batshit crazy?
I mean,
Audio
I
chaos.
reckon a good old fashioned roundabout would be quite nice. You know, it can't just be like the same three people conversing and nobody else inputting. 'Cause, like somebody has to have something to say, right?
Yeah, there's we interchange, but we let it happen naturally, organically. So it
Right.
has to be like just a flow. It can't be like three or four all wanting to say something at the same time. That just doesn't work. Like, and trust me, it does happen there often. Like, but we get to it, man. We get to the argument. So, like, if you have any logically consistent way of putting forth an argument for the Earth as a globe, then go ahead and put your evidence forward, and let's hear the case. Because
Well,
we're all
me, you're
here.
asking me.
Yeah, for sure. Everybody has the opportunity, sir. You have a critical thinking mind. You can put forth your argument, and it might sound silly because I'm asking you this, and it sounds redundant to you because you have a strong belief that it's a globe. But if you've ever started to like put it forth in an argument, you'll see how it doesn't line up to anything logical. And we'll demonstrate that if you'd like.
No, I'm kind of just cruising around. I'm not willing to change my opinions.
Ah, so a staunch believer in the globe. No
Yes.
worries.
Yeah,
See, that's the thing.
it's nothing against you. I just don't really feel like changing my mind.
Well, yeah, you're the type of person we're looking for.
I like
Yeah.
the status quo, simply
Hey,
put.
yeah, that's fine. I have no problems with that, man. Like for me, I think it's better that if you just believe that you want to stay believing, vaya con Dios. Like I want to talk to the people who want to challenge their ideologies, right? Those are the ones I
Right.
want to speak. You can sit in the bleachers if you'd like. Nobody's
Yeah, no.
forcing you.
I'll let you say your piece. Like I don't feel like changing my mind, but that doesn't mean I have to close my ears.
Well, it kind of does sound like that you're closing shop, man. Your critical thinking mind is just gonna go dormant, for the rest of your life, which is fine. I mean, most people like that, automatic belief system that they're in. It's easier that way, right? Just believe whatever the consensus is saying, and all is well.
Exactly.
Okay. We got Joe Conformity here. Damn, that
Definitely Joe
sucks.
conformity.
Well, there you go.
That doesn't mean that I won't listen. Like, you probably have some good points, right?
Yeah, we usually well, it just depends who the person is, but we'll have a lengthy conversation.
Right.
We challenge people in here, so
Yeah. I mean, I'll play
You
devil's
know,
advocate, right?
hey,
If you don't have
hey,
anything better to do.
you know what happened to the cats? I mean, to the rats when they were given everything they needed. The rats utopia, right? Like the guy
oh yeah,
here.
They
I
got
heard about
fat
that.
and they fucked and they made more of each other.
Well, think about it. Like the Red Utopia, once they got everything, I think they reached critical level. Wasn't that it? Dempsey. They
Yeah,
started eating.
everything they needed, it was provided for them.
I don't think I get what you're getting at.
I think they cannibalized each other towards the end.
But what is that? How is that relevant?
Not just
Or is
that.
this something
You
else?
just gotta look into it.
It's an erosion of the mind. So basically, like if your mind stays dormant for a long time and doesn't have that critical thinking process, it's more detrimental for your well-being than anything else.
Right. Yeah, I completely understand that.
I mean, because critical thinking kind of goes into every aspect of your life. You need that; it's essential.
Yeah, so
And
it's like a use it or lose it kind of thing.
Imagine if your food was always delivered to your door, and you never, everything you need was right there at your door. You never had to get out of your house.
So do you
Anything
think
break
like
down, it's fixed for you.
do
Yep.
you think all round earthers lose their ability to think critically?
Yes, absolutely.
I see.
The longer it goes, the worse it gets. We just spoke to, I don't know, the gentleman that was just here was probably in his upper 60s, and he's so entrenched with what he knows as the Earth as a globe. It's almost like his heart was too hard. You couldn't turn back at that point. It's almost like a lost cause at some point. It's rare because some people have to actually pull it. I would say it's like spiritual. It's like a spiritual effect because nothing physical can actually convince you anymore once you're already gone past a certain you know
Yeah, staunch
time.
believer.
Yeah, and you just no way that you will ever turn back. It's kind of scary actually to think somebody could be that way. To me anyway. I'm like, God forbid, that I would ever turn into that kind of person, but
I
I
see it
would
on the
always
same level as somebody interested in religion, like somebody who
uh,
believes in their God. But
I
I
would
don't think that they're incapable of critical thinking or reasoning just because they
no,
have those beliefs. That doesn't really affect the rest of their life.
yeah, it's not that they're incapable. It's more of a feeling of what's it? Complacency. That's the word I'm looking
Right.
for. Complacent. So being complacent is also convenient. So if like what back to Jemty's point, if you had everything delivered to you like at all times and everything was given to you, you become complacent. You wouldn't have to work for anything. You wouldn't have to get anything. You wouldn't struggle. Everything would be handed to you. So that's what the world of convenience has given you. You have a library at your fingertips. You got shows on demand. Everything is handed to you so that you don't have to. You can be complicit. You can just conform to everything that's given to you, and don't ask any questions. It's easier that way. Life is easy, right? When you
Right.
think like that. However,
I get that.
if you start to think like more critically, it's more of a you start to see all the bad stuff, like the food that you eat. I won't go too far into it because we're on YouTube, but everything starts to become real to you. You're like, well, I know for my well-being, critical thinking is a survival method. It's a technique. I need to know how to think critically. So you start to engage with it, and then the world becomes a different place. It's not the one that you were in 10 minutes ago. Now it's like you see basically ones and zeros like everywhere. You don't see the world for just the way it was, fake and plastic. Like the way, you start to everything starts to be real to you,
Okay. I kind of see a point, like with where you're going logically, but I feel like that only would work against somebody who's been challenged and refuses to think about it. Somebody who just like grows up, the earth is round. Okay. And they go about their life, they use critical thinking skills on everything else in their life, but they just don't challenge it because the challenge hasn't faced them yet. You
Yeah,
know what I
or
mean?
or do they? Because what you think critical thinking is in your worldview, without thinking critically, may not be.
Can you explain that?
You might be thinking that you're thinking critically in some ways. In all reality, it's not. You haven't engaged, like, your brain isn't firing on all cylinders. Like, it's not really processing the information. You have like a level where you'll say, okay, I can think critically to this extent, but as if it goes any further, I'm just gonna accept it. Like, I'm not gonna. There's no way. I'm just, it's too much. Who can think critically all the time? That's it's too much work. I hear that a lot from people who are complacent. They're just like, no, man. Like, it's like everything's handed to us. Like, we don't. All the work has been done. We're standing on the shoulders of giants. Why are we gonna have to reinvent the wheel, dude? Like, and they make it sound that way, right? Like,
So
it's too much hassle,
somebody
dude. Like, yeah,
somebody who like figures this out, right? And really thinks about it and unlocks, I don't know what to call it, unlocks their third fucking eye, and they figure out how to think properly. Do you think that they're capable of like advancing humanity more
yeah,
because of this? Are there any like
100%.
are there
The
any
reason,
notable figures that were flat
yes,
earthers?
no, no. Well, I would say ancient people were, sir. The ones who could
Yeah.
actually, the ones who actually knew the earth. They were connected to the earth. They knew
Wasn't that the
everything
status
around
quo
them.
back then?
Well, I mean, you're talking about like people who were raised on a farm. They had really deep connections to the earth. They knew how to find water. People that were just entrenched with the earth, like they were connected. People who live out in the wilderness, those types of people. They're not over here arguing on discords talking about the earth as a globe or not. They just know the earth the way that they're connected to it. So those people who are not into worldly things are connected more to the earth and know what the earth is and how it behaves, and the seasonal changes and when to plant and all that stuff. They're able to navigate the earth, whereas you or I, who have been exposed to this cushy lifestyle, if you put us out in the wilderness, it'd be a struggle for us, right?
I don't know. I have a hard time accepting that.
Well, because you've probably never thought about it in the way that I'm posing it to you. But imagine
No,
if they threw you out in the wilderness, right, and they just said, "Okay, survive. Well, we'll come back in a year and a half and see how you're doing." You would be like, "What? What am I going to do now? Like, I got to survive. I got nothing." You don't have any knowledge of how to start a fire. You don't have any knowledge of how to hunt for food, how to forage. You don't have any knowledge of that. You just think that the earth is a globe, it spins in the vacuum of space. Useless knowledge that has nothing to do with the earth connected to it or anything of the like.
you're
But
right.
yet, if
On average, I think the people of today would have a harder time living day to day. But
of
what
course
I'm
you would.
saying is like somebody who's tied to the earth, like you're saying, like a farmer in ancient times. You're saying that they just knew the earth was flat.
Yeah, they used it as such. They didn't think of the earth as a. Okay, let me put it to you this way, right? It's something pretty practical. How would somebody like that use the earth as a globe?
I
Think
don't
about
think
it.
it would factor into day to day life for them at all. Neither one of them.
Right. So they lived most of their life, if not all of it, just not worrying about the cosmos. I mean, obviously at night they would stare up in this night sky and think about what it could be, but they never really just like pontificated to no end to like, have discussions about it in length. There's no way. Like, for what? It didn't have any practical use for anything. Like, yeah,
Yeah,
if
there's
the
no
star
point.
was the star was, 8 billion light years away, what is that useless information going to do for their life and like how they raise a family? Nothing. Nothing. Whether or not some other man said, well, no, sir, it's not 8 billion light years away, it's 7 billion. Like, okay, so what? You said some words and you looked up at the night sky. Now, how much better are we for that?
Yeah, your
Not
average
even.
man didn't care about either answer back
No,
then.
that's what I'm saying. So the globe, we kind of said it like the song. What is it good for? Absolutely nothing. There's nothing that you're gonna take from the globe that you're gonna go into day to day life and be like, you know what, man, the Earth is a globe, and I'm gonna repair my car today. Like this, there's not the globe has nothing for you. It's nothing to offer
So why
at
does it
all.
matter now? Is it more of just a thought experiment?
It more has to, what it is just like the information of the Earth as a globe has been superimposed over the reality in which you're living in right now. So everything, the vernacular is all geared towards speaking like language that the globalists say that, in the news and all that shit. So everything's been kind of like put to you in your mind like you're actually living on a globe. Videos from live streaming from the ISS and all these kinds of things, so it's more indoctrination to your mind coming at you at light speed, right? You got alerts, dings, and pings on your phone telling you like there's, people living on the other side of the earth, antipodal from you, like, or whatever. Like, there's images of the earth as a globe, like as a spheroid, even though you've never
Wait,
seen it that way. Like, so you're getting pushed this globe idea without you even seeing the earth as like the way they're showing you. There's nothing you can compare those images to. Like if they show you the earth as a oblate spheroid, blue marble, you can never go, okay, let me go and verify this image to see if it's true. Let me get on a rocket and look down and then say, oh, there it is. There's a globe I was looking at all my life.
so you're saying it's less about whether or not the Earth is flat. It's more about using your fucking brain. Like this is more of a jumping off point to go deeper into a rabbit hole.
Well, it certainly is one where you start to talk about things that don't have connections to reality. Like people like to challenge the idea when they come in here, right? Obviously, everybody's up in a little tizzy when they say that the Earth is a globe. Oh, it's a globe, dudes. I'm like, yeah. What's the evidence for it, man? Give me one. Give me one. I've been saying this for 10 years. Give me one thing that you can provide evidence that the Earth is a globe. I don't care what it is. Pick one thing out of a hat and then go from there. And provide evidence for that one thing too. You know the best thing that we hear that people say? Pictures from space. That is the extent of an intellectual thinking person who comes in here, who has a college degree, who's an astrophysicist, actually tells us that pictures from space is a great way to think of the Earth. I'm serious. That's as deep as it gets. And these guys they can tell you about complicated mathematics, yet they can't think deeper than a picture. That's about the extent of the evidence of the Earth being a globe. And you
Wait, what do you
think,
have?
like,
What do you have a problem with when it comes to pictures?
what do you have those pictures to compare to? That's what I was saying before. If I show you an image of an Earth looking like a spheroid, what can you compare that to?
You can't measure depth of images.
What can you compare the Earth looking like a blue marble? What can you compare that image to? Are you gonna go outside and go, oh man, see this image I have in my hand? Okay, looks just like what I'm looking at out there. You're not gonna compare it to anything, sir. Nothing. What are you comparing that image to?
I don't really see your point.
If I show you an image of a globe, what are you comparing that image of the globe to? To what?
There is no other globe to compare it to. Is that what you're saying?
There is nothing you can compare the image to, sir. You don't see a globe anywhere. Yet the image that you have shows you a globe. So what are you comparing that image of the globe to?
Are you
You-
saying you're comparing it to a circle?
no, you're comparing it to absolutely nothing. You're just declaring that it's a globe. I live on this thing right here and it's a globe. So I live on this thing. Really? How do you know that? Where have you seen this globe in existence? Nowhere, except for images. You can compare this image to that image and then say, well, this image looks better than that one, so I'm going to go with this one. Okay, you've just compared it to another image.
Oh, and you don't trust the images?
No, how can you compare? What are you comparing the image to, sir? Once again, what do you mean
Yeah,
trust the
no,
image?
I hear you keep saying, what are you comparing the image to?
Yes.
But I'm sorry, I just don't understand where you're coming from at all.
Okay, so if I show you the Earth as a globe, and I tell you, okay, now you see the Earth as a globe that you have in this image? Now I want you to line up this image to something in reality. Where in reality are you going to find something that compares to the thing that you're looking at on the image?
A tennis ball? I don't know.
So you think, oh my God. All right. So if I tell you live on this globe image thing that I'm showing you, right? Looks like a
Right.
globe, and I tell you live here, then I'm going to tell you where out in reality can you see the very thing that I'm showing you as an image, Earth as a globe, with the oceans and the land masses. What are you going to compare that to in
I
reality?
mean, the only other way you can compare it is by going up there and looking at it, right?
Aha! Now, can you do that?
Me personally, no, I'm not rich
Yeah.
enough to do that.
So what happens at that point that you can't do that?
You accept that the pictures were taken by somebody who did
Yes,
do that?
sir. Bingo, Yahtzee. Give the man a prize. He wins a washer and dryer, a
I
beautiful
don't I
vacation.
don't
So,
really like I don't really like how your energy
so
changed.
basically,
Hey,
that
no, this is
you
the way
can't
it goes,
say
sir. This is it
you
right
can't
here. You've
yeah
hit it right on the head.
yeah like so to demonstrate that you do understand. If I took a picture of a cheeseburger, what can you compare it to?
A hamburger?
Mm-hmm. If I showed you a picture of a zebra, what can you compare it to?
A horse? What are you getting at?
You can't compare a zebra. I mean, what do you have to compare a zebra to in reality? If I show you a photo of a zebra,
An actual zebra?
right? If I have a photo of a Lamborghini, what can you compare the Lamborghini to?
An actual All right, yeah, I get that part. So are you
So
saying
you
that
do
the
get the point.
photos of the
So you
earth,
have to
all I have
accept.
to compare it to
So you
is
have to accept that the only difference with pictures from space is that you can't compare it to anything. You just have to take it on faith.
I mean, I guess, but by that extension, Donald Trump doesn't exist.
No, because you can
That's
compare
totally non sequitur.
the image of Donald Trump to Donald Trump.
I
He
guess,
lived.
but I haven't verified that by
I
myself.
know, but you can. That's the problem. In reality, when you go outside and go searching for things, you can find the thing that the photo that Elijah was so gracious to give you like 3 or 4 examples of, and you are now understand even further. I don't know why, sir, you're struggling with this at this point. You should have already. It should have hit home. The penny should have dropped. You should have already understood by now.
So
Okay, if I have an image, I got something to compare it to in reality. There you go. That's how I can verify the thing that I'm looking at is exactly how the thing is in reality. Same thing.
so I understand what you're saying, but there's just a difference in our thought. Like we branch off somewhere in what this means.
How?
So when you say like you can't truly know that the earth is a globe because all you have are pictures of them and you can't personally verify it on your own. I can't personally verify a lot of things that are on pictures. Like sure, I could spend money and go to them, but by the same time I could spend money and go into space if I had enough money, right?
No, that's not it.
Like
That's
we
not
we just have to trust that some things exist.
that's not it either. You're not getting it, sir. The thing that they're telling you exists is so far out of reach. It's not even in the realm of possibility. It's not even in that realm. You couldn't even put it in a realm where you say, okay, if I had enough money, because there's a lot of other red tape that you got to get through, like governments and, situations where you have to be selected and, you got to be the right guy, all that other stuff. There's much more than just saying I have enough money to do something. It's
Right.
not that easy.
Statistically, it's a very low possibility that I'll actually get to do it, right? But same with seeing a nuclear warhead underneath a fucking farm in Iowa. Like it's very secretive. It's going to be a very, very slim chance that I actually get to see it. I just have to trust that it exists.
Yeah, but the materials that make that thing and how it's processed and the blueprints to manufacture such a thing, that all is still within the realm of possibility. And you could possibly, take a tour or something and then go and visit some place like that, similar to like it, right? Not exactly like it, but a replica or something. So the possibility that people can achieve technology and all these other things aren't so far out of reach. Whereas they're trying to tell you that where you're standing on right now is exactly the thing that you're looking at on the image is so far fetched. It's so fictional that you can't even imagine anything that you can compare it to. Yet your mind wants to reason that it's possible so that you can hang on to the idea that it still is.
What about
And
like the
that's what
moon?
right now. It's your mind is fighting against the fact that you can't compare it to anything, but you have to justify it in some way so that you can keep thinking that it's a globe.
What
That's what
about
you're
the
doing.
moon? The moon could be our hypothetical missile silo.
What's that?
The moon could be our hypothetical missile silo.
The moon.
Mm-hmm. Like that's
What are you?
something that we can actually go to. Wait, does the moon not exist?
No, 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 no. You're saying the moon as if it's a location that you can travel to, right?
Okay.
Have you verified that you can actually travel to a location like that?
Hmm. You mean like have I been in a rocket or something?
No. Have you thought about the logistical means by which somebody can actually get? So, if you're saying that, yeah, I can travel to this location, how can you travel to the location?
A rocket?
Yeah, it sounds like a very third grade answer ish, but like, how is it possible that you can logistically get from point A to point B? Do you know what it takes to get to that region where they say that they've been to?
I'm sorry, I'm not an astronaut. I can't answer
Well,
that for you.
I know, but the very fundamental question then would be, what would it take to get there? And so like, if they told you that it takes this complicated math, orbital trajectory, all kinds of stuff that are involved, you need to know the radius of the Earth so that you can do like a maneuver to circle the Earth 3 times and then get like a enough momentum so you could rocket off to the moon. Like if they told you a lot of stuff that's connected to the logistics on how to get there, then you would start to see that there's a lot of things that you need to add to the equation of how to get to that place logistically.
Right.
You'd have to factor in
Complicated math.
first number what you don't think there was any complicated math, sir, that said that right now that it took to get to the moon, sir?
What?
No, not at all.
No, not at all. Okay, so how did they get to the moon, sir? According to the narrative.
Do you want me to like pull up a
Yeah,
fucking study or something?
what math did they use for the orbital mechanics of how they got there? Do you have
Dude,
it?
honestly, I'm not a fucking rocket scientist. I'm sorry, I don't
No,
have something like
I'm
that
talking to
on
you,
hand.
talking to the other guy. The other guy that snickered at complicated mathematics is like what they were basically saying it took for them to get to the moon.
So let's pretend that he did produce that. What would you say to it?
What would I say to it?
Yeah, like
First
if
of
he produced the actual like all the fucking math to get to the moon, like get a rocket off of Earth and onto the moon.
number one, math is not reality. And it's hard for somebody like maybe perhaps yourself to understand that. I can prove it to you.
Yeah, I'd like a a bit more in depth into that statement.
I can prove it to you. It's funny right now, but I can prove it to you. How about that?
All right, it's just you understand like what that sounds like to me, right?
I know what it sounds like, but I can prove it to you. I'm not
Okay,
just
okay,
I'm not saying it. I can prove it to you.
okay.
Now, it's not going to sound redundant or funny, but I want you to answer my question. Like, be honest
Okay.
with me. Can you hand me the number 2?
I see what you mean. Okay. Yeah, math is intangible, that's true.
Okay. Is it reality?
That's a good question.
It is.
Okay.
Have you thought about it?
Are words real?
No,
We
no,
assign
that's not.
meaning to
Let's not
words.
go to.
Oh my
Let's not
god.
go to. Let's stay laser focused on the very question that is right now in
Okay. Sorry.
math. Is math
Right.
reality?
I'd have to redefine reality to say it's reality, I guess.
Okay, so then it's not reality, right? That would be the better answer.
Hold on. Let me look at a definition of reality.
Go ahead, please.
There's a movie made in 2023 called Reality. As opposed to an idealistic or notional idea of them. So reality just refers to the physical, like that you can see, touch, sense, and all that?
Your everyday world lived experience.
Okay.
Is
But
math
math
reality?
is a part of my everyday world.
Like, let me just answer the question as straightforward as you can.
Right. Sorry.
Is math reality?
I still can't answer that confidently.
Why not?
Well, I see where you're coming from, right? Math is an intangible. You can't touch it or feel it or anything. You
It
can
would
write it out,
it
but
would be
that's not the
easy to
same as
answer
handing
if
you a key.
you were intellectually honest with yourself. You could answer the question simply.
So I see where you're coming from, right?
I can't provide the answer for you. You have to answer the question.
Right. No, I know where the next logical step is from this. I'm just doubling back and making sure I'm not.
Yeah, well, I'd rather you do that, right? So just be sure on your answer, because you can think about it, which is you're allowed to do that. You're allowed to research it. You're allowed to look at the definitions or whatever. But you have to really realize if it is or is not reality.
Right.
You could do
and by
right.
extension,
You could do that right now. You could answer the question right now. You could actually have the answer right now if you're being honest with yourself.
So by extension, is language real?
Why do we have to go to another topic? Like I really don't want to talk about another topic because it'll
I get it.
it will
It's the same way. Hey, Alpha. It's the same way he tried to go to Trump for some dumbass reason.
Yeah.
No, hold on. I'm not trying to be disingenuous or anything.
Yeah, it's fine. It's
Genuinely.
fine. It's fine. Just think about the
You don't
question.
have to say my reasoning is dumbass or anything, right? I'm not trying to be mean to you guys.
Listen, dude, just stay focused on it, right? Don't detract. Stay focused on the question. Is math
So what I'm
reality?
saying is with the same reasoning behind math not being a part of reality, I feel like that's inseparable from other intangibles that we just use words to describe and everything, like language itself. They seem to be the two same things: math, language.
Yes. What are
I don't
those?
see a
What are
difference
those
between
things?
them.
Yeah. What are those things considered? If it's not reality, what are they considered?
Intangibles.
Well, yeah, but I'll give you a better word for it. They're conventions.
Conventions?
Yes. They're useful. They're useful for humans to talk to each other and be able to describe things with. Math is not reality in and of itself. It can be used to describe things in reality, right? Do you get it?
Kinda. I'm looking at the definition of convention. I'd never heard that word before.
Sure.
Fuck, none of these have what we're talking about.
You can just jot down some notes. Like that'd be good to do it on the fly and just maybe recall what we've been the conversation talking. The most important part, listen, and I'll get us back on our premise where we were at before, but where we branched off and we came onto this topic. So
Okay. That's just a pretty interesting little thought. I kind of like that.
Listen, the reason why I'm challenging you, I don't honestly, to be honest with you, I don't need you to give me an answer. I'm being straight up. You don't have to answer me right now. You can actually think about it. Come back a year from now, whatever. It doesn't really matter. Or if you don't come back at all, the only thing I'm concerned with right now is talking to people and challenging them to actually think about the things that they used to think about. At least a little. That's it.
So at the very least, I understand completely where you're coming from. It's just I don't want to accept that time isn't real or sorry,
See?
not time, numbers and
Math.
math.
So you don't listen, and you don't have to. Okay, that's not my goal here.
Oh,
My,
I see where
my
this could branch off too, with numbers not being real, math not being real. If we try to prove the existence of a sphere with math, maybe
oh,
is that where it's
not,
going or no?
yeah. Well, I mean, like that's you're like 3 steps ahead already. That's I didn't want to go that fast. You're going too fast, man. You just hit the pedal on the gas on the car. You just took off.
Yeah,
I
no,
was
I kind of see where it could go.
I
Definitely,
was
that's
gonna get
really
there.
interesting.
But listen, I think what's good right now is that you're actually kind of parsing out what's happening here. You're seeing the argument like from a distance now. That's good. That's good. It
Yeah,
can be
but
nothing
now
but
I'm
good when you start to see it like that. All right. So, right. If we're going to talk about math being not reality, then the only way the globe is being described is in math, and then we're trying to make that a reality. You see how backwards it becomes? Then it seems
I
like
see where you're coming from. I
right,
do see it.
right. So now that we don't have nothing to compare the Earth to with those images that we have, and the only thing that we can do is talk about mathematics, and then how the Earth has a radius, diameter, and circumference, being a geometric shape, an oblate spheroid, but only exists in math. Now we have a problem. We have a situation, and the situation is you've been believing this idea and thinking the backwards notion that math is reality because that's been ingrained in a lot of people, right? The idea, that specific one. And so it's almost like a rejection of reality for you right now. Like, no, I'm not going to deny that math is reality. What is this? This is crazy. So, yeah, at first it got you a little chuckle, but yeah, that's kind of fine. I understand that, right? So now that you're starting to think about it, it's like, well, shit, this is kind of weird that I'm looking at life this way. So at least now if we're talking about the Earth as a globe, we have photos, we have videos, we have mathematics, and all these things to describe the thing that we're talking about. But the one thing we don't have is reality itself. What we do have is people looking upon the Earth and saying, "Thing looks pretty flat when I look outside." Really, right? Because that's what I see when I go to the beach. I mean, left to right, thing looks flat. I mean, I'm just going to be real with you. And we also hear from the people who are thinking that the Earth is a globe. When they look upon the Earth, they say the very same things, right? Well, it looks flat, but it's locally flat. That's what they say. The Earth is just too big. We're like, ants on a beach ball or whatever, right? There's a lot of things that they're trying to reason in their mind that it is a globe, but it always comes back to reality itself never displays itself as a globe, period. And so thus far, you've been thinking of it like with math, you've been thinking it like with images and videos and whatever kind of vehicle they're using to give you the idea that the Earth is a globe through your schooling system, the books that you read, and you got Earth science and all that. You got all this indoctrination about the Earth as a globe. It's almost like a part of you, kind of like a religion. Like if you grew up as a, whatever, Mormon or Muslim or whatever, you have this idea or concept in your head, and you just can't get away from it. And so the only thing you can do right now is to challenge yourself. I can't do it. I'm damn sure ain't going to be able to arm wrestle you into thinking the Earth is flat on a conversation on Discord. Hell, shit, that ain't going to happen. Like that, man, that's not my goal either, because that would be foolish of me to think that I'm going to convince you in a hour-long discussion. Like that's not going to work. But what will work is if you take what we're saying right now, at least into consideration, and kind of contemplate, like, well, yeah, I've been thinking about the Earth as a globe only through math and maybe through some live stream videos. And what do you mean the ISS isn't real? What are you saying here? Like, oh, well, how far are we going with it? Like that should be some questions that should be popping in your head right now, right?
I see what you mean.
Yeah, and,
Is
and
it
it's just,
is it being all of this being like just looked glossed over, or is there some sort of reason why everyone thinks the Earth is flat? Or I mean, sorry, a globe.
oh yes, you've actually been assessing the conversation correctly. Yes, they do gloss over the fact that it because okay, You know how like you grew up thinking that the Earth is a globe, right?
Right.
It's you laugh and snicker, but some people they can't reconcile the fact that they've been told that Earth's a globe for such a long time, and it could not be a globe at some point. They can't. There's not a point in their mind that that's even conceivable. So they just go completely on the defense. Like, no, you guys are crazy. You're a bunch of nutbags in a Discord channel talking about the flat Earth. Like, what is this nonsense? This flat Earth nonsense. So they come in here hot and bothered, and they don't give it a second look. So they go completely on the defense, and we have what is called anti-flat Earth people, and they make it their life's mission to come in here and completely just try to obfuscate, gaslight, like, just never really look at the evidence of it, like what we discussed. The Earth looking like a flat and stationary plane. To them, the Earth, when they look upon it, in their mind, it exists as a globe. But when you actually get them to be honest and be like, dude, when you go to the beach, you don't see a globe. You don't see the globe that they're showing you in the images. There's no way. Nobody sees that thing. And you damn sure don't measure it, because if we were to ask you how it's been measured, I mean, you're going to pull out some guy named Eratosthenes, right? From, God knows how long, 2,000 years ago, whatever. And then the guy was measuring shadows. He wasn't measuring the drop over the distance on the curving Earth. He wasn't doing that. He was measuring shadows and light. And, we try to talk to them about it. It's like the point that we say, okay, so if you try to think about Eratosthenes and what he did, it was not an experiment. The word experiment relates to cause and effect relationships, which means that it has nothing to do with geometry. Geometry is separate. It's a category error. Has nothing to do with science. Science and math are completely separate. And science is not like this. It's huge, man. It's such a loaded conversation when you start to parse everything out and separate it into categories so that people don't make the mistake of like what science is. Science has to deal with the physical and natural world that you live in, and it's a study of it, right? So it's not what people might think, that they say everything is science, technology is science, math is science. No, it's not. Science is science. Math is math, right? So it's hard because people have this like they want to lump everything in together, right? It's all convoluted. They just think everything's all together. Oh, that guy looking up at the stars, that he's doing science. Really? Well, what kind of science can he apply to the lights in the sky? What is he doing? And I
Right.
mean, you got different ideas of people coming in there, and they'll say, "Well, we're using spectroscopy to look at the lines that are, the spectral lines on the light emitted. Red light is the object moving away. Blue, excuse me, it might be backwards. Red lights getting close to us, and blue lights moving away. Either way, right? They're talking about these things as in lights that they emitted from a spectral line is going to tell them what the element of the object they're looking at is. It's a big story, and they're using ideas that they have here on Earth to kind of superimpose that the Earth is a globe in many ways, right? But there's no evidence. There's no cowbell. There's nothing that you can say, okay, yeah, we can study that. We can check it out. I
So
mean,
who's making fucking images of the Earth as a globe?
as in, where do we get the images from? Is that what you're
Yeah, where do
asking?
those images come from?
It just depends on what source you're talking about. Mostly, they're corporations that have high aerial footage of the Earth, and they're just saying that this high aerial footage that they have is from a vacuum of space. It's coming from like where the thermosphere is, right near the exosphere, where satellites are in low Earth orbit, and those are the images you're receiving. But the companies that are using these satellites are just getting high aerial footage. That's all, and they're selling them to like other companies like that buy them off of them, and they there's certain satellites that take images, but the technology of satellites, that's a whole other topic. But it's not coming from the place that you think it is. Like in your mindset, it might be like the vacuum of space where Elon Musk sending his rockets and deploying Starlink and all this other nonsense. Like that stuff is in an area above our heads, the technology, but it's not what you think, right? So
What do you
let's
mean by
give it
that?
there's balloon technology that's been used since like the early 40s. That they use for putting technology in the sky, and the trade winds that they have above us that are going in different directions, like at certain hundreds of miles per hour. And these balloons catch these trade winds and they go on them and they go to different places. They can actually have these balloons drop into an area where they are stationary over a specific location. So if you want to know more about this topic, I will just refer you to a website called Project X. This was Google Loon Project. Elon Musk's company bought Google Loon Project out, so they were the ones to take it over. So if you go to Project X, that was the Google Loon Project, you're gonna find out the Elon Musk company's name X, Twitter. X is formerly Twitter, now known as X. Um, Project X was what they took over, and that was Google Loon Project. And if you go to that website right now, you're going to find out that the balloon technology that Google Loon was going to release, right, internet for the world, is what they called it at the time. The website's still up, and you can still look into it yourself right now. But it'll show you how they operate. The balloons operate. So this balloon technology that they were using uh, details in that website how it's being used, in what way, whether stationary or they're raising in different altitudes to catch the different trade winds to go in specific directions, right? And these balloons would go in. This is pretty much established. They know all about these winds up above in altitude. So um, I don't know if you know this or not, but type in Project X on your Google search, and you'll go to the website, and it'll detail everything to you. You'll see it real plainly. I don't have to tell you; you can see it for yourself.
No,
So the
I'm
technology,
trying to find Project X. It's
yeah.
probably buried somewhere.
Google
I'm
Loon.
just seeing like a fucking movie and
I
shit.
posted the image of the Google Loon project, the balloons in a string, now called Starlink.
Yeah, it's Starlink now. It's a thing. So and Elon Musk company bought it out. So it's all above board. Like as far as like them doing the transition of buying Google Loon and now using it for Starlink and such. But then saying that they're deploying in low Earth orbit these satellites, right?
Mm-hmm.
So your mind is kind of wrapped around this idea that low Earth orbit is a reality in which these satellites are in and such, and it's all having to do with balloons and such. And Google Loon was already doing it, and um, yeah, they just got bought out. So
Interesting.
anyway, but yeah, so high aerial footage from these balloon satellites are giving you these images, and then of course companies are buying them at a price, for their uh, navigational systems or whatever they want to put where they put those. Like when you hit a view from satellite image on your phone,
Mm-hmm.
you like where it has like a 3D image, and then it gives you another selection for satellite imagery. That
Yeah.
satellite imagery is coming from the high aerial footage that they get um, from those satellites.
And from Remax and all the other real
Yeah.
estate companies that do flyovers when they have new real estate listings, they have to update their neighborhoods. So they send Cessnas over taking pictures, and they fly in a grid back and forth because they do it over my house at least once every 2 weeks, maybe once a month. Same plane, same pattern, same photographs.
I thought those people had to correct that for the spherical orbit.
Anyways,
Sorry,
yep.
I have a question. Maybe you can help me with. So I actually have a Starlink satellite internet. Now at my last place, it basically faced on a 45-degree angle, so you could say, okay, it's shooting out into the sky and getting a satellite. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I've just moved house, and where I have it situated now, it is basically straight up and down, pointing at the back wall of my house. Not even at the sky. Points
And
directly at my house. How
and
does that?
I thought Starlink moved in a big line of lights.
Yeah, what do you mean?
No, man, it doesn't.
Straight up and down as the antenna's pointing up, or vertical, or
No.
is it?
No, my antenna's horizontal, facing the back wall of my house.
Is it at any
That's
kind
where
of
I'm getting
line?
reception.
At an angle?
No, not up to the sky. It's about 10 meters or maybe 5 meters from the house and points just directly back at the house.
Which cardinal direction is that?
Yeah, I was gonna ask that too.
Ooh. To tell you the truth, I wouldn't even know sitting here. I'd have to go and have a look.
I mean,
I
that
would
just
say,
works
Look at the
because
sun.
rather rays is reflective of anything. The wall, the ground, they just don't reflect as well as straight onto your dish. So you're just gonna have worse reception. You still probably have reception.
Yeah, it's not
so
really.
it does bounce, yeah.
Well, yeah, it's not the
Yes.
reception itself is not gonna you're not gonna get too much interference if you're thinking that or.
So
But
let
who
me ask.
said it?
I want to ask a question about this Starlink these users have. Since it flies overhead, you only get internet for what, 10 seconds at a time?
No, man, I got like 220 megabytes a second constantly, basically
So there's
bouncing off the
nothing
wall of my
moving in the
house.
sky. So what's the thing they show that moves in the sky then? That must not be Starlink.
No, okay. So they have stationary satellites. Like from my knowledge of like these guys, I don't know if you guys looked into it. They do have ones that move, but they do have the ones that are stationary as well. Do you guys know that? Like they.
So
Yeah, there's a bunch of
satellites.
You mean the
There's how their
geostationary
plan
ones?
goes.
Yeah.
If you have a say a satellite just for your house, it's $45 a month. If you have a traveling one that you can say put on a motorhome or a caravan, it doesn't stay there. You've got to actually go out with your phone, find the best area, drop it there on the ground. It'll find it, sing and do it sing. That's like $79 a month. But if you want to be out at sea, off land, on a boat, out at sea, and have a Starlink, it costs you thousands of dollars a month to have it out at sea.
Yep.
That's because of economics, though. That's not really because of a technological limitation.
Sounds like they need a dedicated resource for that.
Yep.
Well, it's just much more like when it's stationary, they have to compete with land-based internet providers, right? Even if it's slower or whatever. But on a boat, you literally cannot have an Ethernet cable or like a DOS's like connection running to your house, right? So like that's why they charge you more, just because they can. You know, it's like economics. There's like you do get, I believe, you get a better like radar like reception device, you know. But that's about it. Like because you can take your Starlink that you just have, you know, like some people do that, like at your home, and you can make it portable. But you know, of course, they can see where you're connecting from, so like they don't allow you to do that. Of course,
it's all about subscriber density on Earth's footprint. So, like, if you have an ocean and you have the area of Manhattan and only one container ship out there, that's low subscriber density compared to Manhattan and a population full of Starlink subscribers. So those costs are amortized better, obviously, over Manhattan than they are in the ocean.
Yep. They think about it. The ocean is not going to have the subscriber base that you're going to have in a more densely populated area. So it would make more sense that if they're going to put satellite coverage over a specific area, they would have to pull resources from, to get you that coverage.
Everybody forgets about the internet link buoys out there also that you get your internet from.
Well, that's strange because in Australia, if you have a look in Australia over the map of Australia for Starlink, every place in Australia, like every part of Australia, has apparently a good connection, and that includes in the middle of the deserts where there is no population. So, and it doesn't change your price there. Of course, I understand what you are saying, but why wouldn't it change it over an area of Australia that's thousands of kilometres square with no inhabitants?
well, like a lot of these Starlink satellites are actually not geosynchronous, you know, so they like move in relation to the surface of the Earth, right? They orbit at different like heights, like at different yeah, just like if you draw a line up on a Mercator projection map, right? Then like basically like a horizontal line, that's more or less where they orbit, right? So you will get certain. That's why like you might expect some Some latitudes, yeah, exactly. Some latitudes to always have like a connection, even if like maybe you think, well, not a lot of people live there, but they have to do that because there might be some other area with the same latitude that does need a lot of connection. So that might be why you might have like advantageous pricing or something like that in an area where you think, well, probably not a lot of people are getting Starlink here. But you kind of have to subscribe to a globe model, I guess, for the Earth to agree with that. But hey,
So AJ, if your Starlink antenna is pointed like perpendicular to zenith, or parallel to the Earth, then if we're to apply some kind of, I don't know, celestial navigation logic to this, it must mean that you're pointing at something that's about 6,210 miles away.
Well, it's pointing at my house at the moment, so whatever's bouncing off my house is giving me internet.
I suspect it's pointing in a direction that would align towards the equatorial region.
I'd have to be north.
Yeah.
Northeast. Maybe northeast.
That's my guess. Yeah. I wonder what's 6,210 miles away from Australia, northeast. Could it be somewhere in North America? Hawaii?
Well, I'm going to grab my compass in a minute, but if it was facing my house northeast, then the signal must be bouncing from the opposite direction, though. I think the signal's coming from the west. Sorry, no, it'd be coming from the antenna would be facing towards the west, and the sun rises up behind it in the east. Yeah, so it'd be facing west, but east would be hitting the house and bouncing back to it, if that makes sense.
Are they really bouncing a signal off the house?
I'm serious, man. The thing points directly, like 5 meters away, directly at my house. Tomorrow during the day, I'll go outside and I'll take a photo of it and I'll do a internet speed test and I'll post it.
I mean, you can probably get better reception though if you orient it better. Like you're kind of wasting your whatever you pay for. But hey,
I'm still getting like 250, 300 megabytes a second, what I'd normally get. And it is a pretty tight yard, but you go out
supposedly
with your
receiving
phone.
through a house.
Well, when I went outside my phone, you got an app on your phone. I don't know if you've ever used it, and you've got to point your camera at the sky, yeah. And then all these little green dots appear everywhere in the camera, and they start sucking to one point in the center of the camera. So as I'm doing it out here, and I'm facing it around past the house, the whole house has just got these green dots everywhere. And then when I put the aerial, the dish or whatever you want to call it, it's a little square thing in the backyard, and turn it on in the best location I could find, it just self-orientates and points directly at the back of the house on a horizontal, straight to the house. That's why I asked the question. I was a little bit confused. Like, I don't know a lot. I didn't believe that I'd be able to bounce a signal like that off a house, because if I put it under a tree, I don't get a signal through a tree. I can't get it through the canopy of a tree, but I seem to be able to get it through a house.
It doesn't make any sense to me either. I mean, I would almost assume that it's supposed to go through the house based off of the wavelength. But then why not move it to the side of the house and point it at that bare spot on the horizon without, an obstruction right in front of it where you'd have the most attenuation?
I don't have the ability to do that where I am. The yard's quite
Okay.
narrow and the house takes up the width of the yard, and out the front is just a million trees. And I don't have the ability. So I just dropped it there hoping. And I was saying to my wife, this bloody thing's not going to work. It's not going to work. And I've set it up and bam, I got internet. It worked.
That's goofy, man. The whole thing seems like it doesn't work the way that they want us to believe it does.
Yeah, 100%.
So you got basically Amish tech installers going out there with their apps and with these devices, and they think that they know what they're doing when they basically maybe spent a week or two on product training and installing and using everything that was already built for them in the first place. No, you're not dealing with RF engineers. So you got all these installers out there, throngs of them doing this, and they think that they're connecting with these orbiting satellite trains in the sky when that may not be the case at all.
Well, downstairs now, and I'm going to go and see which way this thing's pointing right now.
I don't know. Do you even need an installer for Starlink, or do they give you like a little pamphlet in a box that you read and you do it all yourself? Because if they can get individual subscribers to Starlink to believe that they're setting up satellite downlinks from satellite trains in the sky, and they're not equipped enough with knowledge to really interrogate any of this, then you've got a lot of people that now have reified their belief system even further. And they'll be telling their friends that Earth is a globe because I got Starlink.
Is it really that hard to believe? Like, there's just like a bounce on the wall that goes up into the sky, whatever you think the sky looks like. Like, is that really not possible? Like, someone posted something about some balloons in the sky. Like,
Yeah.
let's say
I
you
would
take that.
love to know. I would love to know if the wall of the house is a suitable reflector for the for that radio.
Well, do you think things either reflect or they don't, or do you think they reflect to certain degrees?
In this case, I don't freaking know, man. I don't really know much about Starlink. I don't think anybody does, to be honest. It's funny though. Starlink was stood up immediately after Elon Musk purchased Project Loon.
I mean, don't you learn about radar? Like, I think radar has been understood since like at least World War II, right? Like, we used it to detect airplanes. We use it to communicate. We kind of understand how like radars bounce. No, like
Yeah, they go further than Earth curvature. Like the Knickerbein system the Nazis had defeats Earth curvature.
Why can you like your radio, your AM or FM radio in your house, like receive a radio signal? Because like ultimately, like some things let some amount of radio signal through, right? Because long wavelengths, and then like some of the radio signals bounce. Why is it that you like have to position a radar antenna in a very specific way? Because the bouncing doesn't like happen to the same degree everywhere, right? So like in the same way, like he receives like internet from Starlink, right?
Yeah, but where are you receiving the signal from? That's the thing.
Well,
and what is the signal? What is the propagation path?
Well, I'm not crazy, so I think the Earth is a globe, and there are actually satellites. But like, even if you don't believe that, I don't know why you'd like question like the underlying technology.
The propagation path that AJ has laid out here, which is apparently something that wouldn't happen if there were satellites moving in a train.
Wait, who said a train? First of all, but like
Starlink is a train of satellites. They call it a train.
In what sense? Do you think they're like connected physically?
Yeah, they call it a train. They have dozens of these things that fly together in formation.
Yeah, fly together in formation. If aircraft fly in formation, they're not linked, right? I mean, are
They
you
call
being
that
a
a
bit
train, and they are
pedantic,
linked.
maybe?
They call it Starlink.
Yeah, very cool. Like, you actually think they're physically linked?
Do you think they're not physically linked?
I know they're not physically linked.
How do you know? How do you work for Elon Musk?
Through my inductive reasoning and what I empirically know about the world. I don't have to work for
Inductive
Elon
reasoning?
Musk to know that.
So inductive reasoning starts off with an affirming the consequent logical fallacy, you know.
Well, you don't use inductive
Oh.
reasoning then in life?
I mean, you can for guesses. Doesn't mean you're going to be right.
Wait. Do you think you use deductive reasoning
Deductive
for
reasoning
anything?
allows you to form logical conclusions, but inductive
Okay.
does not.
Can you give me an example of a deductive reasoning you use in your life? Yeah, you can't exactly, because all we can do is reason inductively, right? So
no, you can deduce. You can make a logical deduction.
Okay, please do so in a non-hypothetical fashion.
In a non-hypothetical fashion, bro.
Well, yeah, because I can construct hypothetical worlds, right? But the problem is that wouldn't apply. Because in my hypothetical, what I would do is I would construct a world where I know everything, right? But like,
I mean,
that's
you have
not
to
the real
start off
world.
with a hypothesis in order to form a logical, a large.
I'm not saying
logical
hypothesis.
argument. So,
I'm not saying I'm saying hypothetical. They're not the same thing, right?
Yeah, it is. A hypothesis is hypothetical.
So, can you give an example of deductive reasoning that you use in real life that applies to the real world? Go.
Sure. If I apply heat to water, it will raise the temperature of the water.
Well, normally you do premise, blah blah blah, but you understand that's inductive reasoning, right?
Water, therefore, it increased the temperature of water. That's a deduction.
Have you applied heat to all the water in life?
In every instance that you can apply heat to water, you raise its temperature.
Yeah, you're literally quoting me inductive reasoning. And every instance that I've experienced, this has happened. That's literally inductive reasoning, my dude.
Yeah, but you start off with a specific. I can do this specific thing each and every time.
How specific you are or how inspecific you are, it doesn't matter in the kind of reasoning that you're using.
General versus general to specific.
Okay, sure.
Yeah, isn't that funny?
You can just look it up. Yeah, I think what you're saying is really funny. Yeah.
Okay, well, there's the example. I'm glad you found it humorous.
Well, yeah, but you didn't engage with me with how it was wrong, right? You haven't seen all the water in the world, so you cannot make that determination deductively. You can only make it inductively. Like everyone who does like philosophy, like 101, or like any like logical reasoning would say all we can reason about the real world is inductively. Because if we can deduce something deductively, then you'd never be wrong about something.
I'd like to know how you think you can form a hypothetical without forming a hypothetical. Because you're basically asking me to form a formal logical statement, right? So you have to start off with a supposition, beginning with if. And that's a hypothetical, which is a hypothesis. I don't know why this is funny to you.
I don't know why you're linking hypothetical. Well, what's really funny to me is that you think you can make deductive claims about the world. That is what's really funny to me. All the rest is just,
yeah, if I apply heat to this water, it will raise the temperature.
Yeah, we can only say that.
I don't understand why that's so difficult to understand for you.
Because you don't understand deductive reasoning. That's why it's funny. And you're like making a claim that's an exact inductive claim, and you're just proving my own point.
If you can point out specifically why that statement is wrong, I'd invite you to it.
Yeah, I did, because you haven't measured all the world, all the world's water. Yeah, I told you already that you haven't applied that to all the water in the world, so you cannot make that determination deductively.
You can apply this to every instance, and you can deduce that it's true.
I mean, it's not because you say you can deduce it that's actually deductive reasoning. Like, I can keep repeating this, but you seem to not understand that to do deductive reasoning, you need to know everything about your system you're deductively reasoning about. Yeah. Or like at least everything about the attributes.
We do know this is true. Have you ever heard of like laws, natural laws? Do you know what a natural law is? Like what axioms are?
Wait. You think that a natural law is an axiom?
Yeah, because it's irreducible.
You think
gotta
that's
go.
what it means to be an axiom? You ran away. Okay, cool.
I mean, it's a shame because I just literally logged in to Discord to PC from my phone, because on a phone I don't have an really a possibility to speak. So I wanted to turn the PC on so I can speak to him, and at the same exact time when I joined, he ran away.
Yeah, that was unfortunate, but hey, understandable though.
Yeah, it's kind of frustrating, but yeah, I wanted to say to him is that literally the entire scientific method is inductive. So if he says that the inductive reasoning is pointless because you can never be sure about what you conclude, because you can always make some other explanation, things like that, that would literally be questioning the entire process that made us technologically advance. I mean, because we don't know if some knowledge will get improved or overthrown in the future, it doesn't mean that the state of knowledge that we already have is useless, because we can't be 100% sure that it applies universally. It's simply stupid.
Yeah, but I guess it fits with his other release, right? So.
Well, wouldn't the
Yeah.
scientific method be part of deductive reasoning, and that we can actually form? Well,
No,
why not?
scientific method is inductive.
Because then you'd never be wrong. You'd be able to make a claim scientifically that would stand true for all time into
Sorry,
eternity.
I would say that something like water being heated, yeah, or heating water to increase temperature, we could actually use a scientific method and we could establish that cause and effect relationship. Yes?
Yes.
You do that experimentally through
reasoning?
experience. No, that's inductive. Because you have some limited set of experiences about the system you're reasoning about. You don't know the entire system. Right? So like there are some, and they actually exist. There are some edge cases where you cannot heat something up. You know, like when it's already reached some like maximal temperature in a system or something like that, where atoms are maximally excited. These are at the fringes of science, right? That we can barely test. But like these are like understood, right? So like even that what you're saying there, like heating up water makes its temperature go up. You know, that's not always true. That like, but like our understanding at some point was that
Can you
that was
show an
always
example
true.
of where it doesn't?
Yeah, it is true always.
Yeah, essentially, the
That's
reason
right.
why it is inductive is because you're making some limited number of observations, and from these observations, you conclude a general law that you believe is applied universally. So, from a
Well, I would
limited
argue that
number of
not.
cases,
I
you make a
would
conclusion that
argue
isn't
if you
limited.
were to follow the scientific method in this instance, you would then establish a cause and effect relationship. You would prove your hypothesis, and that would be
Deductively.
deductive.
It's funny how
Yeah,
globalists
but
don't like the scientific method.
And because we actually understand it, I guess. But hey.
Dictionary.com disagrees with you.
Dictionary.com does not say that scientific reasoning is deductive. I hope
Scientific
so, at
method can be
least.
described as deductive. You first formulate a hypothesis, an educated guess based on general premises, sometimes formed by inductive methods. Then you test the hypothesis with an experiment. Scientific method can be described as deductive, as you are doing something logical.
Well, but that's in the case of like a pure hypothesis or whatever. Your reasoning there might be like deductive, right? Because you can, like I said before, you can construct a hypothetical world, right? Or like you do know everything. And like for example, in philosophy, you can use deductive reasoning. That doesn't mean your reasoning is right, but you can set out some limited set of premises wherein you exactly control the whatever thing you're talking about, right? And then your reasoning within that system can be deductive. But when you go and apply to the real world, right? Then your system only becomes inductive because you might be reasoning deductively about some limited set. The problem is your limited set is not the world. The world is the world, right? Where everything else comes about, and all you have about the world is your observations about it, which necessarily means your reasoning is inductive because you only have those limited set of observations. I don't know how this is
Then
hard to
you're
understand.
claiming that the scientific method cannot prove your hypothesis to be correct.
Like, without a shadow of a doubt, objectively, that's correct, yes. You cannot prove something objectively.
Yeah, that's bullshit, dude. Either it is or it isn't the cause.
Exactly.
Oh my god.
See, you guys
Okay.
failed like 5th grade science when they said, hey, how is this happening? And they set up your experiment and you guys went through the whole process and they said, yep, everyone in the class got exactly the same answer or close enough. Therefore, you know that was the cause. And this is the effect.
Kind of funny Ian Bio got muted, but outside of that, like, it's interesting that you say that because maybe that's how it was explained to you in 5th grade. But if you actually get a university course or whatever, they do it all in this nuance, you know. But hey, you know, maybe you missed that, which is okay.
That's
I
what I'm
guess,
saying. You
but
missed 5th grade. Yeah, I agree.
Well,
You
I'd rather
are
miss 5th
sub.
grades
Yeah,
than I
you
miss
didn't.
the university course, right?
Yeah, you failed the 5th grade version. Of course, you didn't pass the
Cool.
university version.
Well,
You couldn't
no,
get
I'd
past
rather pass the university one and fail the 5th grade one, right?
Yeah, you didn't get past 5th grade version. The 5th grade version was beyond your skill set.
I mean, you can keep repeating this, but
Like you'll do science and think you didn't prove something.
no, that's not what I said. Do you think you cannot inductively prove something? Do you think inductive reasoning should never be used?
Here's an example.
Yeah, you're totally missing. You're just bricked
No,
at this point.
you're running away from the point, but that's okay.
Running away from the point that your question was that you don't think you can prove anything?
No, you're saying that I cannot prove anything, right? And then supposedly because I use inductive reasoning and I advocate for it and I understand that's how science works, right? When applied to the real world. And then I ask you, well, do you think you can never use inductive reasoning, right? And then you don't answer or you laugh.
Yeah, because your inductive is like, look at the sky, and that's your version of the ground. You're fucked up.
No, I'm
dude.
just asking about inductive reasoning. I'm not asking about my version of inductive reasoning or how I apply inductive reasoning. I'm just asking you, can you use it?
Is fucked up.
Can you use it to prove something? Can you answer my question, or are you unable to?
Yeah, it's going to be the same answer repeating over and over.
No, you're not answering the question.
Okay, then use any answer you need. I can help debunk that inductively. Just fill in the answer. Fill in the answer you want to get the answer you think you need.
Well,
Easy
I cannot
day.
mind read you. I actually want an honest answer.
Well,
I don't want to give the answer that I want you to give me.
I can give you answers,
your answer.
but you're not going to pay
Please
attention.
do.
You're not going to pay attention to it, so just fill in the answer you want.
I have perfectly restated everything you've said multiple times by now, and you claiming I won't pay attention. Again, okay? Can you just answer the question, please?
Yeah, and you said I don't have an answer. I didn't answer.
No,
my answer was
I
like
said
a
you have an
child's
answer.
5th grade answer. So therefore, at some point, you have a
Can you use inductive reasoning to prove something? Yes or no?
Yeah, that's not what we're talking about.
That was my exact question. Yes, that is what we are talking about. Can you answer the fucking question?
Yeah, it's going to be the same answer. Come back to the scientific method.
You didn't give the answer. You cannot say it's going to be the same answer because
then
you
use
didn't
give
an answer.
Then use any answer you need.
Wow.
Yeah,
I mean, you're really good at running.
Mate, your inductive reasoning, right? So if you eat spicy food and you get stomachache, does that mean everybody else that eats spicy food gets stomachache? Hello?
He bricked it. Yeah, he bricked it. He doesn't get it.
But you're asking me? Because that's exact inductive reasoning. Like, I agree, yeah, not everyone always gets a stomachache when he eats spicy food. You're correct.
So how could you? So what other method could you use then to prove something for sure?
For sure, you cannot prove anything for sure. It's a limited sense perception.
You can using the scientific method.
Yeah, scientific method proves it.
Giggle like a child, why don't you?
I mean, because I explained by now 5 times here live for you all to hear it, and you're still just repeating the original point without engaging with anything I said. No, if anything, it seems like you're just honestly not wanting to engage. What have I said that was contradictory?
We're pointing out your ignorance. You just admitted that.
What have I said that was contradictory,
If you got stomachache eating spicy food, you cannot conclude that everybody else would. So that inductive reasoning.
Wait, you know that's true. Wait, some people use a specific dish.
Okay, your proof that you can't prove something.
Prove that
it doesn't prove.
Prove that the Earth is flat by joining the flat poker game table and proving it in the ring. You know, do it.
You're brick, dude. Like your proof that
Earth
things
is
could
like a poker table. Now join the goddamn game so we can play.
Yeah, dude, don't distract from the conversation. Just control your mic so others don't have to.
Control your mind.
Yeah, I will, so long as I have some people to play with.
Okay, dude, I'm gonna boot you from the channel if you keep disrupting.
He was a bit rude
Everyone,
there, mate.
everyone can see you started an activity. They'll join it if they want to. Okay, so back on topic. So this dude, old boy here, is talking about his proof that you can't prove something is that you can't prove it. Like, wow, what the fuck happened to you?
Well, this is what happens when you've got a globe belief and it's starting to fall apart day by day. This is what happens.
What
Okay,
does
now
he
you
mean
own.
with
Okay, now that you owned all the globe tards, can you play like a flat game?
no? What does he mean by deductive reasoning? Does anyone know what he means?
Yeah, he
by
meant
that?
that's the scientific method.
No, I mean he was referring to something else than the scientific method. He was saying deductive reasoning.
Yeah, based off observation.
Was it inductive or deductive?
He mentioned both.
Inductive. And what does that mean?
I've given you an example already. If you eat spicy food and you get stomachache, you conclude that everybody who eats spicy food gets stomachache. And then that ends there.
And he said that was proof? Like you could prove something like that?
Yeah, his idea that flat earthers are all stupid, therefore the earth is not flat.
I don't know if he said that, but
well, that's another thing where he's doing. He just kind of I call it random squawking about things he doesn't like his personal preferences are somehow objective, but he said there is no objectivity. Everything's objective. He's got a very shattered, broken worldview. It's just like a bunch of pieces on the ground that get just smashed, and you're like, what was that? Was it like a paint? Was it a statue? Was it a snow globe? You're trying to piece together what the fuck is he on about. It's unrecognizable, which is why when someone tries to break it down to him, Big Bird Barney style, he just starts giggling on the mic, freaking out, making a bunch of animal noises. It's completely irrational, illogical worldview that he's going to have to fix. He broke it, you fix it.
He's basically saying that everything's inductive because you can't test everything. Yeah? That's his whole claim. If you can't test every bit of water on the earth, you can't say that it's deductive. It's got to be inductive. But the problem with inductive is that, how do I explain this? They could give an example and say, here's an example of inductive reasoning. A penguin's a bird, but a penguin can't fly, therefore all birds can't fly. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's broken logic.
The conclusion doesn't logically follow. It's broken logic. Whereas if we look at inductive reasoning, it might say something like, I don't know, an octopus has 8 arms, because we know that all octopuses that we find have 8 arms, or a spider has 8 legs, or a human has 2 legs.
But if you notice every time you eat spicy food, you get a stomach ache, you might use inductive reasoning to conclude that spicy food causes stomach aches. Something I read.
Yeah, but it could be the vehicle. Well, if you just don't, if it's some sort of like, broccoli. Like if you get every time you order General Tso chicken or tofu, you get a stomach ache. You decide that the spice in the General Tso tofu is fucking you up when really it was a broccoli.
If you eat chili 100 times in a row and you get a stomach ache every time, you can inductively conclude that it causes stomach aches, right?
Or it could be one of those beans, one of the type of beans in that chili.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
I
the
mean,
chili, whatever's in the chili. Yeah.
it might only cause it for
But
you.
just
You can't conclude that that's the cause of spicy foods that will be relevant for everybody. That's what he's saying.
No, not for
That's why you have to
everybody.
go through the scientific method, which is deductive. You would slowly control each variable until you know exactly 100%, without a doubt, you've proven which is the cause of the stomachache. That's why the power of science, the power to predict, and the power of repeatable,
He
observable,
says
measurable.
it proves things to a degree of certainty, but isn't that an oxymoron? Like,
Yeah,
if something is
that's what I'm saying.
a degree of certainty, it's not proof, right?
Yeah, his worldview's fucked up. His proof that you can prove things and you can't prove it.
Yep. Just like they can't prove or should demonstrate gas pressure without containment, they can't demonstrate gravity as a container. This is why the mind goes this way. They realise they're in a corner, and they have to start talking this stupid language now, because they can't demonstrate gas pressure without containment, and they can't show us gravity in nature, and then manipulate it and put it through the scientific method. You can't do it. Otherwise, we'd all be doing it.
Yeah, Rupert's got a good example here. Natural laws aren't adjudicated through the scientific method.
Natural laws are just observations, right?
Yeah, which would be inductive.
Okay, and Embu says gas pressure requiring container is inductive. Is that an inductive or deductive? When you're figuring out gas needs, or pressurized gas needs a container.
Yeah, well, I mean that way it's both because it's built on a natural law, but you can also experiment with gases and try to get pressure without the container,
Yeah, okay, so it's both.
or manipulate different types of containers. And
We can't show pressure without containment in an experiment. It requires the containment.
like one of these things where people come up, I mean, philosophy, where like the only way for evil to exist is for good people to do nothing. Kind of inductive reasoning. Unless you challenge evil, it will just, like cancer, metastasize through all of society. I mean, you're kind of seeing that right now. I think, was it the game Twitch? Is that what it's called? Where they're changing their terms of service to protect children. I mean, how long has that been metastasizing? I mean, I've watched. It became kind of a hot button issue because when things get newsworthy. But I had no idea just how degenerate and awful some things were going on that platform.
Hello?
Hello.
Why is everyone sitting in here quietly?
No idea. I was sitting quietly because no one else was speaking.
Came to a conclusion.
What's the conclusion?
Earth was flat.
And stationary.
Crit, I remember we used to make fun of you on that other server and bully you, but now you're like on this flat Earth like server, like you're a big deal, like you're on this channel. But we like used to goof you
What
around.
server?
And, like, remember that politics? I forgot what it was called, but we used to like shit all over you and like make fun of you.
Who's we? Are you talking about rhetoric? Rhetoric?
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
Yeah, and what happened there?
Like we just, we treat you like a clown every time you come in. We like make fun of you and shit. Now, like people take you seriously out here. It's like really surreal. Like,
Oh,
you know what I mean? Like it's kind
yeah,
of
I don't know, like, because rhetoric, I was promoted to like a server admin there. I had the own micro server of the flat Earth that you had to consent. See, the major problem was so many people were crying, like tears. Literally, like the admin Nero said he would get calls of people busting out in tears of why flat earthers are being platformed. So he said, "Hey, what do you think the solution is?" I go, "Well, tell them that if they click on the flat earth section, they did that. No one forced them to go into the section." So he
And
said,
what
"Well, sure.
happened?
How about we move it to a different part? We'll move it to like a social area away from the debate channels." I'm like, "Sure, let's try that." And nothing, no change. Okay, the people still came in there crying about flat Earth. He was getting bombarded by, he said, dozens of messages every day. People crying about flat Earth. I go,
Yeah, we really
what's the
treated you back
next
in the
step?
day.
How do we handle people like Blue who are just going to cry? Let's
Yeah.
make it so they have to click a button to get a role that then opens the channel up, and we'll call that role consent to flat Earth. I've still have the screenshot of like, you are about to enter a portion of the server that requires your consent. This topic is extremely triggering to people who are unable to think with logic, reason, and science. By clicking this button, you consent to see flat Earth content. What you see
Yeah,
can
no one
never
read
be.
that shit.
Yeah,
We
so
just
then
like
people
we
were
read.
then still clicking the consent button, going into the flat Earth channel and crying.
What
Okay,
happened
so they
between
would
me
say,
and
what do
Nero?
we do now? What do we do next? I go, let's do it where they have to click like a survey. They have to answer what is flat. What does the word flat mean? What does the word Earth mean? And finally, that stopped it because then once there's a bar to get past the trolling, they had to actually be honest. They had to come in with some sort of positive claim.
Right. What's your relationship like with Nero now?
Yeah, I haven't talked to him. I mean, for quite some time after the server got nuked.
Yeah, you know why?
No, I don't know why. I just heard there was some conflict between some of the other people, and the bot went down.
Nero was not a good guy. He was not a good guy.
Well, yeah, I'm not gonna. Let's
He's
not
a
get
very
into
bad man.
Let's not get
A
into
very
that.
FBI
Okay,
investigate his computer bad man.
yeah, let's not get. Okay,
Okay.
let's not get into that.
Okay. Anyways, yeah, I mean that's crazy that like all these people here take you seriously. Like you were the clown. Like we like shit all over you. Remember? We'd like pop in, make fun of you, like fart in your face, like spit
Yeah,
on
I don't
you,
remember
slap
that.
you
That
around.
seems
And then you were
rather.
just like, yeah, remember? You were like the joke.
So you admit you were a bunch of degenerates in that server?
No, we just made fun of Crit. Like
Yeah,
it was
you were a
just fun.
bunch
He
of
was like the
degenerates.
clown.
Yeah.
No, he
You
was
just
a
show
clown,
yourself.
man.
Yeah.
He was the punching bag. He was just the one we all made fun of.
Yeah, degenerates. Yeah, thank you very much for showing your
Okay,
color.
sure. Oh, okay. And then now people take him seriously here. I mean, that's crazy. Isn't that crazy?
Yeah, dude, you still got me blocked. That's what's interesting.
No,
So
I
you're the
have you
type
blocked.
of.
Hang on, Crit. I don't have you blocked because of anything like you do. I have you blocked specifically because you just keep spamming me messages, and I can't read all that shit. Like
It's not
I'm not
spammy
on
message.
Discord.
See, this is why your worldview is so subjective. It's so outside the norm
I know,
that
but
you
Crit,
don't
every
have
day.
any. You don't have any real way to adjudicate what is anything at all. One message a day, based on that you said, hey, you want to interact with flat Earth content, then being explained to you, hey, why this one message per day? Then you call it spam. You just label something spam, then freak out over it, and then pretend you're the one who's clowning. Dude, you're getting clowned on. Your own worldview is so subjective, is so outside the norm that anything you say really is completely vacuous. It's a complete vacuous idea that even the concept of spam is up for question. Because let me. The reason why the Science and Space News, why I post that daily, is right here. 2 ideas. Number 1, or A, they claim flat earthers are nothing but entertainment. Okay, globalists come in here, they want to laugh at the animals at the zoo. But yet the globalists have seen the same episode for years. Flat Earth doesn't change. These are the same answers presented by cavemen 10,000 years ago. So let's change up and let's present them the globe and see what happens to their idea of entertainment. If you show them things in the globe model, do they even give a fuck? Most likely they don't. They don't care. All they care about is this idea of entertainment, this subjective understanding of what they think entertainment is. The globe model has nothing to offer them as far as entertainment. And then right here, it's like offer the globalists something other than flat Earth to think about in hopes of breaking this downward spiral they have about flat Earth. A topic they can't even tell you what it is from a starting point. Does something other than flat Earth have an effect on them? Yeah, genuine. If someone blocks me and blames me for that, that is a victory. They're no longer in control of their own life. It's wild. It's wild for someone to do something and say they also have a framework of science. Say their worldview is based on science, logically determining cause and effect, and then tell me I'm the reason why they did something. It's wild, dude. It's wild that someone can't even follow that they're the cause of themselves. They did that. If they do something, it wasn't me who did that. They did that.
May I ask a question?
Yeah.
Why are the world governments hiding that the Earth is flat? According to you, what is the benefit of this?
Well, which world governments?
I mean, any government, or who is hiding? First of all, we have to establish who is hiding the Earth from being flat. Who is the one pulling the strings?
Yeah, who does that?
I'm asking you. I don't know. So maybe I thought you knew.
Well, it's your idea. Let's go through it.
No. I'm seeing. Are you a flat earther? First of all,
Yeah. Why does it have to do something with government?
Well, why? For something to be hidden, it needs some authority that has the power or the monopoly of power to hide something, right? So, who has the resources to hide like something that can be easily found in plain sight? According to you?
No, not according to you. You're the one who did I say anything about government?
No. I'm saying I didn't say government. Who? Let's assume that it's not the government. You didn't say it, okay? I'm saying who has the resources to hide something in plain sight? That is a question.
Okay, what do you think?
I don't think that I'm asking you. I cannot find like who.
Well, for example, the educational system is subsidized by government, first of all. So that's one
Do you
way.
know who did that? Who federalized the education system?
I don't know, but I'm just
Well, it
trying
seems
to.
like you got some big gaps, okay? If you're going to come in here and say, "Hey, I believe that governments are hiding shit," or if it's true, the Earth is flat, and governments are hiding it based on the education system, and you don't know anything about it.
What do you mean? What don't I know about?
When did they change the education system? When did it become a cabinet position?
A cabinet position? What does that mean?
See, it's pointless.
Trying to.
No, I
It's
don't know what
literally
that
pointless
means.
to talk to
Like,
you.
I don't know. English is not my first language. I don't know what cabinet position means.
Okay, well, I'm not sure where to take this conversation. If you don't know what's being talked about, How am I
Anyway,
going to add?
I was trying to answer him. I'm saying that if they teach children certain things in the educational system, that's one way to not hide it, but to promote it at a young age, right?
Yeah, but sure, you can manipulate people into believing something that's called religion.
Sure. Yeah. Sure.
So
that's one
my
way.
My question is, like, who has the authority and the capability to pull this off? According to the guy that I mean, I'm asking you, like,
who would be able to do that?
Are you able to answer any questions, or you will?
No, this is your meth fueled symposium, not mine.
No. I'm asking you. So
I didn't bring anything. I'm not talking about government. I'm talking about the surface of the Earth. What does it have to do with the government?
Again, so are you a flat earther?
Yeah.
Do you believe that people are being hidden the truth?
No.
Okay, so people
not a belief. Not a belief. It's definitely not a belief.
No. Okay, so what do you think?
If somebody so basically your worldview would be if government came and started pissing on your back and told you it was raining, you would need to know how many people were in on it before you're like, oh yeah, government's pissing on my back.
Okay. So can you make me an assessment of what you believe? Or what you know that is true?
The Earth, the surface of Earth, can be described as flat. The motion of Earth can be described as stationary. And this is because it's observably flat and stationary, measurably flat and stationary, and practically used as flat and stationary.
So why do the majority of people not think like that?
You just roll the clock back to about a couple hundred years ago, and now you've got the majority thinking they actually do think that.
Okay, why do the majority?
So this is your variable there is just simply time.
Again, so time made people not believe in flat Earth anymore?
No, but if your whole thing about majority rules, that's probably the best takedown you could do of atheism.
Again, you're not answering questions.
Okay, if I'm not answering, I authorize you to use any answer you need for any purpose you need it for. Therefore, you've got an answer now. You're able to make up the answer you want. Then drive on to whatever point you think you're going to make, which I predict is no point whatsoever. You never had a point. You just came in here with some sort of meth field symposium that you had in your own mind and wanted me to answer that. So I gave you my answer. You don't like the answer, so you said I didn't give you an answer.
You're giving me answers I didn't ask for. So you are monologuing.
Well, these are the answers. If you ask me a question, well, here I'll give you an example here. Like this is why when you go into globalist spaces, you flip out because they are not going to answer your questions. They don't know anything.
And I don't care. I'm talking to you. I'm not talking about other people here.
Yeah, so you know right from the very beginning that if you ask a question, any answer you get is literally an answer.
No, that's not how it works.
Yeah, that's exactly how that works.
It's not your first language. Probably you don't.
Yeah, it's how it works. If you say to someone, "Hey, what day is it today?" and they tell you pineapple, that's their answer.
Again. So for a conversation to work, we have to establish
that answer, like logical things, like our answers.
No.
How about this? Our answers.
Again, so
yes or no? Is it an answer and answer?
Conversations, through questions, we have
adjective in there. Okay, are answers also answers, or are answers not answers? See, if you got a contradiction in your worldview, this is the problem. Why you can't seem to adjudicate.
I think you're mentally insane because you are not able.
There we go. Add that answer. Okay, you got your own answer. Mentally insane. I'm completely fine.
Jesus Christ, you are too afraid to answer questions.
I'm afraid. So there, now you contradicted because I'm mentally insane. My answers, you've adjudicated.
You are not only mentally.
You've adjudicated my answers as A, mentally insane, And B, I gave you no answer whatsoever because I'm afraid of your questions. This highlights your worldview. It's so contradictory that even internally critiquing it, you come up with your adjudication of an answer is that you weren't given an answer. This is what you'd have to explain.
I think you are incapable of having an answer, so that's why.
Then why would you ask? Let's follow this.
I thought I don't know.
If you think I'm incapable of answering the question, why would you ask?
Because I didn't know before, but based on your behavior, based on your the way
unconditional acceptance. Okay, now you know I will never ask you anything at all. Okay, so
understand. Like, what the
you
fuck?
can write. You can write this down. You can write it down. Today, the 29th of March, 2024. Crit will never ask you a question.
Nobody cares if you ask me a question or not. Like that was
because my world's consistent. I know that you don't have answers. Your worldview is so subjective. It's so contradictory. There's nothing I can get from you.
My worldview is subjective.
Where you said that you adjudicated the answer as not an answer.
No. So you didn't even remember what I said. This is the problem.
Yeah, you said my answer wasn't insane. You said my answer wasn't...
Okay, can you tell me what...
You said my answer was an insane answer. The answer proved that I am insane. And I was also too scared to ask your... Here, but I think we got to stop, right? Nathan Oakley's here.
Yeah, we got to stop. Move on. Drop that guy.
Yeah, dude's just bricked. Completely bricked. Right, the floor is yours, Nathan.
Don't mind me.
Sliding in. Don't worry about me.
Yeah, just
listen.
Just smacking trolls around. Old boy had to know how is it possible for all the world's governments to be in on it. And I'm like, okay, what are you talking about? He doesn't know. He doesn't know. Apparently the education system. So I'm like, okay, sure, let's talk about the education system. What do you know about it? Doesn't know anything about that either. But he knows that all the world's governments are in on it. I'm like, oh, well, sure, let's go back to the surface of the Earth then. What Earth is. He doesn't know that either. That's insane. That topic's insane. I'm like, okay, well, you bricked it, dude. You completely bricked it.
I like that, going back to the surface of the Earth.
Yeah, they'll see it. Notice they always talk about everything other. Oh, go ahead.
I was just going to say that all the governments of the world don't have to be in on it. It could just be wrong.
And I was just saying, I like that you went to the surface of the Earth. Let's discuss that.
I agree.
Right, Nathan?
Yeah, well, yeah, let's take it to the reality of how Earth's measured. But it doesn't mean that, I think just a different word would be better. It's complicit. Governments are complicit with the globe Earth. It's part of the Western world religion. But when you say, phrase it such that they're in on it, or makes it seem like they're proactively going out of their way to deceive people with the globe Earth when it's just the standard Western world rhetoric, and they are complicit with that rhetoric. What was the actual argument about? Was that it? It's just
just a question. He just came in here with a meth-fueled symposium that he doesn't understand how government would lie.
Really?
Since I'm a flat earther, they must be in on the lie somehow. And I'm like, well, I'm talking about the surface of the Earth. You're talking about everything other than that as your proof of the surface of the Earth is.
I see. They want to take it to their concerns about government. Go on, John.
You skipped a step. You have to establish whether it's wrong or incorrect information before we can assess whether it's a lie or not. Let's assess whether it's correct information, and then we'll work from there.
I personally would not stop there. It's measured flat. Once we've got the understanding and recognition that even claiming a globe requires Earth to be measured flat, I don't care about their motivation to deceive us. I now know what the truth is. I'll concern myself with other things that are more important to me.
Agreed.
Well, yeah, that's what I meant. Is let's assess the information. How do we measure it?
I know that's what you meant, John.
Oh, I'm unmuted. Great.
I don't think you
Yeah,
are,
did
whoever
you
that
guys
was. Go
watch
ahead.
that video I sent? Yeah, you guys watched that video I sent? It's like these amateur rocket scientists like launched a rocket into space. They have a non-rectilinear camera, and you can see the curve right there. It's like at 8 minutes. Pretty cool. Nothing to do with NASA. Yep,
Yeah,
nothing
but
to do with NASA.
that's just optical, mate. That's just an optical. We're asking for
Oh,
actual
okay.
physical
Okay.
Earth curve
So they
measurements,
didn't
which
build a
haven't
rocket
got.
and then document how they did it. Okay, got it. Okay.
Yeah.
Before you
Yeah.
argue with him, just establish what he's claiming.
Wow, you're a real retard, aren't you? Okay, why
Before
don't
you
you watch
start
the video?
attacking each other,
Yeah,
before you start attacking each other and calling each other retards, do you mind? Just please don't do that. But what's his claim? We've got a physical Earth curve edge. The horizon in the image. That's left dumbfounded silence. All we're trying to establish is what you're claiming. What's that you say?
I'm claiming you should watch the
curve?
video and you could see the Earth is round.
It's just a question. Is it the horizon? Yes or no?
You could see that the Earth is round, sir.
Doesn't answer my question. Why are you avoiding my question? I'm just trying to seek clarity on what your claim is.
Okay.
See why you'd be so abrasive and standoffish about that claim that I'm trying to get clarity on.
Hang on.
Maybe if I ask a fourth time with you talking straight through the middle of me, maybe it'll be a more effective way of not answering the question a fourth time. Maybe I'll repeat it a fourth time without you talking straight through the middle of me.
Okay,
is it the horizon in the video that you claim is Earth curve physical geometric sphere edges? Is that what you're claiming?
No, I'm claiming there's literally a fucking curve if you watch the video.
You don't have to swear at me.
Hang on.
It's very telling.
You complete an utter fucking retard.
Why is this guy swearing at me? All I'm trying to do is clarify his claim. Seems very angry. It's all right, buddy. Just need to clarify what you're claiming. Obviously not. I mean, if he was, he wouldn't respond after 5 attempts.
Okay,
I'll just debunk what I assume to be his claim because he wouldn't clarify it. Maybe if he talks through the middle of me again, maybe after ignoring the question that he's had 5 times, maybe if he just talks through me while I'm talking now. Yeah, server muted by one of the people who see it as very unreasonable. And we heard your claim with a lot of swearing, a failure to clarify your claim after 5 attempts of asking a very close question about is it the horizon. If it is, yeah, we know it is. We know what you claim Earth curve is. It's in your Earth curve maths at 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. We've got images that show the distance to the horizon beyond that limitation in Earth curve maths that would assert that the horizon's Earth curve. Furthermore, the maths for Earth curve is derived from surface level. It's a flat Earth. Earth's flat. You to claim it's got curve.
So this video is fake then, good sir?
No, I said maths that would make the assertion that the horizon in your image is Earth curve sets the horizon at 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. That's your Earth curve maths. I'm still answering you. You don't need to start talking through the middle of me.
Okay.
Yeah, you don't need to say, okay, I haven't finished yet. It's not okay, I haven't finished. It's not okay, I haven't finished. It's not okay. It's not okay. I haven't finished. I was still in the middle of the sentence when you started saying okay. It's not okay. You need a flat Earth at surface level to derive a difference between eye level and surface level to claim that there's a geometric sphere edge for a horizon for you to claim it in your video. You debunked that in 2020. Black Swan showed the horizons beyond the geometric limitations laid down in the maths to assert that it's a physical Earth curve edge. The horizon's not Earth curve. You debunked it in 2020. Now's your time to respond to me, rather than in the middle of me.
Thank you.
Okay.
I can tell you're nervous by your voice, by the way. It is, yeah. Okay. Yeah, so there's literally a video where you could just see the curve. But, I mean, that's fine. I know it's hard for you because you're not too bright. You probably eat crayons.
I think you missed the point that mathematically it's impossible.
I didn't listen to any of that.
Yeah.
I'm not even going to lie.
No, you didn't. No, because you're
So
checking right now.
Yeah. All right.
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead.
There is answer in the chat section to your question why you see
Yeah,
obscure.
no, I'm just saying, like, yeah, Big Dog, like, I get what you're saying, but, like, I'm just not a retard. Like, it's right there on the video. You could watch it, right? right?
And I answered it
And you
with
can see the
your
curve. I
video.
mean, somebody posted a
There is
picture
the
of it.
second.
Obviously,
There is the
clear.
second in that
Why there's
video
two
with the
people talking.
explanation. With the explanation why is that happening, I just pasted to the chat the screenshot from your video that explaining why you're saying the curves here, and stop calling other people names and swearing.
This is why your video for a couple seconds. Please don't swear and use ad hominem. Sorry, I don't get what is it, because of a sunlight?
The horizon's not an Earth curve. We debunked it in 2020 because we can show that the claim to be Earth curve edge, that's the horizon in your claim, is beyond the geometric limitations of a sphere edge based on a radius value of 3959
my claim
with
is
an
literally
observer height
not
of
a
1
man.
point.
My claim is
Why am I getting chanted through? Is this scary for you? Is it me that's nervous? Is my nerves making you start your sentence in the middle of mine? Is it my nerves that's causing you to do this? Is this my nervousness that's causing you to chant through the middle of me demolishing your globe claim? Does this sound like I'm nervous? I'm sorry that I'm nervous while you start chanting through the middle of me pointing out that the geometric limitations of a sphere edge at the horizon first have to be derived from a flat plane measurement. Furthermore, the assertion in imagery is debunked by the black swan, where the horizon's beyond the geometric limitations of a sphere edge based on a radial value at 3959. When you're observing it at 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height feet, where your horizon would be Earth curve, has been debunked. 2020, image called the Black Swan.
Nathan, do you smoke meth?
Oh, my bad, sorry.
Yeah, do you smoke meth?
Oh, so he's
I'm
in
a bit
personal
nervous.
attacks.
I'll be honest. He's asked me something. I'll answer him. No, I don't smoke meth. No, crack only. But meanwhile, I'm a little bit nervous because I don't know what this server's going to entail. It's not my home, it's not my regular server. This is me out of my own comfort zone and all that stuff.
So you
could describe it as through the middle of me explaining something to you. You could just start talking through the middle of me and then claim I'm really nervous. You could do that. I'm not. I don't know what kind of reception I'm going to get in the politics server. So obviously I'm going to be on my best behaviour and polite and a bit nervous about whether or not I'll get a warm reception. You know how it is.
Eli's here. Isn't Eli familiar with the politics server?
Who's got me the warm reception I have received. Thank you very much for clearing the airways. I felt really privileged. Nathan's here. I'm like, I didn't even know if you guys would even know I was in the room. So I'm very pleased that is the case.
Welcome, Nathan.
They actually
and he was also giving an argument from incredulity. He was giving an argument from incredulity where he was like, you can just look at the picture and see. No. That's not how this works.
Yeah, just look at the picture and that's how we measure.
If you could just look at the picture and see, then why are you not looking at the image we have of the black swan? And we got video of that. It's not just a still shot.
Why don't you just go and look at the horizon and sea level?
Yeah, the horizon in terms of sea level would be the horizontal plane of reference that you use to derive a claim that there's a horizon that's Earth curve below the surface level you used in the maths to claim it. You need a flat Earth to claim there's Earth curve horizons. I tried to explain that to him too. He just got very nervous and started chanting through the middle of me explaining it. That's how it goes sometimes, It's one of those things.
Way over his head, Nathan. Way over his head. If he would take a second and just ask, what does that mean? And can you explain it to me? Maybe he realized that Earth is flat.
Doesn't want to realise anything. He wants to tell me I'm a retard. So he feels a bit better. I love it. Ask me if I smoke crack. It was meth. My bad.
No, you confessed to
He
crack.
came here with a conclusion. He's not looking for any answers.
I'd like to see the video so I can have a good laugh, though.
It'd be a video of a horizon, Neil.
It won't be a physical Earth curve measurement.
I know that, but I would like to have a laugh.
Okay. I mean, he sought out something to confirm his bias, and you want to have a laugh at something that we know, based on the Black Swan argument modus tollens, if Earth was a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles, as he must be asserting to say it's got an Earth curve edge, that Earth curve edge would be at 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, because that's what their math says it will be at. Meanwhile, in the Black Swan, horizon beyond 2 oil rigs with demarcations, because they're fixed into the ground, below the sea. Therefore, we can say exactly how far the horizon is and where it's beyond, and it's beyond the physical geometric limitations that would assert that the horizon is Earth curve. Therefore, the horizon's not Earth curve. Earth's not a sphere, because that's what he's using to claim it is a sphere. And the horizon's not Earth curve. We debunked it in 2020.
So you're saying we see too far doesn't prove the globe? Hang on, let me get this right.
See too far? Who says that?
That's a globe claim in and of itself. To say to see too far.
From the geometry of the globe, this is what the whole modest Toland's about, right?
Yeah.
And we're seeing too far proves it's flat.
No, we're not seeing too far. We're taking the assertion of a limitation to your view, which the Earth curve maths makes. But the Earth curve maths says there's a limit to your view, a hill getting in the way. Here's how far it is. 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. That's what Earth curve maths says. The hill will be in the way. So, okay, that's your claim. If you're a glober, hill gets in way. Here's distance to hill. Okay, stuff isn't in the way. There's no hill. Nothing's blocking out. So, what do you want?
It's not a globe with a. I get it.
I get globe claim
of the radius of whatever. Yeah. On the surface of a sphere, it's geometry, right?
There's no on the surface of a sphere. All the measurements that we use are flat.
No, sorry. The radius or the horizon measurement or the horizon curvature formula, or whatever, is on the surface of a sphere, right?
No. The maths for the sphere is derived from surface level.
On the surface of a sphere?
No, a third time.
With a radius
once
of...
more. I'll try slowly. You just keep repeating the claim that I'm saying no to when I'm saying it to you. So I'll try and say it a different way so you can acknowledge what I'm saying. No, not done from the surface of the sphere, because there isn't one. You still have to derive this measurement somehow. So the way it is derived in the maths when I describe distance to what the maths marks as horizon or Earth curve. There is no distance to Earth curve horizons because the horizon's not Earth curve, but they infer it is. How? By taking a measurement of the surface level. So when you say off the surface of a globe, no. In Earth curve maths, the surface level is flat. It requires a flat Earth derivation between surface level and eye level. And the maths in the derivation gives you a point below surface level inferred to be the horizon that's Earth curve. At no point are you measuring the surface of a globe. You're inferring it by measuring a surface that's flat. It's labelled in maths as surface level. It's flat. That's why I'm saying no. There is no measurement from the surface of a globe.
I understand
ever.
the formula.
Only ever will there be measurements from a flat plane.
The formula's got it baked in, right? The elevation and the radius of the Earth. I get it now. Okay. Is that what you're saying? The curvature formula's got the elevation of the observer, the height of the observer. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's got
with respect to surface level.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm talking through you. I'm really bad. Sorry. Go ahead.
Just like a dip correction would be in celestial navigation, it's the same kind of thing. It uses the R term and brings you back to the surface, essentially.
Precisely.
Of a geometric sphere, or geometrically, it takes you back to the surface.
Of a flat plane. Surface level in the maths is flat.
I mean, we'll agree to disagree. You agree.
You want to show me the maths, and I'll show you. It's not an agree-disagree situation. Stop. I don't need any help. It's not an agree-disagree situation. Let me just state it to you as a fact, regardless of your belligerent disagreement with a fact that surface level in Earth curve maths is flat. That's a fact. Whether you want to like it is different. Disagreeing with it isn't an option. It's a fact. Surface level in Earth curve maths is flat. You don't have to like it.
Right. This is why you claim the sky is kind of perpendicular to the ground, right? Because that's the only way it can work, right?
That's measured.
Yeah. Well, you assume that the zeniths are like irrelevant. There's a correlation between the sky and the ground, and that's where GPs come into account. Let's say navigation works, right? Whatever the model is, right? There's a correlation between the sky and the ground.
Not
and
whatever
the
the
GP's
model is.
correlation to that is 90 degrees.
No. I just don't mind. No, not whatever model it is. No. Has to be flat for it to function with angles that are measured from surface level. You're going to measure with respect to the surface and get an angle from that surface. It's a prerequisite that it's flat. There is no on another model because there's no acquisition of angles from a globe model or a concave model or a seashell-shaped model. It's got to be flat. It's a prerequisite to get an angle.
Well, you acquire a baseline, right? You can either acquire a horizontal baseline or a vertical baseline and then work from that, right? You can get an equal-altitude angle or you can get an elevation angle, right? You can work with both of those. So when I said agree to disagree, I'm pointing at the fact that you
Can't
think
hear you,
you
Nate.
agree that you agree. Yeah, we can't hear if you're speaking.
Not. You are.
You're not speaking. Right. Okay. Yeah. So I've come to a realization that for a flat Earth, a planar Earth, the sky would have to be also planar and perpendicular to it and parallel to it and this and that, right? For celestial navigation to work, right? Like you agree, right?
How? No. This isn't based on your reconciling with it and how it should or would work. That's how it does work. That is celestial navigation. It's not, I think, for celestial navigation to work, we need parallel plane with sky. That is how it works. That is celestial navigation.
Yeah, I understand. Then that's how the elevation of the observer doesn't change the elevation of the stars, right? Because you're assuming, even on the flat Earth, I guess, with a perpendicular sky and parallel skies, that light is coming in, like a non-diverging rays. It's all parallel, right? That's why you can't get distance to it.
You don't have to make any assumptions about what it does. It just does not change the angle that you measure with altitude. Those are just facts that you deal with when you're dealing with celestial navigation. There's no assumptions being made. You're just measuring the angle to a star. That's it. There's no assumption. For it to work functionally, it's flat because you're using angles. That's how it works. Off the ground for ground positions.
But even you would agree it's pretty
asymptotically flat.
It's pretty spooky that you raise an elevation and the elevation angle to the stars doesn't change. That's like a spooky phenomenon, right?
Yeah, we describe that as the majesty of the heavens. What's your point?
Right. Well, I looked into why that happens on a globe, for example, because I like looking at all three modalities.
It doesn't. It doesn't. You don't get angles from a globe. It doesn't go on a globe because you're not getting angles from a curved surface. So how are you ever going to start this sentence by telling me how this works on a globe when an angle not changing as you raise up from a flat surface, that would be a parallel line to the flat surface remaining the same with the same angle. You can't ever get an angle from a globe. Ever. So don't start the sentence, well, on a globe, how that would work. No, you're not getting angles from globes. Ever. This doesn't work on a globe.
I don't take geometry from the surface. I'm just taking geometry from free space. So, like, what a zenith or directly
my bad. Are we navigating free space or the surface when we navigate with the stars? Because this is celestial navigation that works with a flat plane. You seem to now be wandering off into La La Land where we navigate free space.
No.
My question, while you rumpus me, are you
man.
scared of this question? Are you scared for me to point out that we're navigating the surface of the ground, the Earth, as opposed to free space, out at tangent points that aren't ground positions? We're not navigating free space, we're navigating the ground. That must be flat for this to function and get angles. We don't get angles from curved surfaces. You haven't acknowledged that.
It's like geometry in a way. What angle is the zenith then?
It's not in a way. It's not geometry at all because you can't get an angle from a curved surface. Third attempt, would you like to just acknowledge the fact that you won't be doing this on a globe model because you won't get angles from curved surfaces? And saying that you're working out in free space when we're dealing with, and I quote, celestial navigation, we're navigating the ground and measuring the ground flat. That's the fourth time you've interrupted this very devastating and obviously hard to listen to point, that we're going to be measuring it and navigating it flat, and that which we are navigating is the ground, not free space. Ground. You understand that?
Right. But my point would be that you can whatever model, whatever surface you're standing on, you do level
flat,
it, right?
Not whatever model.
Yeah,
you
level.
Just reiterated and rinsed and repeated. No. Whatever model would include globe. No, definitely not. No angle from curve.
Right, your elevation must be in reference to the surface. So an elevation angle must be in reference to the surface.
Correct.
Do you want to just acknowledge that?
Can't be curved.
Neil, you want to just acknowledge that for us so we can welcome you to the flat earth we all measure? Because you seem to keep rinsing and repeating and talking and chanting through me. that it will work on any model, one being a globe model. No, it won't. You've got to measure it flat. And we just would like you to acknowledge that once, so we can welcome you to the flat Earth we all measure for elevation angles that don't change with elevation when you raise up. The angle remains the same, meaning we've got parallel plane with sky. Yeah, that's flat. Not globe. Won't work on your model that you keep trying to rinse and repeat into this discussion that it won't work with.
Right, let me just correct myself. So the vertical on say a globe would be the radii of the sphere you're on, right? And
vertical is with vertical is with respect to horizontal. Do you want to just chant through me telling you no? You don't like to hear no. I know being
you don't like
wrong
me
is
saying
a
about
painful
the vertical,
experience that he's chanting through, but I'd rather just respond to you. You asked me a question, wasn't rhetorical. I said no. Now I'm going to explain why without hopefully a fundamentalist religious globe-believing zealot chanting through me explaining why. No. You don't have to like the fact that the answer is no.
Them commies are trying to take my truck nuts away, dude. How do we stop them?
Maybe some white knights can save the pain of this gentleman.
That's irrelevant. I don't require anybody to speak for me.
You don't get a horizontal plane from a globe. I'm still going to explain why no. You don't get vertical unless you've got some horizontal to refer it to. And you don't have a horizontal plane of reference to get vertical from on a globe. So no.
I do disagree with that. I'd agree you can acquire horizontal from vertical.
How'd you get a horizontal plane of reference to get vertical from on a spherical surface? Where'd you get vertical from?
How would you get vertical? What do you mean? It's the most simplest, one of the most simplest.
Vertical would be 90 degrees to the surface, as John just pointed out from my panel. You don't get that from a curved surface. It's not possible.
So a plumb bob doesn't point in the vertex of down, does it?
You need to describe a plumb bob with respect to horizontal. That's right. You'll need a horizontal plane of reference for it to be 90 degrees too. You never have that on a curve. Ever. So no, for the third time, maybe if you chant through the end of the conclusion, it will stop it being so devastating. No, you need a flat Earth to describe horizontal and vertical. You don't need a curved surface to do that because it won't give you that. Fifth time I've told you no.
Okay, I want to finish this. What would you say if I disagree with you?
I'd say you're wrong, because you are, because you need horizontal to describe vertical. And the globe won't give you that. You can't get that from a curved surface. I'd just reiterate the point that I won with 6 times, if you disagree with me. And it would be for the same reasons that you haven't rebutted, and I've given you 6 times. Just so we're clear. I could give you a 7th time. Would you like it a 7th time so you can disagree with the 7th rendition of the fact that you cannot get vertical from a curve? Maybe if you chant through the 7th rendition. And it's almost like you didn't hear it.
Well, just
chant through the 8th attempt. This is now the 8th
so.
attempt. The 8th attempt to reiterate that which you cannot refute. You cannot get vertical from a curved surface.
Yeah, I think that's an indication of...
TikTok.
Yeah, right. That's a good indication. Nice one, Mondek.
Yeah, that you've lost.
No, is he deviating from a straight line?
For your vertical, I'll make a conclusion. 7 attempts didn't get us a concession from him. He just listened to his indicator. Meanwhile, you need a horizontal plane of reference to describe vertical and plumb bobs, as you use that as an example. Yes, you need a flat Earth for that. You don't need a curved surface because it won't give you horizontal and vertical. It won't give you those things because the curved surface isn't a horizontal plane of reference. 9 attempts, he still chanted through the 9th.
Well, let me have it. Let me have
painful.
A sentence.
Painful.
Let me have
painful?
a sentence without you clipping
question.
me. Okay.
It's a question. Painful? Is this painful? You've chanted through it 9
really?
times. I'm now asking you a different question. Is the fact that you've chanted through this fact that you can't get horizontal and vertical from a curved surface painful? Because I've had to say it 9 times and not once has been unimpeded.
Okay. So I put my finger on a globe. What angle is that from the globe? Is there no
You're not
angle?
recognising my point. I've given it you 9 times and you've hand waved it. You're now moving on from a point you haven't recognised. You don't get.
We're still talking about the same thing, right?
Maybe if you just ignore it 10 times, you moved on. Hand wave, dismissal. I know. You don't get vertical. You started an example with vertical. You don't get that from a globe ever. You need a horizontal plane of reference. That's 10 times. That one was unimpeded. What say you? Like in rebuttal?
Okay, I do. I agree that horizontal and vertical are only orientations, and you need a reference point to agree upon that orientation, right? Do you agree upon that?
Welcome to flat Earth. Your globe won't give you
that.
Earth must be measured flat for you to do this then. Welcome to flat Earth.
Have you ever squared a circle?
Point, Nathan.
Have you ever
reference
squared a
plane,
circle
not reference point.
geometrically?
Sorry, did he say
Have you
reference
ever-
point? No, reference
he
plane.
did.
No, to have a horizontal line for angles to measure stars and stuff, you need a plane. You don't need a point. That won't give you one of the lines for the angles to GPs and such. You seem to have flipped it in without me hearing. My panel were on it, though. Good old panel, listening where I'm not. No, not a point. Plane. Angles. It's the surface.
Well, a
it's not in
plane's
free
just
space.
an artificial reference line, right? A reference from a point, you could
It's
say.
the ground we're navigating.
No, you're assuming it is the ground, and that's the
No,
confusion.
we're doing
Is that
navigation.
whenever
I'm
you-
not assuming anything. I told you this earlier. Don't tell me what I'm assuming when we are specifically detailing what is done in celestial navigation. I'm not assuming anything. It is the ground. We're navigating it. It's just a problem for you because it's not the globe ground. It's a flat ground that we're navigating. Therefore, you'd rather take it to free space. No, we're not navigating on free space. That's where you took it. We are navigating the ground, which is a flat baseline, not a point. Again, 10 renditions of the last point that you don't get vertical from a curved surface. Now we're into the second rendition. Not a point. Plane. Angles. Flat Earth.
Right, so can we go back to the free space thing? Because we agree there's like 6 directions, right? Forward, back, left, right, up and down.
No, we
right?
didn't agree that. No,
That's
maybe
free
we could
space.
just agree what you mean by that before you tell me what I've agreed to and you haven't even mentioned it. No, I didn't even know you were going to talk about 6 directions. What 6 directions are these that I've definitely not agreed to, you scumbag?
From a point of reference.
Could you be any more vague? Do you think Neil could shut up? Could you be a bit more vague, perhaps?
It's the most basic of things, man. If you're not assuming the surface you're standing on, you have 4 cardinal directions, and you have also up and down, right?
Not 6. Not 6 then. So
Up and down.
And you said 6.
Up and down.
Now 4.
Yeah.
So when we
4
didn't
plus
agree to
2
this, and
is
sorry,
6.
do you mind not chanting through me while I point out that you're a disingenuous scumbag liar who's insisted
Oh,
that
there you
I
go.
said something that we agreed to? Can you mute him? I'll berate him.
I'll
No,
mute
I didn't
myself.
agree to that, which you said. Can you stop chanting through me? I'm going to berate you for being disingenuous, claiming that we have agreed to something that had only just been mentioned, and then immediately changing the number that I didn't agree to from 6 to 4. Now, I would prefer that my opponents don't put words in my mouth, don't suggest that I've agreed to something I haven't agreed to, and just actually concede some of the points that I have to repeat 10 times. For example, the fact we can't get vertical from a curved surface. I've given it you 11 times, yet you feel the need in response to make up crap I haven't said. A bleeding outrage. Please don't do that. It seems very unfair. I, after giving you 10 renditions of something you can't concede to, because you've got a fundamentalist religious globe belief that you have to keep reinserting. You think it's reasonable to move on to the point that I haven't agreed to? That you're just going to insert
I'm
that I
not
haven't
letting
agreed
you
to?
straw
That's
man me
very
like that, my
unreasonable.
friend.
Maybe if a white
I'm not
knight
gonna
starts
let you
chanting
straw
through the
man
middle
me.
of me, it will
Why are you so angry? Calm
undermine
down,
my
bro.
disdain for this scumbaggery from a globe believer.
All
So I'm
cards
not
on the
gonna
table.
I'm not gonna let you straw man me like that.
In relation to free space.
Hey, Dragon, hold on a second.
Yes.
Just so you know, Nathan, he's a concave earther.
I did say concave. I included that.
You did
notice?
agree on it, but
I
there's
did
no
also
need to
say it
straw
wouldn't
man
work.
me with
I was
anything
being
like
spoken
that,
to.
my
It
dude.
wasn't you that was referred to. My name's Nathan. Your name isn't. That was me speaking to. He
Sure
has
it is.
a conversation with me that you're now disturbing. Soon you will be removed by this conversation. The mods won't tolerate it much longer. I've been in this server before. Meanwhile, he's addressed me and I'm going to respond to it.
Take a breath. Holy shit.
No, I won't. I'll do as I damn well please when I win. When I win against fundamentalist religious zealots who can't accept that they can't get a vertical they need to infer. Started off your proofsy for a globe with a vertical that you can't get from a curve. I'll give it you 12 times. I won't get a concession, you'll move on and start putting words in my mouth. When I berate you as a disingenuous scumbag, you'll chant through me because I'm taking apart your fundamentalist faith in a globe that requires flat earth measurements. And at every single point and every single example that you have put before me so far, I have demonstrated to you how earth must be flat for your inferences. Things like vertical that I've had to tell you 13 times you can't get from a curved surface.
Breathe.
Fantastic rebuttal.
What?
Yeah, good job, man. I'll just go back to my religious belief, should I? Or whatever, and stick
Yeah,
with...
go back to your globe. We'll go back to your globe and you will keep measuring it flat, and so will you, or your globe belief. You'll be measuring elevation angle measurements to things like Polaris for your latitude on a globe. You'll be taking flat earth angles to stars, off equatorial planes. have got the celestial sphere wrapped around them. Those are flat Earth measurements. You also have to
I'll
have flat Earth
explain.
prerequisites in
Sorry.
place, and maybe a bit more chanting through the middle of me answering you.
Just
You
get
go
on with
back
it,
to
man,
your
and
fundy
I'll
belief.
chant when I'm done.
I'll explain how Earth's measured flat as a conclusion, while you have already told an audience that you're going to be buggering off back to your belief that's based on flat Earth measurements. Your globe belief,
Right.
that is.
right. Oops. Freudian slip there.
No, your globe belief is based on flat Earth measurements. It was a statement of fact, not a Freudian slip. That's why I'm repeating it. Maybe if you just decide my intentions when I use very specific words, maybe you tell me to breathe rather than giving me a rebuttal for the now 14th rendition of the fact you can't get vertical from a curved surface.
So vertical would be a radii, okay, and the circumference would grow with the elevation. That's geometry, okay. There's an angle from a curved surface. There you go.
No, sorry. I want to just repeat that. There is an angle from a curve. Sounds like somebody doesn't understand what an angle is. Would you like to define? Excuse me, I'm just humiliating you. If you don't mind chanting through the middle of me humiliating your stupid assertion that I'm going to repeat, hopefully without an interruption from a fundamentalist religious zealot with a globe belief. Oh, my friend,
calling the kettle
you've
black,
just stated for an audience that you've got an angle from a curve. No, that's not what an angle is. I mean, maybe you'd failed preschool. You're telling me what geometry is and also failing to understand what the basic principles of angles are.
No, yes.
Can
I have a second?
Excuse me, I'm still talking. I know it's painful.
You still got a paragraph.
I have this. I have this reaction a lot. Normally, when people do this to me, they tell me off for muting them when they chant through me. The painful facts of me repeating back to them about curve angles. No, straight lines meeting at vertices, my friend. Maybe you need to look up what an angle is before you start telling me what geometry is. Because you don't know what an angle is. You think a curved line meeting a straight line can make an angle? No, it's not an angle. I think you're going away and learning basic maths would be a good idea. See, I've got an absolute justification for insulting you based on you telling me the curved line gives you an angle. No, you fundamentally understand what angles are? No, you don't. Definitely not. Don't tell me what geometry is. Your Earth curve requires flat Earth measurements, and me, the winner, talking to somebody who's just told us about curve angles that they're not, I'm going to make a conclusion. Earth's measured flat. There are no curve angles. That was your last rebuttal to me. It's fundamentally idiotic and defies the definition of what an angle is. That was your rebuttal for you to retain your sphere faith. It's kind of pathetic, because we don't have curve angles. Maybe a rebuttal. Tell me again that you just disagree with there aren't any curve angles. Tell me you disagree. Go ahead.
Maybe first to read the book of Euclid.
I mean, that is the issue, right? We're just talking Euclid and non-Euclidean geometry, to be honest. That's mostly the confusion in these debates. The flat earthers seem to think it's Euclid, and then... So when I say from a sphere...
So you're going to respond to what I've told you?
Yeah. So when I say from a sphere, I'm meaning from a point on the surface of a sphere, or a circle, or whatever dimension you want to put it at, right?
There are no angles from points. You've said it twice. My panel caught it
What the
earlier.
hell? That's how you make
We call
an
this
angle.
rinsing and repeating. Something that I've already overcome. Maybe if you chant through it because you feel it's objectionable for something you haven't acknowledged and have now repeated after it's been overcome. No, you don't get angles from points. Get them from lines. Excuse me, I know, Globe Believer, this is devastating, and every second word I say will be chanted through. Regardless of your objection, we heard it the first time and overcame it. Simmer down, lad, I'm done with you. Yet you keep your globe belief and understand from this discussion that it came from flat earth measurements, not curve angles.
I can't believe you're older than me, dude.
It's string of ad homs will do. I'm done with you, so you feel free. Knock yourself out with ad homs. Go ahead.
I keep trying to insert a point.
Yeah, a point. Literally a point. Where else do a line start from?
How you're going to reference this single dot to the horizontal or vertical in order to measure the angle?
It's a reference point. I can put it wherever the hell I want.
You cannot. You need to
put a reference point wherever I want, okay?
No, you need the straight lines to make the vertex, and then you have an angle. Period.
Sorry, repeat that. I'm
If
trying
you're
to like
taking
figure out
the
which.
elevation angle measurement, then you'll be using the Earth as a leveling tool. Level synonymous with straight, synonymous with flat as far as orientation goes. You know what doesn't have an orientation? Shapes with no sides.
Exactly, and a point.
I could put a point and measure from it wherever I want in free space. Do you agree? That's how you form an
We're
angle.
not navigating free space. Nathan already told you. We're not navigating free space. We're navigating the Earth.
Okay, so you take so like for celestial navigation, for example, your dip angle will reduce you to the 0 point or the ground level, right? Which you think's the horizontal plane, which would be the ground itself, right? That's your assumption. When in fact it's just a reference frame, and you can put the frames wherever the hell you want, just like
There
a
is
point, and
no
you can measure
assumption
angles.
involved. Nathan went through that earlier. There are no assumptions.
We're measuring angles on a
Anyway.
flat surface that we're navigating.
Anyway, we live within the surface of the sphere. Get over it.
Within?
Is that really your proof for?
Hold on. It's a new claim, Chocolate. Sorry to chop you off. Did you say within?
go ahead.
Did you say within the sphere?
Wait. What would you describe? Yeah, what would you describe concave as if it's not within the surface of a sphere?
Well, it is if you're inside the protractor. The horizontal plane of reference is still the equatorial plane for the concave model as well. Did you not know that?
Celestial navigation still works the same in concave. You know,
No, in concave, you don't get angles from a curved surface because that would be the protractor. You literally just ignored the words I just used. Like, completely. Like, I didn't even say them. Maybe when I get to the 12th rendition, yeah, if you assume you're on the inside of the protractor, yeah? No, you're not on the inside of the protractor. Protractor is a representation of the surface for you as a concaver. In reality, we're measuring angles off the surface, not off a concave surface. That won't give you angles. You said earlier curve angles. You didn't respond to that either. You rinsed and repeated your assertions that it's just geometry, and then started to ad hom me. Meanwhile, now the interruptions come. He's heard that he's going to get a pummeling, so he needs to start talking straight through the middle of me. Of course, very painful for me. Yeah, I know.
For your audience, you know.
I know.
Your monologue.
No, I know that it's painful. It doesn't mean I'm going to concede to your interruption and scumbaggery. On screen for my audience, I've had the celestial sphere with a map that's circular that you could be inside on screen the entire time we had this discussion. With the equatorial extended plane for you, I know it's painful. What I'm doing, right, is very slowly with you interrupting constantly.
Can I not say okay when I agree to
your
things mid-statement?
belief.
Is that against
Maybe
your
if you could just chant
criteria
through the
or
middle
something?
of me tearing apart your fundamentalist sphere belief. Concave or otherwise, it's the same sphere belief. It needs curve angles. And we're dealing with a flat surface. So, it's not going to make any difference how much you chant through me in the middle of my statement. It just makes it a more drawn-out process for your painful relinquishment of a concave Earth that has the exact same problems a globe Earth does. Identical. As I said, I tried to get to the end of this statement. On screen for my audience is the equatorial plane with a globe you could be inside represented on screen now. Now, don't get me wrong, it's not as flashy as the Lord Stephen Christ garbage from your nutter division over at the Concave Earth. People who get arrested for doing quite heinous crimes and threatening prime ministers and things like that. Yeah, no, we're not those nutters over at the Concave division who take an inside Earth. We're not nutters. Now, when we show how you nutters use curve angles, I feel justified in saying you're a nutter. Because for your faith in a concave Earth to work, you need curve angles. That's what you told us. Yeah? So I feel justified in calling you a nutcase and associating other concave nutcases who get arrested and thrown in jail for threatening people's lives with broadswords. The people who come up with the models of concave Earth. That's Lord Stephen Christ.
So,
a nutter.
1 second.
I don't mind you chanting through me, pointing out that you're all nutters on the concave side and discrediting you by using one of your leaders and being locked up, threatening presidents. I'll just do that. After you used ad homs against me, I'll point out what a bunch of nutters you all are with actual examples of you being nutters and describing curve angles and threatening the lives of presidents. That's what you concavers do. You're all nutcases.
Can you describe
Okay,
the function
okay.
of your noise gate, please?
Oh my goodness. Yeah. I think it's just
Can you
talk as much as you can, to be honest.
can you describe the function of your noise gate, please, Nathan, and how it works, and how the output from Discord to your YouTube will be different?
He's deafened, dude. You're not coming through his stream. He's censored you, Elderbear. Yeah, he knows what
Anybody
he's
else hear
doing, man. He
me
knows
in
what he's
Discord?
doing. Yeah, sure,
Anybody
dude.
else hear me?
No,
Okay. So he
Yeah.
uses the noise gate. So every time you speak and he speaks, it cuts your voice out on his YouTube stream. All right. So you think you're being heard, but he's talking over you because he wants the output of his YouTube stream to just be
He's
him.
doing his intro at the minute, isn't he?
Well, you should be aware of this. This is what's happening. When he's talking on his live stream, he has to talk over you because that's the way he controls the output of his YouTube.
Is that a problem?
Well,
It doesn't sound like a problem to me.
Sounds like you're gay.
Hey, what's going on?
Yeah, stop with the slurs.
Sounds like you might
you're
get
a fucking
muted.
redneck faggot.
Whoa. I don't think it's fair for some people to get away with insults and personal things, and then, like, Nathan just gets away with it, you know?
Does anyone know who that was?
I don't think it's
No,
fair for some-
it's too many people that it's hard to
I
go
got
through.
I got a feeling it was NYC Tunnels. I'm not 100%, but I seen his mic flick off as I was scrolling just after that.
Yeah, sometimes they squawk and then disconnect right away.
Yeah, they are the cowards.
They really see in this world. You've got two things: your name and your word. You already don't have your name because you're using a pseudonym. You know, I'm not. My name's not Crit. Obviously, it's my username. But also, they throw away their word. Their word is
Yeah,
meaningless
man.
too.
Stand up and admit it was you.
Yeah,
We
and
got
for
a lot of yeah, sorry.
if
go
you
ahead.
guys don't want to watch the show or you have problems with Nathan, just do something else with your life. Go knit. Go walk a dog. Go do something else. Freaking out over a Nathan Oakley event when you don't like Nathan Oakley is like, try thinking that through. Just write down on a piece of paper.
I think I'll go fishing with my children.
You can do that. Yeah.
Okay, I'm starting this event. Why not?
Go fishing. Touch grass. Okay, there's lots of people who want to listen to Nathan Oakley, and you telling them why they shouldn't is pretty retarded. Because they're not going to listen to you anyway.
Me personally, I don't think he should. I mean, he's got a platform himself, but he uses this platform just for content in a way. Just like as you'd see other people do, and they record a YouTube video and they make content about this server. I see it the same way. I see it. He's abusing the server. But it's
Okay,
up to
well,
the mods,
Dragon,
it's up to you guys.
get over it. Okay, just get over it.
I'm over it.
It's
I'm
a
over it.
special event. It doesn't happen every day. We do it once in a while. Just come back later then. You're in here all the time. If the content is not what you want right now, just come back later.
I don't get why you're so
Well, what I
against
realised-
it.
We are joined
Did-
by Neil, Eli, Chocolate, and a whole bunch of people in the Politics Discord server. So welcome, one and all.
Hello.
Good
How are
day.
you?
I'm very well.
Good morning.
I'm very good. Very, very fun pre-show. The game of Fortnite. I came third. I'm sure everybody's really keen to hear that. My wife's just bought me a cup of coffee. Thank you very much, Paula. Everything's sweet. Now, we're in the politics server today, so if you're watching live, hopefully one of my moderators will stick a link to the politics server so that you can join this wonderful server where they've given us an incredibly warm welcome when we arrived this morning. Like, much, much more warm than I was expecting. I was quite apprehensive. Yay, nervous about coming. But they've given us a very warm welcome. We had a really nice discussion in the pre-show with a concave earther, which is a nice change to the tempo of things. So, what we do, and this politics server may be unaware of this, at the start of my live shows, we ask a couple of housekeeping questions. So I'll ask those. If you want to answer them, feel free. Any evidence that you can acquire an elevation angle measurement from a curved baseline?
Womp womp.
Oh. What about if it's a concave curve baseline?
I was just going to say, now's the concavest time.
The globe Earth has taken what is effectively a protractor and turned it into the globe Earth. Now, you can also do the same with a concave Earth. It makes no difference if you put the person that's on the protractor on the inside or outside edge of that protractor. On screen now, you've got the globe Earth with the equatorial plane. The axis runs through the centre, and so does the flat plane. Just highlight with my mouse what I'm talking about. This is the flat plane. You can call it the equatorial plane. Sometimes it's the plane of the ecliptic. It depends how they draw it. But ultimately speaking, to get a baseline, to get an angle to any of these stars, they infer that you measure from the centre of hell, from globe Earth. Concave puts the stars inside, makes no difference. The angle measurement cannot be acquired if the surface is curved, and the way they have turned what is a flat Earth measurement into a globe-shaped protractor wrapped around you is to take elevation measurements to Polaris and then plot them out onto the curved surface. In reality, that will only ever function if you stand in the middle of a concave world or in the middle of a globe Earth world in hell. Either way, that's how you can acquire measurements of angles to Polaris or any other star that you're going to put in a polar-centric concave or globe Earth world. That's how they've turned a flat Earth into a globe, in essence. Any evidence that you can have gas pressure without the necessary antecedent of a container to press upon?
No.
Any space believers in the politics server?
Are you suggesting that the gas only presses at the edges as opposed to all throughout it?
It expands in all directions. The pressing bit is just something impeding it.
If it expands in all directions, then that would also include away from the walls of its container, right?
Don't know why you said if. The law of nature.
Okay, so then it doesn't seem like the container matters at all there.
I say that again.
You just agreed that it expands in all directions, right? Including away
It's a
from
law
the
of
container.
nature.
Yes. Then it doesn't seem like that you need a container to have that expansion. And the expansion is the pressure, so you have pressure regardless of whether there's a container.
No, the expansion isn't the pressure. I fundamentally disagreed with that statement, but you just ignored me. I said no.
Okay. What's the
Walls
mechanism
of
of
the
the
container?
pressure?
Maybe if you chant through the middle of me repeating that which you've ignored entirely. Maybe if you chant through the middle of me stating it again. Go ahead.
So when we talk about pressure, right, all we're talking about is that the gas is trying to expand into that thing that we're measuring the pressuring on, right?
So if the sky was a vacuum, it'd be an area the gas would expand into. We'd all be dead. The gas would expand into it at a high rate of speed. We, in fact, would never even have developed gas pressure in the first place. If the sky was a vacuum, because all of the gas would immediately vacate into it before. Maybe if you chant through the third rendition of me just answering you. Maybe if you talk through this, it won't be as devastating. Space is fake. There is no space. There's no travelling to the moon through a sky vacuum. We'd all be dead. We'd have never developed gas pressure in the first place because there'd be nothing to press on. And the gas expanded in all directions. It's not if. It's a law of nature.
What law is that?
Could you give us your definition of what gas pressure is?
I had a contradiction in that definition.
What law is being cited?
Impedes the continued expansion. Of course, if you've got unimpeded expansion, you haven't really got any pressure. You've just got equilibrium trying to be attained. But it's the walls of the container that contain the expansion that creates the pressure.
Okay, so everyone agrees then that the pressure's there regardless, right? The question is, why is the degree of pressure that we experience?
No, we don't. No, you're doing what the last guy did and saying that we agree on things we don't agree on.
Pressing on what?
Do you agree that gases...
Sorry, no, don't ask us a question when you've already stated it. No, stop. I'm objecting because you've already stated it. Rephrasing it as a question is going to annoy me. I'm objecting. So we all agree would infer that we've had a discussion and agreed on something. I can almost guarantee that everything that we put to you that you disagree with and we confirm with proof won't get any acknowledgement. So for you to start a sentence with, I think we all agree. Now, you're not going to be agreeing with anything that we say. I can detect that already. Yeah? Because if you did, you'd accept that, no, the pressure is the force exerted on the walls of the container. End quote, NASA. That's a citation for what creates pressure. It's the force exerted on the walls of the containment. That's what NASA say it is. Now, we didn't agree on anything about the pressure's just there anyway. No, you'd need the antecedent consequent relationship of a container to contain it to have pressure. But no, we don't agree on that. Rephrasing it as a question will just tick me off royally.
There's no such thing as an antecedent consequent relation.
Oh, Brenda.
So let's imagine a universe empty, but for some gas in it, right? So there's no container. Would that gas be exerting pressure on the other gas there?
Why are we doing this again? Why are we imagining a hypothetical example where we don't have a container but we do have pressure? Is that because that's the fundamentalist worldview you hold with a sky vacuum with no containment? You're asking me to conceptualize your religious belief in a sky vacuum without containment. No, I'd rather not, because there's an antecedent consequent relationship regardless of some numpty telling us that those consequent antecedent relationships don't exist. They do. Yeah. One of them is gas pressure and the walls of a container for it to press upon. No amount of fundamentalist religious chanting through the top of a NASA definition for what is gas pressure will adhere to you just telling me, well, can we just accept that there's gas pressure if we've got an area and nothing for it to press on? No, I wouldn't accept that. That's just your fundamentalist religious belief in a sky vacuum. We don't have one. We'd all be dead. The gas would fill that space.
There's no such thing as a necessary
antecedent. The gas would fill it.
There's no such thing as a necessary antecedent.
Can someone shut Brenda up? She's chanted that twice. Yes, there is.
Yeah,
if you're an audience member, just so we can overcome this and then just remove her from the call because she's chanted nonsense twice.
Just acknowledge that there is no logical
if you feel the need
connection.
to verify why Brenda's being excluded, just type the words into Google and see if
there
they
is no
exist,
such thing
because she's denying their fundamental existence and then chanting through me, just hand-waving her garbage. The words and their meanings do exist. Please remove this irritating person from our conversation. She's chanted through the middle of it with nonsense twice.
Fantastic.
So what I'm trying to build to is to understand your model of physics, right? So I'm trying to ask.
No. I haven't given you my model of physics. I haven't given you or suggested that I have a model of physics. I gave you law of nature, second law of thermodynamics to be specific. That's not my anything.
But it is. You're saying that you believe it, yes?
No, I don't believe in laws of nature. No, they're descriptions of that which occurs always. No belief is required. Would you like to rescind your nonsense that you've put in my mouth as though I believe in something that is a description of that which occurs always? No. Description of the second law of thermodynamics, that would be maybe you chanting through the middle of me contradicting you is wrong. No, it's not a belief I hold. I'll try again. Maybe there'll be a third interruption. We'll see. No, this is not, as you have just declared, a belief that I hold. When I refer to the second law of thermodynamics and its description of that which occurs always, in this instance, gas dispersion. Because gas dispersion occurs always, it is not my belief or my model. Yeah?
So you don't think this is true then?
Just kick him out. The guy's a disingenuous scumbag at this point.
Either you think it's true, in which case you believe it,
it's a law of nature. Why is he now positioning that I have to think it's true? No. Why are you repositioning
which
a law
laws
of nature into my belief, or that which I believe to be true? I don't need you chanting through me. You don't need to reposition a law of nature like it's mine. It isn't. Meanwhile, gas fills space. It's a law of nature. It's described quite adequately in the second law of thermodynamics that describes gas dispersion into volumes. Or you could use PV equals nRT. The V is the volume that the gas would be dispersing into. Therefore, the sky cannot be a vacuum. The sky was a vacuum. The gas we breathe would fill the space. It would disperse. That's what gas does. That's not a belief I hold. It's a description within the second law of thermodynamics, a law of nature. Gas fills space.
Gravity keeps the gas down.
Gas fills space. It's a law of nature, not my belief. No, all the claim to be trips to the sky vacuum are all lies. They're all bunk. Because if the sky was a vacuum to travel through, none of us would be breathing. And yet they claim to travel through this area of volume gas isn't filling in violation of natural law. Now they're not. There's no photos from space, because there is no space, because gas would be filling it. There is no sky vacuum to travel through in rockets to get pictures of stuff. All lies. You've all been deceived.
Who said there's a sky vacuum?
Oh, you say there's a sky vacuum. I don't have this stupid assertion. It's a religious belief in heliocentrism. It's a fundamental basis of heliocentrism.
I've never read sky vacuum.
I'm just correcting you where you were wrong. If you don't mind me correcting you where you were wrong, you said I say. No. I debunk, not say. I debunk your fundamentalist religious belief in a sky vacuum by pointing out that it defies a natural law. It's not my sky vacuum. It's yours if you're on a globe.
Where do you guys think your globe is again? Are we not supposed to be in some ever-expanding vacuum? But what's the problem calling it a sky vacuum?
Apparently it's mine. Apparently it's my vacuum. Ah, definitely not. It's something I debunk. Is it a bit like my reference frames when Dan was trying to debunk me debunking Coriolis? Suddenly ascribed the globe Earth reference frames to me and told me they were debunked? Are you going to suddenly tell me that my sky vacuum's debunked? It's not mine. It's yours, if you're on the globe. Fundamental to your religious belief.
So let me ask this, Nathan. Are you saying if there was space available, gas would fill it, right?
The law of nature?
What do you make of magnetic gas containment?
It has a container around the machine that makes the magnetic field.
Are you suggesting that the gas is contained by the machine or the magnetic field?
It's a fact. There is a machine with containment to create the magnetic field. That is a contained machine. That is a fact.
But it's not the machine containing the gas.
My bad. I was nearly there. I just took a breath. You can't have gas pressure without a container. In that example, there is absolutely, without question, a container.
And the container is the magnetic field, right?
Plus, that's
no,
plasma.
The magnetic field is... I've said this twice. No, that magnetic field is being created within a container.
Okay, but the gas doesn't expand to fill the container.
So it needs a container then. Yes, so there is definitely a container for this example then. Let's just get some acknowledgement. I just want to just get some acknowledgement. It's taken me 3 attempts. It only seems reasonable that I get you to concede this now. It started off seeming like it was an example of gas pressure without a container. Ergo, the magnetic field that you said the gas was contained within. And I said, no, it's got a container.
Magnetic field. Right?
Machine, I'm being interrupted. It seems like 4 attempts isn't enough either. Maybe I'm muting people. Is this me muting people? No, I'm just trying to, for the 5th time, get to the end of my statement of fact that without a container there can be no pressure. And this example does definitely have a container, making my statement true. I mean, it's a law of nature, defined by NASA as the reason we have gas pressure. It's the force exerted on the container. Well, in that case, there's definitely a container. So, do you want to give us an example, so we can believe in a sky vacuum without containment, of gas pressure without a container? Is that example, you're about to whistle past the graveyard of its factual containment for the field that's created? That was created within a container. We need a container for gas pressure. Still, even in this example that isn't containerless, is it?
So if we build a magnetic gas trap, we can open that to the atmosphere, and it'll still increase the pressure inside the magnetic field. How does that happen?
Atmo what now? Atmo what now?
The gas that we are currently breathing.
You said Atmo something or other? I didn't quite catch it.
I'm not concerned with the particular, word you want to use for it, whether you want to call it the atmosphere, the gas we breathe.
Atmosphere.
And now I'm trying to tell you what I meant by the word, so that you can stop talking about the word and talk about the concept.
Which word would that be? Are you scared of
your
own
own words? The word that I used was atmosphere.
Why are you scared of your own words?
I'm not scared of the word. I'm trying to pull you away from a semantic discussion.
Atmosphere, you say? Maybe if I say it louder, it'll be even more terrifying to you. That's an oxymoron.
Maybe you can just engage with the idea, but...
Yeah, please engage with the idea.
An oxymoronic sphere-shaped air?
You could also, again, as I said, just take it as the gas that you're interacting with.
I mean, maybe the White Knights could join in. I'm just disagreeing.
The gas
we
that
don't have
you
an
interact
oxymoronic
with on
word
a daily basis.
Maybe fourth attempt. No, the word you used that you then got very scared of after you said it. And all I had to say was, Atmo, what now? We don't have the word you used. It's not a word I'm using. You said atmosphere. I did actually hear it. I was just lying. I was messing with you. Yeah, I heard you say it. We don't have that.
Where's Dove at? Where's Dove at?
I'm going to make clear that whether you're on a planet, whether you're in some sealed container, we call all that, scientifically, atmospheres. It has nothing to do with spheres at all. It's just, I'm in the middle of a sentence. Why am I being interrupted? Why am I being interrupted?
I'd just like to agree.
Why am I being interrupted? Why am I being interrupted?
You the first time.
Then why are you continuing to interrupt me? Why are you being disrespectful? Why are you being disrespectful?
Because you've already said it once. I responded to it and you completely ignored my response and repeated it. So in the middle of your repetition, after non-acknowledgement of what I said, I'm going to object. I don't need to hear it a second time. I heard it the first time. No, you didn't acknowledge what I refuted it and rebutted it with. That was to say, it's an oxymoron. We don't have sphere-shaped air. Air, that's gases, take the shape of their containment. There is no oxymoronic sphere-shaped air that you say science describes it as. No, it's an oxymoron. Gases take the shape of their containment.
Nathan, the thing that I said is that I don't care about the word. I already told you what I meant, what the concept was when I said the word. Do you remember what concept that was?
Which word? What word would that be?
Atmosphere.
It's an oxymoron. The word you used was wrong and stupid because we don't have sphere-shaped air.
Cool.
Except in your fundamentalist religious belief of sphere-shaped air wrapped around a ball in a sky
Happily,
vacuum.
he doesn't care about the word.
Maybe
He's just talking about the idea.
I clarified what word he was using. Maybe it's time for the White Knights to pile in. Clarified the word he used. He told me after 5 attempts. He was scared of his own word and told me the word he used wasn't important after he used it. It is because it's an oxymoron. We don't have oxymoronic sphere-shaped air. Gases take the shape of their containment, except in his fundamentalist religious sphere belief, where air adheres to the side of a sky rock in a vacuum, not dispersing in line with entropic law. That's where you've got sphere-shaped air, in your religious belief only. In reality, gases take the shape of their containment.
So, Nathan, I'm going to ask you, again, did you understand the concept that I was relaying to you when I used the word?
No, because it was oxymoronic. That's the 6th time I've told you why.
Sure. In that case, I will. I'm in the. Please. What? So in that case, I will attempt to explain the concept again. Right? You are currently submerged in a gas.
I don't deal with concepts. I'm dealing with reality.
What?
Air has lateral
I'll explain
laws
to you the
describe
reality.
it. I don't need a concept.
So you, I assume, believe that you are immersed in gas. Yes, that you're interacting with air. Right?
All right. You think that's a belief I hold?
I would hope so.
Why would you hope I have a belief in something that's a discernible fact of nature? Why would you hope I believe in that?
People can be mistaken
it's not a belief.
About discernible facts.
Stop. I'm replying to you.
Nathan, have you ever interacted with someone who has had a psychotic break?
I'm still trying to reply to you. You just seem very scared of me and need to talk through me so you don't have to listen to what I have to say.
just like
try and say
it
again.
Faster.
I'm still trying to say it, but you're still chanting through me, demonstrating that fear.
Am I chanting? Am I demonstrating any fear?
Yeah, you are. I'm trying to tell you that I don't hold beliefs in things that are discernible facts, but you seem to want to ascribe beliefs to things and then hope that I hold beliefs in discernible facts. No, when it comes to things that we describe, I'm not going to go to concepts of oxymoronic sphere-shaped air not dispersing into vacuums when I don't need to believe in anything to describe how gas behaves. It's been done for me with laws of nature.
Okay. But you can surely agree that there are people who are mistaken about such discernible facts, right? They don't think that, like...
You think air's sphere-shaped. It isn't.
Can you reply to what I actually said?
You said atmosphere, and I said it's oxymoronic. Air isn't sphere-shaped except in your fundamentalist religious zealot belief, where air doesn't disperse into areas of volume in line with entropic law. I did respond to you. You hold that faith. I say it's wrong and show how it's wrong with natural law that you then want to tell me I believe in. And they're not beliefs, they're facts and laws of nature. I used to demolish your globe and its sky vacuum and your oxymoronic sphere-shaped air wrapped around it, not dispersing into a vacuum. It's just a religious belief you hold. It contradicts natural law. Not beliefs, natural laws.
So you did not engage with the last thing I just said. I'm going to try from the start. If I take a magnetic containment device, right, and I open it to the air around me, and I turn it on.
Containment device?
Yes, a magnetic containment device.
Okay, do you want to show us?
So a container.
Show us.
Just
show us.
I don't own one of these.
Have you
They're
got a
very
video
expensive.
of this happening? Have you got a video
of a magnetic containment
container?
device? You can look these up.
Have you got a video or something we can have a look at?
I mean, I can show you the main application
Do you
for
not
them
realize
are.
you just brought up a container?
What?
Yeah, he keeps bringing
Well,
up the container.
I'm talking. I agree that there is containment, but I'm asking you whether you agree with the principles of how this kind of containment works.
Okay, let me answer. You agree that there's containment. Not around your globe Earth, there isn't. It's a natural law violation for your globe Earth. It doesn't have any containment. Your example does. You're about to, and you're going to chant through me pointing out that your example's going to have a container around it. Create a magnetic field inside the containment. So we're going to need containment first to do this example. Your globe Earth doesn't have that. It doesn't have a container around it. It's a natural law violation. Second law of thermodynamics dictates that gas fills space. It's called dispersion.
I've got to intercede here if I can.
Go ahead.
Magnetic containment, yeah, okay, that's fine. We would now be dealing with a different phase of matter. So magnetic containment doesn't work for gases, it works for plasma.
It also works for gases.
Thank you, because it's plasma, not gas, that's being contained.
No, it's gas, and then you dump energy into it to turn it into plasma. That's the general way that magnetic containment is used, but
So
it still works on
you
gases
put
just
the
fine.
gas into a container, and then when it's in that container, you can turn it into plasma with the magnetic field and other energies. Yeah, that's what's happening. We're still having to contain the gas first. We're not actually containing gas with a magnetic field. We're containing plasma with a magnetic field. The gas is held in place in the reactor.
No, again, that's
container.
not the
A
case.
container. Yes, yes, it is the case. We know this example very well. Yes, it is the case. Please
Can I
don't
finish a
hand wave him.
sentence?
Excuse me.
I'm not hand waving him. I'm responding to what he said.
You disagreed with him.
Correct. I'm allowed to disagree with things and then respond to them. That's the entire point here, I would assume.
Okay. Don't be a martyr.
So the magnetic field there can contain the gas, right? The reason why that generally, and this is, with regard to fusion reactors, the reason why they have the gas containment and all the vacuum seals and all that is because they don't want atmospheric, they don't want the surrounding gas to get into the container and pollute their nice clean hydrogen plasma. But that doesn't prevent you from running the device in such a configuration. That's perfectly possible. What?
Is it a one-way container then? It's magnetic.
Well, it basically what would happen is the amount of gas pressure inside there would increase until you're eating all of the energy that the magnetic field is imparting.
Right, Adam, if you don't mind me taking over. So when you say all of the gas inside there, so to have this example, we first need containment, which is precisely my debunking of your globe Earth model. You don't have to chant through me. I know it's painful.
I know, I just asked what, because I don't know what you mean.
Maybe I could be the martyr now, as I'm getting chanted through. Maybe it's not a reasonable discussion.
Could you explain what you mean by container?
Maybe chanting through the top of me is just going to overcome the point.
Could you explain what you mean by container?
You have started this example with a container. And that container doesn't exist around an atmospheric oxymoron sphere-shaped air around a ball in a sky vacuum with gas pressure not dispersing. Your example starts with containment, something the globe doesn't have. Without the container, there can be no pressure. End quote, conspiracy cat.
Container? What container are you talking about?
You don't have one. The globe doesn't have a container. That's the point.
No,
it's a religious
in the
belief
case of
that
magnetic confinement,
law, because your globe Earth doesn't have a container.
Case of
Meanwhile, your example definitely
confinement.
does have a container. It's the
In the
container that you
case
started
of
with when
magnetic
you started giving your
confinement.
example inside the container. The reactor is
What
the container?
container?
Globe Earth doesn't
The reactor
have
is
an equivalent
open
to
to
the reactor.
a reactor
Meanwhile, the
is
Discord
open to the
server's
outside
listening to
world.
this man chanting through every single word that I say. I don't know if any moderators are going to step in while I can't hear anything that's being said because we're both talking. I'm responding to him and he's just chanting through me.
Just can't contain himself. On screen is the container where there is no container to do gas pressure without a container. That's the container they put it in to do gas pressure without a container. That big container there The bloke's in. That he's contained in.
For my audience's benefit, on screen now is the giant container that must be used to have this example. Do you see this massive thing? That's a container. We've got to have that first. I mean, the globe Earth doesn't have that because it's a religious belief. It doesn't exist. And all the claims that come from the sky vacuum, when you travel through the containerless gas that's not dispersing, the rockets can go into the vacuum in your religion. The gas just hangs around at the Kármán line, defying natural law. No, it doesn't. It's a religious belief that you fundies need to chant through when I point out how absurd it is and show that their own examples require containment as an antecedent for the gas pressure that they say won't have containment. What, in this big massive container here on screen for my audience? That's a massive container, mate. Something the globe Earth don't have.
So
I can explain that.
Clearly not talking about that. I'm talking about the magnetic containment. What is the container? And I have a magnetic containment device that is open to the outside world.
No, okay.
Yeah, that's fine. That's why I was trying to clarify.
Okay, now I understand. You mean magnetic containment inside the container.
What do you mean by inside the container?
It's inside a giant container that was on screen for my audience, the one that must be in place for you to have gas pressure in the first place, the one that's not around the globe, the one that is defined when we say without a container there can be no pressure. Well, for this example, there's a massive container. That container.
So, Nathan, I assume that you think that magnetic containment would still work on a flat Earth, right? Because you think the Earth is flat, and you think, well, I assume you believe people when they say they've achieved some degree of magnetic containment, yes?
No, I don't associate magnetic containment with anything to do with flat Earth. When you can measure angles to stars and get their elevations and draw latitude lines of areas of equal elevation, those would be my flat Earth proofs, because that's how Earth's measured. Fine. In terms of magnetic containment within containment, I just lean on the fact that this example has a container first to make the example. And my argument is that you need a container. And your example's got a container in it, affirming my assertion that your sky vacuum's bunk, because it doesn't have a container. Like your example's got a container.
My example doesn't have a container. The device is open.
Adam, can you put the container back on screen for my audience, just so they realise how stupid it is?
So you are talking about something that is not a part of
I just need to do it.
I'm in the middle of a
admin
sentence.
To do. I'm sorry, my friend. I've got a show to run. I know you want to make your reassertion of your point. I've just got some admin I need to do. Sorry. I'll get back to you in just one sec. I just get my admin out of the way. I know I've got to run a show. I'm really sorry, guys. And I know you've got rules. Adam, for my live audience's benefit, please can you put the absolutely enormous container he's just denied that it has on screen for my audience again? Would that be possible? Thank you very much.
Can someone else have a go at Nathan, since these guys have been fighting back and forth? Can someone else have a question for him?
After his total defeat, yeah, I don't mind if someone else takes the reins. He got absolutely
you still haven't
smashed.
responded to my
Maybe me
position
pointing
at
out how
all.
absolutely
I don't
smashed
want
he
the
got
reins.
would
I just
require
wanna
him to
hop on
chant
the
through
ride.
the top of me. Maybe I can be accused of muting people when he's chanting straight through the top of me, acknowledging my own win, in spite of how painful and difficult it was to get through the chanting and the repetitions of the things that smashed him that he didn't acknowledge once. Yeah, I'm just going to acknowledge my win. Yeah, there's no sky vacuum. It's all fake. If the sky was a vacuum, gas would fill it. That's a law of nature. You need containment for gas pressure, and we're breathing it. So your sky vacuum's debunked. I'll take the win. You sit back
You
down.
got
the
him.
mods have
You got
told
him. You win. You
failed
won it. You won
miserably,
it.
And they're asking someone else to come along, rather than your constant non-stop fundy chanting through the top of me with your mute button that you're using to stop my words being heard in the Discord server. Pathetic. Let's move on to someone else.
Nathan,
see how they get on.
Nathan, you have not responded to what I've said whatsoever. I didn't even
someone
make
in the
it
mod
to
team
my
shut him
argument.
up?
I'm in the middle of speaking.
Someone shut
Nathan,
him up. Thank you. Yeah, you lost, mate. Telling me I haven't responded to you when I've given you multiple renditions of the pummelings that you don't acknowledge. I've already acknowledged my win. Hand wave of my win and my acknowledgement that space is fake won't cut it. The mods have invited somebody else to lose me. You've already done that. Thank you. You can sit down now. Anybody else? Feel free. You can take up the reins from the last guy in terms of claiming that containers form containment, prove we don't have containment. I mean, that's a good one. Feel free if you want to.
Hey, Nathan, he said something about he went to say atmosphere, then he stopped. He said the surrounding air to get in. What was that surrounding air being contained by? Does he not realize?
No, because
he's just an idiot.
He doesn't make the difference between water on a bucket and having the air making pressure on its upper surface. Then if you remove that air that is exerting that pressure, water will just boil and turn to gas. It doesn't understand that it is the upper part of that container, that it is considered as a part of a container. So yeah.
No
It's
idea
not
what that
open
meant.
to a vacuum.
I agree with him.
I didn't follow it completely. Maybe it's the accent. I'm really sorry. Can you repeat all that? Because I didn't follow along.
Yeah. When he said that the reactor is open to air, that air is a part of a layer making pressure on the exit of that reactor. Example, if you take a bucket of water, so the water will not boil because there is air around the water. There is air making pressure on the surface of that water. So the air is considered as the topper layer of that container, being part of that bucket. If you remove air from the top the surface of water, from up the surface of water, water will just boil because it will be just vacuum on the top of water. That vacuum is considered open. Yeah, and that reactor wasn't inside a vacuum and you had vacuum around it. It was open to air, so air was pushing on it. So it is a complete closed container. If you say
the whole system. Yes, I understand now. Yeah, you're saying the whole system in the first instance must be under pressure to begin with.
Yeah, exactly. The air, the reactor was open to air. So no, it wasn't open to a vacuum. It was open to air. So there is a pressure exerted on the opening of that reactor.
But that pressure itself must have had containment in the first instance to have formed.
Exactly, because they consider that the air around us, what they call atmosphere, the air around us, they consider it without a vacuum, inside just low pressure, without any vacuum. That's why when you talk about any experiment without vacuum, they point to the making something inside air, what they call atmosphere. And they point to the sky. Look, there is no vacuum there. Look, there is no container, like he said about that reactor. Look, it was open to air. There is no container. Yeah, but that air is inside a global container, or a universal container where we live in.
Yeah, which they don't have. They'll go on and on about how whatever they want to describe will give them containment that they don't have. Like, a container's a container, and you don't have one in your globe religion. That's the end of the claim.
Funny to talk
Isn't
about.
it very weird that somebody with a paradigm that doesn't have a container would the first example brought up would be something with a container, and then proceeds to agree that yes, there is a container? People think we're bugged out, but somebody against us just conceded to our point pretty much, like off the rip. So, I mean, everybody heard that, right?
Yeah. He was claiming an example that would demonstrate how you can have gas pressure without a container, and when we pointed out that it has a container, his response after me winning and summarising my win was to say
He
I
just
hadn't
got
responded to
muted.
any of his
Wait.
points. And sorry, was that the same person chanting? Or was it a different person?
No, that was someone else because he got muted, right? So it's
Okay.
easy to win a debate when you
the
mute
white
the
knight.
opposition, right? You can call me a white knight, whatever. I don't really care. The fact is, though, that he was muted, right? It's kind of like.
Well, unfortunately, when he's repeating the same thing over and over again, going nowhere, after he's had it explained, there's no other option.
Were you objecting?
I wasn't objecting. I was just
Not
telling
you, the guy who said,
Jacoby.
yeah, he got muted. Yeah, he did. I asked for him to be
Yeah.
muted after. Yeah, I asked the mods to do that because he kept talking through the middle of the conclusion.
Yeah. I mean, of course he had to get muted. How else is he going to win the debate?
I won the debate by pointing out that his example had a container. Maybe if you now focus on the fact that the mod team, after him chanting through me while they couldn't hear a thing that was being said because he didn't like the conclusion of my actual demonstration, is very similar to what's about to happen now with you. Yeah? You'll start doing the same thing. Now, maybe you can cry foul when I point out, no, I won with his example of a container within his example. That's what it seems like this guy's now doing the same thing. He's moaned and gone, no. The only reason Nathan won was because the guy eventually got put on mute after he didn't like being defeated and chanted through the conclusion multiple times. This guy says, nah, Nathan didn't have a winning point. He just muted his opponent. That's not what happened at all. I won by pointing out his example had a container. That's how I won. Now, for the guy who just tried to chant through that twice, maybe you, as you've now picked up that White Knight Rain and nobody else is around you, maybe you could actually acknowledge that his example required a god-awful enormous container for the gas pressure. Unlike the globe Earth, which doesn't have that. His example had a massive container. The globe Earth doesn't and therefore violates natural law. Therefore, I used his example with his container that is an absolute proven fact to be an antecedent consequent relationship for the definition by NASA of gas pressure, the force exerted on the walls of the container. Those were my arguments. Did you want to claim that I just muted him to win again? Feel free.
Hey, how is the Earth measured flat? What does that mean?
Or ignore me. Or nobody's going to acknowledge that I've just been claimed to have won with a mute button that I didn't even use. I called for the moderation team to do the moderation that was required for someone chanting through me. That's claimed to be the reason I won. I'd like an acknowledgement that is definitely not why I won. I won by showing a container. I'm now repeating it. Guy who just leveled the mute button as my win. I'm giving you the examples of how I won and you're not acknowledging them. Did you just want to spew a baseless assertion? I won by a means I didn't win by. Just lie.
They've all left.
That's a lie.
They've all left the room, Nathan. They've left. And the only other
the
one,
scumbag
the White
liars?
Knight's muted. Yeah, they
the
left.
scumbag liars all left. That's
Nathan,
what they've got.
do you expect these globists to accept defeat? Like, really?
No. But I find it amusing to drag it out for an audience. I've got a live audience.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
Well, he
they
did
always
ask
seem to
how's the Earth measured flat. I would like to hear that.
Oh my gosh.
I won't concede. The audience gets to hear what's going on, though. And after about believe it or not, by about the third or fourth repetition of the same claim, with them trying to shut it down by chanting through it, the audience detects that. It's very, very telling. He doesn't want to hear this. Not me, the opponent talking as I get to the conclusion.
I like how the guy
14 times.
I like how the guy had to come up with a make-believe situation to try to prove his point. It was really entertaining.
Yeah, that's what they have to do. We talk about our Earth's measured flat. They talk about conceptual measuring to points that don't exist. Aligns.
He's like, just bear with me. He's like, bear with me. Hypothetically, nah, fuck your hypothetical.
No, please don't swear. I've got to tick that box in YouTube now.
And they also say, can we all agree?
What they do, they say, I think we all agree, and then I'll insert a lie that you haven't even had mentioned to you yet.
By the way, I'm sorry. I didn't know you were streaming. I apologize for cussing.
That's all right. No.
How is Earth measured flat? What does that mean?
Elevation angle measurements to Polaris. It's how the globe's been created.
What does that have to do with Earth?
Elevation angle measurements off the surface of Earth give you latitude lines on the surface of Earth to navigate the surface of Earth. Sorry, are you asking what latitude lines with respect to navigating the surface of Earth, measured off the surface of Earth, got to do with Earth and its measurement?
Well, it's
that's a measurement of Earth being flat. Maybe this is going to be a new contender that just wants to chant through the devastating and painful facts I give him when I tell him how Earth's measured flat. Maybe you thought you were being clever.
I think it's measured from a horizontal, isn't it? Not Earth, right?
Again?
It's measured from a horizontal, right? Not Earth.
When we do navigation, we're not navigating Earth.
Yeah, you don't
Yeah, we
use
are.
the Earth as a
Yeah,
baseline.
we
right?
are. We are. It's called navigating. I mean, maybe in your mind that's because it's not navigating the surface of a sphere that we're not navigating Earth, but we are. We're navigating it flat. So for my audience's benefit, on screen now, this is an elevation angle measurement off a flat Earth. It's how it's done. It can't be off a curved Earth because it wouldn't be an angle anymore. It has to be flat. That's how it's done. It's called celestial navigation. My belief, it's not something I need to prove. It's how it's done with angles that can't come from curves.
How do you measure the
That's how
not
it's measured
flat
flat.
bits?
Again?
How do you measure the not flat bits, like mountains and stuff?
In navigation, it's all treated as flat, without exception. There's only areas of equal elevation when you're dealing with the surface of Earth to navigate it. You treat it as an entirely extended horizontal plane with no elevation changes in navigation. Or building things on the ground as opposed to sailing around the sea, for example, and you still have to reference a flat plane. Things and their altitudes, heights of mountains, heights of hills, depths of valleys will all be described with respect to sea level. Height
Hey,
above
Nathan.
or below sea level. I'm still in the middle of explaining. You asked me a question about the land and the bits that aren't flat. I'm answering you. Would you like to... I should apologise. I'm really sorry the start of your sentence was interrupted by the middle of mine. You go ahead.
No, that wasn't me. That was I am.
Fair enough.
That wasn't me either.
The heights,
who said it?
the heights
It
are
was
dealt
me.
with.
It was me,
The
guys.
heights are dealt with. Yeah, who cares? Heights are dealt with respect to sea level. How high or low a mountain is, it's with respect to a plane of reference at zero.
Mean sea level, Nathan. Mean sea level.
That's correct.
Oh, here we go.
So
Who's
if
that,
the Earth
Ben?
is already
A
horizontal,
not
then why do you need
flat
to
No, I was
establish
gonna
one?
say, Nathan, that there's a couple of these ankle biters that want to have a go at you, but they're all muted.
Yeah, not flat earthers. We know.
Well, I'm not sure why GF6 Jekyll was muted because he was. Oh, sorry, not GF6. Rob Noxious. I'm not sure who muted Rob Noxious, but he wasn't really doing too much. But he's chomping at the bit here. Would you like to speak to Rob Noxious, Nathan?
Yeah, it's going to be a waste of time, but go ahead if
Not
you
my
want,
server.
Nathan.
That's you don't even have to ask. It's up to you more than me.
I just have a simple question for you, kind of, Nathan Oakley. You say there's no container and there's no gravity or whatever, but how come when we see
Didn't
things
say
like
those things. Didn't say
Okay.
those things.
Okay, well, I'll rephrase it. I'm saying
No. Before you do, no, you've already said it. The last guy. No, I haven't said those things.
Okay.
And before we do anything, please can you acknowledge that you've started out by making up crap I haven't said? Can you just acknowledge that? Otherwise, I just don't want to talk to you.
I agree. I should have lumped you in with everybody, but I'll rephrase it. So from what I
You didn't let
gathered,
me there, everybody. You claimed I'd said stuff I hadn't.
yeah, and I just said I'm sorry. I apologize for that part. Let me start over to make it more clear.
Fair enough. Fine.
From what I've gathered, from what I understand, gravity and a container are two contentious points. So I wanted to talk about that, and I want to state that if you were to see fog on the ground or a fog line that's hovering off the ground, what's the container that's holding that fog? Why isn't that fog just going everywhere? What's the container holding that fog from going up into the upper atmosphere?
Really?
It does. Fog is moisture.
Okay, but
what
what
moisture begat?
It's
I'm
a
answering
gas.
you. That was 3 freaking words. Okay, you're not a reasonable person to talk to, Rob Noxious. Yeah, already you've put words in my mouth, and then I've got 2 words out, and you've started talking through me, like every single person that's talked to me so far today in this server. Just thought I'd add that, just so everyone's clear what's happened so far. Not a reasonable person to talk to, Rob. You don't want to hear what I've got to say about this at all.
I really do.
You just interrupted me trying to. I don't want to talk to you anymore.
Okay. I apologize. Like I said, I didn't know interrupting was that big a deal. I just said 2 words. I didn't
And
really
by the
interrupt.
way,
You're just running. I got you, dude. This is pathetic.
By the way, there, Crayon Muncher, fog's not a gas.
Okay, it's not sure it is,
Fell
buddy.
like first grade intro to gas behavior.
Sure, buddy.
Fail.
Yep.
You'd fail. You'd fail. First
Okay,
grade
cool.
intro to gas behavior. And
right.
what are gases?
You tell me. You guys are the expert.
We're not making a
Yeah,
positive
we
claim about
are.
it. No.
That's why we just.
Hold on,
It's all
just one
good.
sec. Let me just
I
address
know
that.
the mute. I know the mute's coming soon.
He's chanting through the top of Adam. I'm trying to get control just for a second, and I'll pass it over to you, Adam. There's no positive claim from us. We use things like laws of nature to debunk a sky vacuum claim. There is no claim being made by us. We have it asserted to us, the rebuttal to your positive claim of sky vacuum. We have that asserted to us as beliefs and stuff, but they're not. We're refuting a positive claim of a sky vacuum. That's what we're doing.
I would say that.
Hold on, but you're hold on.
Hang on, Rob.
He's making a positive claim, though. He actually
Rob,
is. He's saying
hang on
that
a
there is
second.
no container.
Rob, first of all, you asked a question, okay? And your question was, what about fog? QE has now told you fog is not a gas.
Yeah, he's wrong.
Okay, so
I'm sorry, he's wrong.
You've made the positive claim.
That's why I'd like to just address that statement, if you wish. So fog isn't a gas; it is a suspension of water droplets, within gas. So it doesn't behave like gas. It's what's called a colloid. Making it distinctly different.
What about smoke?
From gas.
What about
Something
smoke?
that you couldn't.
He's now chanting through the back, right? So Adam's now explaining how he's wrong, and what he's doing is saying, "What about smoke? What about?" He doesn't want to hear the pummeling, the highlighting of his own ignorance. He wants to move on to a new question.
Well,
No,
your
garbage with fog didn't overcome the necessity for containment for gas pressure, an antecedent consequent relationship. The sky vacuum still debunked. You want to move on to how smoke behaves? Why? So you can prove with smoke that the gas won't fill a sky vacuum? This is nonsense. Meanwhile, Adam was in the middle of explaining.
I want to prove that gravity is the
I'm
container.
going to reintroduce you, Adam. I'm going to reintroduce you. Adam. Yeah, gas behavior isn't this. And Adam was explaining what it is when you started asking for smoke explanations through the top of him. I'm going to open the airways to Adam to actually educate the audience, because he sounds like he knows something about this. Like you, who's just got questions. Go ahead, Adam.
Look, the QE's right again there. Smoke isn't a gas either, is it? In this case, instead of having tiny bits of water droplets suspended like we do in fog, we've got very minute parts of actual solid particulate matter, haven't we? The stuff that's been burning. Again, not really useful if I'm going to be...
Adam, you've cut yourself off.
The way that it reacts proves gravity, and it proves
Hold on a
gravity.
second, I've just got no audio from Adam.
Oh, you're an idiot.
Adam, you lost your audio halfway through for some reason.
I'll take over.
Go ahead.
No, he said fog was a gas, and then he said smoke was a gas. What's next? Are gummy bears gases too?
Wow, QE. This has been a while since I talked to you.
Yeah, wow. You just exposed yourself. You would fail intro to first grade. What are gases?
I know. More attacks. I'd rather talk than just attack each other. You know what I'm saying?
More attacks? No, that's not an attack, sunshine.
Well, it actually is.
Mae
It's the
West is in
definition
the
of an
corner
attack.
blushing.
Okay, cool. Again,
It's called being exposed.
All right, cool. Exposed. I wish I could get some, be able to talk back for a second. But you guys just want to keep going on.
Then, Rob Noxious. I mean, it was fun while it
We're
lasted.
going to talk after you say gas.
Well, you didn't answer anything, though. You just ran. Nathan. All you do is complain.
We've dealt with the conclusion. The conclusion's come.
Are you kidding me,
For
Tard?
anybody else, thank you for the constant rumblings. Thanks, Rob Noxious. That was really good fun. It didn't prove that the sky is a vacuum or that gas won't fill space. And it just demonstrated that you don't know what gases are. Thank you. It was good fun. Anybody else?
Yeah, what is your argument?
In my understanding of celestial navigation, you're using the sextant. You're getting an angle to a celestial, and you're combining that with the apparent horizon. Is that correct?
No, I've never done this. No, but are you just sorry, just to be clear, Are you asking me about how celestial navigation works? Because it seemed like you were phrasing it like I'm doing something, yet you've always been keen to point out I've not done this. So you're just describing how I'm clarifying the situation, if you don't mind. I've not done this, but what you are describing is the process of... I'll just try again. Maybe the third attempt will get through. That's not the position. No, I've not done this. It's just celestial navigation. How it's done seems to be contested with me when I'm not doing it. It just is the process. If you don't understand the process, maybe you can ask me about how celestial navigation works rather than what I claim, because I'm not claiming it. It's a process that's well documented. Just so we're clear, Edinburgh.
Yeah, I was just being cautious on that point because, you know, I know that you'll then say that I said you claimed it, and I didn't say that. I was just saying, could you confirm that that is the process, that you get an angle from a celestial and you combine that with the apparent horizon?
Elevation angle.
No, was that correct?
You can use the horizon to establish a horizontal.
Sorry?
You can use the horizon to establish a
horizontal. And the horizon is apparent.
I said you can. It's not the only method.
Is the horizon apparent or geometric?
But why do you keep saying that?
Because I've heard it said apparent, and Nathan did say that to me
answer your
a
question,
number of
I'll
times.
just summarise again. We seem to have gone off on a tangent, Edinburgh. I don't mind summarising.
No.
Yeah. So we can use the
Don't
horizon.
put words in my mouth, though.
I'm just summarising the position. We can use the horizon to establish a horizontal plane of reference, and that is what the horizon is used for in celestial navigation. That's what it's used for. You are extending out a plane and measuring to GPs of stars on that plane to establish the plane in celestial navigation, not a claim, not a belief. It can be done with the horizon, yes.
Okay. And when you spoke to me the other day, you said it was the apparent horizon. So that's why I said apparent horizon. I was just trying to confirm that with you.
Apparent horizon is redundant.
Is it
and
the
you
apparent
asked
horizon?
If the horizon is
It's
geometric.
just clarifying the position for you, Edinburgh. It's a redundant term. The horizon definition includes
So it's
the word apparent
geometric.
in the definition. So to say apparent horizon would be to say the apparent position where the sky meets the ground. It's not an apparent position. If you say apparent horizon, it's redundant. That's what QE was trying to point out to you. You can just thank him.
That's number one.
No,
That's
I've
number
heard
one.
you-
Didn't we go over this 2 days ago with you?
You called
You
it
went over the
apparent.
same point. Are you retarded?
You called it
Yes, we
apparent.
did.
So I'm just. Can you just confirm?
That
it's
was
an
that was
apparent
cute. That was
horizon
cute what
or a
you just tried to do,
geometric
though.
horizon?
So it's geometric. What you mean?
I'm
It was
asking.
cute though, because he
Is
didn't
it
say
apparent?
the word apparent is
Okay,
wrong.
He did to me the other day.
Can I just answer him?
Do you understand
Can I just
the
answer
word?
him?
Who's white? Are you white
Hello?
knight in for him?
He's asking me about how is it your request for me to define how celestial navigation finds the horizon they use in the process to establish a horizontal plane. How they define it within that process where they establish Earth as a flat plane by using the horizon. You want to know what they would define it as when they do it. I don't know. I mean, it doesn't really matter. They use the horizon to establish a horizontal plane. They prove Earth's flat with it, and they measure Earth flat with it. That's what it is used for. You want to know how celestial navigators define the horizon, what term they might put on it. I think they just call it the horizon. Does it matter?
You said it was the apparent horizon to me the other day, and I hear
It's redundant.
everybody. Hang on.
Give me an exact quote and then a
Everybody I
timestamp.
hear
Maybe.
who talks
Have you got an
about
exact
the
quote? Have you got an exact
Everybody
quote?
I don't play that. You know as well as I
Sorry,
do. As well as
you said I
everybody in
said
the
it.
room.
Now I want you to give me a verbatim quote, or I'm going to ask the mods to remove you.
Hang on. It's in the recording of your show. You'd better go back and
Give
see
me a
it.
timestamp. Okay,
Oh,
then
don't
we'll
be
be able to
silly.
play it very easily, won't we? Give me a timestamp.
No, just be honest now. Because everybody who
You
I
have
speak
just
to,
lied about something I've said.
No,
I'm challenging
that's
you on it.
absolutely untrue. So it's geometric or is it apparent? You could claim it now.
Right,
Clear
you've
it
told
up.
me I said it was apparent. Now
You
I'm
did.
asking you to back that which you have said I said by giving us a timestamp to prove that.
No, I'm
And
not.
You seem
I'm
to
not
be
going to go
wanting
and search
to.
and do
He's
that
chanting
right now.
through me. Moderators, I can't seem to get my words
I
through
think
without
you're
him
being
chanting.
dishonest,
My
Nathan. So you
objection's
could
not
clear
coming
it up
through.
now.
He's chanting through me. He's muting me. Edinburgh, do you mind behaving yourself? No, I'm objecting because you have specifically said that I said apparent horizon. So, ideally, we can just move past it when I hear my words played back to me. And I go, oh yeah, I did use that redundant term that QE's just pointed out. How embarrassing. Meanwhile, in navigation, they establish a plane with the horizon. I don't know what they'd call it, geometric or apparent. In navigation, I already answered. I think they just call it the horizon. Now you're readdressing a question about celestial navigation that establish a horizontal plane with the horizon based on whether or not they, not me, would call it apparent or geometric. I said I don't know. They just measure Earth flat with it. They establish Earth flat with it. That's what it's used for. It's just the horizon. How else you can ascribe other words to it, like geometric or apparent, isn't relevant to what it's used for. That's establishing Earth as a flat plane so you can measure angles with respect to the stars and their GP positions on the extended plane you establish with the horizon, regardless of what extra words you attach to horizon. Okay, hope I've answered you without chanting you.
Sextants don't establish horizontal planes, Nathan.
Shut up, Brenda. I have no idea.
They don't.
I agree, Brenda.
Yeah, you're just begging the question. You're just begging the question, Nathan.
It's the process of celestial navigation.
Of course you would agree,
It's not. I'm not begging any questions. Sorry. It's not me and my claim, Brenda. It's celestial navigation.
Your claim is that the from the sextant to the horizon is horizontal. That's begging the question because you presuppose that it's horizontal.
To be so. No, I'm answering you. It's not begging the question. It's a prerequisite to get an angle.
No, it isn't. All you need for an angle is 2 rays.
What?
All you need for an angle is a vertex and 2 rays.
Rays?
Elevation angle.
Okay, do you want to define an elevation angle for us then?
An angle is a vertex and 2 rays.
No, she didn't hear me. Sorry, I think Huey rumpus me. I'll say it again. You define an elevation angle, Brenda, because that's what we use the horizon in navigation for. Elevation angle measurement. Do you want to define what that is?
An elevation angle is the degrees from horizontal.
Where's that from? Where's that cited? Citation, please.
Yeah, whatever. So, whatever.
No, that whatever's not a citation.
Yeah. So an elevation angle is
No, I've asked for mods. Do we just allow this here? Oh, I say citation, please. She says, yeah, whatever. Just carries on. Is that allowed? Is that cool? Is that how the politics server rolls?
No, Brenda. Citation or move on?
I'll be the one moving on. If she doesn't give it us, I'll be moving on, not her. I'll be taking charge of the conversation and citing what an elevation angle is. Not move on to a different subject, Brenda. Citation, please.
An angle of elevation is an angle that's formed between the horizon.
Do you know what a citation? Do you know what citation means? It's not you reiterating the words you used. It's you telling me where you got it. Reference at the page number, or ideally you just post it in chat with quote marks around it.
Elevation of angle.
That? She's doing it again, mods. She's not doing what I've asked her to do. Oh, you got Brenda? Do you want to make your baseless assertion again? Because it's not going to happen. I'll define it.
There's the link.
She seems to be chanting through me while I define it where she failed and there was a long silence. Can you mute her so she doesn't do that again? Thank you. The altitude angle, sometimes referred to as solar elevation angle, describes how high the sun appears in the sky. The angle is measured between an imaginary line between the observer and the sun and the horizontal plane the observer is standing on. End quote. Sustainable by design. Altitude angle. That's what it is. Rays? I didn't hear rays mentioned. In fact, I've got 20 citations of what elevation angles, and not one of them mentions rays.
Can you post the citation?
Interesting. That was from Sustainable by Design.
Is that what makes it non-geometric, the imaginary line? Nathan?
Just covered this a minute ago, Bev. Maybe you weren't here. Maybe you were off having a poo or something. No, I don't know how celestial navigation defines what they use to establish a horizontal plane, in this case the horizon. It's just called the horizon. I mean, maybe you could ask navigators who actually use this process to make sure they don't die at sea when they establish a horizontal plane of reference.
I was talking about your claim.
I'm still talking. Do you mind if Bev doesn't interrupt me? Do you mind if Bev just doesn't do that?
Mute me.
I know he does it on his own scummy server, where he's got his volume 15 times higher than everyone else's in his crappy productions that he puts out and no one watches. Meanwhile, I'm going to actually answer him. No, in the process called celestial navigation, not a claim I'm making, they use the horizon to establish a horizontal plane of reference. And it's defined by sustainable by design, or the altitude angle that it's used for GP positions on the ground we're navigating. And that would be the horizontal plane of reference the observer is standing on according to sustainable by design. And it's used to establish a horizontal plane of reference when you use the horizon. Whether or not it's defined as geometric or apparent, I don't know. You have to ask a navigator, I guess, the ones that are using this process of measuring Earth flat to save their life at sea if they need it. Ask them, Bev.
Yeah, so not you then. It's not worth asking
don't
you.
ask me. I've never done it. I've watched people do it. My sister used to have a boat. Have you ever had a family member with a boat, or maybe two boats? My sister had several. How many boats have you been out and watched people? How many boats have you been out and watched this process being done on, Bev?
I've got a sextant. I've measured an angle with it.
How many boats? He doesn't seem to understand a simple question.
Nathan.
How many boats have you been out where this sextant that you've got would be useful for saving your life at sea if you were lost? How many boats have you been out and actually put it into practical effect with, or witnessed a secondary person on a boat doing it? How many times has that happened for you, Bev?
I just measure the land, Nathan.
So with a marine sextant?
No, it's just a sextant. I don't know whether it's a marine one or
what kind of sextant? It's got a bubble in it, or a horizon mirror?
It's got the mirror.
Hold on, has it got a bubble in it, or has it got a horizon
it's
mirror?
It's just got a mirror on it, Nathan. There's no bubble on it.
Just talk and chant through the top of the straight question that I'm asking.
Nathan, he's got a device that he can't use. He's just admitted. He's got a marine sextant. Where's he going to get his horizon from? Because it's not level, is it? It's not flat, Bev.
Just measures angles, doesn't it, Adam?
Are you going to use your horizon mirror to level that device to take your angle?
Just measures angles, Adam.
Yeah, you're using the horizon, doesn't it? yeah, in the horizon mirror.
On land, Bev.
Yeah, you can measure a horizontal angle with it as well,
you've got
can't you?
the housing estate horizon that you're using to level your device.
No, you can measure an angle on the horizontal plane.
You are a very
Sorry, did you say at an angle on the horizontal plane?
You can measure an angle on any plane you want with a sextant. It's just an angular measuring device.
How do you level your marine sextant on the housing estate?
You don't need to level it, do you? You get a level if you want to level.
No, stop, Adam. Bev doesn't understand what the process of navigation is. He obviously hasn't ever been out on a boat and done this. He might own a sextant, but owning something doesn't mean you know how to use it. You have to level the tool, and this tool's leveled with the horizon mirror.
Have you ever measured an angle with a sextant,
Why are you asking me
Nathan?
something? You don't know how this is done, and Adam's just humiliated you. Starting a new question won't overcome. Chanting through me won't do it either, Bev. Eventually, I'll appeal to the mods to stop you doing this. I'll eventually appeal to the mods, Bev, if you keep chanting through me. They don't tolerate that here. They like me actually overcoming your garbage by saying that a marine sextant, but with a horizon mirror. I mean, how are you going to level it on the housing estate, says Adam. No, you're going to have to level the tool. That's what's done in celestial navigation. You level the tool. Marine sextant. One that's not used on housing estates. It's the clues in the title. It's a marine sextant, Bev.
Oh, dear.
Don't have to level it, you say, Bev. That's fundamentally idiotic of you to state. You do have to level it. You obviously don't understand that this process is done. How embarrassing.
It's kind of sad that he agreed with Brenda. Oh, my goodness.
It shows the audience just how disingenuous Bev really is.
Well, Brenda said...
This process. He said he didn't have to level the tool, and every time the humiliation gets reiterated, he starts talking. The top
Brenda said,
like the other fundies, that thought that by chanting through the top, it wouldn't overcome the humiliating, embarrassing defeat that Bev's just faced. Maybe chanting through the top of it will overcome that embarrassing defeat. Bev, you definitely level your marine sextant. You said you didn't. That was highly embarrassing and stupid of you in front of a live audience of over 100 people. Very embarrassing. That'll be 100 people you'll never get on your crap show with your mic 20 times louder than everyone else because you just like chanting really loudly on your own little circle jerk platform. Yeah, that's what you do, Bev. You don't understand this process, though.
Well, he
That's clear
never
to
corrects
everyone.
anybody.
Yeah, to everyone. You don't
He
understand
never
how this is
corrects
done.
anybody.
Yeah, we correct the fallacious arguments of flat
Like
earthers.
levelling a tool that you say doesn't need levelling. You're just wrong.
We said a sextant isn't a tool
It's not
for
a
establishing
fallacious
a horizontal plane of reference.
Celestial navigation.
Bev, you've been overcome. It's okay, mate. Does anyone else want to have a go? Bev's, done with his garbage. We've annihilated him and demonstrated he doesn't understand this all works.
At least
He
Bev
claimed
doesn't talk about
celestial
the robot,
navigation
man.
was a fallacious argument.
Oh, Neil, you keep chanting through everyone, so if you don't get your words out, you're going to keep doing it.
I'm sorry. I try to talk and then I hear somebody. He's claiming that celestial navigation is a fallacious argument. It's just celestial navigation, Bev.
I'm not.
Well, then go and learn how it works.
It's not an argument. Saying celestial navigation is not an argument at all.
Yeah, you're right. It's not an argument. It's just how the world's navigated. Yeah, we're not making.
Reality.
Thank you. We're not making an argument with it. It's just is what it is. It's just navigating, and it's dealt with flat. The world, that is.
It's not flat though, is it? It's measured not flat. The actual land.
Not in navigation. It's not, Bev. No, it's all dealt with as we've told you this multiple times. Now, I am in no doubt that the moment I start repeating that which I've told to you multiple times and you don't understand, you'll start talking through the middle of it. No, in navigation, it's all dealt with without any elevation changes whatsoever, Bev. All dealt with as one flat plane, no height changes.
Yeah, but the
Because
land
you have a zero reference
isn't,
to navigate.
Nathan.
There's that interruption right on cue.
That's where we're talking about different things, Nathan.
This is painful. Maybe you could keep up the pain. Maybe if you just jabber a bit louder through the top of the middle of my sentence, right, Bev? That'll overcome this embarrassing defeat that you're facing here in the politics server in front of 100 of my live audience members. Maybe you chanting through the middle of it will defeat that. Your mute button that you're using. That mute button that's coming in right about now. Go ahead. Mute my sentence about how Earth's measured flat in celestial navigation. Go ahead.
Can I ask you something, please?
Yeah, I'm done with Bev.
Just tell him that we
Bev's
never
gonna
said,
be in here.
Just tell him that we never said flat land. We say flat earth. It doesn't mean the land, only the land. And we know that the land has topography and under the surface of the ocean there is ocean floor. And it's not flat, so we never said flat land. So just don't strawman us, please, Bev.
We
Flat Water Society.
That's where he wants to take you to.
Last time you spanked him, he was in here for 2 weeks.
Yeah. So he's desperate to go to Bev's fallback position, yeah, which is to claim that it's not flat and go into that ridiculous argument, which isn't even an argument, it's just definitional quarreling. It still doesn't negate the point. And more fundamentally, have some humility, man. You just came in making all these big claims and just demonstrated you don't know anything about celestial navigation, down to the point of how to use the device you claim you've got. Go away, do some learning.
Is it subdued?
Bev.
Hold on. I think subdued was trying to get his. Brian, subdued, was it?
Oh, Brian's here. Excellent.
Thanks, Neil. I'm clearing the airwaves for a guy called Subdued, who's, I think, trying to get his words in. Tried a couple of times. Have something you wanted to add? You're off mute, Subdued. You're just hot micing. On server mute, Subdued. I think he's just hot micing into the conversation. Sorry, Neil. Go ahead, Brian.
Thanks, Nate. Dave, why are you measuring angles with a sextant? Or anything?
Why?
No, I had that thought.
Hey, why? Why are you coming in here telling everyone you're measuring an angle with your sextant?
So I've got experience, right? I'm just letting everyone know that I do actually have a sextant. And I have actually measured an angle with it.
without leveling
you
the
saying
device
you can
to
do
the horizon and
it
using it
forward an angle?
correctly.
Hold on, just Brian and Bev, if you don't mind.
Please leave
Just
Brian.
Brian and Bev.
You say you can do F4 with an angle, so what's the point of measuring one?
Why can't you measure an angle? Of course you can measure an angle.
He said, your quote, Bev, you can do fuck all with an angle, end quote, you. You don't have to chant through it. I'll have to repeat it because you chanted through it. I'll try again. Quote, you can do fuck all with an angle, end quote, Bev, the scummy,
No swearing,
foul-mouthed
Nathan.
pig, liar, dog that he is.
Wow, Nathan.
He's asking you about that very specific quote that you said. Now, given that your quote is you can do F all, I'll paraphrase your quote. Sorry, Bev, I don't want to swear. I've already given it twice. Given your quote, why would you be measuring the angle is the question if you can do nothing with it?
Just so I can say that I have actually measured an angle with the sextant.
For what?
Just to measure an angle.
He said just so you can be wrong.
Practical experience, Nathan.
For nothing. So just for the angle measurement. So you don't understand what this tool is used for if you think it's just used for random measuring of angles that are useless and have no practical application and you can't do anything with them, as you have stated. So what you're saying is the experience that you've got with this tool is utilising it as a tool of angle measurement. Okay?
Yeah, I've used the protractor as well,
wonderful.
Nathan.
And the middle of my sentence obviously interrupted the start of yours because it's painful. It has actually got a practical application. It saves lives at sea when you put the angle that you measure into practical application that you say you can do F all with. But saying that you can do F all with it and then suggesting that, I just go around measuring random angles with it. That's what it's used for. It shows that you don't understand what it's used for. And chanting through me a second time. The middle of my sentence obviously interrupted. The painful middle of my sentence interrupted the start of Bev's because he's got a fundamentalist zealot chanting mute button that he needs to employ when he's being embarrassed by us. Over on your crappy channel where no one watches and you're 10 times louder than everybody, you might have the ear of your circle jerk fundies that believe every garbage word you spew. Here, we parrot back your garbage words in quotes and point out how random measurements of angles you can do F all with makes no sense when this tool saves lives at sea. Meanwhile, you want to deny that this tool's even used at sea when you use it on the housing estate.
At least Bev doesn't talk about the
I have
globe
no
all
reason
day.
for
How
asking
about
what I
that?
asked, and I have a follow-up to that.
Yeah, Brian.
Do you allow me a few minutes? Do you stand by the statement that you can do F4 with an angle?
Yes, geometrically, yes. Brian, yes, I definitely do.
You never, this geometrically you're adding in now. That's not something you originally added in. So your statement was originally to rue it was supposed to be a joke, but then you doubled and tripled down on it.
No, it wasn't meant to be a joke.
Sorry, he's gone very... sorry, Brian. You
do
both talk. Sorry, Brian, I've got to interject because you're both talking at the same time while he tramples over what you're saying. I just want to clarify for the audience. Ev's been given his exact words back to him verbatim by me twice. He's now rewriting history by saying geometrically. No, that's not what you said, Bev. Let's not rewrite history with words outside of the stupid moronic quote that you gave to lots of people who subsequently left your presence. They came to me, by the way, Bev. The people who deserted you. Yeah, they did, yeah. They came to me after they heard you saying stupid, idiotic nonsense like you can do fuck all with an angle, end quote, you. Now, I didn't hear the word geometric in there, but obviously you feel the need to rewrite history for Brian, don't you, Bev? That's what scumbags do. They try and rewrite history. It's not what you said. There was no word.
It's a bit of a mouthful, the full statement, though, isn't it, Nathan?
Yeah.
What, a bit of a mouthful of the full statement that you didn't actually say that you now want to rewrite history with? So you didn't say the statement that you actually said when you rewrite history, because the statement that you're going to rewrite history with is a bit of a mouthful. So you said something completely incorrect rather than the mouthful of correctness that you didn't say. Yeah, you did. You just didn't use the mouthful of correct words.
Want me to give you the full statement?
You used incorrect words that we've quoted back to you verbatim that make you look really stupid, Bev. That's what you actually
Want me
did.
to give
That's
you the
what
full
Brian's
statement?
pointing out to you. And he's also
Want me to give
pointing
you the
out that
full
you're double
statement?
downing and chanting and fundy muting like you're doing now won't change the stupid shit that you have said that audiences have deserted you from. I mean, they were having to listen to you 10 times louder than everyone else in your little circle jerk over on your channel no one watches. Anyway, so it wasn't a massive loss when they all deserted you after you said that stupid shit, and some of them parroted it like repeated the stuff that you, their guru at the time, had said. Like, we're parroting it now and you're rewriting history over.
Yeah, the reason I was asking that is because I've heard Bev many times.
Do you want me to give you the full statement, or is Nathan just
maybe through the middle of his statement you could give the full statement? We heard the full statement, and I gave it you back verbatim. But now you want to give us a different statement, the full statement, the one you didn't say, the one you're going to rewrite history with. Yeah, Bev, go ahead and give us the new statement that isn't the quote I give you verbatim. I'll start with the quote. You can do fuck all with an angle, end quote. Bev, what were the words that were too complicated that you didn't say in that quote? Go ahead, Bev.
Okay, here we go. With just an angle and no additional information, we cannot determine or conclude anything about geometric properties or relationships. But it's a bit of a full-on statement, that. So we shortened it for the street version, for people that aren't quite acquainted with geometry. Now, if you want to know more about it, you're welcome to come over and have a discussion about it.
You are, but what people actually did...
No, we'll have it right now.
We will, after I just point out that... Hold on.
Recent.
I just want to point out that people repeated the actual statement he made originally. He didn't contextualise or qualify or explain and disclaim that it was a much bigger statement that he was actually making. He just made the following statement, which wasn't what he just said. Quote, you can do fuck all with an angle, end quote. And then other people parroted that and were absolutely humiliated by it in the same way that Bev is now and needs to recontextualise it with different words he didn't say. Go ahead, Brian.
I'm not humiliated by it, Nathan. I'll still stand by it.
Because even in the acronym that Bev writes, there's none of all that. It's purely you can do F4 with an angle. But the reason I bring it up is because I've often heard you reference differential leveling. I've seen you detail it and reference it often a time on your show. And you might have even referenced it to me or shown it to me because I spoke with you in the past.
Practically done it.
And we used to speak. We used to speak often. But now, obviously, things have changed because you treat people like they're stupid. So now I'm going to call your claimed surveying certificate into question. A function within differential leveling is a thing called rise over run. The purpose of rise over run is to determine slope grade over distance through the use of angles, triangles. So if you can do F4 with an angle, you have no business talking about surveying.
Rise over run, though, Brian, is rise, vertical distance, run, horizontal distance. That's two distances.
So do you agree or disagree that
it's not an angle, it's two distances
over distance?
At the point that Brian said, do you disagree or agree, Ev started chanting through him with his fundamentalist religious zealot mute button so he didn't have to hear the question. I'm going to have to ask Brian to repeat the question, hopefully without Bev chanting through it to mute it. Try again, Brian.
Yeah, does he agree or disagree that they determine slope grade over distance via rise over run? And to determine that slope grade over distance, they use right angle triangles.
Yes, Brian. The rise is a vertical distance and run is a horizontal distance. That's two distances, right. So, not
how come you didn't know that
angle.
2 weeks ago.
Two distances, not an angle.
It is. The rise over run creates an angle, Bev. Creates an angle. It creates a triangle, Bev. Two triangles, actually, one on top of the other. You know the process. How come you didn't know that, considering that you claim to have, and I saw a certificate, I don't know what it is, you claim to have a surveying certificate. You even throw it in people's faces recently. No, I'm not a surveyor. I never had a surveying certificate, and I've known that for years.
Never thrown a certificate in any places.
I'm listening to you to say, I'm listening to you for the past 2 years or so, telling people you can do F4 with an angle, and being smug and being snide with people. And being dishonest with people. And I thought after that debacle with 10th Man on FED that you would stop with that nonsense. Because I gave you a little bit of leeway because we used to speak in the past. Right? Even though you've treated me like dirt since then, because we used to speak in the past.
I've never done that to you, Brian.
But because you can't shut up about it, I've just exposed you.
I'm sorry you feel like that, Brian.
3 years before that motherfucker turned on me.
I've known it for years. Anyone who
Another one
would know that. I've known that for years. And I don't claim to be a surveyor, but I've known that for years. Now, if I had a surveying certificate, I would definitely know that. Bev, when I put that to you 2 weeks ago, you didn't know it. You claimed distance. I said no, slope grade over distance.
Are you suggesting that it's Tuco Tobago College certificate in surveying isn't worth the paper it's written on?
I don't know anything about his certificate, but I know that he should have known that. And the fact that that process of rise over run determines slope grade over distance, that's one of the main purposes of it. It's basically the main purpose, right? The fact that that does happen, you would think that someone who's always talking about surveying wouldn't be saying you can do F-oil with an angle when literally triangles are being created within that process to determine slope grade over distance.
That's two distance measurements.
You can't make it up.
Two distance measurements, not an angle. I don't understand why you can't see it.
Why are we bringing up? Why are we bringing up surveying? He said that you can't do anything with an angle. But surveying? Well, let's just go to Mathnasium. This is for primary school students. It states real life applications of angles. Position, direction, precision, optimization are some ways in which people use angles in their daily life. Here's a bunch of them. Are you ready? Carpenters use them to measure precisely to build doors, chairs, and tables, etc. Athletes use them to gauge the distances of a throw and to enhance their performance in sports. Engineers construct buildings, bridges, houses, monuments, etc. using angle measurements. Artists use their measurement knowledge to sketch or create art pieces. Use of angles in the design of parking spaces affects how many cars can park in a lot. An advantage to using obtuse angle spaces is that it is easier to turn a car at an obtuse angle than at a right angle. There may be fewer accidents. Last one. Airplane pilots, military orienteering specialists, ship navigation crews are responsible for using angles to move efficiently toward a destination. After accounting for wind and current speed, navigation teams will determine an angle to direct their course of movement. End of citation from Mathnasium for school children.
Add in saving lives at sea.
Bye, Bev.
Well, not just bye, Bev. You need a flat Earth for every single example that's just been given by citation. You're going to need a flat Earth for all of this. With that, I'm going to say, if you are watching this on either Nathan Oakley 1980 or Nathan Oakley Programming Streams, then stay tuned, as there will be an after show to follow. Fortunately, though, if you are watching this live, this is where we bid you farewell. So, another massive thank you to today's G Plus panel and politics Discord server for giving us such a warm welcome and providing us with so much entertainment, so many great questions, all that good stuff. And, of course, a massive thank you to you in the Nathan Oakley 1980 live audience for liking, commenting, sharing, subscribing, joining as a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member, and all that good stuff. Once again, stay tuned if you're watching on an after show. I've been Nathan Oakley, and I will see you all in next video. Have a great Easter.
God bless. You too, buddy.
I just say you need an angle measuring device in order to ascertain an angle.
That's cool.
All you need.
Don't you need more than just an angle to build a bridge? I mean, don't you need like cement and steel and I don't
distances?
Know. Yeah, I don't. Maybe I'm silly.
Plans.
Something in reality to use it on.
Yeah. I don't know why you'd be questioning some certification that other people have got.
Did you hear all those things that you have to do with an angle?
Yeah, if I'll give you just an angle.
Just making sure you heard all those fucking things you have
tell me you can
fucking angle for.
Yeah, well, when you need an angle, if you're measuring an angle on the
why are you talking?
plane,
You just failed. You just had an
muffle. It's all right. Just you talk over us. Don't worry about it.
So I just connected the two lines. That's my fault. My bad. I just connected the two servers together. That's my fault. I'm sorry. It wasn't them trying to talk through you. Go ahead, Bev.
Okay. In order to measure a direction, you would need north. So you would need north and an angle from north. So that's something extra to the angle. The question, the statement was just about an angle.
Which north?
What's north?
That's a little rubbish. You said to us earlier, you measured an angle with your sextant. Did you need north?
I'm saying just on the azimuthal plane, that's what you require in order to measure your angle for direction purposes. That's something in addition to the angle that you require. It's not just an angle.
Why are you even talking about angles?
Not just an angle. What part of your quote had the word just in it? You can do fuck all with an angle. Isn't fuck all with just an angle? It seems again like Bev's trying to rewrite history. The word just wasn't in there, Bev. I mean, that wouldn't be a massive string of words that was really complicated to incorporate. Just is just one word. You didn't just incorporate just into that statement of garbage that we quote back to you that lots of people left your crappy little channel over and came back to me. Yeah, after they parroted it and we pointed out how stupid it was to say. And now you're including the word just in that quote that you didn't say. You didn't say just.
Yeah, that's an angle.
Just an angle, or are you rewriting history there?
An angle.
You can do plenty. Let me just correct you. We can do plenty with an angle, Bev.
Anybody want to go play pool?
Go on then.
We'll
you need a pool table, a pool cue, and some pool balls.
With just an angle, I can pot a ball.
You'd need a ball as well, Nathan.
You need a cue too. If you haven't got a cue.
But you've just got an angle, Nathan. Hello?
Are you being serious, man? Like, I don't really understand this part of the pun. Angle that you're taking
just
when you
an
say
angle.
do fuck out with an angle. I don't get it, man.
It's just an angle.
What's the point of it?
Let me just correct him with a quote from himself. You know your latitude with just an angle to Polaris. End quote, Bev.
Yeah, because it's just an angle.
10th man.
Yeah, that's what he said to 10th man, yeah.
Just an angle, though, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm just going to quote it again. With just an angle, you know your latitude. It's just an angle. That's what you said to 10th man. But
it is just an angle, isn't it?
To say you can't do... And maybe if you chant through me, is this really painful, Bev? I know it's embarrassing and lots of people have left you over this stupid shit you said. But when you incorporate... maybe chanting through me will overcome this devastating defeat of words that you use that overcome your inclusion by rewriting history of the word just. So with just an angle, you know your latitude, don't you, Bev? End quote, Bev. Just an angle, you know your latitude,
It is just an angle, isn't it, Nathan?
Well, you can do plenty with an angle. I mean, with just an angle, we know latitude, Bev, you stupid clown. So when you say we can do fuck all with an angle, that makes you fundamentally stupid, Bev.
In the mathnasium? Do I need to go over that again?
Yeah, he didn't listen. He's dumb. He doesn't listen. He chants through the top of things that contradict him. I mean, his own circle jerk, crappy little channel that no one watches. He gets away with that at 10 times the volume of everyone else. Here, we just laugh at that stupid shit, paraphrase it back to him, and he includes words to rewrite history that we can still overcome with his own quotes. Like with just an angle, you can get latitude. That's just an angle, Bev. Like the one you said you can do fuck all with because you're a clown that nobody should be subscribed to. You should just quit your channel. Close that shit. So we don't have to listen to you being 10 times louder. Not that I am. I only get to tune in once to you being 10x the volume of everyone else to realise you're a narcissistic twat that gets everything wrong and likes the sound of his own voice.
And he never challenges anybody that gets anything wrong on his channel. That's why they stay there, because he's their god.
He's gonna
Neil, come on.
He's gonna be in here for weeks, man.
Come on. Just an angle to Polaris. You know your latitude. It's doing something with an angle.
Latitude is just an angle, isn't it?
Yeah, the one you said you could do fuck all with it and then added just. Like with just an angle, there's nothing you can do with just an angle. You need other stuff. Well, like getting latitude with just an angle, end quote, Bev. I mean, that would be just an angle that you're going to chant through with your fundy mute button that you get away with on your circle jerk, right, Bev? Nothing at all, other than your embarrassing quotes that I'm going to parrot back to you about just an angle giving you latitude. Why have you still got an audience?
He's got an audience?
Yeah, I know. It's stupid, isn't it?
Called Dumb and Dumber.
Not after listening to this. Anybody who's still subscribed to Bev after this is going to be like questioning their own sanity. Why am I subscribed to this complete idiot? What am I doing? Am I nuts?
I'd like to hear that list again from QE. I like that list.
You want to hear it again?
Yeah, go on. Ev won't be listening.
Real life from Mathnasium. This site is for primary school students. If you're in the U.S., it's elementary school students. Real life applications of angles. Position, direction, precision, and optimization are some ways in which people use angles in their daily life. Number one, carpenters use them to measure precisely to build doors, chairs, tables, etc. Number two, athletes use them to gauge the distances of a throw and to enhance their performance in sports. Number three, engineers construct buildings, bridges, houses, monuments, etc. using angle measurements. Artists use their measurement knowledge to sketch or create art pieces. The use of angles in the design of parking spaces affects how many cars can park in a lot. An advantage to using obtuse angled spaces is that it is easier to turn a car at an obtuse angle than at a right angle. So there may be fewer accidents in the parking lot because of the use of angled spaces. And the last one, airline pilots, military orienteering specialists, and ship navigation crews are responsible for using angles to move efficiently toward a destination. After accounting for wind and current speed, navigation teams will determine an angle to direct their course of movement. End of citation from Mathnasium. Real life application of angles for primary school children.
Yeah, well, we just deal with the geometric stuff, right? That's what we deal with.
I got it.
Bev.
Dave,
Why is he still speaking?
What's so great over distance?
Why is he still speaking?
Because he's not acknowledged a single word we've said and has still got this deluded confidence in what he has been overcome with multiple times. And zero acknowledgement of any of the words you just said. Now it's a question of geometric nature.
Ryan's.
It's a Dunning-Kruger deflector shield.
Yep. You don't know what you don't know.
About your
You're
fallacious
dumb. You don't know
modus
that
tollens, QE.
Very difficult for dumb people to recognise how dumb they are.
Did he say fallacious modus tollens?
Yeah.
Yes, he did.
Desperately
Modus tollens is a deductive syllogism, you moron. That's like saying you're
QE,
married
your fallacious modus tollens.
dipshit.
Sorry,
Dipshit.
hold on, QE, just one sec. Sorry, he thinks that by changing the statement to your oxymoronic fallacious modus tollens. No, modus tollens is the description of a logical consistency. To say fallacious modus tollens, regardless of ascribing your to it, is still stupid, Bev.
It's his conclusion that makes it fallacious.
And when he gets shown to be incredibly stupid, he starts
now.
chanting through the conclusion of his stupidity with his fundy mute button that he gets away with on a circle jerk.
You can see it.
What's the conclusion,
in
Bev?
the chat right now? The fallacious part. I've put a circle round it.
Let's have a laugh.
In the chat right now.
Mm-hmm.
That was
Can you
pretty
see
good,
it?
QE. I thought it was it.
Is an acknowledgement to QE's definitions and citations? Is that what's in the chat?
QE's
none of those. Not getting
fallacious
those.
modus tollens, particularly in the conclusion.
Contradiction in terms. Second time he hasn't acknowledged me. I'm sick of. I'm just getting sick of this. I'm having to say the same things. It's boring for the audience. Yeah, it's a contradiction in terms to say the fallacious logical consistency. It's the second time I've told you, you stupid man.
The fallacious modus tollens that QE
Just
calls
shut him down,
the
please. Can we
black
mute Bev?
swan.
I'm sick of this. Can someone mute Bev and remove him from the call? Right, I've pointed out this will be the third time because he's just repeated it again. It's stupid to say fallacious logical consistency. Fallacious modus tollens? What? A fallacious logical consistency? Oh my God. He is so stupid.
saying your modus tollens is not consistent.
Not what he said. No, those weren't the words that crossed his lips. He said fallacious modus tollens.
Nathan, can you show us your own personal measurements of the globe?
Want to rewrite
or the
Bev's
flat
history?
Earth?
Sorry,
You're
I just had
spending
a
a lot
guy
of
trying to
time,
rewrite Bev's
Nathan.
history on his behalf.
You're
No,
spending a
that's not
lot
what
of time,
he said.
Nathan, stalling for the fact that QE can't write a modus tollens without sounding stupid.
It's a different claim. Right.
Well,
if the Earth is a sphere with
conclusion doesn't follow
I'm going
from
to
the
repeat the
premise.
modus tollens that you say is stupid. If the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles, and every distance to horizon can be no more than 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, distance to horizon is beyond the geometric limitations in the Earth curve maths as laid down in the first statement. Therefore, the horizon is not Earth curve and the Earth is not a sphere. How is that
the conclusion.
stupid?
That is stupid. The conclusion, not P, should be the first statement of the first part of the first premise. Changing the P is it's fallacious. It's a non sequitur.
Not fully. I didn't change the P.
Wow.
The P is
Sorry,
a statement of...
read it out. Read it out.
I'm just
Right,
gonna,
let's read it
can I
again
rebut
together.
you? Can I refute? Can I rebut? Just
Yeah,
keep talking,
let's-
maybe, and that will stop me rebutting you.
Go on then. Go on. You give
I
me
don't need your permission. I need you to just shut your mouth.
Loony
And,
logic. Give me
yeah,
a
the
loony
painful truth's gonna. He hasn't given me permission. He's lying. He's gonna continue rambling through the top of me. Yeah, bit like with Rob Noxious. I just don't want to talk to you when you behave like this. Now you can claim it as your victory. But no, the P statement didn't change. If Earth is a sphere, radius 3959, and distance to horizon can be no more than. So we've got two things in the P statement. Earth a sphere, distance to horizon. It's Earth curve. It's not the distance. So it's not Earth curve. That's my conclusionary P statement, taken from the modus tollens, developed by Quantum Eraser, that you say is stupid. Very first statement, if Earth a sphere, therefore not a sphere, isn't reasonable because it's not P? No, Dumbo. It's absolutely logically consistent and it hasn't changed the P statement. Horizon, that's Earth curve, and Earth being a globe are in the P statement.
Okay, so the first issue you've got, Nathan, is that you're taking the first part of the P and you're ignoring the second part of the P. If the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3959, you can't ignore the second part of the P and change the P at the end to the Earth's not a ball, because that's not inferred in the first P. Why can't you get it?
You're a moron. So, do you have another sphere with a different radius? You clown of an idiot.
You don't like your own radius value? Is that the problem? You say it's stupid because you don't like the assertion of your radius value when there's only one sphere Earth radius value being asserted. It's debunked with the black swan. And the radius value gives you the maths to assert that where the horizon that you claim is Earth curve will be.
All I'm
Yeah, they want
saying
you
is
to
you can't even write a syllogism. You can't even write a syllogism that even follows. So how could anyone trust
We
you
heard
about
that first
anything
time.
else if you can't write a
We
fucking?
heard that the first time and then we overcame it. Reasserting that makes it baseless when we've overcome it with rebuttal.
And I would
They
say
say-
that all of
Why?
the Earth's models that we have are based off a radius of 3959 miles. This includes our orbits and space and all these imaginary things you guys believe, yeah?
Exactly.
So
But
if
they
that
want to-
radius is debunked, your whole globe, your whole world, your whole models are debunked.
Exactly, but they still want you to put
Exactly.
in, therefore P is not a sphere of a radius of 3959. So they just want you to say therefore it's not the correct radius, but to let them try to find another radius for that new globe they will create and assume another universe for it.
Spot on. Yeah, they become anti-flat earthers. Oh, well, I haven't claimed Earth's a sphere radius 3959. I mean, maybe I can now burden of proof reversal fallacy you into ascribing it a new radius as a flat earther. What's your flat earth globe radius? You know what I mean?
So at best you debunked the radius? Go ahead, Brian.
Maybe QE
I
should
know, yeah,
look
he wants
into
to plant a
elementary
step on you.
logic and see if he
What's
can
your
learn how to
flat
write.
Earth
Sorry, guys in G+.
bridges?
I'm really sorry, guys in G+. The guy wants to reassert his baseless assertion in spite of the rebuttal not being addressed by him again through the top of us all.
You haven't made a
because it'll help
rebuttal.
his pain. Go ahead, my
You're-
friend. Reassert your baseless assertion through the top of us all. Go ahead.
You haven't made a rebuttal. You just said, well, you'd have to have a different sort of radius, and that's not the case unless you're an anti-flat earther. I'm just saying QE can't even write a syllogism. Maybe you should learn some logic, elementary logic, maybe.
We heard it 3 times. Thank you.
Let me point out
Thank
where you're
you.
wrong.
Thank you. We heard that 3 times. We did overcome it. We explained that the peace statement is definitely being referred to as the peace statement that's overcome in the logical consistency, and why. But we did. But you can maybe reassert it for a 4th time until the mods stop you. We'll see.
No, we're not going any further.
I'm just going to point out where he's wrong.
You've made your statements, and the audience can make their own decision on that one, Jekyll. I think he's rebutted it.
Yeah, we debunked Earth Curve in 2020. Go ahead, Brian.
Yeah, I just want to point out where he's wrong and other people are wrong. Because I think this is Bev's point as well. And even though I made a video about a year and a half correcting him, he obviously didn't watch it. Reason at the end, the conclusionary statement doesn't add in 3959 miles. It's because the globe paradigm, your globe model, your globe Earth, whatever we want to call it, can't have a radius greater or less than 3959 miles. Because it's based off of hijacking of flat Earth elevation angles to Polaris, which gave us the latitude and longitude grid. So you show me how the latitude and longitude grid can be bigger or smaller.
It can't.
And
It's
then
based,
maybe
it can't. It can't. It's based on an actual measurement to Polaris off a flat plane, and that measurement must back engineer into their radial value. They require a flat Earth more than we do.
Exactly. So why would QE need to write in 3959? He doesn't, because he understood that and understands it now. And I was always understood it. But obviously the people who think he doesn't know what he's talking about, he don't understand it.
Yeah, we've heard it all.
People deny celestial navigation.
We've heard it all. We've had the P statements of straw man. What, your Earth curve maths claim at 1.2 times the square root of the surface height in feet based on a radial value of 3959 is a straw man. Yeah, that's the basis of your claim. But it's a straw man. Yeah, we've heard it all before.
Yeah, I think that they're trying to.
And why did that automatically change? When did your very claim, which is the Earth is a ball with a radius of 3959 miles, right? That's what you guys have been claiming for years and years and years. You tell us we're stupid for not believing it. Then as soon as QE comes up with this logical syllogism that you guys say he can't write, all of a sudden that changes your claim for straw man. It sounds like your claim wasn't very strong in the first place.
It means that the person saying that has relinquished the globe Earth rhetoric in the truest sense of its claim to be truth and moved on to anti-flat Earth rhetoric. Well, that's not my claim. That's QE's claim. It's his straw man, not the globe claim that I'm no longer adhering to. Go ahead, Flatsy.
They're trying to pretend that the entire cosmology isn't based off the given globe dimensions.
What's
Globus have been struggling with this for years. I remember when QE first started talking about this. I think he said they would take a year or so to get it, and it's been, 4 years now? 5 years? Still don't get it?
I said they would never get it, so I win.
Crypto! What up, my dude?
I had to pipe in and say hi to Chocolate. And
I don't know if that's what you call yourself, but what's up, man?
Yeah, no, I'm good, man. I'm good.
But for them to get it, they have to relinquish their belief in the globe, and they can't do that.
No, the criticism that other English guy come up with is so ridiculous. It's like, bro, if you're claiming a ball with a different radius, be my guest. But that's not the official claim.
That's not the point. It's just to say that QE can't write a syllogism very well, obviously.
Maybe 4 or 5 more times. Maybe you keep parroting that same assertion in spite of everything that's put to you. Maybe if you keep saying it 5 more times. I just want to point out to that guy, he said the same thing 5 times. You've got a one-trick pony in your server that's destroying the conversation by repeating the same thing through the top of you. I'm trying to stop that, so that you can have clear airwaves, whoever that is. Go ahead, whoever that is in Discord.
I'd like to hear them rewrite it.
I just wanted to say, yeah, Nathan, I just think it's cringe that they'll just say it over and over and just pretend like you didn't say anything. And it's like, yeah, I mean, is this a conversation, or are you just trying to? I mean, are you giving like a religious sermon where you just keep saying it till people just get bored and accept it? Like, I don't understand what the point of these guys is in this server.
Yeah, it's the latter.
Well, Nathan, you've got to understand that you're speaking to the elite of the globe representatives here. This is actually GF6. This is the Globe Force 6 that come into the politics server. These guys are the tip of the spear of the globe to... they've actually made the claim about a month ago that the server would be a globe room within a week.
Is that like the polar bear club?
Well, I mean, we're all for it. I mean, change our minds. Or alternatively, you could just chant that QE doesn't know how to make a logical syllogism 5 times. We've got a term for that, by the way, mate. It's called rinsing and repeating.
Would any of those guys having a go at QE?
What QE wrote was so bad that it changed their claim to our straw man. I mean, wow.
Yeah, Brian.
That's a hell of a claim you guys got, that somebody else's words could literally change the status of your claim. That's hilarious. Just so you guys know.
Sorry.
Fucking awesome, dude.
Sorry, I thought you were finished. Would one of these guys who have a problem with QE's modus tollens, would one of these guys maybe rewrite it for us here now? Considering they're experts.
Yeah, let's see how logical you guys are.
Well, let's see how well they can debunk their own globe.
Yeah, come on, Jekyll.
That's a good one, Brian.
They weren't lying. He's got GF6 in brackets.
Oh,
That'd be cool.
They're the elite, dude. They're the top of the spear, I'm telling you.
Yeah, Nathan, the only difference between you and I is that I don't get paid to talk about gobshite on YouTube.
You talk shite for free.
Yeah, for free. I do it for free.
Why does it matter if he gets paid? That's one of the cringiest criticisms that I hear from Globers, is that people get paid to do things. Well, if he's putting effort in and he treats it as a business, why shouldn't he make money?
Well, to be fair, his audience is going down, so I'll give him that.
Yeah, but again, I don't even know that that's true. I don't even know that's true. I don't believe you.
Why don't you give us some ball proofs if you're the top of the ballers? Give us some globe proofs. Not
All he's
what
got is
Globe
butthurt
does
comments,
or does not make.
Yeah, it's just cringy.
I want to hear them rewrite QE's modus tollens.
How did QE come to the conclusion that the every
dude, your butt
horizon
just hurt, man?
How did QE come to the conclusion that every...
Hold on. Why?
Rinse and
Switched
repeat.
off?
We're not rinsing
Was
and
asking-
repeating.
Oh, was he going to just ask the same question?
Yeah.
No, I want to
Yes,
hear
how
this
did
question.
QE come to the
I want to hear this
conclusion that Earth wasn't a ball?
I'm really good at
I don't think
kicking
that's going to be
Nathan's
the
ass.
question.
Hey, Brian.
I think it was going to be a different question,
No, I want to
actually.
hear their modus tollens, the one that they're going to correct. I want them to correct QE's modus tollens.
Yeah, I want to ask QE how he came to the conclusion in his Q statement, then every horizon measurement...
No, that's not correcting it. That's you asking a question to QE. I want you, or whoever is having a problem with his modus tollens, I want them to rewrite it. Now.
This is his argument.
Give us the P and the Q.
Yeah, I want to know why he thinks that every horizon distance measurement must be no more
not able to write the modus tollens. You seem to be not able to do it.
Yeah, I'm asking him to defend his argument. Believe it or not, that's something you have to do.
Asking a question. Let's give him unimpeded air to ask his question.
I want to know how QE, in his Q statement, says how he came to this conclusion. Then every horizon distance measurement must be no more than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Everyone, no more than, and how he knows that.
It's in the Earth Code maths.
Sorry, could you cite me a globe that says you can never see further than this distance?
Yes, Mick West. It's in the Globe Earth maths. I've just said
I don't
that
think
twice.
he says that you can never see further.
You seem to be getting laughed at while you don't acknowledge my
By a
response
flat
to you.
earther, which is no big deal.
No. Would you like to acknowledge what I've said?
Yes,
Mods,
I'm saying that.
Can you please control this man because he seems to want to rumpus? Is this the best your globe Force 6 has got? Ignore what I've responded to you with. You asked, where did he get Q statement? Or every distance to horizon can be no more than 1.2 times the square root of the observer's eye in feet. Yeah, he got it from your globe Earth maths. And then I cited Mick West. Your response, you got it from a flat earther. No, it's your globe Force 6 Earth maths. Stupid clown.
Yeah,
Why
listen, listen to
I've
Nathan.
got a question. I've got a follow-up question.
Don't cry.
I've got a follow-up
Right.
question. I hadn't finished. Globe Force 6 member. Why
Flat
did you
Earth
fail
member.
to comprehend that the statement included your claim of your globe Earth limitation laid down by your globe Earth maths, now cited specifically with Mick West?
I'm going to put it to you, Nathan.
Why didn't you
Flat Earther?
understand that?
I'm going to put it to you, Nathan Flat Earther, that when you say every horizon distance measurement must be no more than...
Don't. Mick West does. It's your claim. Mick West says it. It's not our claim. It's not us saying it. Are you dumb?
You really not understand
It's
this,
QE's
dude?
argument, isn't
Really a
it?
problem?
No, it's the globe Earth argument. I've just laid it out. Now, Bev, who's obviously the most retarded of this little group, he's obviously a part of Globe Force 6. No, I've cited somebody who makes the claim in their specific maths on their website that's Globe Earth claiming. It's not QE's.
Yeah, but we're talking
Globe
about
Earth
QE's modus fallacious modus tollens that he calls a black swan. Are you saying that's not his argument?
Bev's
It's
white
fallacious.
knighting for Globe Force 6. Just in case you're on Bev's server and believe he's got anything to do with the nature of Earth, he's now white knighting for a Globe
I'm not
Force
white knighting
16,
for anybody.
and now he's
That's
chanting
all.
through me pointing that out.
Because
While he
no, I'm
points out
not.
the same argument that they've come up with and rinsed and repeat 6 times, which is it's a fallacious oxymoronic.
You'll know that
logical
you is
consistency.
banned from our.
You lined up with 2 Globers today, Bev. Remember that.
Yeah, he's lining up with Globe Force 6. Rinsing and repeating
That this
as a
is
white
a
knight that, which is
fallacious
said 6 times.
argument.
I'd just like to point out that Globe Force 6 are claiming that the globe's radius is based on how far you can see on a given day.
No, it's a latitude measurement. Minimum elevation angle measurement to Polaris. It's where it
Oh, I
reaches
know
its
what it
minimum
is.
at the horizon. Got nothing to do with refracted horizons. That's not latitude. Latitude's positions on the ground. That's where they get the radial value. The inference when they talk about refracted horizons in rebuttal to the black swan means latitude just doesn't work anymore for a globe. I mean, it didn't anyway. You can't get elevation angle measurements from curved baselines.
And you can't get horizons from globes either.
Does Globe
can't
Force
get horizons
6,
from
their
globes?
upper,
That's news to me,
upper-
fam.
does the upper management of Globe Force 6 not know their globetard mass?
No, they asked you and claimed it was yours. Literally about 30 seconds ago.
Can I
You know now that it's
answer
not-
Brian's question?
I just want to confirm with Globe Force 6 that they now understand when they asked where the Q statement came for the maths for the assertion that every distance to horizon measurement can be no more than 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. That's your maths. They thought it was QE's. They were wrong. I just wanted the audience to be aware that Globe Force 6 don't even know where their own maths comes from and thought it was ours.
You're a clown, Nathan.
That's fantastic.
Better when you do that
rebuttal.
voice.
That's a fantastic rebuttal.
Yeah, it was wonderful, actually. Thank you.
That's shite. Like,
Oh.
It's really cool to listen
Oh.
to fucking trolls all day, you know? This is what you guys entertain in this shit? Trolls, look at modus
my
tollens is
server.
very simple. All you gotta do is end with, therefore, the Earth is not a globe with a radius of 3959. That's what they want to hear you say.
There you
That's
there
it.
you go. I'll tell you.
Why?
You don't need
Why
to
do
do
we
that.
gotta
It's simple.
say that?
You don't need to
Because
do
it's
that. You don't need to
fallacious
do that. You
otherwise.
understand you don't need to do that.
Didn't we already explain why that was the implication? You don't need to do
4
it?
times.
Yeah, we did.
Can we see any measurements from Nathan Oakley of a flat Earth? Can we see a flat Earth map or any measurements?
Even in a statement, they've got
Any
to
of your
repeat
actual
themselves.
measurements that you
Just
took,
going to keep
Nathan
chanting for
Oakley?
you. Okay.
Show me
Rob
some measurements
Noxious.
that you.
Rob, we'll come to you after Adam. I promise.
We'll get to the gummy bears after Adam as gas.
Nathan, what I think, those people who are pissed by that P there in the modest tolerant that QE made is just because they are believing on a bigger globe. So that's why they are pissed. Those globers
they can't do that, though.
believe
Can't do
on
that.
that globe with the radius of 39, 59.
Let's just agree
I'm
with
just
him. So we can
talking
disagree.
about the argument.
Stop. We're just going to agree with him so we can disagree with him. Okay. Right, yeah, you're right. They become anti-flat earthers who will deviate from the actual globe rhetoric. Bigger ball? No, it's got to back calculate into the latitude position, so it can't be a bigger ball. It has to be 3959. That's why it doesn't need to be stated. We've gone through that 4 times. You're saying they want a bigger ball. What they want to get out of, well, at best you've debunked the radius. Yeah, we laughed at that too.
That's what makes the argument fallacious, the conclusion.
Distances are off too.
Bev, we heard it 6 times. Bev, we heard it 6 times from the other guy, and we don't need it an 8th, 9th, and 10th
Just
time.
change the P statement.
But thank you. Maybe me telling you not to do it a 7th, 8th, 9th time means you need to do it to the top of me with your fundy mute button that you get away with on your circle jerk, where no one watches and you're 10 times louder than everyone. And you talk shit, and people have to walk away from you by repeating the shit that you say, and then deny and try and rewrite history with, Bev. You don't need to chant through the top of me. We've heard it 6 times from Globe Force 6. We don't need it 7th, 8th, 9th time from you about the oxymoronic logical consistency that's fallacious. Your stupid words have been heard. Thank you, Bev.
I think you're giving the
that means
flat
shut up.
earthers a fallacious
shut
argument.
up, Bev. That doesn't mean make a new point. It means you've been put in your place and told to shut up.
Yeah, you would think flat Earth is a fallacious argument. You're a moron, Bev.
And all of cosmology and their fairy tale astronomy circles the drain at light speed as soon as you change that 3959.
Said you're giving the flat earthers a fallacious argument.
Down the tubes.
Sorry, I was hoping to hear what QE said, but I heard the 7th rendition for the White Knight for Globe Force 6 and their argument from Bev.
No. I'm hoping that flat earthers don't get fooled by being given fallacious arguments.
Oh my God.
I'm actually looking out for flat earthers.
Don't worry, Bev. Don't worry. I'm a flat earther, and I can go with that argument. And when I will encounter a glober who believe on a bigger sphere, I will change that and put something else.
Bev, you're a fucking clown, dude.
But then you know that argument doesn't debunk a sphere. So you've done no work with that respect. You haven't debunked a sphere.
So what? You need a bigger sphere, right?
Doesn't matter. You still haven't done it. Not successfully. And that's assuming the Q statement actually holds, which the Q statement is flawed in itself.
Not a necessary consequence.
Okay, let's acknowledge him. Okay, guys, the Glober 6 has spoken. We want to respond. Hey, we accept. You say, maybe chanting through me. You say the globe Earth maths is wrong. I agree.
No, I'm saying that if the Q statement was correct, which obviously it's retarded, then the conclusion, if you changed it to that particular radius, would then follow. But the Q statement is retarded, unfortunately, and you can't even write the P statement correctly, which is like a double whammy.
Rewrite the Q statement. Rewrite the Q statement.
The G-force guy. Hold on a second, or just a second. Please, can you back off your mic 2 or 3 inches? Definitely going to be the right volume. I won't let you be lower than everyone else. It's not Bev's show where he needs to be 10 times louder to massage his own ego. Just please, can you just back off your mic so it's not all distorted? Thank you.
Can I say something just very fast because I want to go? It doesn't debunk a sphere, Jackal. It does debunk the sphere that the globers claim. We didn't say that it does debunk any type of sphere, but it does debunk the sphere of that specific radius that we were talking about in the first sentence and the start of that modest talent. So it debunked the sphere, not
if you run into a glober necros that immediately rejects the idea that you can never see more than this particular distance, and they still think they could live on a sphere with 3959.
Who cares?
Then you haven't really succeeded.
It's not your maths, will you? You're telling us that you can see further than your maths allows. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Yeah, exactly. Welcome to Flat Earth. You're saying if you can find someone that adheres to globe Earth maths, yeah, we would agree. It's garbage. The assertion that there's a sphere edge at 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, as laid down in the begging the question proof of nothing perspective hijacking Earth curve maths, is ludicrous. I mean, if you can find a globe that would claim that garbage, good luck to you, because it's garbage. We agree.
Believe it or not, Nathan, but the Earth isn't just a geometric question. It's also about physics. Did you know that? It's pretty cool, isn't it, Nathan?
It's all in your mind. We know.
That's wrong. Can I just correct him? Hello. He was speaking to me. Can I just correct him? Physics, that would be the physical nature of reality, exclusively dealt with by the scientific method. That's what physics is. Science. That's a cause and effect relationship. The shape of Earth is not a cause and effect relationship, so it is very much outside of the remit of physics.
I wasn't talking about the shape of the Earth. I was talking about whether or not you could see further, because optics aren't just geometry. You could have light bending, for instance, but you wouldn't know that, would you, Nathan? Because you listen to whatever QE tells you.
And Earth is also the shape of Earth is causing.
And QE can't write syllogism, so that's like, why are you listening to?
It's like proven.
It's almost
why did you guys change your claim? Why did your claim become our straw man after the syllogism that you guys are so scared of?
If you spin a turd around really, really quickly,
Amish,
whatever shape it is, you'll turn into a ball.
Amish, can you hear chocolate talking? Because if you can, no one can hear anything. It's just two people talking at the same time. Go ahead, chocolate.
Yeah, I'm just trying to understand why, if the syllogism was written so poorly, according to you guys, and why did your claim that we've heard for years that the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles, why did that become a straw man all of a sudden? Could you explain that for everybody? Because as soon as the Black Swan came out, that's what you guys started to say all of a sudden.
Yeah, I'll explain,
Could you explain that?
Briefly. I'll explain it very briefly, right? In a few words, as
you weren't around when he brought that argument out.
Well, hold on, I don't care.
Sorry, Bev wants to ruin the conversation, and now my G Plus has joined in with that. Bev's managed to hijack your point.
I was just going to say, I don't care which glober you spoke to 10 years ago. You're speaking to me now, right? And you will address what my arguments are.
No, we'll address the globe's claims. No, we don't care about you. You're just a tosser with a fake name on a Discord server. Your claims are inconsequential to us.
And you're a clown.
I'm talking
with a small audience.
Globe claims are what we overcome, not some tosser in a Discord server with a fake name who can't even use his real name because he's scared of the internet. No, you're a tosser. Your claims are inconsequential. The globe claims are set down in stone, like the maths for globe Earth physical geometric horizons and the distance to them in measurements. You say is a straw man. No, we don't care about your claims. The globe claims is what we deal with, and we debunk them. You then say that the premise that we debunk, that's globe Earth maths, is our claim and a straw man. No, it isn't. And then you tell us that we need to listen to your stupid claims as an individual. No, there's a Western world religion that's laid down in stone. I don't need your stupid opinion on it. You're just one man.
Guy's a flat earther.
Without a name.
Amen.
Jekyll failed to answer, Bev. You were trying to speak over the top and answer for him.
Did we ever clarify whether the horizon is apparent or geometric yet?
Oh, here we go.
Did you go and ask the navigators that use the system to establish Earth as a horizontal plane with the horizon and a sextant at sea? Did you ask them how they define? Maybe if the middle of my sentence is interrupted, the devastating conclusion won't be heard. It's like it hasn't been said if you talk through it. Sorry, who was that with the fundy mute button over the top of me? When I talked about how navigation is using the horizon to establish a horizontal plane of reference, how they describe it as geometric or apparent isn't really consequential to me when I just describe the process that's factual and how it is establishing a plane with the horizon. What's that? Would they call it geometric or apparent? Who gives a shit?
Well, I was hoping to help, the other flat
Just
earthers.
the bear.
Yeah, shut the fuck up, Neil.
Yeah, did you go and ask any of the navigators there? Did you ask them like we told you to? Or you're repeating the same thing without actually doing what we said you should do? You should go and ask a navigator.
Did you do that, Elder Bear? Like we told you to do? Did you do that, Elder Bear? Like we told you to do?
And to think that you went
you
to some kind
stuttering
of
old
drama
twat.
school.
You
You
didn't
think
do
you
what we
studied
told you to
drama
do.
and you
Go
can't
and
even get
do what we
you
told
can't get
you
Neil's
to do,
accent. Listen,
you stuttering old buffoon. Go and
No.
ask a mariner how he defined the horizon he uses to establish horizontal. Go ask him, a mariner.
No.
Why are you asking
Okay.
me?
All right, for the flat earthers.
So
in the
go
room.
do it, you stupid old stuttery fart.
For
Why are you
the flat
asking me
earthers.
again when I've already answered you?
For the
Are
flat
you got
earthers in the room.
amnesia? Did you forget what I already told you when you asked the first time? I told you. If you need to know how mariners define the horizon that they use to
Come on,
establish
guys, we
horizontal,
gotta lick
go and
Nathan
ask
fast.
them. Don't ask me for a second time with your amnesia.
Has he not done
Did you ask them? Did you ask them? No. Sod off. Go and ask one. Go and find one. Don't ask me a second time.
Jekyll set the horizon first.
Bev, how sweet.
Yeah, I thought it was Bev. Was that not Bev?
Yeah, it was Bev. You're right.
No, it was Elder Bear.
It wasn't. It was Elder Bear.
It was who? Elder Bear.
You know, it was Bev.
Elder Bev.
Nathan, it was Bev.
Elder
No,
Bev.
that
Who's
was Elder
Elder Bev?
Bear.
It's the same shit.
Yeah, we say the same piss in a different
Elder Bear's
bottle.
another resident glober in here.
No. What do you mean?
I'm still here, Nathan.
Nice to
Still
know.
waiting, Nathan. Nathan, you ready?
Sorry, Rob. I'm sorry, Rob Noxious. I'm really sorry. I'm sorry. My bad. Go ahead.
I was waiting patiently. No, I just wondering.
Yeah, you were.
Do you have
Surprising.
Do you have any personal map of flat Earth, and do you have any of your own measurements that you have taken?
Oh dear.
My own measurements. No, I've not sorry. Were you asking a different Nathan?
No, Nathan Oakley. Have you ever measured anything in that all?
Have I ever measured anything at all? Yeah, I've measured loads of stuff.
On the flat Earth. Do you have a flat Earth map? Have you measured the flat Earth?
No, I've witnessed someone else utilize flat Earth elevation angle measurements to Polaris. I've seen that being done. I've not done it personally. I didn't hold the sextant. My sister did it. In terms of the
Fair
first
enough.
part of your question about flat Earth maps, all of them are flat. They have to be to draw circles of equal elevation on them to be useful for navigation. So the maps are all flat, without exception. None of them are globe-shaped. And the reason none of the maps that we navigate the surface of Earth with are globe-shaped, they're not globe-shaped because they won't work with angles off a flat baseline. The same one that's established when you use the tool called the Mariner's Sextant with the horizon. I mean, there is some ambiguity about whether or not mariners using that horizon to establish Earth as flat to get angles that you definitely can't get from a sphere surface. That's why all the maps are flat. Some ambiguity whether or not it would be geometric or apparent according to mariners using it to establish Earth as flat. But I don't know. I'm not a mariner. My sister used to be. She's qualified. She had several boats. She went out with them after being qualified in navigation of a flat Earth. And I've watched her do it. I personally haven't measured a flat. My sister has.
I wonder if he's measured the globe.
Can you show me? Hold on, one more thing, and then I'll listen. I'll sit back and listen. Can you send me a message of the actual flat Earth map that's not distorted? That's a real map. You know what I'm saying? That'll work.
I didn't make any.
Straight lines for that. Let me take. Can I take this a second?
Yeah, okay.
Can I take this a second?
If Rob Noxious is happy
can
with
you
you to
show
answer it.
me a correct world map based off a globe? Which one of those maps is correct without distortion?
Oh yeah, I'm asking about the flat Earth map right now. I don't really understand how the globe Earth map has anything to do with it.
Let me just try that once more for Rob Noxious. Okay.
Nathan,
For Rob Noxious and Brian, who I'm going to pass over to in a second. I already answered the first part of your question. All maps are flat. And Brian, further to that fact, maps are all flat. I've asked you about a globe map. Yeah? Do you have one? Because so far, facts of the matter are maps are flat. Like the Earth we navigate, they have to be so they work with angles off a flat baseline. Then I gave you an example of why they'd be flat. All of them. You're saying they're distorted. They're all flat. Is there any globe maps at all, Rob Noxious? Like any?
That's a good point.
Oh, can I reply?
So there's literally
no, I don't want to interrupt.
no globe map whatsoever. None. Zero. Nada. There isn't one. You're asking me about how...
Why do British love the
distorted.
flat Earth thing so
We
much?
can definitely establish that they're all flat, though, aren't they?
Okay.
There's something about not brushing your teeth that makes you want to believe in the flat Earth.
All of them are flat without exception, though, right?
I'm still here. So again, we're getting away from. We're talking about the globe model now. I was talking about a flat Earth map, and that's why I just want to see.
We're not.
I didn't interrupt you. I didn't interrupt you.
So we're not talking about a globe model until you give us a globe
but I
map.
didn't. But I didn't interrupt you. We're not talking about a globe model. That's the whole thing. We're talking about a flat Earth model. And I just said you said all maps are flat, right? So show me a flat Earth map that is actually real. It's like, you know what I'm saying, the distances are real.
All of them.
Australia.
Sorry, do I need to go and
Australia's
purchase maps from a mapping shop and roll them all out for you so that you can see that they're all
interrupting
real?
me now. Yeah, but Australia's not bigger. Australia's not that big on a real map. You know what I'm saying? On a flat Earth map, they're always giant. How is it bigger? How
all
is it so
flat.
big?
You mean on all maps?
I'm sorry.
Maps are flat because they're put on a piece of paper. I'll give you that. Yeah, maps are flat because they're on paper. I'll give you that. But besides that, they're not flat.
Okay, so we're going to be navigating Earth flat on a flat piece of paper. Okay, yeah.
No,
are there any globe?
That's not how it works.
Are any maps representative of the
The
globe?
photo of a person means
are there
they're
any
flat.
of those, or are you just going to chant through my response so Discord can't hear what I'm asking? Are there any globe maps that we can navigate with at all? Because currently,
do you believe that people have 3D? If you've seen a picture of them, it's a 2D picture.
The response hasn't been heard by Discord. It's just been rumpused. I'll try again a third time. We've established maps are all flat, and we do use maps to successfully navigate, and they're all flat. Reason? Well, because they're on paper. I don't care if they're on paper. They're flat and used flat. Functionality of them is flat. Okay.
They're not functional, though. You have no functional flat Earth map.
Literally the fourth time I tried to get this question. Is this scary for you, Rob Noxious? Is it embarrassing that your fundamentalist
you know what you're doing, dude.
Literally has no map, and all maps that are used successfully are flat? Is that embarrassing?
Strange, that, isn't it?
No, it's not embarrassing. That's why I'm here to have the conversation.
Yes, you did.
You're trying to say that we use a flat map, so the Earth is flat. But I'm saying when you look at a flat map, you could never navigate through that because it's not the actual distances. It's not real.
Okay, just to be clear, all maps are flat, and we do navigate with maps successfully.
Okay. The maps you're talking about are...
So your stupid point that needed to be interrupting me 5 times pointing out the question that you won't allow to come. Have you got a globe map then?
Yes, we do have a globe map.
What's it called?
A globe.
The blue marble.
It's not a map, you fucking retard. Who said that? Who was the stupid retard that just said that the blue marble claimed to be taken from a second law of thermodynamics violation, sky vacuum, is a map? Who said
Somebody's an angry British.
I did not say it, but I wish I
Are you
said
going to criticize how angry I am? Do I need to go on camera with a nice big smile? I ask which fuckwit said the blue marble was a map?
But don't smile too big, because I'm sure you haven't brushed.
No, there was definitely a fuckwit in our midst saying that the blue marble's a map. No, it's a claim to be photo from a second law of thermodynamics violation. Definitely not a map. We're not navigating with a blue marble. Whoever said that is a fuckwit.
You're trying to run away.
Not angry Englishman. Fuckwit who said blue marble's a map. Who was that fuckwit?
That's what you claimed.
I'm asking who the fuckwit was. Not angry. I'm just trying to ascertain which fuckwit said that.
Was it Gummy Bear?
Yeah.
I don't know.
So you can divert the conversation.
To put that one of the best quotes of 2020.
This is all grandstanding. Do not answer questions. This is so obvious.
Their map is the blue marble photograph.
Do not change the topic.
Bit of projection. I'm told that I'm not answering questions. I'm asking if there's a globe map.
Yeah, there is a globe map. It's done by surveyors. And if you put it together, it only works on a globe.
What's it called? What's the name of the map?
It's called a navigation map, a real one that has the actual distances in between.
So can someone look it up? The navigation map, the real one. Please,
there you go. Look it up.
Navigation map, quote, the real one, and see if that's actually a map.
Yeah, I'm sure they use Euclidean geometry to make that map. I don't know how that can.
Unlike you, I've been on boats.
The Euclidean geometry map? Which map are we looking at? Is it the real one? Is it called the real one that's globe-shaped?
Do you need a
The
map
real,
to get to the
one.
store to
Look
buy
up
a
the-
toothbrush? Do you use GPS?
Look up- Come on, there's no personal tax ain't gonna get us nowhere with this guy. Come on, man.
Sorry, what's the name of the map you said we have that's globe shaped?
It's just a map. You look up any map
Can
that
someone
is
look up
any.
the just a map?
I'm trying to tell you, Nathan.
Get
It's
it
just a
from
map.
Google.
It's a certified. It's a certified navigation map. We all have them in our cars, atlases,
And it's
and
called
shit.
what? What's the name of it?
Just a fucking atlas or a map, buddy.
Sorry, did someone want to tell me that I'm the angry Englishman?
Hey,
this
Nope.
cocksucker
I'm not
starts
telling you
saying
that.
swear
I'm
words
gonna
at
be
me.
real. I'm
Hey,
I'm not telling you
dude.
anything.
super
Yeah, we don't have any
obnoxious.
globe
Like,
maps.
I don't even
There
disagree
isn't
with
the
you,
real
just
one
super
or the
I'm not
navigation
being
one
rude.
or the just doesn't exist one. There isn't one. They're all flat. If we're clear.
Oh, he must be talking to somebody else on his side.
Isn't it the case
I'm talking
that
to you about the flat maps that they all are and not globe-shaped ones that
I'm
you
not
can't
being
name,
rude,
that
though.
you
Why'd you
claimed
say that? I
could
wasn't
claim
being
but
rude.
haven't claimed.
I'm
You've
not
made up a
sticking
load of
around for
statements
this.
of
See you
maps that
later,
don't really
guys.
exist. That's what's actually happening.
land
I am actually talking to you.
surveyors, they will take the curvature of the Earth into account.
Yeah, exactly. And that's what I'm getting at. I'm just building up to where I bury the guy. I'm just throwing dirt on him a
Let's
little
hear the
bit at a
claim.
time.
Go ahead, Rob Noxious. You tell us how the flat maps take the curvature of Earth into account. The one that we debunked with the black swan. Go ahead.
Okay, I have a question. Because the piece of paper is flat,
No. Apparently, maps take the curvature of Earth in. These flat maps that are
I said land surveyors.
are taking
I said
curves
land
into account.
surveyors.
So why am I getting rumpused? Cool, Master. Are you a globe believer? Is this painful?
I'm just saying what land surveyors are doing. It doesn't matter what.
Can you have him define curvature first? Let's see if he knows what that is.
Oh,
Curvature? It's when you go very.
Define it.
You
define it.
Sorry. Usually, curvature indicates a change of elevation.
No. You don't seem to understand the meaning of the word he used. Fine curvature? Oh, tell us what it implies. Fine it.
Come on, you delayed
How
long
about you?
enough.
How about you respond to what I said?
About you don't do what we've asked
we
and
have to know
project that
that
we're not
you
responding
know
to
what
you.
curvature
No, we heard a claim, curvature, and how
No,
the
all I
curvature is
said, my
accounted
claim
for in
wasn't
the
that.
maps. So
My claim
response
wasn't
from
that.
us, that would be a rebuttal that's now getting chanted through, would be to say, can you define that curvature you have said is incorporated into the flat maps? We're asking you to define the terms that you white knighted for there, Codemaster or whatever you're called. You don't want to do that? You want to tell us that we're not doing something you've asked of us? No, you made a claim of curvature in maps. You then started white knighting.
Then let me speak. I said land surveyors do take the curvature of the Earth into account.
Yeah, we heard.
The fuck is curvature?
Yeah, can you define curvature, please?
No, they're asking. Yes, correct.
I don't want to define curvature.
Just that, you moron! Define curvature for the 10th time!
Being asked to define curvature, and we seem to have a load of fundamentalist religious globe-laughing monkeys that don't seem to be able to define curvature. What a shock. Getting rumpused while I point out that we're not getting curvature defined. There's lots of rumblings from Discord, so I can't be heard. We're not getting curvature defined, it seems. Just laughing and monkeys.
I cannot define curvature.
You have a
Therefore,
lovely
the Earth
accent.
is flat.
Part of your claim.
Sorry.
Part of your claim.
No, we already established because I did not define
Oh, right,
curvature.
I didn't hear it established. No, that's just a
The
lie. The
flat
guy's
Earth
now lying. No, we didn't
exists.
establish anything. No, he's just lying. You define it. Curvature. It's part of your claim.
No, we already established the Earth is flat.
Okay, we can't have a conversation with him.
Welcome to
Why do you give up like that? I mean, listen. You are holding a belief, right, without any evidence that there is some kind of deviation from a straight line that you can't measure. So I do understand that you would give up.
Right now?
The guy just slipped in the definition. I give that guy props. Props to the guy in Discord.
Being trolled to death.
Thank you.
My God.
Props to the guy. Thank you. Guy who just slipped in the definition of curvature, deviation from the horizontal. Thank you.
It's not exactly correct.
I know, but he's trying to be subtle. He slipped it in under the radar. I wanted to give him props anyway.
All right.
Kudos. And we're being trolled, you said. Feel free.
All right. Okay. Hey, so if you're using a flat Earth map, then show me the flight path from Santiago, Chile to Australia on a flat Earth map.
Did I make a claim about it? I'm sorry. Did I make a claim about that?
Show me just show me the flight path.
Right, do you have a globe working model of it? Sorry, I'm sorry.
Yes,
Did you have a
we do.
positive assertion? Excuse me, I'm trying to respond to him. Is that not allowed here? Right, did you have a positive assertion that you can show these trajectories on the globe map that doesn't exist? Because if you have a positive claim with the map that doesn't exist, that you haven't named, that you lied about, then feel free to make that positive claim. I didn't make any claims about maps. I didn't claim to be a cartographer.
Yes, you did. Yes, you did. Yes, you did.
Maybe the terrifying truth won't be allowed. No, I didn't make any claims about flights. I'm not a pilot. I'm not a cartographer. And I didn't make a positive claim about it. But
I can prove you did.
You wanted to make, and this is the second attempt. Very scary dealing with these flat earthers, right? Maybe you need your mute button there, Obnoxious. You need your mute button again. Is this scary? Being pummeled by a flat earther. Because you haven't got a globe map. I'll show how these flights. Who the hell's doing that? It's fucking Neil, isn't it?
Yes, Neil.
Just shut up, Neil. Don't laugh at me. I'm really getting irritated with you. It is fucking annoying. Color commentary straight through the middle of me. What? Like what? Oh, there was a pause? No, the bloody.
Can I get in? Can I rebut?
No, you can't, Obnoxious. There is no freaking globe map. You to demonstrate your positive assertion that these would work on a globe in false dichotomy. You don't have a globe map to show any flights.
I can prove it,
all
though.
Of them
you won't let me talk.
Represented on flat maps without exception. You're saying they're all distorted. Go and blame the cartographers. Meanwhile, they're all flat. They do function. People successfully navigate with maps, and they're flat.
No, they don't.
You don't
and
have
let
a
me explain
globe
to you
one
why.
to juxtapose this with. Your burden of proof reversal fallacy ain't going to work.
It's not a burden of proof reversal fallacy. I'm asking you a simple, straight up question. Yeah? No, because you keep going. When are you going to stop? Let me go. Let me get in too, man.
Before the end of my conclusion about your burden of proof reversal fallacy, where
you're saying the same thing over and over,
flat maps and chanting through the middle of me stating that is just painful for you because you're a zealot with a globe faith. You won't let me get to the end of my conclusion.
This is all you do is complain about.
You want to get in there before I get to the end, so you don't have to actually address what I'm saying. You're all the same. You all have the same MO, the same tactics to avoid the devastating flat Earth truth that we reveal to you. If you chant through it, you don't have to listen to it. That's your logic. It's pathetic.
You're diverting away from the original question.
The flights on it.
You just
the
interrupted
globe
me.
map with the flights on it if you're making this positive claim, unless it's a burden of proof reversal fallacy.
It's not. And the whole question is, we're not talking about anything about one thing only, the flat map. The flat Earth map, you said that all maps are flat, and the flat Earth map is what. I'm almost done, man. Why you guys yell at me, and I try to be calm?
You're ignoring the point that we've made.
Because everybody knows that this is not Rob Noxious. I'm not being Rob Noxious right now.
You don't have to address it. So when you don't address it, you get all obnoxious. Like we're doing something wrong. No, we've put the same thing to you, and you've chanted through it about 6 times. Then you completely ignore it because you've chanted through it. Where's your globe map with the flights on for your positive claim? Is the question. You can tell me what I'm not answering next time, no doubt.
Is it possible for all the flat earthers in the room?
That's utter bullshit, dude.
Hold on, man.
Hold on, Edibear. He needs to get his anger out. He's got a painful religious belief that he needs to subvert, deny. Just let him.
Nope, I'm not going to get angry. I'm going to stay calm, and I'm going to go back to what my whole point was. You said all maps are flat, and the flat Earth map exists.
Yeah.
So if the flat Earth map exists, you are second. You are. Hold on, I'm almost done, Nathan. You are without knowing. You are saying
it doesn't sound like it. It sounds like you're just stuttering quite a lot.
Okay, well,
they're all flat.
It doesn't matter what you think I'm saying though, because it's my time.
Yeah, we got.
So
them.
I should be able to say
it's all flat. Yeah, all the maps are flat. We got that.
Okay, so all maps are flat. So
yeah, all
when
maps
you say
are flat.
that,
So there's
then
no
you are insinuating
for you to make
okay,
flight
so that map is flat. Then show me the fucking flight path.
Now
show me the flight path from Santiago, Chile.
You haven't given us a globe map for your positive claim about flights. That's what you've got. What he's got, nothing. He needs to reverse the burden and tell us that I'm making claims about flights when I'm not. Oh, you are. You haven't got a globe map to put them on, though. It's pathetic.
He can come off mute when he's ready to answer.
Probably never. His only tactic is to talk through the conclusion so he doesn't have to hear the conclusion to respond to it.
Give it one more try.
Where's the globe map?
It was me!
Where's the globe map for your false comparison, false dichotomy without a positive assertion for the globe flights? Where's the globe flights? On a map.
How can I have globe flights on a map if the Earth is flat?
You can't. You don't. Planes
Okay,
fly over
so
a plane.
okay,
They don't dip
I
their
know.
nose. Maybe if you
So we
ignore, maybe
agree
if
to
you put a
that. So
question to me and then chant through the response that demolishes the assertion that we're on a sphere that's falling away from the position that the pilots in planes will be flying above. They'd have their nose above the horizon. Not flying around a sphere, they're navigating a plane. They carry sextants on board so they can measure angles with respect to a horizontal plane parallel with the ground. They have to deal with Earth flat. There is no globe maps because no one's flying on a globe.
I agree with you. So that's my whole point. So now, can you show me, since we all agree the Earth is flat and the flat?
Yeah, we all agree that the Earth is flat. I'm glad we agree. That's it. That's the end of the discussion. You then demanding that I provide some flight charting. I'm not a pilot. Why would I do that? But we all agree the Earth's flat. Yeah, we do. Seems you just told me that we all agree.
Now show me the flight path from Santiago to Melbourne.
Not my flight path. I don't have a flight path.
No, you are claiming it, though.
Pilot. If you're making a claim about flight paths, you're welcome to make your positive assertion. You haven't got a globe map to make it on. All you can do is, for about the 7th time, reverse the burden of proof and infer that I'm making some claim about flights when I'm not. You keep doing it. It's sad. I'll just keep.
You are making the claim. We know the flight path that they take, and you're claiming it doesn't work. So you are making the claim. You're just a
Well, why are you asking Nathan about the flight path if you already know it?
Why don't you present the flight path in question, Rob Knox?
Yeah, because he doesn't want to do it as a positive claim that he's making. He needs to flip the
Because you
burden and
guys
make
all
it seem
know
that
the
I'm
flight
making
path
a
I'm
claim and then
talking
chant
about.
through the
You
top
guys
of
don't
it so
wanna talk
Discord
about
can't
it.
hear that. That's his only tactic. When you haven't got a winning argument, you need a fundy mute button as your tactic so that hopefully Discord won't hear what I'm saying. That's his only tactic because he hasn't got a winning argument. He's got fundamentalist religious muting when a point's put to him. That's the only thing you can do if you're a glober. They're on the tail end of an argument they lost about 10 years ago, but they're still here fighting that cognitive dissonance.
So as you're at the cutting edge of flat Earth knowledge, Nathan, as you've said,
Absolutely.
I wonder if you could instruct the other flat Earthers in the room that when they're asked the question about the horizon, should they say apparent or geometric?
Oh, shut up. We already dealt with you 2 days ago. Get out of here.
Every
The question is, should I tell
every
flat
flat earther
earthers
tells me
the
it's
horizon's
apparent.
apparent or geometric? I'm trying to summarize your question to me.
Is it apparent or geometric? What should they say to me in response if I ask?
Well,
in the navigation
I think you
manuals,
understand what they're
I'm trying
stating.
to answer him. I'm trying to answer him, like I've answered him twice already on the same question. Same question I answered earlier. Literally the exact same question. I mean, I don't know. In the navigation books where they describe establishing horizontal with the horizon mirror in a sextant, just describing establishing Earth as a horizontal plane of reference to measure angles from. I mean, I can't remember any specific notation about it being apparent or geometric in their description when they describe how celestial navigation is done on a flat Earth. I mean, I don't know. I didn't write the books. I mean, I did tell you earlier, like told you, Elder Bear, go ask people who navigate how they would describe the horizon that they use to establish Earth as flat with. I mean, they might call it apparent, they might call it geometric. I wouldn't know, I'm not a navigator. I do understand from the books that they use the horizon to establish Earth as a horizontal plane, and I've told you, go and ask them what they might describe the horizon as when they navigate with it. But in the books, it's just horizon. I don't know, they've never added any words to it.
It's pretty
How do
interesting.
you not know anything? How do you not know anything but know everything?
That's a pretty interesting question, though, Elder Bear, because if all horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon, that's a geometric plane. But if it's an apparent horizon, then it's not a geometric plane. That's kind of an interesting point.
Well, that's what I was thinking about. But I will get the clip of you, Nathan, saying that the other day. And this is central.
I will tell you.
This is central to the argument with the globers when they talk about the horizon.
There's an objection to it, but he wants to keep chanting through the top. Go ahead, QE.
Shut him up. The U.S. Department of Defense horizon, in general, the apparent or visible junction of the earth and sky is seen from any specific position, also called the apparent, visible, or local horizon. What's that? Local horizon from National Geographic, also called the geometric horizon. So, like I said, You're saying, wait, is it apparent or is it geometrical? Oh, you're a moron.
Why are we all listening to QE about who's a moron when he can't write a syllogism?
Sorry, do we need a white knight? I mean, obviously, QE's defining of the horizon.
He's not like. I don't think you want to rely on QE. You can't write a syllogism.
No nothings, dude. No nothings.
Who doesn't have any argumentation, only white knighting. When QE defines some of the words that you guys have used in your argument, tried to punt onto us as false dichotomies and burden of proof reversal.
QE's embarrassed himself, you know. So
6 to talk over the top of QE and ask why we'd be listening to QE rather than having an argument.
But he's embarrassed himself, hasn't he? So why would we listen to QE?
No, he hasn't. He just defined something. He went to National Geographic and read something out. Not embarrassing himself. You're embarrassing yourself because this is all you've got to overcome his definition from National Geographic. Not embarrassing to read out something from National Geographic. Ed QE.
And the U.S. Department of Defense.
The U.S. Department of Defense, silly?
In every argument I've heard that flat earthers have made with globers, they've
stereotype fallacy.
They've all said without fail.
What did the mariners say who used the horizon? Because we refer to them in celestial navigation books. What did they say rather than the stereotyping fallacy you're about to use, Edibert? Did you ask them?
You know nothing of celestial navigation.
Maybe I need a white knight. Maybe someone from Globe 46 can answer for Edibert. I mean, I've told him 3 times to go and ask the navigators about the horizon they use to establish Earth as a horizontal plane when measuring Earth flat and drawing out lines for angles to stars along a flat baseline. I mean, I've asked him what they might want to call the horizon that they just have as horizon in the books. He insists that they need to define it as either geometric or horizontal. QE has then gone on to actually define those words from National Geographic, and Globe 46, with his crappy arguments and zero proof of a sphere, has said that why would we listen to QE? That's his rebuttal. That's where we're at. Garbage from the Globe side. I mean, complete garbage. Very poor show.
You're a poor show, dude.
Excellent rebuttal.
Is that gummy bears?
Excellent rebuttal.
Yep. I said that.
Okay, or whatever, QE. Why don't you unban me in your fucking Discord server, you chump?
Nobody cares. You're a clown. Nobody gives a toss about you.
Does the horizon appear to move about?
Does
the horizon appear to move about, or is it in a geometric position based off of our eye height at all times?
You haven't answered one question, Nathan Oakley. You're the most disingenuous used car salesman on the internet.
We can be told how we haven't answered anything. Literally, Brian laid down a question. It was a short pause, and then rather than address to Brian's question, we get told that we don't answer anything. Pure, 100% unadulterated projection.
He's a moron.
You
just contradicted yourself.
Yeah, ask it again so he can tell us that we don't answer anything. Brian, go ahead.
Does the horizon appear to move about, or will it hold a geometric position based off of our eye
height? Well, I mean, in the Earth curve maths, Brian, it says that it's at 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, but yet we're told that that's our claim, or that it's a straw man. I mean, they don't seem to be able to answer. It seems like me, a flat earther, has to answer them about their globe Earth claim and how it's at 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. But I think for some of them, the cogs might now be turning. You're asking them about where Earth curve would be, as laid down in the Modus Tollens they also said was garbage, but they can't answer. Do you not know your own globe Earth claim?
I think that you can't differentiate between the idea that the apparent horizon will always be incongruent with the geometric curve, but QE can't really think about QE. More than one piece of information at any one time is not QE's strong suit.
The apparent horizon, the apparent horizon.
Yeah, so if the horizon is apparent, which is what you like to tell me, right? Which is what you like to tell me, then why would it be problematic? Why would it be problematic?
Why would it be problematic? And he read out a definition. But you're saying what QE tells me. No, he cited it.
Yeah.
You need it to be our You need it to be our faith. I know.
Why?
When we come up with proof and citations and
No,
evidence,
I got muted.
you
I
just
got
tell us
muted.
it's our
I
faith.
got
It's just
muted.
what you're saying.
I got muted.
It was a
I was
citation.
waiting to respond, but I got muted. You don't interrupt me while I'm
Two
speaking.
sources.
Now he's chanting that he's got muted. Literally chanting. He's using the fundamentalist mute button chant.
The issue is
He muted me. He muted me. He muted me. He muted me. That's
You
what
are
he's
a
doing.
chump, Nathan
Literally.
Oakley.
Sad.
You really are, dude.
Nathan, let him answer my question. Let him answer my question.
He
I'll
won't.
ask it again.
I
Right?
asked him twice. He ain't answering that shit.
He ain't answering, Jack.
I was
Go ahead,
actually
Brian.
saying
Let's clear the airwaves to see if the fundies will let you.
So
Go on.
you
Let's see if
knew
the
that I wasn't
fundamentalist globe
ignoring you.
believers will let you ask again, or if they just keep chanting so you don't get to ask it. Go ahead, Brian.
Whoever, does the horizon appear to move about, or is it in a fixed geometric position based off of eye height?
It obviously moves about, but it could be incongruent with a geometric curve. And I was saying I got muted, Nathan, because I was waiting to respond to you, but you thought I was ignoring
$100.
Do you understand 2 pieces of information, Nathan, or is that too much for you? Is like 2 pieces of information too much for you?
Into silence, Nathan.
Go ahead.
Taking your time, aren't you, Nathan?
Go ahead, GF6.
Did you hear what I just said?
No.
I said that
Gummy
the
bears
horizons could, the optical apparent horizon could move about, but that doesn't mean that it can't be incongruent with a geometric curve, and that geometric curve could still exist.
Where could that exist?
Oh, that's too much information for you, isn't it, Nathan? You can't handle it.
Where does it exist, Brian asked you?
Where could that exist?
I said it could still exist. So QE's, modus
Yes, we heard the first time.
fails.
We heard you say
It
that.
fails,
Now we're
Nathan.
asking where.
It
Now we're asking
fails.
where.
Do you agree it
So
could
he's
happen?
going to be chanting.
Do you agree it could happen,
While Brian
Nathan?
asked a follow-up question of where that geometric horizon would be seen.
That doesn't matter. The first part to address
Doesn't matter.
is whether or not
So the geometric
QE's
horizon in the globe Earth
modus
maths that's claimed to be
does
blocking
fail.
boats and buildings, it doesn't matter anymore, you anti-flat Earth scumbag.
Nathan Nathan, listen, QE has a modus tollens that says this is impossible, right? He has to
Yeah, it is.
demonstrate that.
That's correct. Yes, we
So
have
you
with the
can't
black
have-
swan
you
image.
can't
It
have an
shows that the
incongruent-
geometric horizon that's laid down in the maths of your Earth curve at 1.2 times the square root of the observer site in feet is beyond the geometric limitations that Brian just asked you about and got a stony silence.
I actually responded to it. Maybe you just weren't paying attention. But
Okay, repeat your response.
I literally
Is the
just said
horizon in a geometric position based on observer
He
height
said,
as
"Can
laid
it
down
move
in your
about?"
Earth
And
curve
I
maths?
said,
yes,
"Yes,
or
it
no?"
can move.
You
I
didn't.
said
You didn't seem to want to hear it. You
I
used the
said,
fundy
yes,
mute
it
button
can
on me.
move about,
You used the
Nathan.
fundy mute button on me rather than listening to me repeat Brian's question. You used the fundy
I
mute button,
answered it.
didn't you? What, answered through the top of me? That's another globe Earth MO tactic. I did answer you through the top of you talking.
I'll ask it again
Yeah.
so he can then answer.
Yeah,
Never
Nathan.
leave him the chance to answer.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I
Does the
said
horizon-
several
does the
times,
horizon
right?
mo-
No, he's decided he needs to use the fundy chanting mute button through the top of you, Brian, so he doesn't hear the
Right,
question.
keep crying, Nathan. Keep crying. It's fine.
Now I'm pointing out what you're doing. I'm not crying.
Yeah, you need to mute Globers because you can't argue with them. You know.
Brian, you're never going to get to ask your question. He's going to tell us that we need Globers to make money.
No, you need to mute us.
Keep
To feel
flapping.
like
Keep
you're
flapping.
correct.
Your flapping is telling to my audience,
No,
the
do
ones
you-
that watch.
I'm sorry, man.
They hear what you're doing. Diverting the question that you can't answer from Brian that I tried to parrot and you used your
Jekyll.
mute button
channel
like you're
is
using now.
dying.
This
Your
is you
channel is
using your
dying.
mute button, GF6. Yeah, somebody in the
Jekyll.
servers had to step in and take control of you because you can't stop doing it. Hey, Brian.
So you're aware, Jekyll, the muting's had nothing to do with Nathan. I've done 90% of the muting and unmuting tonight, and I've done it to try and keep this on topic and not descending into everybody speaking over each other. And if you're paying attention, I'm trying to give everybody the opportunity fairly to speak and answer without the talking over. If you can do that, I won't have to touch the mute button.
Been a superstar, AJ.
Yes, a great job.
Thank you.
So, yeah, your 30 view channel
Okay, I'll ask the
should
question
know.
again.
Okay, go on. I'll let you go.
Oh, what for the 6th attempt? Really?
Yeah, believe it or not, Nathan. Believe it or not, yeah.
No, mate, you didn't. You won't, and you still aren't. You're still chanting through him.
All right, clown, keep honking your horn. Let's go.
Now you're calling me a clown. That's an ad hominem attack to subvert from Brian's question again. Again, very telling.
I'm waiting for him to ask it.
Would you like to suggest, as you fundy mute
if you
me
be
again,
quiet, maybe he
would
can
you
ask
like to
it.
suggest, as you start fundy muting, the question from Brian being subverted? Maybe I'm crying. Or ad hom. Ed, free.
It's an insult, not an ad hoc.
I just asked the question. Okay. Does the horizon appear to move about, or is it in a fixed geometric position based off of our eye height?
And as I said, for the third time, the horizon could be, or can be, apparent, always incongruent with a geometric curve that could still exist. Which means, if that is the case, that QE, when he says it is not possible to see more than this
you didn't
distance,
answer my question.
it
does
directly address.
Right?
Bro,
you've
you
answered
might
a
want to
question I
focus.
didn't ask you, and you said, if this and maybe that. So I'll ask you again. Does the horizon appear to move about, or is it in a fixed geometric position based off of our eye height, above sea level?
I am saying that the horizon always is incongruent with the geometric curve.
Okay, where is this geometric curve horizon, this geometric globe horizon?
Do you know what the word incongruent means? You know what the word incongruent means, Nathan?
Where is it? Where is it?
Does it matter? Well, it's going to be based on calculation according to what Nathan Oakley says the calculators say. But that's irrelevant because what QE says is that that's not possible.
It's based on what Nathan says the calculator
I'm asking you where it is.
Okay.
Hang on 1 second, Chocolate, please.
Still
I'm
on a
asking
ton
you where it is, and you seem to keep on trying to go around in circles and go back to something to do with the Black Swan, Modus Tollens. Where is this geometric globe horizon that you're claiming?
Well, it depends on your height and the distance, 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height and feet. So it could be that distance, wherever how high you are, depending on that sort of stuff. But the point is that even if you can't see it, it doesn't mean that it's not.
Brian's clarifying. He's saying, no, Brian's just clarifying because you said it can be at 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height and feet. I'm confused because you told us that was a straw man. You did.
Well, as I was saying, it's a straw man because...
You said it was a straw man.
Yes,
now you're saying it's where the geometric horizon could be.
I'm telling you why, Nathan, you're not following. I'm telling you why, Nathan, you're not following. You're not following, Nathan, because the reason it's a straw man is because it's
I'll summarise. You're
incongruent.
suggesting the horizon that's geometric could be at 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height and feet, as laid down in the begging the question, proof of nothing, perspective hijacking earth curve maths, that you told us was a straw man.
Yes, the reason why it's a straw... Nathan, I know you struggle with more than one bit of information at a time, but I'm saying that because...
I don't struggle with anything, I just
it's an insult.
back your whole argument and how your argument
and I'm explaining it to you, Nathan, but you don't want to hear the explanation, do you? Because you're scared of the explanation.
Straw man is what you've just declared the horizon positionally could be.
In other words, you're retarded.
Yeah, but I have a problem with the word could. Is it could or is? Because could doesn't mean anything. It's could or is. I specifically asked about the horizon. So it could be that far away, or it is that far away, based off of our eye height at all times.
Okay, it's two things. It's a could, because the Earth isn't a perfect spheroidal shape. And the second thing is, Nathan can't... Hold on.
According to your maths, it is.
According to your maths, or the straw man you say is our maths. Depends which way you want to look at it.
Okay, so the second thing. By the way, I know
you globe believers are a bunch of idiots.
AJ,
we're the retards, and you guys believe in flat Earth.
Brian Corner,
we're the retards. You guys believe
is ad hom and chant.
What syllogism,
you pathetic.
You're not a person to talk to other people.
Dad. Amusing to me as a flat earther.
The spheroid claim is not part of your geometry. You don't understand where that comes from, I think. But your geometry states a perfect sphere.
So, QE, you can't call people stupid if you can't write a syllogism. And the second thing is, Nathan,
maybe Bev could chant it as well. If Bev chants it alongside you, this will be far more effective as a tactics. It's an excellent rebuttal, by the way. Excellent.
So, will the horizon be at 1.225 times my observer height?
Sorry, Brian. Brian, he doesn't want to hear your example. Sorry, Brian. He doesn't want to hear your example. He needs the 9th rendition of QE can't form a modus tollens. He wants to chant that through the top of you.
Hey,
he's not listening anymore. He's completely mentally shut down.
But Nathan, I want to address one thing that you said, because you kind of
Brian was in the middle of something. I mean, you could see it as a successful segue. I'm pointing out that you're ignoring Brian and chanting through him. You see that as what? I've successfully subverted Brian's question. No, mate, we're all having a good laugh at you because you said that the horizon being geometric, the question Brian was asking, was our straw man. But it could be the horizon geometric in nature. I mean, where and could be, Brian's never going to get an answer to because you're a globe believer being pummeled by flat earthers. Maybe tell me I'm crying. Ed.
Let's start off with his ABCs. Let's start
go read some elementary logic, QE. Go read some elementary logic. But Nathan, can I address something you said?
Start off with your ABCs without the song.
You don't know logic, QE. Be quiet. You don't know logic. Anyway, Nathan.
You don't know logic.
The reason why oh my God.
So the One Trick Pony has just made the 9th rendition of that garbage. And
you really don't want me to respond to you, do you, Nathan?
Rendition number 9, he went,
scared, aren't you, Nathan?
had a little brain freeze because he hasn't got anything else other than rinsing and repeating.
I'm just
the
trying to
same
respond to your
statement 9
argument.
times that QE can't do logic. What about Brian's geometric horizon based on observer
you're
height?
scared, Nathan. You don't want to hear the response.
That not get addressed. It's just 9 times of chanting QE can't do logic.
Do you think the longer you talk, the more true your bullshit becomes?
I think that if I point out that the geometric horizon that Earth curve asserts is at 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, would be your geometric horizon Brian's asking you about, and you're now subverting that question for the 10th time and repeating that QE can't do logic that we've heard multiple times.
Yes, which he can't. But the side point is, Nathan,
and now you're chanting through me with what's
rambling,
by
rambler,
me.
come on.
It's the religious select mute button. You know, an embarrassing situation's been highlighted and summarised, and because it's painful for the globe believer, he needs the mute button. He needs to chant through the top of me.
Mute him, mods, please. That's all you sound like, Nathan.
Appealing to the mute button for the mods through the top of me is you effectively muting me by talking through me. Yes, we all know what you are doing, and that's the best you've got as a globe believer.
May I respond to your actual argument now, Nathan?
Do you globies really think you're doing a good job here?
Yes, they do, Chocolate.
Sorry,
yes, they do. They're retarded.
Yeah, they think this is a good job. They think they're winning.
So, Nathan, the issue that you have...
Brian's got a follow-up question!
No, he still thinks the same subversion that I pointed out 30 seconds ago is going to succeed by asking me a new question. He's still going to use the exact same tactic that was pointed out literally 25 seconds ago, Brian. You're never going to get your question through. He's a coward. You scare him, Brian. You're just too scary for him.
I'm not trying to scare anyone. I just want to ask him this question again.
Okay, I'll try.
Are you saying
Brian, gotta prepare these things. Don't be scared, GF6. I mean, mods, feel free to take him off mute so we can hear how terrified he is as he interrupts Brian again, or maybe asks me a question. Go ahead, Brian. Don't be scared.
Are you saying that the horizon will be or could be at 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet?
I'm saying, on average, yes, but not always, because the Earth isn't a perfect sphere. The second thing is, Nathan, I'm not trying to ask you a question.
No,
I'm trying to respond to your bullshit.
No, his subversion tactic's going to come by answering in a poor manner, and then using his opportunity to ask me a question rather than letting it be an actual debate. Do you need it to end with Brian? Has he knocked your head off sufficiently for you to now move on to me? We'll just give Brian the win, right?
Stopping it from being a debate is you, Nathan.
Jekyll,
is that a rebuttal?
Brian and then
is that
move
a
on
rebuttal
to
to
Nathan,
the
please?
observer eye in feet that Brian's talking about? That was a rebuttal to that, was it?
His was about to be a
I'm
rebuttal,
stopping the
but you won't
debate
let him
that I'm
say it.
trying to reiterate Brian's point with, and this guy's trying to ask me questions, but it's me that's disturbing the debate. I'm trying to get it on track. Hey, Brian, see if we can get this back on track, the debate that I want to have.
I want to respond to you, Nathan. You can't say stupid shit and get away with it.
This guy won't allow it, Brian. You just
because I want to reply to you, Nathan. You don't want to happen.
This is a scary situation to be in, where they've got to relinquish their Earth curve or do the other thing.
You're doing everything possible to avoid me responding to you, Nathan. It's really telling.
That's pure projection. You're doing everything possible to avoid Brian.
Finish with Brian first, and
are you
move on to
claiming that
Nathan. I want to hear.
Will or could be at 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet?
I've already responded to that 4 times. Can I move on to Nathan now?
That's a fantastic rebuttal. So fantastic. I think we should hand them the win, Brian.
I think you should.
Was wonderful. That was such an.
Anyway, can I respond to you, Nathan?
Already answered you, Brian.
Yeah, chop, Nathan. We haven't got all day. Come on. Come on, Nathan. Are you ready to go? Not scared anymore?
Now Brian's won. Now
yeah, Brian won. Yeah. Now, do you want? You ready to go, Nathan?
I mean, or you could just keep.
You're doing everything possible to avoid it, Nathan.
Responses you get to the questions. You just asked me something.
Yeah, you ready to go?
No, because you can't stop.
No, you're not. Of course you're not.
And now I'm answering the
second question Nathan.
That's going to get question talked through.
Chop, Nathan. Come on.
You've got as a globe believer.
Chop, Nathan. Come on.
Can we carry on, Nathan? I'm going to ask you a question, and then after 2 words, I'll carry on talking through you.
Chop, Nathan. Come on.
No, I mean,
keep complaining,
like
Nathan. Come on.
Way of having a debate. That's right.
Chop, Nathan. Come on,
man. Just ask it.
Oh, well, the question I was going to address was that he's talking about the geometric horizon like it is that the Earth is pure geometry, and that there isn't any physics that might intercede in whether or not you can see further or not. And because if you can see further, that's a question of physics, not just geometry. So the question to QE and Nathan is: when you say in your Q statement, you'll not be able to see more than this distance.
That was a sentence fragment. Do you want to start again without stuttering? Because I can't really understand sentence fragments that don't make sense. Try and learn English. Maybe write down what you want to ask first, and then ask it. Because that was.
I'll ask it again.
Stammery, incomprehensible.
Yeah, you sound like a dweeb, bro. So
you sound like someone stuttering quite a lot.
Yeah, you sound like you live on a benefit street, bro. You sound like you live. Go to the job,
so you can read it off the paper rather than stuttering and stammering. That was a sentence fragment.
Does he think a logical syllogism is physics?
Yeah, I already went through that. He's stupid. It's not a cause and effect relationship. It's not the scientific method. It's not dealing with if and then statements. He's stupid. Did you want to get like a quarter of an inch away from your mic and distort it to all hell while you shout at us?
Yes, job centre Nathan. Yes, job centre Nathan. I would like to ask you.
That's an ad hominem attack.
It's an insult. It's an insult because you are on benefits. But if I would like to hit my argument,
that's not going to stand. Please, can you remove him from the conversation? Kick him out.
Hey, thanks, by the way. You made yourself look like a horse's ass. Appreciate it.
What you got to do, use logical fallacies like ad hominem attacks. That's what he just did.
I have to say, Nathan, you've got an amazing superpower of getting the dumbest globers to make the dumbest arguments, and it's really enjoyable to listen to.
That's a backhanded slight, but thank you anyway.
Oh, no, it's not. It's actually, it's a compliment. It's almost like it's a talent that you have that I wish I had.
I infuriate them. That's why they do it. Who does Brian? Brian gets worse.
You could have it too. You could have it too. Only $19.99.
Yeah, well, who's the smart glober here?
What? Oxymoron?
Oxymoron much?
I am Spartacus.
Who are you to question intelligence, flat earthers?
We didn't.
Yeah. You got a lot of nerves claiming people are retarded when you guys believe the fucking earth is flat.
Oh, God, I'm going to get sworn at. Literally, he's got something levelled at me now. Neil's joining in. Of course. Shocking.
Can I get a word in? He was saying intelligence, and I'm measuring his. He was declaring that smoke and fog were gases.
Okay. Go get me some gabagoose, you fucking goof.
We can measure his intelligence, can't we?
I think if you swear at him when he points out his stupidity, it basically undoes the stupidity. Hello, Master. Something to add. Cooler. Is it Cooler Master? Like the computer?
Exactly, like the computer boards.
Oh, cool. I used to have a Cooler Master PC case before the one that I've got now.
Yeah, that's exactly how I got to the name, actually. I was too lazy to find a name. I said, oh, wait, it's on my computer right there.
Wait a second. Let's get down to the important stuff. What's your favorite color?
This is the important stuff. I did the same thing, right? I had to name, I think it was my eBay or something like that. And I was like, what can I name it? I just got to come up with a name. I'm looking around my room There's this plant that I'd had from college that someone had shot a BB gun into. They had like a BB pellet stuck in it, this like palm tree. I was like, that was such a nice plant. All right, that's going to be my name, Nice Plant. Yeah, that's cool. Because that's how I ended up with Nice Plant as a name. Because I'm like, what can I call it? You just look around the room.
Nathan Oakley.
Yes, it's me. Yo.
Oh. Never mind then. Well, I'm
You
just
don't really want that on an eBay, do you? You don't want your eBay name to be that.
No, definitely not. My eBay is still named after my favorite poet. Machine Gun Kelly.
Who's that? Hula Master's your favourite poet?
No, Machine Gun. I was making a joke. I said Machine Gun Kelly. No. Never mind. Oh, it's getting dark now. I was actually just
What's your favourite?
turned on my favorite what?
Go on.
Yeah.
Ella? I was just reiterating QE's joke before this gets too deep into the rabbit hole of personal.
Yeah, totally. No, I was just turning on my mic to go to another room, actually. Now I'm stuck here. Just joking. Well, it was nice talking
Stuck
to you.
here with the Globers. I want to thank them all, though.
Globers.
You guys have all been
You wanna
ace,
thank
even
Globers?
GF6. Yeah, they've all been good. It's nice to have some interaction with the Globers. The MO and tactics don't change much. Still, thank you all. It's been lovely being in your server. This has been really nice.
It's been great having
10
you.
years and nothing has changed.
Only down to 8, though, to be fair.
Can I ask one question before you leave?
Yeah.
Whoever told you that the geometric and visible horizon needed to be at the same place?
Who said that the geometric horizon and the... We only have one horizon, but what was the second one you said?
The visible horizon. There are two different horizons. There's a geometric horizon and a visible horizon. Whoever told you they needed to be at the same place?
Can you show?
Hold on, Brian. Right, you
I'm
just
just
told
asking
me...
a question.
I heard the question.
Yeah.
You've just told me that there's two horizons.
This is the first time you ever heard this, really? After 10 years? This is the first time you've heard this? That's weird.
I'll answer your question if I'm allowed.
Really?
If I'm allowed, or maybe the G plus. Maybe the G plus panel's decided there, Nathan.
I'd like to see both horizons personally.
I was asked a question. Maybe your name's Nathan. We've only got one horizon. You're asking me if it's the first time I've heard of this? Nah, definitely not. There's been plenty of idiots that have told me we've got two horizons, much like you did. But we don't. We only have one horizon. The horizon in your, begging the question, proof of nothing perspective hijacking Earth curve maths derived from the difference between surface level, that's flat, and eye level, also parallel and flat, is a point marked with an X and labelled horizon in your geometric mathematics. It doesn't exist in reality. It only exists in the maths, end quote, the rumpus. We've only got one in reality. You've got a geometric horizon for a globe that doesn't exist beyond the maths. It's the one we've been arguing about at 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, the one that you told us was a straw man. Not you personally, you understand. That is the globe Earth maths for a geometric horizon we debunked in 2020. You're now telling me we've got two of them. Definitely not. First I've heard of it. Nah, I've heard plenty of numpties previous. We've definitely only got one. I just would like you to acknowledge that fact that we've only got one before we move on about your second one that doesn't exist beyond the maths we debunked in 2020. You understand we've only got one horizon, mate?
No, I don't, because you're wrong.
Do you want to show me the second one? It's geometric, below surface level, like in your maths for a geometric sphere edge horizon. Can you show me that geometric horizon in the maths?
Every marginally intelligent person with any kind of education knows you can't see a geometrical horizon. It's geometrical. It's not visible.
Oh, really? So when the horizon's defined as apparent, that would mean you can see it. You say geometric one horizon, that is, defies the very definition of being able to see it. That would be apparent. So not the apparent juncture between sky and ground or sea, but non-apparent, can't be seen. That's what you think the second horizon is. No, that's not a horizon. That's idiotic.
Well, are you claiming?
We don't have invisible geometric horizons, knucklehead. From National Geographic. The local horizon, also called the geometrical horizon, is the visible boundary between the earth and sky. You're a fraud.
Right, no, we've only got one horizon, mate.
So are you claiming to debunk our model
No,
or
we
yours?
got multiple.
You don't have models either.
Model,
you don't know what a model is.
Whose model are you claiming to debunk? Ours or yours?
The Black Swan.
You don't have one.
With the Black Swan, we're debunking your mathematics of a sphere-Earth horizon below surface level, derived in the geometric Earth curve maths, as being 1.2 times the square root of the observer's sine phi. It's not a model. It's a geometric Earth curve assertion based on mathematics that are derived from flat plane measurements of Polaris. It's your globe Earth claim, derived from flat Earth measurements, that you make if you're a glober. Laid down in stone, Earth curve maths.
So you're saying we don't have a model?
You don't have an Earth curve horizon, you don't have Earth curve.
If he wants
Are
to
you
present the
saying
model,
we don't have a model?
we're welcome to see it. We welcome that.
Hold on, he's asking if
Would you
I'm
present your
saying...
globe model?
Hold on, Brian, he's asking if I'm saying they don't have a model. I mean,
yeah, we have a model.
I'm just clarifying with you and now responding to you. Me reiterating your point was because Brian carried on talking. Fair enough, he's part of the conversation, he's got every right to, but that just means I've got to reiterate your point and question, which is you posing to me if I am suggesting that the model of a globe Earth doesn't exist, and I'm suggesting I hadn't actually said that to you, but feel free to present the globe model to us, and we'll have a little look.
Yeah, we have a model that has an apparent horizon and a geometric horizon, and they're not the same place. That's our model.
Really? Let's see it.
Can I see that, please?
When part of the definition for our model is you can't see the geometric horizon, and you say, let's see it, do you not understand that that makes you really, really stupid?
Geographic. I just gave you a definition, you Dunning-Kruger moron, from National Geographic that already debunked that. What's your malfunction?
My malfunction is I can put you on with a whole bunch of people who understand these phenomenon, and they'll tell you that there are two different horizons.
Bring it, dude. Come on.
You do this.
So
You
a
just
hand
said
wave dismissal of
the
the...
geometric horizon is not visible. National Geographic, local horizon. Listen up. Clear that Dunning-Kruger out of your ears.
What's a local horizon?
Local horizon, also called the geometrical horizon, is the visible boundary between the earth and sky. Visible. Geometric horizon. Visible. Do you get it?
Is this the first time you're hearing this? You seem to infer that it was the first time I was hearing about a second horizon that didn't have a physical geometric position below the surface level in your maths. One that you say isn't visible. You asked me if this was the first I'd heard of this. Oh no, plenty of numpties have asserted that there's a non-visible visible horizon that we don't see and can't see and wouldn't see, but it's a second horizon. A visible location between the sky and ground? No, there is no geometric horizon. We debunked it with the Black Swan based on the geometry of your mathematics and assertion that the horizon's Earth curve. We've only got one. It used to be claimed to be blocking boats and buildings and that, like a hill getting in the way of them. Now we have a struggle for you on your globe side to even accept your own hill that gets in the way at 1.2 times the square root of the observer's sine phi. Suddenly that's contentious for you and you want it to be our straw man. Well, no, we've only got one horizon. A horizon in your begging the question, proof of nothing, perspective hijacking Earth curve maths, marked with an X and labelled horizon, is below surface level and debunked by the Black Swan.
But our model has two.
We don't.
The same way that
it does.
And you don't have to.
Real quick, the same way that QE just read out a definition of the geometric horizon that's obviously visible. Do you have a definition for a separate geometric horizon that's not visible? You have one on hand, perhaps?
Yes.
Can you give us a definition for the not visible Earth curve hill, please?
Yes, it's mathematical.
Yeah.
Where's the definition of a not visible Earth curve hill that gets in the way of boats and buildings? Just define that for us, because that's what you're
just read. That one. You just read it. That 1.22 thing. That is not necessarily, and is not probably in the same place as the visible horizon.
Now you're denying your own math.
Yes, that's correct, QE. That's correct. So you're denying Earth curve maths. Excuse me, you're just clarifying what you've just said. I'm just clarifying. I know it's devastating if you're a globe believer. So you're denying Earth curve maths then? Just did. That's what you just did.
No, I didn't. No, I didn't.
Not only
Okay,
that,
Brian,
now
stop, Kiwi, stop. Brian, do you want to ask him your question?
Yeah. Is the horizon a position that moves about freely of its own accord, or is it going to be in a geometric position based off of my eye height? We'll see that.
There are two different horizons. The geometric one does not move. The visible one does.
We've only got one.
So
you are a retard.
Not in our model. Our model has two.
Can you show us? Sorry, one second.
Oh my God.
Can you show us this claimed geometric globe horizon?
You've asked that 4 times now, and the answer is still no. I cannot show you that one. It's not visible.
Okay.
That's Earth curve.
Right.
So you can't show us Earth curve then?
I can't show what he was asking for.
Welcome to Flat Earth. You can't show us Earth curve. That's what you've just told us.
Yep.
Welcome to Flat Earth, mate.
Knocks in the back. After to the left.
Back in the day, we used to have all sorts of tossers telling us that there was a hill getting in the way of boats and buildings. Remember the good old days when you tossers used to tell us that Earth curve got in the way? Now you deny it, you bunch of clowns. You don't even claim your own religious belief in Earth curve anymore and deny it. How sad. What do you base your globe Earth faith on? What do you base your globe Earth faith on now? Excuse me, based on the fact we haven't got a hill blocking boats and buildings and that. What do you base your globe Earth faith on now? Do you think if you chant through me asking you what you base your globe faith on, given you've just relinquished Earth curve, that it's going to overcome the question coming to you? Howard.
What was the question?
I just Googled
Maybe I could ask it without interruption from Neil and you.
Okay, go ahead.
Based on the fact you've just... No, I can't, clearly. Based on the fact you've just relinquished a physical geometric hill getting in the way called Earth curve, what do you base your globe Earth faith on now?
Oh, the premise is incorrect. I have not relinquished that.
Where do we see Earth curve? That's Brian's question. Ask him again, Brian.
Is the horizon a position that moves about freely of its own accord, or will it be in a geometric position based off of 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height and feet?
Wow, the 6th time. There are 2 different horizons.
There isn't.
That's the answer to your question. Yes.
No, there isn't. There's only one. You stupid moron. How many times do I have to tell you, stupid clown
that is
shoes?
The direct answer
there is
to your
only
question.
one horizon. We don't have 2 horizons, clown shoes.
But we do in our model.
So
you might not, but we do.
According to you, so we have a distance to a horizon that we can't see.
Yeah, that's what he's saying.
We have now.
Yeah, that's what he's saying.
Is that what you're saying, buddy?
Yes. Yes,
that's what you just said.
So how do we measure this distance to a horizon we don't see? Sorry, the distance to a horizon we don't see, that's a geometric hill getting in the way. So we don't see Earth curve then.
No, it still curves at the visible horizon all the time.
So Earth curve,
more like imaginary.
Not visible. Earth curve, not visible horizon then. Okay. Welcome to Flat Earth. Not a hill getting in the way of boats and buildings then.
That's curve though.
Chocolate, you know?
Yeah,
it's not a hill, it's a curve.
Not like that again.
Or curve at the horizon.
We've only got one, Brian.
Yeah.
Yeah, but did he
I don't want to interrupt,
we do
but
see
I'll
our curve at
just
the
ask
horizon?
Chocolate's name.
Some maybe Globe Force believers just put his argument through the top of everyone.
Good job, Mackie. You nailed
excellent.
them. You nailed them, Mackie.
Hey, Chocolate's
They're
name.
now slapping each other on the back, telling each other they've done well.
The horizon is invisible after I cited it 3 times. And the geometrical horizon is visible. Is he going to say it again? Is the geometric horizon invisible or visible?
I can't help it, QE, if you can't understand what you're reading. It's not my problem.
It's an ad hom. He put an argument to you. That's
not
an ad hom.
It's an
That's a
insult.
logical
It's still an
fallacy.
it's still an
Useless,
insult.
globe-believing numpty. No, that's a fallacy. That's not what he asked.
So do you think if we got the people who wrote...
horizon visible or invisible?
It's invisible.
The Earth curve is invisible. Nobody can see Earth curve then. Welcome to Flat Earth.
We can
You don't have
see
to
the
chant
Earth
through me.
curve.
If it's not visible...
Can I say something?
Yeah, well, I just want to reiterate it. If it's not visible, like he's just told us, that's Earth curve. He's saying it's not visible. So we don't see Earth curve, according to him. Wonderful.
2 different horizons.
Welcome to Flat Earth. The chanting through the top of me welcoming you to Flat Earth won't change that you've just told us Earth curve's not visible. That's what you've just told us. Hey, Brian.
So
Are
bro,
you
you don't agree, Brian? Give me 1 second. So you don't agree with National Geographic that the geometric horizon is visible? You have your own definition of the geometric horizon, not National Geographic, who are your subject matter experts. You don't agree with them, right?
No, what I would
United
assert.
States Department of, please forgive me. The United States Department of Defense also stated that it was a visible horizon, local horizon.
So DOD.
In answer to your question, what I would assert is that if we could get the people who wrote that article from National Geographic, they would agree with me and not you.
Yeah, they wrote the article.
That's another fallacy. Sorry, it's just a fallacy. It's appeal to consensus fallacy. The citation says what it says. Your appeal to consensus is a logical fallacy. What people would say if they read the article, that's an appeal to consensus fallacy. It's also an appeal to the future fallacy. We haven't got a whole bunch of people reading this to give their consensus view that you say agrees with you. It's just an appeal to consensus fallacy. Meanwhile, the citation says geometric visible. You say not visible. And your geometric horizon, that's Earth curve, is according to you not visible. That's it. Not visible Earth curve. Okie dokie.
Buildings go over?
It's not visible. The thing that boats and buildings go over, Neil, not visible. They're not going over a visible hill. You could measure at 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, like laid down in the Earth curve maths. It's not visible. We can't see it, according to this globe believer, Neil.
2 horizons, 1 visible, 1 not.
No, only 1 horizon, clown shoes.
Our model. We define it, not you.
Do you? Really?
Yes, we do.
National Geographic just defined it. They're a subject matter expert. So did the Ministry of Defence.
What makes them
defined
experts?
it, not you.
What
you
makes
don't
them
get
experts?
to define it because you're not a flat earther and therefore you have the upper hand. It was defined by National Geographic as visible. Meanwhile, your globe horizon, you're telling us, isn't visible.
What makes them experts?
And how's it blocking the buildings?
It's not visible, Neil.
You said they're subject matter experts. What made them experts?
National Geographic? Are you having me on? Are you now questioning the validity of National Geographic as a subject matter expert? That's your rebuttal.
National Geographic is not a person.
Oh, wow. I mean, I think if I appealed to consensus like you did, everyone would consider National Geographic an expert in this.
You really think National Geographic is a single person who they consider an expert?
No.
It's pathetic.
This is it. So we point out that you've just told us Earth
National Geographic is an expert.
And you think the rebuttal is to appeal to the National Geographic citation and its validity and credibility? You've just told us Earth curve's not visible, mate.
No, I didn't.
Can I point out
he told you the opposite of that.
You're gonna try to reason with him.
I told you that's I told you the opposite of that. But go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Just a second. Anyone who's saying that the black swan argument is not an argument, or it's no good, or this, that, and the other thing, and the other thing, just listen to this show, and then make your decision.
Yep.
Good point.
With that, I'm going to say, first and foremost, a huge, massive, enormous thank you to the Politics Discord server for making today's after show possible, and of course a massive thank you to the G Plus panel for making the live and after show possible. Also a massive thank you to all of you in either Nathan Oakley 1980 or Nathan Oakley Premiering streams for hopefully smashing the super chat, liking, commenting, sharing, subscribing, joining as a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member, and all that good stuff. I've been Nathan Oakley, and I will see you all in the next video.
Give me your money.
Oh, Chocolate, are you there, bro? Chocolate saying, are you there?
They'll jump back in a minute after their intro finishes. Their exit.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask him if you remembered something quite
Yeah, he'll be back in a second.
It's
They're
kind
doing their
of on the,
outro. They'll be the after show now.
I'm not talking over it, am I? Do I need to shut up?
No,
No,
they're
you're fine. No.
Yeah, they're on a different area right now.
Yeah, fair enough. I really wanted to ask Chocolate if you remember something that Brenda said in the arena, because it's on topic. But yeah, kind of funny. So with multiple horizons.
You flat earthers love that shit, don't you? You like to watch that guy get the
That's a very
globus all
entertaining
riled
list.
up.
Oh yeah,
Rob, dude, why
sure.
can't you just relax? He's gone. Nathan Oakley's gone. You can, take a breath. It's just, I mean, seriously, dude. Because tell like a channel of like 70 people what all of them what they love. I mean, come on now.
They all got
bear
triggered by him.
Though, like, bear in mind, yeah, that Globers started this attitude of just trying to mock us and just mockery and relentless just gaslighting. This came from the Globe side. If you guys were gentler with us to start with, you wouldn't have created guys like Nathan Oakley in the first place. So you've got yourselves to thank.
It's kind of like you're getting what you put out, and since you're a bunch of wusses who can't dish it, you can dish it up but can't take it in. Just a few little nudges, and you spiral out of control. Just hold a mirror up. Say, this is how you act. This is what you sound like, and you don't like it. But instead of changing your ways, you just double down.
Yep.
That's why you have this idea where it's hard to get a globalist to even recognize themselves as an individual. Just will you say I, for fuck's sake? Instead of we, it's always we. This massive hive mind groupthink that you try to peel one of them out of the cult, and they start to panic. Shields up, red alert.
What really worries me is they're not following the actual rhetoric of the globe.
How's that? What worries you about it?
You guys demonstrate that all day long.
How
That's
so?
fucking weird.
Talk to me.
I don't get it.
What's the rhetoric
You're
that
making
bothers
up your
you?
own model on the go. As you
Who
please.
is? Can you give me an example? Example of that?
You said 2 horizons.
Yeah, that's well established.
Where in the model does it say that? The official one. The one that everybody follows of the globe. Rhetoric. Where does it say that? And where can we see that?
That's why it's good to get new people in here so they see what these people see and hear what these people sound like. They're like a new person who doesn't know anything about the conversation. Here's some guy say, "You don't see the horizon." He's like, "Motherfucker, I can see the horizon. What are you talking about?" That's like completely bricked. I mean, it's like you're telling me I see something that I don't see. That's why it's best. Make sure you keep these guys off mute because they're gonna say things so ridiculous that it'll just blow your mind. Someone say, "You know what? I disagree with flat Earth, but that guy is a fucking idiot."
Well, I'm out, guys. It's 4:30 in the morning for me, so have a good one.
All right, take care, AJ. Good job today.
Hey, great job, AJ. Thanks for keeping it real in here and not chaos.
I tried, man. It was
you did
pretty
great.
good, I think. I tried to keep it fair. But yeah, thanks. Have a good one, guys.
Yeah, so I just want to point out, to sum everything up, for the audience, they started out claiming that there was a geometric horizon that, caused boats and buildings and everything to disappear from the bottom up. And then when that was debunked with the Black Swan argument, they changed the goalpost and then accused us of straw manning their original claim, and that we didn't notice, like as if we didn't notice. They changed the goalpost and said, this geometric horizon, it's actually here. And now the new rhetoric is, actually, you can't see it. Okay, well, if you can't see the curvature of the Earth, then how do you know it's curved then? Well, we see it on TV, and there's experts and consensus and all sorts of other fallacies, right? So what they're doing is just an ad hoc continuum where they're constantly getting proven wrong and having to change up their rhetoric and change up their arguments because they can't have the old ones anymore. So, yeah, it's just all fallacious. I saw it on TV. It has to be globe.
That's why when I go in this conversation, people say, are you trying to convince people the earth is flat? No, I don't care what they believe. I really don't give a shit if they believe the earth is flat or if they use anything I say. My goal here is to get X minus 1. Once someone's gone so far into anti-flat earth that they've dehumanized the other, just based off wrong think. They call him a flurman, a flat earth vermin, like a flurfer. Once they've gone into that space where they've dehumanized, can you pull them back? Is it possible to have them return to humanity? Or are they just gone forever? And so far, I mean, there's been a little bit of success. I could say a couple people you're able to pull back. But for the most part, once they dehumanize, they're gone. They're lost. And there is no coming back from that. So it acts as a warning. Do you want to end up like Scott Mackey? Just a lost soul, spazzing out over content he can't even remember. There's a thing in college called Bloom's taxonomy, where you go when you're exposed to new ideas and you go up the ladder. You go remember, understand, apply, analyze, evaluate, and create. These guys can't even get past remember. But yet they said they've completely analyzed all flat earth ideas. They don't even know the globe either. What they do is they think the globe offers them some explanation for another worldview they have, which they won't take questions on or explain, like nihilism, atheism. Somehow they think that for their atheism to be true, it's got to be an ever-expanding universe without a beginning, without an end. And then they cite the Big Bang brought to you by the Catholic Church. See, their worldview is in such tatters and pieces that instead of trying to come up with something logical and reasonable that someone would want to believe in, they offer an even smaller, sad version of flat Earth. Virtually a flat, stationary world inside an ever-expanding universe where anything is possible. Your imagination is the limit in the heliocentric model. There's a version out there who got it right, who understands before they disagree. But these people can't even get past that. They'll disagree without any level of understanding. They'll ask questions. You give them an answer. They don't understand the answer. They say the answer is not an answer. It's a wrong answer. It's a scientifically literate answer or whatever. They adjudicate your answer, then tell you didn't answer, and then repeat their question. It's literally talking to a brick wall. It doesn't matter what you say. They're just constantly resetting over and over and over, an endless spiraling and triggering over content they added. They'll tell you, oh, the flat earth is a disk in space. Okay, sure, let's start there. Why did you say that? Why? Oh, the internet told you. Huh. So your Google it replaced your noodle it. And now you have no concept of what anyone's talking about, because as long as you're going to stay in that Google framework where you only accept things that are Googleable, why are you even here? Just go off and play with your Google. Just like your parents did. Your parents gave you a device, sat you in a corner, and you grew up with a tablet in your hands, and you're just the same thing now, except for somehow your dumbass found Discord.
So when the Globers first started saying that, there's this thing called refraction, we know what they're saying, right? They're saying that you can't see the curve. Well, now, they've come right out and they've become so braven with this admission of, wrongdoing, this claim being wrong, and then perpetuating it. So now they just outright say that you can't see the curve. There's two horizons. There's only one horizon, and it's purely optical. And when the Glober says refraction, I'm like, yeah, there goes the globe. Because if there's always refraction, then at any time you look at the horizon, how do you know which one is the actual geometric horizon? Well, you just be asserting it. So any measurement that you take thereof, and then assertion of, oh, well, I see the boat disappearing from the bottom up. You can't say that. right? You're claiming refraction. Every claim that you make after that is null and void because you can't see the curvature from the surface if it's always refracted. So the only place that you could see it is on TV, magazines, and other media, or in space, which you're not going to space. Unless we can go tonight, like, will you take me with you? We can go to this place that you call deep space where we can see the Earth as an object floating in space. No, you can't do that? Well, then you have a religion. And you always need bigger balls because we debunked your radius at 3959. So, what are you guys going to do? Just keep baselessly asserting your religion like a mantra?
I have the reply.
Yeah, go ahead, Rob.
Would this space trip require just you yourself to go, or would everybody like who we have to? Can we send like one representative that you guys will all believe, or do you guys all have to go to space?
Nobody's going to space, Rob. You didn't get what I was saying. I'm sorry that
No,
you didn't understand. Let me lay it out for you. Nobody's going to space.
I understand that. This is a hypothetical. Okay, I'm just saying
Oh,
hypothetically.
we're not talking about them out there. Yeah, we can't talk about a place that we can't go to.
Yeah, but I'm saying if we were able to go to space, and one representative of you guys was able to do that, and he came back and reported to you guys, would that be the same as you going there?
Rob, this isn't the Dungeons and Dragons server, bro. Like, we're not talking about fantasy, okay? We're talking about reality. If you want to talk about fantasy, there are other forums for that.
Oh, so you guys won't even engage the idea that you could even possibility go to space?
Why would we? Have you been? Do you know where this place is?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, okay.
Hey, Rob, like in your model, your heliocentric model, you're on spaceship Earth right now. You are traveling in a spaceship.
We're in space.
Okay,
Yep, I agree.
So how are you not able to use that concept to understand when flat earthers tell you you are not going to leave the Earth? The Earth is a system. You think so also. You just give a different explanation.
No,
for
you
it.
just said the opposite. You said the Earth is in space.
Yeah, you're on the spaceship Earth. This is where you're at. You are not going to leave the Earth.
To have a spaceship, though. You got to have.
But you're not going to leave it. You're not going to leave the Earth. See, you think
that's irrelevant, though.
Your question said, "I'm in space. I'm on spaceship Earth, but I'll get on a different spaceship Earth and go to a different Earth in space and look at space from space and look at Earth." It's a hot mess, dude. That's what they're telling you. It's a role-playing game you're doing here. You should be able to visualize.
Things, really. I mean, like I said, how could you even call it a spaceship to begin with if there's no such thing as space? It's just a ship, right? So why do you say spaceship?
They call it spaceship Earth. That's what the idea of the overview effect came from. That you're all in this together. It's a closed system. You cannot leave the Earth. If you could leave, let's say you could, hypothetically, you can leave the Earth. There's no place to go.
I thought we don't play Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah, there's no place to go.
Mm-hmm.
Let's say right now they do something.
And how do you guys know that? How do you guys know that? The same way
because your experts told you.
How do you guys know space is fake? The same way
you can't leave the Earth. There's no place to go. Earth is a closed system.
But how do you know that?
All the air we would breathe would leave also. That's how we know.
But how do you know that?
Dude,
Earth is a
Rob, you are literally the shittiest glober I've ever heard in my life. You are fucking terrible.
Oh, I'm sorry you feel that way. Man.
He's okay. Okay, you guys.
Your arguments are stupid. You're not good at it.
See what happens, Crit? I didn't do nothing bad. I'm trying to be calm and see what happens. I get it.
Yeah. Hold on. Okay, Rob is used to getting bullied. Okay, so when he's in a space where he's not getting bullied, he still feels like he's got to fight for the mic. So just give him some charity. All right.
He's proving me right, though, Crit. Is he not proving me right?
Yeah, he is. He is, and that's why I'm trying to say, offer him a little bit of charity. Okay, if you are if you hang out in a snake den 24 hours a day, then leave the snake den. Sometimes people will be like, they're still acting in that way because that's what he's used to. Just offer him something better.
I agree with Crit. Rob is acting very charitable today. He's out of his element, so let's show him what the other side of the fence looks like. Thanks.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Like I said, I know both sides of arguments. I'm just trying to get to to understand the depth of the argument. You know what I'm saying? I just want to understand more, man.
No,
you know what I'm saying?
Because you're asking why we can't go to space, yet you say you know both sides of the argument.
Well, I'm asking you personally, dude. That's what I'm saying. I don't really understand any other way to put it. I'm just speaking English. How do you know? I mean, if this question is too much for you, then just say I'll just pass. It's not nothing personal. I'm
How
not
do I
trying to get
know I can't get in a tin can and go into a sky vacuum? Because all
yeah,
the
but
air we breathe do the same thing.
okay. I know, and I'm not saying that's right or wrong. I'm just saying, how do you know that though? Like, what? How'd you come to this conclusion?
Because if I can get in a tin can and go to a sky vacuum, all the air we breathe would do the same thing. That's how I know it's fake.
Okay, but have you done that though? Have you been in a tin can in a sky vacuum?
Nobody has, because if they did, we wouldn't have air to breathe. We wouldn't be here. There would be no one to build the tin can.
Yeah. I know this is a revolving door argument. It's okay. I'm not, like I said, it's okay. I'm just going to be chill, dude. I just have questions, man. Like I said, if they're out of the boundary, just let me know. I'll try not to defend nobody. But these are really
You're
questions I'm
good,
not
bro.
trying to. Right.
Go ahead and ask your questions, Rob.
It's just like I'm okay if something is a belief. You know what I'm saying? I don't have any problem with people with beliefs, but my problem is when people take their beliefs and they try to cement them as concrete facts. And I just want to know how you come to the conclusion of things. And if you can't answer that, then that's really telling me,
Because
in my
the second
opinion.
law of thermodynamics isn't a belief, dude.
Yeah, I mean, anybody who thinks that you don't need a container for gas pressure, just go ahead and buy some propane without the propane accessories and try to grill your mom a steak on Mother's Day. Let me know how that works out, right? I'm sure it'll be a huge success because you can invoke gravity at any time, right? I mean, there's always
I got a bucket of propane outside.
right. You got it in a tank, or you're just sitting there in a lump.
No, it's in a bucket.
Your propane is in a bucket, and how long did it
Yeah,
stay there?
it doesn't.
Oh, it fucks off then, right?
When you release propane into air, where does it go?
In all directions.
In every single direction, dude. If you
Yeah,
were
I
to
know,
open
I
up
know. But
a
where's the
container of
hold on?
propane,
Where's the end of that direction? Like, where does it end at? Where's the propane go?
There's no end, right? Gas expands and moves
So
in
does
all
it?
directions.
Okay, I know, but let's say the gas. Say we open up a can of propane on the ground right now in my driveway. All that gas is escaping. Where is that gas going at the end of its trip? Where will it hit? Will it hit the firmament?
Well, you probably do believe it firmament, you just don't know it. Let me give an example. So when Marconi, hold on, bro, I'm trying to help you out. When Marconi did his radio broadcast from the UK, right, to Australia with line of sight technology, how come the Earth curve didn't block it and obstruct it? That's a lot of curvature from the UK to Australia, right? How come it didn't stop it? If you don't know, just say I don't know.
I don't know. I was just told you. I thought we just changed conversation. It's just I thought we were talking about something different.
No, we're not changing conversation. So the thing is that as a Glober, this is the Burger King. You can't have it your way. You either get to keep your Earth curvature, or you have to invoke some sort of barrier that they bounce the radio signals off of. So, do you want to keep your curvature and admit there's some sort of barrier up there, or do you want to reject the curvature and the barrier at the same time? A or B? Which one is it?
Well, I'm not really doing that because I'm just telling you we were talking about gases, and if I let them out of a can in my driveway, and the gases escape, where do the gases go eventually? That's all that was. That's all the question was. It wasn't about Macroni, whatever. It wasn't about curvature. It was just about gases and how
Okay,
they
how
react.
about over the horizon radar? What are they bouncing it off of up there?
Oh, I don't. Yeah, I had to. That's a whole other conversation. I didn't really. You know what I'm saying I just don't
Well,
really want to
maybe
jump
we
into
can
it.
have it when you're done learning about gas. Go ahead. I'll wait patiently.
Yeah.
Let me know
Yeah,
when
we
you're
were
ready.
just talking. Now we're talking about radio waves and stuff like that, though, and all that. We were talking about just how gas would act in my driveway if they open up a propane tank. I don't understand how the two are correlated. I mean, if you want to talk about a conversation, another one.
Well,
I mean,
you
I don't.
did bring up a container in the sky, did you not?
No, I didn't bring it up. I'm asking
You
you.
said would it bounce
What
off of the firmament? So you brought it up and then
well,
accused me of changing the
yeah.
subject.
Well, it's a question. No, it's all because it's part of the same thing. Where's the gas going when I release it in my driveway? That's all I want to know. Where's it go? You
All
say everywhere.
directions, and then you asked
Okay.
for a limit, right?
So what I want to know what stops it from going wherever it goes, like up. You know, if it goes up, how far can it go up and what happens when it goes to the max? What's the max?
So you're not the one changing the subject by asking about what's up in the sky.
No, because I know the gas is in the sky. Again, this is a real simple thing. I have a propane tank. I open the gas, the valve, and all the gas comes out. I want to know where that gas. If the gas rises, where does it go when it rises?
I guess you'd have to put a tracker on it.
Gotcha.
It's
No,
like
it just
this,
seemed to
Rob.
me. Yeah, go ahead.
Think of it this way, right? If you go 1,000 feet in the air, do you know what's at 1,001?
I'm not following.
Okay, so you go up, you go this certain distance. Like say you want to travel east, and you travel 1,000 miles east. Do you know what's at 1,001?
Do I know what is at 1,001? What do I want to know?
Whatever's there.
That would be a no. You have no first-hand primary knowledge of what's there.
You just have to believe it. It would just be a story that you'd believe. Like you
Earth
don't
is a
know for sure.
triangle.
I'm trying to think about it. I'm trying to follow it. I
can't make any sense of it. I'm sorry.
Okay, so let me see it this way. All right, so you travel 1 mile. Did you travel?
Are my eyes closed? Are my eyes closed?
If you want them to be, they could be closed.
Well, no, I don't. It's not what I want. You're the one setting the scenario up.
Well, no, but I'm saying it's for you to decide. Like, do you have your eyes open or your eyes closed?
Because if I walk 1,000 feet and I'm just looking in front of me, I can tell you what's at 1,001 feet.
Yeah, 1,000. That's like feet. But when you're talking about a greater distance, if there's a gradient, and the gradient matches off sea level, not the core of the Earth.
It doesn't make any sense. If I travel 3 million miles, I'll still be able to see 3,000,001 miles because I'm at 3 million miles. Well, yeah,
You
why
can see
wouldn't you?
the whole mile.
If I travel 3,000 miles, I would be able to see 3,001 miles. Like if I travel 30 feet, if I walk down my street 30 feet, I'll still be able to see more than 30 feet.
You drive, right, Rob?
I have driven a vehicle, yes.
Okay. Have you ever passed a mile marker?
I believe I have passed many mile markers.
And you've seen the next one before you got there?
Absolutely.
I'm stunned.
Yeah,
So let me do it.
Not all roads are flat.
Let me try it, Rob. So I've only been as far west in Texas as to where you can start to see the wind turbine. That's as far as I've ever went west. Now, if you were to ask me, like, what's past that? I have no idea. Never been there. I hear that there's a mountain range in West Texas and a desert. Never been to either one of those. So I believe that that's true because so many people have said it, but it's a belief, right? I have no firsthand primary knowledge of a desert in West Texas and a mountain range. So if someone tells you, about a curvature, globe, Earth, object in space, a vacuum, which is a concept that doesn't really exist. So they say it's not an actual vacuum. It's 10 to the 17 negative torr, which is pretty fucking close. So you would have to believe all that, just like I have to believe in deserts and mountains in West Texas, right?
I disagree. I don't have any beliefs. I don't require beliefs. Everything I say can be proven to be fact.
Okay, how do I verify there's a vacuum space?
You will. There's no way you can verify it for yourself.
So how did you verify that?
Experiments, math.
So you did an experiment in space.
Experiments in math. What a loser.
Okay, cut the shit. Here, I got one for you, Rob. Yesterday, I think it was yesterday, or it was the day before. They did a live stream. I watch a lot of the live streams, just to see what type of dumb shit they're doing. A lot of time it's really boring too, and people aren't. It's just like the same looped video over and over again. So the live stream just a couple days, like a day ago or 2 days ago, a bag of tools this is the second time now. It happened earlier in the year too. So a bag of tools just floated away from the astronaut. And the headline was, Russian astronaut throws away or whatever space garbage. Just lets space garbage float away from the ISS. Because it's damage control. They know they're not supposed to do that because that would create a hazard. If they're just throwing shit overboard, that's what happened in Skylab. They got really worried of all the trash they kept jetting into space. When they would come back around, they keep running into their trash over and over again. So if you believe their story, mind you. So here's a Russian astronaut that they know they're not supposed to let trash go because it's like going to stick around and run it, keep colliding with the space station. Yeah, but somehow they fucked it up. They fucked up the visuals. So now they have to say, oh, it's okay though. This time it was okay. Don't worry about it. This time it was actually kind of like thrown in such a way where it'll go directly down to Earth and burn up. Nothing to see here. See, they're always fucking up through the videos because they don't really know how to present what space would look like. They only have these like movies, basically. Like same thing Hollywood.
Fair point. I got a point for you though, Crit. I drove out to the west many times, going towards Colorado, and I go through Kansas. And when I get to about the middle to maybe 2/3 way through Kansas, you start seeing these little bumps on the horizon. And you can see them more and more. And as I drive west, these little bumps in the horizon, they look like little just bumps in the horizon. Now they're getting taller. Now they look like something, like, hey, something's up there. And as I get closer and closer, now I start seeing that they're bigger and bigger and they're mountains now. Now they're entire mountains. So literally, if you're able to perceive yourself driving on a small, tiny thing, tiny as a speck, driving on a giant ball, that is exactly what would happen. You would see the mountains appear at the horizon as little wavy bumps, and all of a sudden, as you get closer to them, they would rise, and then they would be white-capped Colorado Rockies, and then you'd go up them, and that's exactly what you see.
So is that a physical curve or is that an optical curve?
You're on the curve. You're on the curve, brother.
Yeah, when you look though, and you see those mountains in the distance appear at just the very tops of them at first, is that the physical curve of the Earth, or the optical curve?
That's the proof of the curve of the Earth.
Physically or metaphysically?
Whatever kind of physically you want.
So is it a hump? It's a hump of Earth between you and the mountain?
Well, see, that's what you guys get wrong. There's no hump of Earth since since ground is level, right? Okay, you guys, that's what I'm saying. You're misunderstanding. You're thinking that human beings are 5 miles tall or 10 miles tall, and the Earth is a tennis ball.
Whoa! Round is not level. Excuse me, round is not level.
Yeah. Okay.
Don't conflate the two. It's not. I mean, unless you can show me that round is level. If you can show me the definition of level, does that mean curved or round?
Well, I made the claim. Usually, if you have a contesting a claim, you can go bring some information to contest it. You don't contest it by saying.
No, you made the claim. You must support the claim. Don't try to move goalposts. Support your claim. Show me the definition of level.
Prove it wrong.
No, that's not how this works. You made a claim. You must support it. Otherwise, I can just out of hand dismiss it.
I just did support it. I told you about my drive that I've done many times in my life, coming from the east in Kansas, going west into the Colorado Rockies, and you can see the fucking mountains appear. That's a proof.
Rob, you're doing a perfectly good job. Rob, you're doing good.
And what is
kicking their ass? Don't let them steamroll you.
What is the purpose of this? What is this evidence of?
It's the evidence of the curvature of the Earth. It's the same way the boat goes over the horizon in the water. This is the same thing we're doing here with mountains. We can bring them back up.
So the mountains are the geometric horizon of the Earth.
I think he's saying he went in a circle. Are you saying he went in a circle?
Yeah. Okay, how is going one direction a circle, right? How could? Oh, wait.
It can be. If I'm on a globe,
Why don't we
be a circle? Because if I leave my
let's
house,
go ahead and red herring away from the point again. Let's go ahead and just throw in a red herring. Why don't we just keep talking about what you were talking about? Level is curved. I want you to support that.
I didn't say that. You did. You keep begging the question. You're begging the question.
I didn't say that. You said level is round. You said level is round. Did you not?
No, I didn't say that at all. You did.
Oh, you didn't? Anybody? Witnesses in here want to back me up or back him up? Did he say? So it is level, no higher than the other, correct?
That's elevation.
Elevation is no point higher than the other? Or elevation is it's above sea level?
And level are not
What is the definition? Oh, okay. So then you have the elevation above sea level. What is the definition of level?
The definition in the context I was speaking of is the horizon is level as you're coming across Kansas. So your optical horizon, whatever you're seeing with your eyes, it doesn't matter what you think the shape of the Earth is, because on a flat Earth, those mountains should be visible. As soon as I see the tops of them, I should be able to see all the mountains. There's no reason why those
So
mountains...
you have a flat Earth model you'd like to present for us then. Please show it. You have a flat Earth model?
No one does, sir. It doesn't exist.
No one does. Oh, so what are you saying according to the flat Earth model?
Well, a hypothetical or proposed model.
So this is all imaginary. This is just something that you imagine. I don't really care about what your imagination says. No. You're talking about your imagination. Your imagination, you're going to have to kind of give us an idea what you're talking about. What did I say? What claim did I make? What claim did I make?
That's the whole thing. I like how you guys do it over here. You guys don't try to back any claims, so you guys don't have to answer anything.
You guys, stereotype fallacies. So I made no claim, and then you say you guys, and you stereotype me. So you're doing very poorly today, Rob.
No, you stereotyped yourself by coming into a 24/7 flat Earth server. So obviously, yeah, you guys are all flat.
I stereotyped myself, so I made a claim about all of us. I made a claim. Rob, what's the matter, bro?
Because you're part of a flat Earth server. Now you're saying that don't.
And that means what to you? What does that mean to? What does that mean to? Okay.
That's what it means.
Okay, so now you stereotype me as a flat earther, and what do flat earthers believe? Continue the stereotype fallacy. Go ahead. What else does it mean, Rob?
A non-rotating stationary flat plane.
Oh,
yeah,
Rob,
but
I used to be a flat earther.
Experience. Do you not experience that, Rob? Are you spinning right now?
Yes, we are.
You are spinning. Okay, how could you prove that you are spinning objectively?
You just yelled at me for moving along, and now we're going into this.
I'm asking you. You talked about this is all your conversation. You're talking about the fact that all flat earthers believe that they are on a stationary, non-rotating plane. So I said that's my experience. Then I said, are we spinning? You said yes. I said, how can you objectively prove that? This is your conversation. You're leading it. I'm just asking you questions.
Well, you already know all the ways it's been proven, so I'm not going to give you Rob Noxious's way, like as my way, some kind of special way or something.
No, I don't know. I'm certainly sure. I mean, I experienced that the Earth is stationary. You can certainly prove me wrong by showing me objectively that the Earth is actually spinning. Go ahead. Okay, well, go ahead and do it. Go ahead.
The bottom line is that is the facts of the matter, and Odin said the burden of proof is on you to prove that it's not.
How do we prove these facts? How do we prove these facts that the Earth is spinning, Rob? The claim that you made that it is spinning.
Go do some experiments, man.
Like what? Give me an idea of what kind of experiments I could do to figure this out. No, you come on. This is your claim. Go ahead.
Do the one I just told you. You know, saying I'll speak of things that I've done personally. Because then it's a lot easier.
Which one did you just tell me about? Because I didn't hear you any way to figure this out. You didn't say anything. You said there's a lot of experiments I could do. You didn't specifically name one. So which one could I do?
I have done them. I've boated on the Great Lakes for over fucking 40 years of my life. I've traveled all across the fucking country. Okay. And I told you about the
mountain. So you boated.
And
how does boating tell me that the Earth is spinning, Rob?
Oh, now we're talking about spinning. Okay, so I thought it was back to curve. So we gotta go back to spinning.
We were always talking about spinning. Is anybody else following this conversation? Didn't Rob want to bring up spinning and the fact that the Earth is moving? What does boating have to do with that, Rob?
I think Rob's head is spinning.
No, I'm good. I'm following. No, the boating proves the curvature. If you want spinning, you have to do things like measure stars.
Oh, the boating proves the curvature. How does the boating prove the curvature, Rob? Go ahead and extrapolate that for me. How does boating prove the curvature? Apparently, we've moved on from spinning. Now we're on to boating and curvature. Go ahead.
Well, we started at curvature first with the mountains, so nice try. But yeah, again, you're just trying so hard.
So the mountains prove what? No, I mean, you haven't proven anything. You started with mountains, so what do the mountains prove? Keep in mind that I'm from Eastern Colorado, and I know exactly how far I can see the mountains from. I'm actually from Eastern Colorado, so I know exactly about that. So this should be really fun for me. Tell me about how much of the mountains I should see from what distance, Rob, geometrically.
It's not about how much you can see. That's what I'm saying. You're trying to conflate the argument here. The argument is.
What, how much am I supposed to see? How much Earth curve is supposed to be affecting the mountains? How much Earth curve is supposed to be the mountains from what height and what distance?
I don't need to know the numbers.
Rob, you just brought up the mountains. So how is this going to prove geometrically that the Earth is curving? If you don't need to talk about the geometry, how are you going to prove geometrically that the mountains have anything to do with Earth curve? Please tell me.
Because I already did, and I'll do it again right now. The simple fact is...
And how are you going to do that? Go ahead.
I would try, but you keep interrupting. So when you're 2/3 through Kansas heading west, you'll see the fucking mountains appear as little bumps on the horizon. You can barely even see them. You won't even know what they are. You'll just think it's part of the horizon. And as you keep going west, these little
just a moment, Rob. I need some details. What
eventually
on I-70?
I'm almost done.
Rob,
I'm basically landing right now.
Rob, oh boy, you've totally. I'm asking you because you're not giving me the numbers that I need. This is a. Yeah, see, I need the actual geometric numbers because you said you can do this geometrically. So I need you to tell me what mile marker on I-70 we're at 2/3 through Kansas, right? Kansas, and then the elevation of the observer and what you see. So just give me the numbers.
Cool beans, cool story, bro.
This is your story. Tell me where you're at on 2/3 through Kansas. What mile marker?
Why would I know the mile marker off the top of my head when I went on a trip?
Because you said 2/3 through Kansas. I'll tell you what. Why don't you guesstimate where in Kansas you're at on I-70, and just give me kind of the approximation, and we'll do it on Google Earth, and we'll see how much elevation drop there is.
Good thing you brought that up. I was about to ask if I could share my screen and bring up Google Earth, and I can show you and Google Earth Street View as you're going through Kansas. You will see the mountains appear, just like what I'm saying.
Great.
And as you get closer, they get bigger.
Great. How much Earth curve should be in the way, blocking the mountains at that distance?
There shouldn't be any if it's a flat Earth.
So, just I'm asking you, how much should be blocking the mountains?
I'm trying to disprove flat Earth. I'm not trying to prove a globe, you goon.
No. You're showing me curvature. You said this is. Wow, bro.
Oh my God, really, dude?
You're supposed to prove to me Earth curve. This is your claim that the mountains prove the Earth curve. So how is that happening? Go ahead.
And I'm doing that by proving that it's not flat. You don't like that, do you?
And how are you proving that it's not flat? That I can see beyond the geometric horizon where it should be? That's proving that it's not flat, but I can see farther than I should be able to?
No. Let me explain. Because if you're driving fucking west on 70, you're coming in from Kansas, and those mountains appear on the horizon low at the little bumps on the horizon. And all of a sudden, by the time you get to them, 10,000-foot mountains, that means you came over a curve to see that.
Rob, you're talking about angular size. You're not talking about curvature. I need you to show me where the curvature is. This is angular size that you're talking about. Okay. Are you saying that if you're 2/3 through Kansas, that the mountain should be 10,000 feet or 14,000 feet high as you see them far away? Is that what you're saying?
Well, the height will never change. I mean, the height's the height. You know what I'm saying? They're 14,000 feet, whether you see it far or not.
Actual
I should be able to see the
changes. Jeez, Rob, you're correct. Actual height above sea level should never change. Angular height, however, according to the distance, will change. So tell me, how much angular height should there be in the mountains 2/3 of the way through Kansas? Go ahead and give me the numbers.
You should be able to see the mountains.
You just told me that you are able to see the mountains.
Yeah, about a foot off the fucking horizon line in your eyes looking down the fucking freeway.
Okay.
As I'm saying,
So
you're
angular size, Rob, bro, you're freaking out. Just tell me how much angular size should change at the distance. Oh, now you're spiraling too. This is a problem for you. Could you tell me how much angular? No, what am I doing? Asking about geometry? Is that what I'm doing?
You cut them off and then you mute them.
Yeah, I am cutting him off because he's not giving me the numbers I'm asking for. Wouldn't you like to have the numbers to prove your globe?
Off, yeah. So he can't, even if he wanted to.
Well, if you're freaking out, I'll just mute you too. Okay, Rob, how much angular size should I expect to see 2/3 of the way through Kansas? Can you give me the numbers, yes or no?
Can you?
I'm not making any claims about it. This is your claim.
No, you are making a claim the Earth is flat. That's where the whole thing stems from. So you are making.
No, I experience it flat.
We wouldn't even be having this conversation if you were making claims.
Rob, I'm experiencing the Earth is flat. Do you experience it a different way? And if so, are you telling me that the fact that I can see the mountains from Kansas proves that the Earth is a globe? I would just like you to show me how much Earth curve there is between the place that you observe and the mountains, and if there's curvature that should be blocking the mountains. That's all I'm asking for.
It's actually the opposite. It's the fact that you can't see the mountains from Kansas that the Earth is a fucking.
So now you can't see them. So you can't see them. At first, it's because they're little tiny bumps, and now you can't see them at all.
Well, again, you're just playing semantical word games. So everybody here knows what I'm talking about.
I'm using your claim, Rob.
I don't even have to worry about it. Well, my claim.
So you've waved your right, like white flag now. So at first they were little tiny bumps. Now they cannot be seen. It kind of sounds like the whole geometric horizon and the visible horizon, and the fact that you can't see one, right? It's almost the same. Anyways.
Yeah, I remember.
I'm gonna.
Sorry, I think.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I remember there was a time in the arena back in the 24/7 arena days about a year or two ago where one of these globists claimed 4 horizons in the black swan image.
Oh, wow.
4.
Yeah, that's what made the meme. That was turned into the meme.
Yeah. I mean, these guys, they will just say the dumbest shit and then just pretend it's not dumb. I mean, I don't even have a word for how stupid that is.
So, Horny Monkey, maybe you can tell me about the Earth curve horizon, the geometric horizon that has been claimed today but not ever visually affirmed or proven. Can you tell me about it?
Not really on that part, no.
Okay, so you don't have any evidence of Earth curve either.
I do have a question for you, though.
Go ahead.
So, you mentioned the spinning part, right? What's your problem with the spinning of the Earth?
I don't experience any spinning.
So is it because you don't feel it, right?
Well, I don't feel it. I don't really have any way to detect it. So, yeah, I guess that's sort of my problem with the whole idea that the Earth spins, but I don't experience it anyway. Do you experience the Earth spinning?
Have you ever been in a plane?
Of course I've been in a plane. What about it?
Okay. Do you feel the movement?
Yeah, I do. Especially when there's angular velocity. See, if you want to compare, whoa, bro, hold on. If there's angular velocity, which is what is supposed to be claimed that the Earth has, right? Or on the outside of a spinning ball, that's the claim, then that's angular velocity. That's a constant acceleration. That would be like an airplane that is banking or taking a curved path. Yep. You always feel that. Do you feel that on the Earth? Are you flying off of the Earth? You feel like you're getting set down in your seat? Is it kind of like being in a car where, you take a corner and then you're pushed into the door a little bit? Do you feel that angular velocity, that acceleration?
Well, I don't feel it in the plane.
You don't feel angular acceleration or vector change in a plane?
When you're at the same altitude, you're going the same speed, right? For the whole course, you don't feel shit because you can walk around.
So that's a straight path in an enclosed system. So that you're saying that if you're going in a straight path in an enclosed system, you don't feel any angular velocity.
Well, maybe you know this, right? The curvature of the Earth, the theory behind it. I'm just gonna say that, right? What's like the how's it called? I don't have the word in English.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Perspective.
No, the curve. You have 90 degrees. Yeah, degrees. What's the degree of the Earth?
90 degrees.
What I think is because the Earth is so large, right? You can barely feel the degrees.
So now you can't measure the Earth curve, nor can you feel
that's not what I'm
the
saying.
spin of it.
No.
So
you can
what are you saying then?
What I'm saying is because whatever.
Yeah, you're making claims, but you're not really proving any of these claims.
No. Listen. I'm actually trying to ask you stuff. Like I'm not trying to claim anything.
You asked me a question about angular velocity. I don't feel any angular velocity, which is supposed to be experienced on the Earth. I don't feel that. You don't experience that either. So why do you believe that you're spinning?
The reason is, like I said, I can't really explain it that well, but we're not like the curvature isn't that extreme, right? It's not supposed to be like that, even if you look at the round Earth. So
yeah. So you're talking about scale, right? Yeah, scale. On a large scale, right?
Exactly.
Like if you were looking at the Earth from far away and it was only rotating at somewhere like 15 degrees an hour, that's the claim, you probably wouldn't notice it that much. That's one whole revelation over the course of about 24 hours. But however, on the small scale down here where we're supposed to be, 1,038 miles per hour on the equator is definitely hauling ass, especially if there's supposed to be an Earth-based Coriolis effect where everything that's not attached to the non-inertial spinning reference frame is supposed to be diverting or deflecting. That means that you would have 1,038 mile per hour wind because the wind and the air is not attached to the Earth. Do you think you would feel 1,038 mile per hour breeze?
But the point is, just like the point I'm trying to say is, like in the plane, you have constant speed, so you can't feel the movement anyways. And also the winds, they are within the atmosphere, right? They are not. Okay, wait.
How dare you actually bring up a fallacious
wait, whoa.
comparison?
I let you wait.
Dude,
oh my god.
Wait. No. I'm going to stop you if you use fallacious rhetoric. Yeah, you have to wait because you've already committed a foul. You've created a fallacious comparison. Okay, so can you tell me that an enclosed aircraft that is going in a linear direction or vector, a straight line, is going to be comparable to a ball with an angular velocity that is not enclosed? Are those equal? Are those great comparisons?
What do you mean not enclosed?
Is the Earth enclosed? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay, what is it enclosed by? This is new. Hey, Globers, everybody all of a sudden, so it's enclosed by air. Is air a container?
Atmosphere. I'm saying atmosphere. You have to listen.
What is atmosphere? What is atmosphere? It means air sphere.
Whoa. So let me, because you said, like, how dare you this and that, bro. Chill down. I'm trying to actually just have a conversation, right? Because I don't do this a lot of times. Right? So I'm just trying to talk to you. Okay, like, if you're going to cut me off, that's all right.
Analogy, yeah, I'm going to cut you off because you're using a false analogy. You're not going to compare an airplane with the Earth. They're not even considered to be close as far as the heliocentric ball Earth is concerned. There's nothing similar about them. You tell me how an airplane is the same as a sphere spinning in an ever-expanding vacuum. Go ahead.
He deafened himself because he didn't want to.
Yeah, are you done with your rant?
Yeah. Okay, you'll just stay on mute. So I guess an airplane isn't the same as a sphere, spinning in an ever-expanding vacuum, unless anybody wants to make that claim that they are exactly the same. They're comparable. They're analogous, right?
I just want to say something. This is definitely digressing from what you're talking about, but I was listening from beginning to end to the time when Rob was in the call, and it kind of reminded me of me in the past because I remember before I ever spoke the first time to someone in the FE server, in the Flat Earth server, I would listen the whole time. I would listen and listen and listen, and I thought I could construct a great argument. And then when it finally came to me actually talking, I just blundered so badly, and it was so funny because I didn't know what I was prepared for, and what I was getting myself into. It kind of seems like Rob was listening for a long time, so he was trying to be cautious. But when it came to him actually talking, he made many mistakes. But yeah, that's all I wanted to say.
Well, yeah, I mean, I remember trying to defend the globe, right? Even in my own mind against some of the claims that the flat earthers were making. Now, this is 8 years ago. But I didn't even realize how fallacious my rhetoric was and how empty the arguments were. This is not a topic that you're going to tiptoe into or even try to debate unless you really know what you're talking about, right?
Yeah, exactly. And the funny thing was, as prepared as I thought I was, listening for weeks to arguments being made, I still didn't even know how to construct a sound hypothesis or what a hypothesis was. That was really funny to me.
Yeah. Well, I'm sorry for hogging all the airtime. I'll go on mute.
So my buddy was saying that the flat Earth doesn't exist because he's a sniper, or he's going to a
Cool
school.
story, bro.
He's going to a school, and he's like, I have to configure my rifle for the curvature of the Earth.
How does he do that, man? Can you tell me? Explain it for us.
He changes his sniper scope to, or whatever the
He
fucking,
changes it to what? Earth curve?
yeah, there. What is it? The Schumann curve or whatever, or whatever.
Are you conflating the Schumann resonance with the Earth curve?
I am actually mixing both of those up. Yes, correct. What is it called? The Huberman curve? Some Jewish guy's name.
Why does that not surprise me?
You mean the Goldstein curve?
I'm gonna ignore this and pretend like we're having a rational conversation. Okay, but no,
Well,
seriously.
I'm attempting to.
No, but seriously, like,
Can I for a minute?
yeah, no. This guy like sets up all his gizmos. I don't know what they're called.
Oh my god. No sniper has ever accounted for any Coriolis or spin if you're
There we
talking
go.
about.
There, I think it's Coriolis or some shit like that.
Yeah,
So
that's an apparent effect. It's not a real effect, so he's accounting for nothing. He's literally accounting for nothing. Just look up the definition of Coriolis effect. It's an apparent deflection. It's not real.
But how do you hit a target if it's not real?
If you're talking about a bullet being affected by the spin of the Earth, that's also not taken into account.
Isn't it? Wait. Isn't it the curve of the Earth that's being accounted for? I don't.
You asked the question, how do you hit a target if it's not real? That's something you should be asking the globe earthers, because they're the ones saying that everything's refracted and spinning. So the guy who has the record, or had the record for the long distance shot, I think it was 2-point-something miles, like 2.3. He got 3 out of 4 of the target confirmed kills. And what he said was he stood up, aimed high, and made a shot. Now, that is one hell of a shot, especially standing. He didn't say anything about calculating curvature or Coriolis.
Are you
He just
talking
said
about
that he
Chris?
aimed high.
Chris, whatever his name is, the sniper movie guy is named off of.
No, I'm talking about the world record. I think it might have been, this is the world record for confirmed kill, not the longest shot. The longest target hit is 4+ miles right now.
Right,
But
and that
several
means
trials.
you'd have to zero in on the fact that, like, okay, so given that there is a curvature of the Earth, I guess spin is a part of that. I don't know that they factor that in, but like, yeah, curvature of the Earth would have to be a part of that. It would.
Okay, so that's a baseless assertion unless you can back that up. Because he didn't claim anything about curvature.
The motherfucker has to hit a target. How do you hit a target and then adjust all your
Easy.
instruments?
Listen, you don't have to calculate for drop over distance, just ballistic capabilities, wind, humidity, dew point, the Mangus effect, the rifling of the bullet, the rotation of the projectile.
That's
Can you
not
give
right. That's not right, though.
Hold
That's
on.
not right. That's not right.
Can you give a citation for what you're talking about? I
don't
you're
have a
talking to an
citation for-
ex-Marine. It is right.
Oh, no, I don't
Unless
have a
you can
citation
give
for what he's
citation,
telling me.
nobody accounts for curvature of anything.
Unless
a
I'm
parabolic
a fucking,
arch
I'm
and a
not
projectile.
sniper.
Yes, that's due to rifling.
I'm not a sniper. This
Yeah, I
guy
know.
is. This
You're
guy
not
is
even a
sniper.
sharpshooter. You can't even explain it.
I can sharpshoot into a fucking napkin. What are you trying to say here?
I'm saying you've never been trained at any expert level to shoot a rifle, so you lack experience.
I can shoot my rifle into a tissue. What are you talking about?
You definitely
I'm not even going to address that.
professional jerk off. Wow.
Yeah, so you're just a joke, dude. Take your napkin and your play rifle and go play Barbies with your sister.
Why would you say something like that? How did you dig so deep into my... How did you dig so deep? Okay, this guy is obviously an op. He knew that I used to play Barbies with my
An
fucking
op?
sister.
Oh, listen. I'm not an op anymore.
How did you dig into my history like that?
Listen, I can hear it in your voice. You're a Johnny Chick stuff. Obviously, you play with fucking dollies.
Okay, but you don't know the reason. You don't know the reason I did that. So.
Listen, if you had an Evil Knievel freaking wind up freaking motorcycle, then we'd know you're an excellent boy.
Okay, but you don't know the reason why I had to play dolls with their floor, dude.
Come on, guys.
They
Let's
only
reset.
bought.
Resetting. Let's go back to the thing. Okay, so you claim there's this thing called Coriolis effect.
I don't know if it's, I genuinely don't know if that's the right thing, right?
Well,
I'm being honest with
it's called
you.
the Coriolis effect.
I'm trying to
being
be
honest with you. I'm trying to get us back on track here. If you'll just allow me to
What he's
moderate.
what
Back
he's
to the
talking about.
topic at hand. My friend, will you please let me moderate and get us back on the topic at hand? You don't need to talk through me while I'm trying to get us back to the topic, right? I'm perfectly capable of doing it myself.
I
So,
just wanted to give you the
claim-
information.
My friend, if you could just let me get back to the topic at hand. You're claiming the sniper takes the globe Earth model into consideration, right? So that's what we're going to talk about. We talked about the curvature, and that's dismissed, right? Now we're going to talk about the spin, the axial rotation, right? So when the Red Bull jump happened, Felix Baumgartner, he went up for 3 hours. Now, if this Coriolis thing is happening where the Earth is spinning, at New Mexico, let's just say the rotation rate is about 700 miles an hour, right? So if he went up for 3 hours, he should have landed roughly 2,100 miles away from the takeoff spot. But the landing area was actually 80 miles in the opposite direction. How do you explain that if the Earth is spinning?
Because the altitude of New Mexico might be high. It is high, but it is almost like a mountain amongst the other lands around it. So the curvature in relation to where the jump off point would be irregular. It wouldn't be, you couldn't have an assumption about the rest of the altitude of the world premised on where you took off from.
Okay, it's your first day on the job, obviously.
Yeah. Yeah.
No, this is misinformation.
Listen, dude, it
stop
wasn't even
spreading
about the
misinformation about me.
altitude. It's about
All right, I'm
where
gonna
he
look up.
landed. It's about where he landed and how he did that. If the Earth is spinning, it's got nothing to do with the altitude of other places.
Okay, obviously you're spreading misinformation online about me. I'm gonna need your identification every time you log on to the internet. After
You know,
this.
when you guys you grab the low hanging fruit, that shit's underdeveloped, right? You know that it's not mature yet.
Okay, this is obviously false.
Kid, it's axiomatic that you're lost or trolling, one or the other. It's just an apparent truth.
It's hilarious that you're talking about snipers adjusting for Earth span. It's one of the funniest things you could ever say.
Hey, I wonder
it's
if
right
Larry
on his
could
scope, man.
repeat his point, and then we could hear a second dumbassery account of what Larry said from him, from the other guy. Let's just repeat what you said, Larry, and then have him repeat it back so we know he understands it before he attempts to answer it.
Look, because you're so
spinning,
because you're so stupid, I'll explain
the
math
Earth is
to you.
spinning under Felix Baumgartner as he gets higher and higher. So, if he's been up for 3 hours and the Earth is spinning underneath him, as you're claiming, it should be 2,100 miles away. The landing zone should be 2,100 miles away compared to where he took off at. Instead, it was 80 miles in the opposite direction. How do you explain this?
Yeah, so can I ask a clarifying question?
I thought you asked me a question. Can I explain real quick? If the Earth is spinning below you, obviously you're fucking drunk, so you can't account for anything. So why are you even asking the question to this person?
So, what was the Earth? Was the landing point opposite the rotation, Larry?
Yeah, the landing zone was in the opposite direction. So instead of the Earth spinning underneath him,
yeah,
right.
Yeah, I'm with you. All right.
I don't know. Ask me such stupid questions on here.
Bro, I think this is above your pay grade, and that's a
It
simple
feels like you
answer.
guys are overcompensating for something.
I feel like you didn't make it out of junior high.
Okay, well, I obviously did.
Well, it's
Okay,
not so
so
obvious for
He,
me.
he graduated troll.
let's start over.
All right,
Let's start
dude.
over again.
Yeah, look.
Let's
Instead of
try
you
again.
obfuscating the question, can you answer him? Just answer the question if you know. If you don't know, just say I don't know. That'd be better.
Okay, if you jump off anywhere in New Mexico, you're gonna land in a trowel around you because
Being a troll, man.
No, specifically address what Hank said, please. A serious.
Address what the gentleman asked you on the question. Can you do that, please?
Please.
Yeah. Yeah.
We'll stop trolling you. Just
okay. Look, inherently, axiomatically, provably false information.
Can you answer his question instead of diverting? Or did you lose the plot already? You forgot the question. You
yeah,
want him to repeat the
I would
question?
say this is the last chance, bro. We're gonna have to put him on mute.
You're gonna sit on mute unless you answer his question. If you need him to repeat it, ask him, can you repeat your question? He'll repeat it and then you can answer him, okay?
He did embarrass
I
himself. I
know.
second that.
I know the question. Okay, I'm gonna.
What was it?
Hold on, Mike. Let me get him. All right, go ahead and answer his question. If you don't answer it, you're gonna sit on mute.
So, what is the question?
You just said you knew it,
Go ahead-
and you
go ahead,
interrupted
Larry.
him while he was saying it.
Okay.
No, I want to know the question now.
Hold on, sir.
Okay.
Larry,
Maybe
can you
he
repeat
can-
the question, sir?
Sure, absolutely. Maybe he can pay attention this time, right? I know he doesn't understand how to do that, so we'll help him with that. So if the Earth is spinning and Felix Baumgartner goes up in a balloon and he goes up to 128,000 feet, at some point the Earth would be spinning underneath him. That's the claim. For 3 hours, it should have been 2,100 miles away. But instead, he was 80 miles in the opposite direction. So, if the Earth is spinning underneath him, which you're claiming, that's what you came in here and said, that snipers have to take this into consideration, that's just a claim that you're making, right? Which is anecdotal at best because somebody told you. So it's not even secondhand. It's like third-hand information, right? So can you explain how that would happen if the Earth is indeed spinning underneath him? How would he end up 80 miles in the opposite direction, which should be 2,180 miles away from the estimated landing zone? Thanks.
Okay, if I may answer the question without interruption. Obviously, this is a fucking trick question. I answered this earlier. He's obviously drunk if the Earth is spinning beneath him.
Sorry, wrong
Put him
answer.
on
We don't take troll answers, so you don't have an answer. Thank you very much.
See, when people come in here and like to use big words, right? That's a really weird tactic, right? I could be in here saying, "Yeah, flat earthers got all this flawless execution with monotonous regularity," right? But most people don't understand what that means. Maybe a few Marines in here probably do.
I like how he didn't grasp that they were 80 miles opposite the direction of the rotation, which is impossible when you rise up off a rotating object.
Yeah, this is too much for this gentleman. He doesn't understand the implications of saying Coriolis or the Earth spinning underneath a bullet. He doesn't understand what he's talking about. He's probably brand new to the whole argument and just trying to wing it right now. That's what it sounds like.
He's a baby in this here argument. Just born, a newborn.
All right, we're still
I
asking.
tried to break it down real simple. I was trying to make it digestible for someone who's on level 1, and there's nothing wrong with that. Many men know many things. No man knows everything. So I try to make it easy to understand. Balloon rising over a spinning object. What should happen if you got a spinning merry-go-round and you make your drone take off? Right? What's going to happen eventually? Eventually, the merry-go-round is going to spin underneath the drone, and it's going to have a different landing zone. This is like kindergarten level stuff.
All right, so if anybody else is in here and wants to talk about their evidence for the Earth being a globe, go ahead and open up your mic and we'll listen to you kind of tell us the evidence for that. So if you have evidence of the Earth being a globe, please go ahead and open up your mic and give us some evidence. I'm going to go ahead and take you off of mute, Cyberson. But we are moved past the point already, so you don't need to go back to the point.
All right, thank you.
Yep.
Imagine you're set your set to home location on your drone, and the Earth is spinning underneath it, right? Like, and it finds its way back there. That's so fucked.
Okay, let's say GPS is a thing.
No, we're not going to go back to the point because we moved past it. You didn't have an answer. We're not going back to your ridiculous answers. Not going to do that. If you don't know the question, just say, I don't know. It's ultimately frustrating listening to somebody fumble their way through questions.
Yeah. I think he was going to push the envelope and move on to something else.
Well, let's hear it. You have evidence of the Earth being a globe, Cyberson, outside of...
I was bringing up... I thought I was bringing up a new thing.
Absolutely not. That was not a point. The gentleman asked you to respond to his point, and you didn't sufficiently answer it.
I didn't hear the question. I'm doing stuff at the same time.
We're past that, dude.
Yeah, let's get you when you're not busy. How about that?
No, that's fine. That's fine. I was doing other stuff. I'm sorry.
The dude.
Well, when you're not, that's what I just told you. When you're not busy, go ahead.
I'm not busy. I was just doing it. You had me on mute, dude. I was doing other shit.
All right. So now that you're not busy, do you have evidence that the Earth is a globe?
I would say GPS, but is that the same question? I'll move on from that too.
Because Coriolis is not GPS. So go ahead and give us your evidence of GPS.
I just wonder, like, who are all the people coding this shit?
Don't worry about who are all the people coding it. If you have any evidence, present your evidence for the Earth being a globe via GPS.
How does GPS prove a globe? You're making an assertion, so build the bridge so I can understand what you understand, please.
Go ahead, sir.
All these people are doing Google Maps and
nobody cares about all these people doing Google Maps. We want to know your evidence for the case for GPS relating to the geometry of the Earth.
I don't know that question. Sorry,
okay, then why did you bring it up, sir?
So GPS doesn't prove shape, then?
No, my question would have to do with, like, where are all these people? What are all
They're
these
not
people?
concerned about all the people, what they're doing, if they're eating ice cream on a Sunday. We want to know if the Earth is a globe by your presentation of evidence. Can you do that, sir?
Okay. The Earth is a globe. Yes, it is.
Okay, now bring the evidence. Now bring the evidence.
The fact that you can engage with somebody that is math illiterate.
Okay. So no evidence. Yeah, no evidence whatsoever. And see, here's the thing, gentlemen and ladies, if you're listening right now, I'm giving the person the opportunity to present his case for the Earth being a globe. They're failing to do so. So hopefully you don't take that I'm muting him just because I'm being a big old meanie. This is very
I'm used to the conversation, but
he won't have the platform. It's
can I
simple.
give an example?
Yeah, his proof was an attack on somebody's character.
No, I don't need an example of my moderation. I need somebody that's going to present.
No, I mean
evidence.
like an example to prove what you're saying is wrong. Because
absolutely not. Another mute.
We're not going to argue.
Listen, thank you, Mike. Thank you, Mike.
Moderation.
Listen, all you have to do is present evidence of the Earth being a globe, and we'll be awesome. So I'm going to unmute Ben Boy. I need evidence of the Earth being a globe. That's all I need. Well, he dipped.
We're here for the steak. The steak is a proof of a globe. We don't want tacos, which is ridicule and insult. We want steak.
Sorry, my alarm's going off. Hold up.
You're back unmuted, but if you divert back again to some kind of crazy idea that you have, I'm going to get to mute you again. Pretty simple. Stick to the explanation of the evidence of the Earth being a globe.
I don't believe that Earth is a globe, but I definitely don't believe it's fucking flat. That's stupid. But I would say that the Earth is definitely of a different shape than either. I think it's a false dichotomy.
What do you base that on?
No, you cannot blame me for not knowing the math that you know.
I'm not blaming you. I'm
I would
asking
say
you.
I would say that the Earth probably guaranteed, just like the English try to hide fucking. I think it was Michigan. Dude, this is my own understanding of
Oh my
evidence.
God, we don't care about your own whatever it is. We're not here to listen to people tell us what they think the cosmology of the Earth is, whether it's a triangle, a pyramid, a toilet. I don't care. You have evidence of the Earth being a globe, and if you don't, take a seat, listen to somebody else come in and provide their evidence. So perhaps you can gain something from that understanding of a back and forth from people asking questions of the Earth being a globe. We don't care to hear your stories about what you think, what you've been thinking a year ago. None of that matters.
Look, that's not what I was. I'm not doing the thing like the Earth is rectangular. That's not what I'm doing here. What I'm saying is the English historically hid parts of the map from, I think, the Spanish. And or no. It was the Americans, as they were trying to form as a colony to be America in the first place, right? In the Revolutionary War, they hid parts of America to basically hide the fact that, like, oh yeah, the Americans can actually vie for more land than they understand is actually on the map, right? So there's a possibility that the Earth is not shaped in the way we understand it. And there's different shapes of the Earth for sure. There's different sizes of the Earth that don't correlate with what we
Sir, do you
understand.
know what you're talking about, or are you just talking out of your ass?
Well, no, I'm talking to the thing that I've come across. I don't know it that
That
well.
the Earth is not flat, and the demonstration of that.
I don't believe the Earth is flat. I think that's fucking stupid.
Dev, Germany,
But
you got a hot mic in right now. All right. So you think the Earth being flat is stupid, yet you're
yes, I
not
do.
giving any examples of what else it can be. You're giving
I
some
am giving examples of
a
what it could be.
ridiculous, redundant example of some historical idea that you have in
What's
your
wrong
head.
with that? What's wrong with that?
You haven't given it. There's nothing that you're basically. You're just talking. You're
Let
just
me
talking.
let me dig up my tab on it. Okay.
Let me
Okay.
dig up my tab on it. What are you speaking of? You're
I have a
so
book-
like.
I have
This
a
is
bookmark
such a
on
waste
this.
of time, dude, for everybody listening to you.
Okay.
You just want to sit here and tell everybody the Earth is not what these guys are saying, but it's what I'm saying. Yet I don't know what I'm saying because I have to look it up. That's what you're doing right now, dude. It's frustrating.
Okay. Well,
Stop burping on the mic, you fucking hog. Mute your mic when you burp, dude. We don't want to hear it.
I
Hey,
don't know.
today ain't today. My boy Miggy said he ain't playing, he's slaying.
I'm just saying, man, like, have some common courtesy for people listening on the mic.
Yeah. Come
Your
on.
shit if you're gonna burp like a hog. All right?
Look, the English, I believe they
Shut
heard.
up,
They
dude.
hid
We don't care
Michigan.
about your English nothing. My God.
I think we have a great understanding of mapping and cartography.
No, I
Most
don't
of us.
like this guy came in here. He's throwing his weight around saying, well, the earth that's pretty stupid. I'm like, dude, I'm gonna get on your ass if you come in here like that. It's pretty simple. Just answer questions, have a back and forth, but don't come in here fucking inebriated, throwing your weight around, saying absolutely nothing, proving no point, and then you want everybody to listen to you like as you're some kind of intellect. Dude, shut up.
He just wanted to be heard on the YouTube, bro.
Anyway, because it's hard to listen to when somebody's mic is scratchy. Mike, is that your mic?
No, I don't think so.
Oh, that's Migo Wigo. You got like a scratchy mic or something, bro.
Shit sounds like a AM radio that's not properly tuned into the station.
You got to
Don't
tune
it?
in. Yeah, we got staticky. Yeah, I do want
Indians talking to him now.
Listen, I do. Migo Wigo, I'm gonna mute you, brother. Like, you gotta fix your mic. Your shit's all jacked. Yep.
Yeah, we would love to have an intelligible conversation about the topic of the shape of the Earth and not.
He's probably got a fan plugged in. If he's got some sort of fan or something.
Yeah, he got muted, Larry. I do want to listen to like Larry and Mike actually talk to somebody, but not somebody who's drunk, burping on the mic, and acting like he knows what he's talking about. Like that, I get pissed, bro. I'll be honest. I'm upset. Come in here, have intelligible conversation. The gentlemen want to have a conversation with you about the topic. That's all you got to do.
In case you're,
what is flat Earth, all that kind of good stuff.
yeah, in case you're wondering, just look at his log, his mod log in this server. It'll give you everything you need to know.
He got a record, huh?
Yeah, 70 entries from all different topics.
Hey, Crit, man, are you criminal racist? Are you saying a guy with a record can't change?
No, I'm saying he's a repeat offender.
I'm joking.
This isn't a rehabilitation center, man.
Right.
This is not the place for that.
We don't have any community programs here. We're not therapy. We're not your parole officer.
When you're in here. Your shit needs to be together when you're in here. It doesn't need. We don't put
rehab.
It needs to be
You
together.
want rehab? Just go to Las Vegas, be homeless for a while. That's not legal advice, but I hear they got a really good rehabilitation program up there in the prison.
How does parole work on a globe?
It's like the same stick he does in every channel he goes to, and then he eventually gets sick of them and like, all right, here's the door. And then he like, I don't get it. What happened? The same thing happened the last 70 times.
I think they send them down here like punishment, man. The other day they sent 2 guys down here. They just popped in the middle of their conversation, and it took them a minute to realize they were in the Flat Earth VC and talking about politics. I'm like, yeah, these guys are. This is the punishment room.
No,
when he brought up the curvature and the snipers and started talking about Schumann, I was like, okay, he doesn't know what he's talking about, but I'll be nice.
Yeah, and
I'm the bad cop. Larry's the good one. But look, I honestly just want to hear a conversation between Larry and some other like bobblehead that's on here. But I can't have that if the guy's burping and he's talking shit. Like, it fucking frustrates me, dude. I'm sorry, it does.
The Hubert curve is about resources, and the curve, when you reach the peak, you start to drop down. So when we come to peak production of resources, then it'll drop down, and that's the bell curve that Hubert found in natural resources. It's, curvature anybody calculates when you're shooting long distance. That's why you can't sight it.
The main thing too is like we're offering someone a space to talk in a channel that virtually every second is accounted for. This channel is so active, and it's more than the next 3 channels combined. If you get somebody come in here just clowning, acting like a fool, it's like, why are you in here wasting people's time? It's like an insult to their sensibilities. There's people who are waiting to talk. They're waiting for their turn, and this guy took a turn just to act like a clown.
That could have been a good conversation, too, because there are expert professional shooters and riflemen in this conversation who were trained by their government to do so.
When he said he had a buddy that had his things on his rifle and he adjusts his.
Yeah, he said.
He adjusts his scope to freaking curvature. Dude, it's a little selector switch. It's like semi-automatic, fully automatic, and Earth curve.
Oh, hold on. Let me change to my global scoping system.
The thing is about snipers is they have to. Sorry, go ahead.
He appealed to history, and he didn't know any of the history. He was just making shit up, and we're all listening to him make shit up. That I'm like, I can't deal with that. Like, fucking somebody talking out there. If he pulled a citation out and was referencing it or something that was in history, then yeah. But he's like, well, was it the Spanish? No, it was the English. Like, I was like, oh my god, just sit down, dude. Like, stop talking.
What point were you going to make, Larry? I wanted to hear it.
Yeah, when a sniper gets to an area, right, he uses his spotter to sight in the scope on the spot. They got a special term for it. It's not zeroing it in, but they're basically cooking it on the spot, right? They're setting everything up, and Earth curvature just is not one of those things that they're zeroing in on.
Yeah, they range find.
Right, so
distance in temperature over the distance.
Yeah, for me, my AR-10 is zeroed at 100 yards. I'm probably not going to be hunting farther than 100 yards, whether it be self-defense or hungry hunting. So, yeah, that's perfect for me. But for an elite military sniper, there are snipers to be dead, because once they give away their position and didn't kill their target, they're going to die.
This is true. The minute you fire, you give away your position. They think we use silencers in the field, but we don't. There's a reason. It reduces ballistic capabilities or distance of your rifle.
The only reason you want to use a suppressor is if you're going door to door, combat in the city, right?
Yeah.
Because it does get pretty loud.
Silencers don't have the best spiraling down them, do they? They're just silencers.
Yeah, you actually have to penetrate it. So, yeah. It does slow down the rifling of the bullet, which causes inaccuracies. It also hinders the bullet on its way out the barrel, so it reduces distance. And then your muzzle velocity is also decreased. The rate at which all the pressure can come out of the barrel.
And it marks
that's
it.
even in video games. Sorry, go ahead.
It also marks it so that you can't match it to the barrel.
Yeah, that's a benefit for assassination in a combat situation or close quarter, but yeah.
Another thing, if you put a suppressor on your firearm, your bullet's still going to break the sound barrier unless you have special ammunition that doesn't go over the sound barrier.
You know that all that nonsense like in Shooter where he's talking about you got a camper earth spin and all that crap. But I wonder about one thing he's talking about where you had the paper spiraled down the barrel so that you can't match it. I wonder if that frickin' is an actual thing.
I've heard of people using frozen bullets that melt, but for the most part, I mean, if you're trying to do a kill, right, hypothetically, in military type, you're not really worried about getting caught, right? Now, if you're a dirty assassin, you might be trying a little bit harder to do that. But in the military, like, nobody's trying to hide their fingerprints on the ammunition. You know what I mean?
Or the bullet impressions. Yeah, we're not trying to hide that. We're just trying to shoot that target and get a confirmed kill and get the hell out of the area so we can get evac.
Or an injury. An injury is better than a kill because that ties up logistics.
Not if your orders are to eliminate. You have to follow orders. So injury, no, that's unacceptable when you have orders to eliminate. Injury can mean your death because you might have to shoot a second time and now you're not on your way to your evac point and you won't be there on time. In Vietnam, they used to do it in the trees. A sniper would sit in the trees for weeks. They'd staple their shit up to the they'd shit in a bag and staple it to the tree. And they'd be in this carriage that a helicopter could come down and just swoop up with a hook. And the minute they got their confirmed kill, they'd call in for an evac and that helicopter would come right to their position and fly by like 30 miles an hour and just jerk them out of a tree in this safety cage. I seen a whole video on this. My uncle was also a Green Beret sniper in Vietnam, so I've heard stories of it too. But
yeah, the hook thing. Go ahead.
Yeah,
I had a buddy that was part of an air. He was an airship gunner, and he said that the VC North VC. He said they do the same thing. They'd hide on top of trees. And
imagine when the helicopter picks you up and you're flying away. Everybody you're flying over is shooting at your cage.
Oh, Lord. That would suck.
It would.
Yeah, he talked about the canvas like thing that they would have to put over top so that the bullet casings wouldn't fly up into the rotor.
Yeah.
It was before they had those those Gatlin thingies. Whatever the hell they are.
It's bottom
Yeah, these
ejection
are just
systems on belt feds and Gatlins. Yeah, they eject from the bottom instead of the side of the top. Yep.
So I was
hold
class
on.
01. Class 01, nearly everybody joined the military, as you can imagine. So when this happened, I got to talk to a lot of vets, ask them a lot of questions. So I've interviewed Korean vets, Vietnam vets, Desert Storm, all these different wars, right? And I've got to ask them all these interesting questions. And from what I gather, these are good people that sign up for the right reason. But once they get there, they realize that they're not there for the reason that they were told was there, which is propaganda. So if your country's ever at war, you can guarantee that you've heard wartime propaganda. Absolutely 100%. So I would ask the Globers, if there's propaganda going around because we're at war, wouldn't the military want you to think that they got the high ground, like Space Force or astronauts on the moon? Because
Another good
high
point,
ground
Larry.
is a psychological kill to the morale. Am I right or wrong?
Yeah, another good point is that for national security, if we have the best technique for sniping at a long distance, we wouldn't share that with the world on YouTube. We wouldn't
Yeah,
tell
there's
them
no way.
how to shoot a person at 2 miles if they don't already know. We wouldn't just freely share that information. It'd be a threat to our national security. So we would want to send
Right.
you on a path that would make it to where you never get to hit your target at 2 miles. Because
Right.
if
You would
you
want to
can't
make
do it, the Marines can. We'll get it done.
you would want your enemies to think that they got to account for curvature and axial rotation. That's exactly what you would want your enemies to think.
Yeah, then they'd never hit you. You don't want that country boy out there that damn well knows how to bring home the elk. You wouldn't want that. That's what we got in America that you guys don't have anywhere else. Country boys and rednecks. It's a resource.
The Irish is a resource for our
I
military.
mean, all you got to do
And
is
there's some badass Russian guys that know how to hunt.
try to invade Michigan, where 8 out of 10 people are licensed hunters, and we shoot moving targets for dinner. Drop your troops here, see how good that does you. Can you guys hear me hitting that joint, man? I'm trying to keep it low enough to where I don't punctuate with a bong hit. Somebody said
We
you
can hear
can't
it in your
do that.
speech.
Yeah, so somebody said you can't end a serious monologue with a joint hit or a bong hit, and I thought that makes a lot of sense. So he said it was a movie line, but it still made sense to me. And nowadays, we use them drones a hell of a lot more than we use snipers anyway. Do those drones account for Coriolis? When we're flying them in a straight line path to recon our enemy's position? We have to account for that rate of spin. Okay, we're actually 30 miles east of where we would be, or west, because the Earth spins either east or west. I mean, you guys do know what they say, right? You know your globe model, right? They always say
I'm just curious.
conservation of momentum too, like that's an infinite thing. It's as if these people never understood or studied loss of momentum, because the two go together. Conservation of momentum cannot be infinite, or it would defy entropy.
Well, what it is they heard Kent Hovind say that there would be the conservation of angular momentum if everything was from a solar system. How do you have planets that are spinning in the opposite direction? And of course, they used to say gravity, but when I called them out for saying refraction and gravity is your answer to everything, then they could no longer say that, right? So what they do is they take bits and pieces of arguments and they piece them together like some sort of effed up jigsaw puzzle. And that's what they do, right? They regurgitate these
That is a
chopped up
hell of
arguments.
a point, though. If all the energy was conserved and it's going one way, then it'd be impossible for things to rotate opposite of that energy from the original Big Bang. And that's
Right,
a hell of a point.
It's like taking kids, put them on a merry-go-round, spin them till they fly off. Which direction are they going to spin before they hit the ground? The opposite direction? No, they're not. So Kent Hovind really did ask the first questions that us flat earthers are asking. He said, can you put gravity in a jar and paint it yellow? Right? So we're saying, can we science this? Right? That's what he's saying. He was the original QE. Show me the science for your gravity, right? And I really think that's an impressive observation, right? He was saying, if it doesn't pass the first step of the scientific method, which is observe a natural phenomenon, how can we say that the Big Bang is a real thing? And they reply with, well, we know that CMB is the oldest known light in the universe. Okay, what's the dating method for light, Globers? Go ahead. Go ahead and answer. What's the dating method for light? I'll wait. So there's no science. It's just a creation. Unless somebody can offer consistency. I'd love to see it. I don't know how they got away with it until Kent Hovind came along. I mean, what was this guy, a high school science teacher? Like taking on like 3 college professors at a time and smearing their ass on evolution and cosmology. Because remember, he was the first one that I know of. There may have been other people that were questioning the cosmology, but not like he was. He was questioning it.
I want to say that dating method is like some luminescence something. But it's not very accurate.
Well, I've got a response.
Yeah,
Sorry,
and it
bro.
doesn't really cover the age of light.
It's a calculation. They go by the
Yeah.
distance and the redshift, and they calculate, well, if this is actually redshift, the Doppler effect is what we're looking at, and it's this far away, then it's this old.
So time over distance. And the distance is assumed. And
Right.
the amount of time it takes to get there is based on theoretical equations, based on light being free to move in space.
So calculation with no measurement is not really solid math. It's the fruit of the poisonous tree doctrine.
I'm wondering why Kent Hovind doesn't apply the same logic that he does in debunking evolution to debunking the globe. Like when he got confronted with the flat Earth topic, he immediately rejected it.
Well, he just spent 8 years going to like, 16 different prisons? Don't quote me on that. So obviously they Bruno'd his ass. And he didn't want to go back to prison because what he did is he opened up a can of worms that questioned the authority, very similar to the times that Bruno lived in. When this Protestant Revolution happened, the Catholic Church lost a lot more than the greatest wealth of any given point in history. They lost their power and their authority, right? And they do not want that. They do not want people questioning things. I went to a school one time. I'll be short. I'll be quick. I went to a school and I asked them, hey, where do I go in at? And they were like, come through the side door. Then they started getting on to me and, was telling me that I shouldn't have tried to come through the side door. I'm supposed to come through the front door. And I said, why do you got cones blocking off the entrance that you want people to come through? 3 people tried to get me fired that day.
So in your opinion, you think he already knows or kind of knows or simply playing it safe, or do you think it's more cognitive dissonance case?
I say he's scared, just my opinion. I would be too.
I wouldn't
If
want
you
to
go
go
into
back
that many
to prison.
prisons.
I got children.
Yes. Right. He had a business, everything. He lost everything and had to start over
Oh,
because
fuck
he
the
took his own
business.
money.
We wouldn't be able to see our children, Larry. Come on.
But
Make
your
me want.
business is the future for your children.
I know it is, but just not being able to see my children would make me want to go to war with everybody around me. Everybody.
All over the globe.
I can start another business. That's not hard.
Might be harder now than it used to be.
So let's try it again. Are there any globers in here that can actually have any evidence or proof of a globe that they want to present and then back?
I am Spartacus.
Because we're looking for that global proof, that asserted evidence.
It's just honest.
I've been looking for it for 10 years now.
Well, I would just want to know what the globers are, if they're skeptical at all. Like, are there any globers in here that are true skeptics? I don't think there is.
Accept it all. They say it has. I've met some that are like, well, this doesn't make sense and that doesn't make sense. But 90% of them are, if the mainstream asserts it, then it must be true. It's 90% of them. And then they repeat it as if, okay, it on itself stands alone and we don't need to go to the foundational principles of how we know this thing. That really upsets me when they say, when you're trying to get into how do we verify it, how do we know that's true, they say you're just coming up with excuses to deny it. Well, I can't deny a thing that I don't know to be true or relevant. And if it's not true and you can't demonstrate it's true, then it's not relevant.
Yeah, is there any? I mean, it seems like they start with the
What do you
evidence
guys?
that you can't trust your senses and you can't trust these
What do you
things, and
guys think
they'll
about the
show that
lunar,
evidence.
the solar eclipse?
I could take this one if you guys don't mind.
What did he say?
Solar eclipse.
Yeah. The
What
one
about it?
coming up, or listen, the solar eclipse that's coming up, what do we think about that? Or what do we think about a solar eclipse as a proof of the globe?
How does it work on a flat Earth?
I can go over that. Right, so I'm going to go over flat and globe, right? So for flat earthers, it's no problem whatsoever. The moon goes in front of the sun and blocks out the light. For the globe earthers, however, this is the problem. Because you guys said that we've known scientifically that the earth is a sphere for 2,000 years. So you're invoking globe earth Jesus, also known as Eratosthenes. He lived 2,300 years ago, roughly. And allegedly, he used sunlight and measured shadows and came up with the Earth being a globe because the light's coming in parallel. So if the light's coming in parallel, that whole model that you guys have for the solar eclipse where there's an umbra and penumbra, you can do a quick search on that. That can't happen if the light is parallel. So you either get to keep your curvature and the size of your Earth based on assumptions of measurements of shadow, not measuring the Earth directly, and lose the size of your moon because the shadow of the path of totality is only about 70 to 100 miles across. So if the Earth is 4 times bigger than the moon, then the moon's shadow on the Earth should be 1/4 the size of the Earth. Basic math. If what they say about Eratosthenes and the light coming down in parallel rays like railroad tracks where they never touch or converge, well, you get to keep the size of your moon or the size of your Earth. Which one would you like to keep? So this is a huge problem for the globe Earth model. Thanks.
Yeah, 2,000. That'd be about a 2,000 mile wide diameter. If the Earth, in the globe model, yeah.
Right. Not 100.
100 miles, 2,000 miles.
Yeah, look at the path of totality. Like, you got to be in a specific part of North America to see this eclipse. If you're not in totality, right? If you're not in that portion, that little path of totality, and it is little. I mean, if you drive a couple hundred miles away, you're not going to see the path of totality.
What will you see?
A partially obstructed sun.
I mean, what I'm saying is like, will the entire world, even though, so we all see one side of the moon, but then during a solar eclipse, why don't we all see the solar? Why don't we see the total eclipse?
Well, because the moon is a lot smaller than we're being told. We're being told it's 1/4 the size of the Earth. It's just 238,000 miles away. That's why it looks small on average. But in actuality, we don't know how big the moon is or how far away it is. But when we measure the shadow that the moon puts on the Earth, and I'm not talking about where it's partially obstructed, because you could probably see that all over the entire continent that day, I'm guessing, because the penumbra is actually pretty big. But the umbra, the path of totality, is actually very, very small. So you get to keep the size of your moon and the size of your Earth. Can't have it both ways.
We know how far away the moon is.
So I posted
They put mirrors on the
image.
moon, and we reflected lasers from
Yeah,
Earth
I posted an
from
image
the
about
mirror.
what Hank is talking about, how the light converges, but Eratosthenes assumed that it was all parallel. But here, for the purpose of umbra and penumbra, they show converging light and a converging shadow. How is this true with parallel light? That's basically what Hank is saying. And if you look in the text lobby, you'll see the image I posted. That
Yeah, so I mean,
models the eclipse.
yeah, it falsifies the claimed distance, size, and parallel light of the sun and moon. Yeah.
Well, they can have one or the other. They can't have both.
Are they? But are these globers unscientific, or are they willing to accept the evidence and now come up with a new theory?
Well, if it was parallel light, you would assume that the shadow would be a projection of the perfect size of the Earth, the moon onto the Earth. That's what you would assume. It wouldn't converge down to a focal point, but it does in their model. And the path of totality is smaller than the image throwing the object, which wouldn't be true with parallel light rays.
What do you think there, Atlas?
Right.
Well, I think we've seen many solar eclipses. I've seen a few in my life, partial eclipses. I think I've seen one total lunar eclipse, and it depends on where you are on the planet. I mean, it's not like it's not like the moon passes in front of the sun, and then the entire Earth is like black.
Yeah,
we didn't
say that.
It's a little okay.
We're specifically
we're in
going
agreement
on
with you.
how they say light works. Is it parallel or does it converge?
But I asked you, how does it work on a flat Earth?
For the modeling of the eclipse in the global model, it shows a convergence of light, not parallel light.
Yeah, I mean, he said it's no problem.
And he did explain how
no
it works
problem
on
on
a
a flat
flat Earth. Yeah, he already explained that.
Yeah,
now we're on to the path of light and the totality and the size of the moon with parallel rays from the sun, which is a vast amount larger than both the moon and the Earth. And those parallel light rays somehow converge to give a path of totality. That's the topic we're on.
What is totality?
The total area of darkness from the shadow of the moon.
Yeah, like when you're in a specific place, your angle under it
converged.
is perfectly covering it.
Yeah, it's converged, and you're going into position and everything. Look, we already showed the modeling, and we know it's going to be a specific point where the light converges down together, and it's going to be a convergent shadow. Well, you need convergent light for that convergent shadow. You can't have parallel light rays.
Do you have a model? So you've just posted a model, right, with the sun, the moon, and the Earth. Do you have any model for the flat Earth?
So you don't have an answer to this?
No, no,
I
I'm
mean,
looking at the posted
no,
and
you
it
want to
makes perfect
obfuscate
sense
the
to me.
point and go back to, can I model this on the flat Earth? I'm sure I could if I went to paint shop. It's really not that hard. But
Yeah,
as
you
far
get
as
like
this
a disc of the
topic goes,
sun, disc of
you
the
can't
moon.
address this topic. You don't see anything wrong with the parallel light that now converges to a path of totality. It shouldn't be convergent. Because light is supposed to be parallel from your sun. So the shadow couldn't converge.
Because there's the two options on the table, Atlas. Either, right, like, well, it's not, it doesn't have to be these two options. Maybe there's a third option, but the two proposed options are that there's a smaller local light giving divergent rays, or there's a large, far away sunlight giving parallel rays to measure the curvature from the straight line of the parallel light rays. So, I mean, those are the or we have divergent rays, and all we're measuring is the divergence of the sun ray against the horizontal datum that we set with level. So those are the two like models, right? The two options there in this dichotomy. And test. Let's observe, even though it's not a test, right? But we're going to say, all right, we're going to check it out. We're going to observe this, our predictions with the globe Earth model of the parallel sun rays during a solar eclipse, and when it goes during the path of totality, if the sun rays were parallel, to measure the deviation from in that globe model from the straight lines of the parallel light, then we should see a 2,000 mile across shadow of the moon, giving the exact size of the moon onto the Earth, with known distances and known places on the Earth. We don't observe that. Therefore, what happened?
But it's exciting for you guys, isn't it? Because you'll be able to actually witness it and also measure and then decide. Yeah,
I mean, I'm gonna check it out. It's old. It's old
your
news. It's not exciting. It's old news for me. I mean, is it new news to you?
No, it's not. No, it makes perfect sense.
So there is
to me.
no answer for why it works like that. It's light is parallel for
He's not
Aristophanes,
listening.
but it's convergent for the purpose of modeling an eclipse.
He's not listening.
And the laws of
That's why we
logic.
say you guys don't
That
have a
violate
Yeah,
model.
the
he's
law of
deflecting a lot. Yeah.
Listen, doesn't that violate the law of contradiction in logic?
He has no idea what you're talking about.
Doesn't
So
what? Tell me what contradicts my.
Do you understand the difference between the parallel
logic?
and converging lights? Do you know the
I
difference
think
between
I
those two?
do. Yes, I don't see in this
Okay.
image that I'm looking at. I do not see any parallel lights. I see lights
that's the
converging
problem.
as if the moon is a lens.
Yeah,
Okay,
that's the
that's not.
problem.
Yeah, that you don't see that, but the people you are following, that they made this model that you believe is to be true, they made it based on them saying, or based on them quote unquote proving that the lights should be parallel. Their whole model is based on that. So there is a discrepancy here. You don't see the parallel lights, you don't see the effects of the parallel lights, but they're telling you they're parallel. So now what are you gonna do? You're
But
gonna
what do
continue believing them,
you
or
know
look
what you're
into
gonna
it?
see? You're gonna see an eclipse, and
We
then
know what we're
how
going
do
to
you?
see, yes. We don't know how it's possible due to the
Oh, you don't
contradiction.
know how it's possible, but you can tell us. Okay, cool. So I've got
No,
like
we don't know how it's possible in a global
rudimentary
model due
education.
to the contradiction of parallel light. This
His
contradicts
confirmation bias.
parallel light, man.
His confirmation bias is so strong. He thought that you were agreeing with his model while destroying it.
Yeah,
No,
listen, this modeling of the eclipse absolutely goes against every foundational principle of your model, starting with parallel light.
It would be equivalent to a Christian saying that no, Jesus is not the Messiah. When you go against Aristophanes, you're questioning your own guy, questioning your own Messiah.
Well, not just him, but Copernicus also. So
So it's
Atlas.
interesting
I
that
would
people
suggest
use
Atlas.
the globe model
Atlas.
and the globe. Just give me a second.
Yeah.
Using the globe model and globe mathematics to exactly time when and where the
No, they're not.
the eclipse will take place.
No, we don't
Yet
predict eclipses.
you can't even tell me how this
No,
would be
no,
possible on a flat Earth.
it's
It is
false.
quite embarrassing.
It's not, because nobody predicts eclipses. We've observed them. We know they're periodic. They run on a cycle called the Saros cycle. We know when they're going to occur. We're not predicting them. That's more of a post-diction, because we've already observed the cycles under which they occur.
And do you know that this observation of cycles has happened hundreds and hundreds of years before the idea of a globe model? That's fact. That's historical fact. So the fact
the
that you say something
Babylonians
like,
have.
"Oh, the globe mathematics predicted this shit," no, you're just repeating something you heard. You don't actually know what you're talking about. No globe
Right, so
mathematics predicted any of
the
that.
Phoenicians and the
Look,
Babylonians mapped
look,
this on.
thousands of years. I don't deny it. I don't deny. I'm sorry to interject. I don't deny
go
that
ahead.
thousands of years people were able to map the stars and then and then figure out patterns and look at certain stars that move faster than others, and then they're like, "Oh, these are planets. This is Venus. This is Mars." Right? They gave these godlike names, right? And after a few hundred millennia, you can. I'm not diverging. I'm just saying that after a period of time, you can notice certain obviously patterns, and you yes.
So, but you made the claim that the globe quote-unquote math predicts the eclipses, and then we showed you, no, it doesn't. The only thing we have is not a prediction of future eclipses. It's the understanding based on observation, historical observation of these cycles of the eclipses. And then I added to it that this understanding did not come from the globe like you think it did. It came from people thousands of years ago who all knew the Earth was flat and stationary. So this already debunks the initial claim that you made.
Yeah, Babylon. They did it in Babylon with the anti-Catherian mechanism, and it was just based on concentric circles and gear sizes.
With differential, that's the important part, Mike. I know you know what a differential is.
Yeah.
But they had a differential for the orbits not being perfect. So it would literally switch gears to match the observations. Because back then, people actually cared about matching the observations.
And you like science, right? You want things to be scientific, I assume, since you're interested at least in this topic. In science, there is no such a thing as, oh, well, my math made it true, or my math says it's true, so it must be true. No, math has nothing to do with the scientific method. So if you want to make a claim or you want to verify somebody else's claim, you can't just say, "Oh, there is math for it. I can write math that I don't know that
That's an
Superman."
ignorant comment. That's an ignorant comment. They used math to create the atomic bomb.
Listen.
Oh my God! No, they use
math
physics.
Is a tool of science, and we
Yeah.
had to computate what we already discovered.
Has nothing to do with each other.
Listen, we
don't
use
understand the difference
computation
between
to
math and
have
physics
varying.
yet.
Hold on. Math is
Go
a
ahead.
descriptive quality. So once we discover a thing, we can quantify it, yes. And we can quantify the level at which we want to use it. But it isn't a discovery, it's just a description of how it works. Whether it's inversely proportionate, exponential.
If I showed you proper math that I can fly at 100 miles an hour, and the math will check out based on the speeds and the air and the wind speeds and everything you want to consider in terms of variables adding to that math equation, I can give that to you. But that actually does not prove that I can fly. It's just math describing how it would be if I'm flying, but I still can't fly.
Right, we can make a mathematical model of Superman and the physics that he uses when there's no kryptonite around, right? But this is not reality. It's just a description right? Like if Henry was driving 80 miles an hour east, how long would it take him to drive 80 miles? Right? That's not necessarily reality, right? It can be sometimes, but not always. So what we're saying is math is not science, right? It's a tool of science, just like English is a tool of science, just like beakers are a tool that a scientist uses. But my question to you would be, is beakers science?
I'm not sure what beakers
It doesn't
are.
even have to be
It's a
involved.
Okay, how
glass
about a
that you put the Bunsen burner.
yeah Bunsen burner and a beaker? You're not for chemistry.
No,
Math
no.
doesn't
I
even
never did
necessarily have to be
chemistry.
involved.
How about a
I didn't
test
do that.
tube? A test
It's a
tube
glass
is a
jar,
form.
okay?
Test tube
Glass
is a
jar.
form
Yeah.
of a beaker.
Okay.
Yeah.
Scientists use
What
glass
was
jars.
the core of the what was the
So how
main
do you
core of
feel
the
about
question?
how do you feel about the solar eclipse and the shadow that should be the same size with parallel lights as the moon that is claimed to have been landed on, knowing its size and distance from Earth, right? With the diameter of approximately 2,000 miles, with the parallel sun rays. Why does it show up as a 70-mile circle?
I guess because it's so very close to the planet compared to the sun. The moon is very close to Earth. So
Yeah,
if there is
they
an
measured those
eclipse, you have to
they
be at
measured
the
those
exact
parallel
right
sun rays,
time,
right? Like
place and
Eratosthenes,
right
he
time.
measured the parallel sun rays on the Earth, like really close, super close. That's how he knew they were so parallel. Do you mean that the moon is so far away?
Listen, if it
No,
was
no. I mean,
closer, that'd
look.
be even
I think if you,
worse. It'd be an
I
umbrella
think if you,
effect in parallel light. You know, it blocked the amount of area it fills would be blocked of parallel light. You can't even
I,
model it with
I think
parallel
if you,
light.
I think if you actually looked at a model, also like the distance from of the sun to the Earth,
Dude,
and then the
I hear
distance
what
of
I kind of hear what you're
the
saying. Look at a
moon
model. So
to
with
the
any
Earth.
model, right, with parallel lines, like if I were to write parallel lines on a piece of paper, that's all, just parallel to each other,
Yeah,
straight lines on a piece of paper. Any model, will they converge on any model?
yeah. That becomes a question: at what distance do parallel lights converge? Parallel
In
light
a
rays.
so-called
At what
universal
distance do they
vacuum.
converge? Yeah, they
If you're
don't
talking about
converge.
I don't understand what that has to do with the lunar eclipse. I mean,
you
the
brought up
solar
solar
eclipse.
eclipse.
Listen, the shadow converges to a focal point, which is smaller than the size of the moon. That isn't possible with parallel light. If the light is parallel, then the shadow would be the exact size of the moon because it would have an umbrella effect on parallel light and it'd stop it uniformly. Wouldn't
Yeah,
be able to converge.
get a piece of paper,
Make
like
sure he understands
legal
that.
paper that has parallel lines on it, and you can draw, right, like a shape on that piece of paper on the left side, right? Now just follow the lines to the right side, draw them like, from the top of the triangle, then the bottom of the triangle, then the middle of the triangle. It's going to have the same, dimension on the right side. It's not going to get bigger or smaller. It's going to stay parallel, same size.
But
So this is really
lunar
simple.
eclipses also
Hold on,
aren't
brother.
ever. Lunar eclipses aren't ever like. I mean, there's always like a halo around it, right? I'm gonna search for a perfect lunar eclipse and post it, and then we can
Well,
look at it and
start with
see.
solar eclipse because that's the one you're saying, but yeah.
Oh, my pardon. Yes, I mean solar.
Right, that halo that you're talking
Do
about
you
is the
understand our
penumbra.
point about the parallel light in terms of solar
No, he has
eclipse?
no idea.
And
That's why I'm trying to get in to say, make sure he understands that that's not our modeling. That's cosmology's modeling. That's astronomy, current accepted astronomy modeling of eclipses. It's what you're supposed to think, not what we're saying. It's what you think is happening during an eclipse, that the light from the sun is converging. But they're not in other aspects like seasons, or when people talk about Eratosthenes, suddenly the light isn't convergent anymore, it's parallel. There's a contradiction there.
Sorry, brother. Usually, the anti-flat earthers will say that, well, it's because, this, that, and
Don't
other
give them
reason.
excuses.
Yeah, that's why I said this, that, and other reason. And I would say, look at the eclipses of Jupiter. There's no umbra and penumbra there.
Yeah, if I knew the size and distance of the sun, then I could work out according to that shadow, the divergence and convergence, and then give you that model that you want. But how do you know the size and distance of the sun?
I would just say, look, Atlas, I would suggest you figure out if Earth is flat or not, or if it's a sphere or not, right? Before asking how things work on it. Because looking at the phenomenon in the sky is not a way to determine it.
Well, I love it when they bring up eclipses. One of my favorite things. Because they come in here thinking that they got us with that one, and then I destroy their model of eclipse. They don't even have a good model for the eclipse. Well, I take pleasure in that.
A lot
Or I
of them
destroy
just.
their. Yeah.
I was just gonna say, a lot of them, the reason they come up with these random, out of nowhere, catchy moments is because this is what they are being taught in the last couple of years, especially by these quote unquote science YouTubers, who make special videos to debunk flat Earth. They bunch up a couple of random arguments in their videos. They tell them, flat earthers are stupid because eclipses, because that, because here, and they just listen to it, memorize it, come here or elsewhere, and they start repeating it without actually trying to critically think about what they just heard, definitely without actually knowing what the flat earth people are actually talking about. What are we saying? Because a lot of these videos also completely misconstrue what we say. They take whatever we say and whatever we base our facts on, and they make it straw man it, basically. So they come here and then
What
suddenly
do
they
you
get
base your
confronted. Oh
facts on?
shit, these guys actually know what they're talking about. Sorry, can you repeat the question?
What do you
interrupted me.
what do you post your facts on?
On observations that can be tested, verified through the scientific method, stuff like this. If you go out of the house and you go to the ocean, do you see a flat horizon? Do you sense a stationary Earth, or do you sense Earth moving 1,000 miles per hour? So that's the first thing that you have to look at. What is your actual observation? If your observation is, I'm seeing flat and I don't sense anything moving, then you can start going from there. Wait a second. Okay, there's these people who are telling me the opposite. There's these people who are telling me it's not flat. It is moving 1,000 miles per hour. Okay, if that's what they're telling me and it's against what I'm seeing and observing, then let me see what they're providing for evidence to see if they are telling me it's true. And then you can
Can I
start look
ask
at
you?
the evidence they provided.
Can I ask you something? Next time you're a passenger in a car on a highway, hold a flat piece of something in your hand and then place a circular object on that flat piece. Now, you are going, let's say, 100 miles an hour, 90 miles an hour in a car, and you're holding that piece in your hand, and the marble or whatever you've placed on there isn't moving. Why isn't it going through your head?
Do you know why? Very easy. Because you're in a closed. No, listen. I'll give you the answer. Because you're in a closed system. Your car is a closed system. The model that you believe, the globe Earth model, is not a closed system. They are telling you it's an open system, which means your example is completely wrong here. The correct example would be if you are in a 90 miles an hour car and you put the marble on your hand, but you take your hand and put it outside. What is going to happen to the marble? Outside the window. The marble is going to fly away.
About that. Yeah,
even inside the car with a perfectly flat level table, the marble's going to move according to like how the car is moving.
Right. If you're going around a track in a circle, there's going to
it'd
be
be moving
centrifugal
around.
force, which is a real force, by the way.
If you were holding it still on your hands, that's only because you were looking at it, balancing it on your hands, because there's forces involved with car's motion. And also your vestibular system can sense when you're sitting still, and every angle that my head moves, it doesn't matter if it's in motion or not. You sense motion, acceleration, and angularity of the vestibular system. I don't know why you're
roboting.
Yeah.
You're paraplegic.
Oh, it's paraplegic.
You're roboting. You're roboting.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
You're all right, brother.
Yeah.
Once you get your connection, try again.
I just thought I'd throw that. I just thought I'd throw that part in there, you guys. So
Yeah,
No,
for
you're
sure.
right.
Yeah, there's been a glitch going on where people come off of like push to talk when they're on the phone and shit. That's probably what's happening to them. But yeah, I mean, Atlas is far. I mean, that's what he brought up there is in regards to a response to what you had stated. Was a great response. You know, I don't know how if that's what you would use. Like when someone you said, "Well, what would you use?" Right? Observation, and then you went into a car with a marble. I don't know why that's what you would use to determine the shape of the Earth. That's weird, but there are claims, right, like on the table as far as like the parallel sun rays. So what they're saying, right, in saying this is that what they're going to need to measure the Earth to be a globe is they're going to need straight lines. They're going to need Euclidean geometry to measure like curvature, which would be the deviation from a straight line, right? So now you would say, okay, well, what so that is what we're using. That's what everybody's using. That's what the claim is, right? So that's what you're going to need to use, right? Is Euclidean geometry to measure the Earth to be a sphere. The ironic part is, right, the things that we use in reality to establish like a straight line, whether it be like a water level, etc. Right? These are the axioms, right? The geometry that we would use, and we use these things in reality. A plumb bob that can't be moving, right? It has to be stationary, or a horizontal line established by the water level. These are the things that we're implementing to measure changes in elevation of like hills, mountains, whatever, right? And ironically, those are the things that you would destroy and you could not use if the Earth were a globe. Therefore, the Earth can't be a globe. I mean, that's the self-defeating, ironic part about it.
yeah, and there's many more like that about that.
Yeah, the contradictions in their so-called models, plural, so that they don't have a unified model in cosmology, period. And this is a well-known thing. There's no unified model. There's no theory of everything. There's no string theory. There's no M theory. Right? They were all wrong. And every time you guys try to work it out, there's always a contradiction. What does that tell you about your model? You come in here, guys, all the time and you say, Flat Earth doesn't have a model. Well, you guys don't have a model either. You got several different models that all conflict with each other.
Yeah, I mean, listen, the reality is, I mean, you can believe whatever you want to believe. You really can't. I mean, you can try to. You're going to get messed up, right? But we don't live on a globe. That's just what it is, right? We're not spinning. It's just what it is. I mean, it is what it is. But yeah, I mean, you're going to start then saying, well, we're going to use up and down, right? We got the sky up here, we got the ground down here. There's a differential between the up and the down, and that's how we denote up and down from a point. Then we, etc. Then you're going to turn it all around to say, well, the Earth's a globe. There is no up and down. So you again destroyed the axiom that you built to build it, right? And then said, well, the thing that I used to measure up and down is now destroyed because there is no up and down, and that's how I know there's no up and down. It's from up and down. It's self-refuting. You're gonna destroy yourself and live in a contradiction. You don't want to live there.
Plus, you can take stuff that your model is claiming, like the circumference of the Earth and the curvature of the Earth, and use your beloved math, and they tell you with this model, with our math, so their math, nothing to do with flat Earth, you should have things hidden behind the physical curvature of the Earth after a certain distance. And so now you're going to have to remember what I said about the observations, and they making a claim that it's curved, and they're telling you how much is curved, and they're telling you all these numbers, and you go like, okay, let me assume that's true. Let me take their numbers. Let me go out in the real world. And they're telling me, for example, after a couple of miles, I'm not going to be specific with the numbers just so you get the idea. After a couple of miles, a person or a 100-foot high object should be hidden behind the curvature of the Earth. And then you go to the ocean or you go to the Earth and you see a flat plane, and then you mark the distance, and then you look with your telescope, and they're telling you it's supposed to be hidden, but you see it. Now what are you gonna do? You account for all the variables you want to account for. You double the distance just to make sure your observation is not weird or whatever. So now it's double the distance that they are telling you, and you're still seeing the object. Now what are you gonna do? What happened to this model? Why are they lying to you?
They're going to change the goalpost and say that you're strawmanning us by quoting the radius that was given to you by National Geographic, NASA, Google, pretty much everybody who talks about the Earth having a circumference of 24,901 miles, a radius of 3,959 miles, and they're going to say that's a straw man. So they're changing the goalpost to some other excuse, explanation, whatever you want to call it, and they're going to say that this is why it looks flat.
No, I want him now to answer. I want him to think about what I said. I know a lot of people do the goalpost shifting, but he was asking me about facts and what I consider about facts, and he was talking a lot about models and math, so I combined it for him. Here is your model, here is your math, go out in the real world, test it, and if it's not matching with reality, what are you going to do then?
Les, he wants you to talk to him.
Yeah. Sorry. Yeah. So I
You
mean,
were not listening, right?
getting into a plane and flying somewhere, and then you reach a certain kind of height, say 25,000 feet, and then you look out, and do you still not see a curve or anything like that? Maybe not. Maybe 25,000 feet is not high enough.
What do you mean maybe? This is your model. Shouldn't you know this?
They're saying 120,000 feet is not high enough, my brother.
What would you be seeing? I mean, this is rhetorical. What would you even be seeing the curve of, right? Like the thing that you set up to measure the curve from. You would be seeing the curve from that straight line that you use to measure the curve from. What do you be seeing the curve of?
With your eye at 25,000 feet.
But what's curving? I'm saying. What are you saying is curving?
The planet, the Earth, the globe,
Did you not hear my point? I wasn't talking about you seeing the curve. I was talking about
you were adding
listen.
bullshit
No.
muddy
Listen.
the water.
There's no muddy in the water. I'm literally repeating your model that you believe in. Your model that you believe in gives you a circumference of the Earth and tells you that this is physical Earth. And in this physical Earth, if there is something at a certain distance, after that certain distance, because of the physical curvature of the Earth, that something can no longer be visible. This is your model. This is
yes.
the round Earth model. Yes. So go out, figure out these numbers, and see where that something should be. Let's say it's 200 miles. And if it's 200 miles, a 6-foot person should not be visible. And then go out and put a 6-foot person after 200 miles and see if you can see it or not. See that person or not. Test it in real life. All I'm asking you to do is, whatever model you believe in, the one that I just told you, believe it, assume it's true, go out and test it. The science, right?
I hear you.
Go out and test it.
It doesn't have to be 200 miles, though. It could be 10 miles, it could be 8 miles.
Yeah,
but
math is easy. You can figure it out.
Go ahead.
Yeah, if it's curving everywhere. I mean, you can set up a distance with the numbers they give you. If it's curving, it's not curving somewhere off in the distance. It's curving right here and now and everywhere in front of you. I mean, that's another, in my opinion, another self-defeating argument. They're going to say you can see the curvature of the Earth by not seeing something. So now it's another thing that's self-refuting. We know that up and down doesn't exist by using up and down. We know that we can see the curve of the Earth by not seeing things. So we know that the Earth is moving by this marble on my plate not moving. It's another contradiction.
Yeah, if you got flat concrete, you could stand up in a broom, right, and make sure that there's no airflow, right, by blowing smoke. And if there's no airflow, that broom will stay there. So the motion of the Earth can't be detected other than earthquakes.
Yeah, you're gonna need something stationary. I mean, he's on mute, but you're gonna need something stationary as a reference to find out what's moving. So what is your standard for stationary? So you're going to need stationary to show it, and then you're going to say, well, stationary, the thing that I just established with stationary is moving. So it's going to be self-refuting.
That's why they came up with the infinite reference frames, general relativity, right? Special relativity, showing that they can put a reference frame on anything. So if you take the geocentric model and the heliocentric model, and I'm talking about the geocentric Earth being a sphere model, and you put it all into the computer and you model everything out perfectly the way they see it. If you take the code and only change the code that pertains to what the camera is hovering over, you take it off the sun and you put it over the Earth, every bit of the code stays the same. The only difference is where you place the camera. So that's the difference between the heliocentric and the geocentric model. Now, there are other geocentric models, right? But none of these models actually exist. They're artwork, they're imagination. The map is not the terrain. It's a very simple concept to understand.
Yeah, I got a friend of mine who literally brought up to me the equatorial mount video of the Earth turning. You know, because what they did is they changed the reference frame and the coordinate system to now that they're like, look, you can see the Earth turning. I didn't even know what he was talking. I'm like, what are you talking about? You can see the Earth. He's like, no, you can see it from the Earth. And what he was referencing was that equatorial mount video where they switch out the coordinate system and now they lock onto the stars as their reference of not moving, and then you see the Earth tilt in the video, but it's just the camera tilting. It's like, oh, sorry, yeah. Yeah, you can switch out these reference frames. Which one you're going to pick, right? But then how you going to, yeah.
Yeah, so the thing is that the globe earthers still to this day, after almost 10 years, come in here and say that we got a model and you guys don't, but there's a crisis in cosmology and anybody can search those terms. It's also known as the cosmological constant crisis, which the cosmological constant is the thing that Einstein said was his greatest blunder. You can search these terms and understand that gravity doesn't work at the quantum level. That's Einstein's gravity. Does not work. It does not gel with quantum physics. That's an experimental science as compared to a theoretical astrophysics, which is not science. And it doesn't work even in theoretical astrophysics because they had to come up with dark matter to ad hoc explain away why gravity doesn't work at the galactic level. So where the galaxy is, there's all these gravitational anomalies. And yet people come in here day after day saying that gravity's a constant. Gravity's a constant. No, it's not. It doesn't work at the galactic level. That's why there's a theory called dark matter to explain the missing gravitation. And your gravity is so weak, mind you, that you need dark matter and black holes to make that shit work. Thanks.
Yeah, I mean, listen, don't give him any shit, guys. Black matter, dark matter, it just riles him up.
Yeah, but I'll put them back to bed. I'll be their huckleberry.
Yeah, I mean, it's frustrating when everybody experiences the same. We know, even the Globers who are we understand you were, taught this, and you sit in a class for 8 hours a day as a child, like destroying your childhood just by the system alone. Like you're a child, go play, go be with your family, right? You're sat in that desk for 8 hours a day, write it on the chalkboard, repeat after me. Earth is a globe. It sucks, man. Like, but we all have this. It is what it is. It's obviously not a globe, right? We all know it's not, but it's a shame.
Nobody made them incorporate a globe earther into their identity. Right? They chose to say, this is a model, but I accept it as concrete. I'm going to reify this model as concrete. Right? As someone who's not a Cowboy fan, I don't have to make excuses when they lose.
Well, that was good.
You want to hear what my thought on dark matter is? You might be able to take note. We all talk about solar luminescence and the stars being like bubbles and such. Well, wouldn't the very star itself have no mass, but the waters around it have mass? Would you not think about it that way? Mostly 98% or whatever percentage, the high percentage of space is water, aka mass, and it's the galaxies and bubbles which are massless or without as much mass as them, you know?
No,
So you're
because water
speculating.
freezes in space.
No, water boils in space. Wrong.
Depends what kind of water you're
Or
talking about.
evaporates into a. Yeah.
That's
Wait,
what
you just
boils
said
mean.
freeze and now you're switching to evaporate. Which one is it?
Well, it
sublimate.
freezes.
Ice sublimates in a vacuum. Water evaporates and ice sublimates.
Well, it wouldn't be a vacuum if it's all water, wouldn't it? In my thoughts, anyway. There's no vacuum. It's just like a superfluid or whatever you want to put on it. The water's above. If you want to get biblical, scriptural, you know.
I see what you're saying. Yeah.
It makes sense why they'd come up with that idea, because they would be able to sense the mass, and they'd be like, "Oh, hang on a minute. There's more mass outside of the star, and if the star's a bubble, then it's not going to have mass, right?" So it makes a lot of sense.
You're talking about, well, you're speculating about star in a jar up in space, or up in the sky, excuse me. And I would consider the electric universe speculation that maybe it's sparkling currents, and what we're looking at is more electromagnetic in nature, because the sun has electromagnetic spectrum. Even the planets radiate an electromagnetic spectrum. So maybe what we're looking at in the sky is electromagnetism, also known as light. Lights in the sky. That's a weird thought, right?
Well, the thing is, what I've learned recently is light doesn't exist. Like, what they say is the higher you go, the stars would disappear. You won't be able to see the stars. You won't be able to see the sun. You only see light when there's like a physical medium for it to propagate through, right? So I think that's the main reason for NASA like doing the lie and stuff. It's like they don't want to show us actual space because there's no stars and you can't see any light.
Yeah, it's a white light and it becomes polarized when it enters the atmosphere. Then it's visible. It enters the visible spectrum as it passes through the medium of the atmosphere. Yep.
Yeah, I don't have any doubt that these guys that like, you know, with enough money like NASA, they're going to want to go high in the sky. I just don't know why they don't bring like a 8-inch thick prism of glass up with them so they can see. I don't know. I mean,
so who doesn't like that song "Defy Gravity"? You watch them kids singing on AGT, America's Got Talent.
I don't know if I've ever heard it.
I don't know. I've got a question for you guys though. So because I always get confused, fascinated when I speak to globe heads, and they've just accepted this, like the Earth is round, as like a universal truth, where they don't accept anything else as a universal truth. So like, why do you guys like think that is? Because it baffles me when I communicate with them about this sort of stuff. Because I don't know.
Yeah, well, the only mutual server we share is this. Yeah, the only mutual server we share is this specific server. But maybe that's the case. What is it about universal truths that you had a question on?
No, that they've just, like they've taken something that I understand in a way. You're taught this thing. The Earth is round, it rotates, and all this from a young age. But I don't understand why it's just one thing that everyone, or most people, seem to most globe heads seem to latch onto. Whereas they
Maybe
question
it's
everything
something
else.
you don't understand.
I feel like it's the other way around. I feel like the anti-flat earthers usually latch onto all the mainstream talking points, like 9/11 and moon landing. They believe in all of that. So I think it's the other way around, in my experience.
For me, I would just like to say one last thing before I leave. It's been an interesting conversation, but it's like building a cake. There are so many different aspects that you have to take into consideration, and so you put eggs in there, and then you put flour in there, and then you're like, what the fuck's going on? And then at the end you have a cake, right? And so now you just have a cake, and you ask the person, so how did you make this cake? Oh, no, it can't possibly be like that. Who told you that?
Yeah, it can't be with eggs. I mean, the globe would say it can't be with eggs and flour. It's just a cake. It's not made with eggs and flour. Those things don't exist. Only cake exists.
Except not one person has ever said that to you.
It's been a pleasure, gents. Good night.
Scott, there's up and down. Is the sky up and the ground down?
All the gotcha moment failed. He left.
Did we measure the drop from the horizontal to measure the curvature of the Earth?
We could, yeah.
So the horizontal
we-
established by the water level, that's a straight line?
No, it's not a straight line, no.
Okay, so, all right. So then horizontal doesn't exist. How about only in your
But it
mind?
does.
Right?
It
Yeah,
does.
only in your mind. Right? We can't actually
Are
implement.
you trolling? Are you trolling right now, bro?
So like the up, like so the sky is up, or and the
The
Earth is
sky
down,
is
or
up, yes.
okay. And now if I go to Australia, the sky is still up.
Still up, yes.
The sky that I first pointed at. I pointed that sky, then I go to Australia. Now I'm
Oh,
going
they're
to point the sky again.
completely different directions. Yeah,
Okay,
completely
so
different
the up
directions.
and down don't exist either. So we have a
No, they
cake,
do.
no eggs, and no flour.
They do exist. Up and
How
down.
did I how did I determine that it was down? By pointing at the sky again? Or?
No, down is towards the center of mass. Yeah.
Yeah, but how did I determine that from the surface of mass?
It's the
By
direction
pointing up.
it's the
Right, so
direction you're being pulled.
yeah, so I determined it by being pulled. So I point up to the sky and I say, here, this is this thing in the sky, and that's up. Now I'm going to walk or whatever, travel to Australia. I'm going to point back to that same thing, but it's now down.
No, it's different direction. Up is different direction.
It's
in
still up.
Australia.
So the thing in the sky is still above my head.
Yeah, up is out. They're
Yeah, so
synonymous on a spherical Earth. Yeah.
So up is out. So you want a
Yes.
spherical Earth? No, I'm saying up and down, right? Measured from like the vertical datum, right? One is up, one is down. There's a differential between the two from in the vertical datum, right? We can establish a horizontal and then continue that vertical, right? Being perpendicular to it to know that something is
not right.
above or below. Yeah, something's
No, not
above or
right.
below that point. Yeah, that's what we can do.
No, we can't. No, we can't continue
can't do
that
it.
horizontal. No,
We
makes no
can't do
sense.
that. Yeah.
It makes no sense to continue the horizontal.
Well, I mean, if we want to remain vertical, if we want to be able to carry that vertical being parallel to the previous vertical.
Well, you can't have two parallel verticals. Though we've been through this.
Yeah, I mean, well, then if you can't have two parallel verticals, can you have two parallel horizontals?
No, of course not.
No, so you can't have either any. Okay.
Well, we've been through this.
So you can't have up, you can't have down, you can't have
There are
vertical,
there
you
are
can't have
infinite horizontals.
vertical.
Yeah.
Yeah. So no flour and no eggs exist, but cake is all you
That's
have.
not
in that
all
cake.
we just said, though. See, that's just I don't know where you got that from. What we just said.
You just got cake.
Have you even looked at the rectilinear experiment and how they got level from that? It's pretty interesting, to be honest. How they managed to establish a datum from the ocean with a mean tide and then projected that onto the coast and then knew it was level the whole way. It's pretty cool.
I mean, the only way you would know
Do you
something
think
is
the people
level
who
is
did
if
that
there's
would
a
agree with you?
deviation from the original datum.
Can we look at it?
Yeah, they'll agree it was perpendicular to the surface at that point where it was plumb. Yeah. But they won't say it was a horizontal line from one to the other.
Okay.
I mean, then what is vertical?
It's an orientation from a point.
I mean, but how do you know something is vertical?
Well, there's a few ways. You can use a level, you can use a plumb bob.
Used all of it.
Yeah. They used all of it. You want to see this experiment, dude? It's really
It's
in depth.
amazing.
If anything, if you want to debunk this and end this flat Earth thing, we should get making the rectilinear or rectilinear
I would love to.
device. It just end this in once and for all. It's the most accurate way that doesn't use lasers or optics. It's a physical shoot the line kind of experiment where there's a definite outcome depending on result. You should look into it.
Yeah, I think I watched it like 3 years ago or something. It's like 3 hour long video, right?
Isn't it the rectilineator?
Yeah, essentially, yeah. There's condensed versions, I'm sure of it, yeah. But the experiment itself is a brilliant one.
Flawless.
Yeah, really.
Yes, I mean, so my thing is, in order to have vertical, right, we can say something is vertical. We can say, well, we just know now intrinsically that a plumb bob is going to establish a vertical, but I mean, you don't just know that. It had to be proven first.
No.
Now we might
It's
know it.
it's a definition. That's how we
Plumb bob?
define vertical, by the plumb bob. Yeah.
No, stop it.
No, it is.
Stop it.
How do you prove that it's vertical?
By getting 90 degrees of a straight line perpendicular to it. Yeah.
But how do you determine that 90-degree straight line then? I mean, what's the first
With a
step?
90, with a square.
Plumb
Where
is
do you put it on?
perpendicular to the horizon, Scott. Is perpendicular to the horizon and your position away from the horizon.
You can get a
You are right.
triangle, you can get a triangle,
You are
a
right on that.
square. Yeah, you get.
But
you take one step and you've got a different elevation to the horizon, essentially. That's the claim, right?
But the point is, I can drop a plumb bob in the room I'm sitting in right now. I don't need to be able to see anything. And if the room were sideways, built on the side of a hill, it would still point vertical.
Yeah, we know that.
reference
We know
anything
that
else.
now. Yeah, we know that now because it's been shown that you can establish vertical in reality, and every time that we do, that it's perpendicular to horizontal. So now you can just take it for granted. Yes.
No, you guys got it backwards. Horizontal was defined as perpendicular to vertical.
Yeah, you need both of these things. Yeah, I agree.
No, vertical came first. Vertical always
Whatever.
comes first.
Isn't this like a movie about this? But yeah, you can say whichever one you want. You need them
Stop
both.
lying, Scott.
You need them both at the same time.
Just
You need
coming
them
up
both.
with stuff on his own. Vertical came before horizon. That makes absolutely no sense. What are you
I don't
talking
know. I'm
about?
just going to give it
How
to him.
did you determine this?
I think I saw it in a movie about something not about vertical and horizontal, but like something about what came first.
Gaslighting. Yeah, that movie Gaslighting. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, maybe that was it. Gaslighting by Scott.
Wow.
Hey, Dragon, have you looked into the history of the hollow concave Earth, like a whole city, or a town? They had their own
You're
spot for a
talking,
while.
yeah, the old. I did, man, way before Flat Earth at Agartha, right? It's all like the hollow Earth with a central sun. Yeah, I looked into it way before Flat Earth, to be honest. Yeah, and I've only kind of come back around because in that idea, there's also a land on the outside too, and the access is through the poles, right? It's like an inner Earth. It's interesting.
What do you think about Cyrus?
I agree. I needed it today.
What do you think about Fridays?
No, Cyrus, the guy who started the Croatian movement and changed his name to Cyrus. He thought he was Cyrus, some Egyptian king incarnated.
Oh shit.
That's why
Egyptians. Go ahead, bro.
LTC took the Christ name because he was saying Cyrus was Christ. So he changed his name as well. A lot of funny things with that cellular cosmology.
Yeah, it's funny they're changing their name, but it's like a law of identity contradiction.
Yeah, there seems to be a lot of like messiah complexes when people are describing cosmology in a way. Just like you'd say, like NASA's a religion, right? They assume they know the cosmogony of the universe and its origins, and long before that. But just the experiments and the tests. I mean, I think that's what we need to do. Some more rectilinear experiments on the greater scale for sure. Just take a look how it's put together, how it's confirmed.
The rectilineator is created to force the line, basically. And when they set that up in Naples, Florida, it was perfectly flat and level for the entire length of the beach. The only time they got the deviation was when they were they weren't as accurate in his observations. You know that, right? He put it like it was like 3 miles
Yeah, I don't know about that.
coastline of the beach where he was looking at it was level, and then he started leapfrogging, looking over water, looking to an island, and then looking past the island to somebody on a boat. That's when his deviations happened.
Deviation.
Yeah, that was at
Not
the
the
end.
whole
Well,
the
no,
whole
they after
length of
the
the beach
after the
where he
first
leveled it.
mile, they started debating, showing the.
But yeah, if flat earthers are confident about the Earth being flat and the horizontal being parallel to the surface, then just recreate it. That's all I can say.
I'm not confident about
Well,
that at
I
all
want
whatsoever.
to.
I don't
Don't
think
have to.
I don't think that's the case at all. I just think
We've
that
got the horizon.
level is horizontal. That's all I'm saying.
We've
I
got
want
the
to ask the
horizon.
cell
It
earthers.
does that for us.
I want to ask the cell earthers some questions. So, if you believe that we're in a cell Earth, is that correct? We're inside the globe.
Correct. Yeah,
Okay,
inside of this. Yeah.
So when I look up and I look at the stars, am I looking at the Orient, like China and Korea?
So just like any excuse for flat earthers would say, we don't see forever, right? It's the same kind of reasoning. So, okay. And also light bends. So the only kind of like directly up would be the zenith, right? And then towards the horizons, light's bending, right? But the assumption that light's bending in the direction we've been told is different in the cell Earth kind of cosmology. It's bending towards the center, almost like a Fibonacci spiral.
Can we make a rope?
So you're saying that we can't go up very high, but what you're saying, light doesn't travel very far, but we can actually go up pretty high. High altitude is definitely possible. What they call orbit would just be high altitude craft going in a circuit. So if we could go up, how many miles do you think we can go up?
I'll be honest. Can we just mute Migo? He's hot micing again. I don't think he's fixed his mic.
Blink 3 times if you want to be muted, Miguel.
Yeah, he's phoning home or something. I don't know. Morse code. I don't know what's going on then. Yeah, essentially, it kind of works how you describe the flat Earth seeing the celestial sphere, because there is a physical like celestial sphere in the cell Earth, right? It's in the center of the Earth, and it makes a lot more sense. But then when you try and say there's a celestial sphere on the flat Earth, and then you have to turn it into a flat plane, the sky has to be flat, and then you create a personal dome. It's essentially the same kind of thing. We're viewing a personal dome of the sky, and it appears that there's a sphere around the observer, just in the same way for all the models, right?
Yeah, that's a thing. The whole model thing. I don't really adhere to models, right? Because a model is something that's similar, but it's not the same. And just like a map is similar, but it's not the same. It's artistry, right? So my children are both artists, so they can make some pretty good drawings, especially after I introduce them to a human anatomy and bone structures and how skin lays over muscle and bone. I digress. But it's imagination, right? So what we experience here on Earth, our base axiom, is a flat stationary topographical plane. That was kind of redundant, but I'm trying to get it, out of my mouth into your understanding that what we all experience is the Earth is a moving and the water finds level, and the water has been used for thousands of years to establish that level. And you're claiming that the Earth is like rising over distance, right? Sir?
Oh, you mean the horizon? Yeah, it's essentially like what would be like the curvature how the R is kind of embedded in the curvature formula and the refraction formula, but the other way, essentially. So we've all got a horizon. We can agree with there's all a horizon for everybody, right? There's a cutoff point of light, and it's either deviated or bent away from us, so we don't see any further, right? Then we've got like a apparent position of a horizon, right? It's just the other way.
Right, I get it. You're an inverted glober. I get that. I understand that. But what I'm asking you, like, the orthographical view of what we experience, right, is like a corridor. When we look down a long hallway, everything seems to converge in the middle, right? If what you're saying is true, we wouldn't have that orthographical view. It would be slightly converging above your eye level. And from everything that I've seen, sometimes it's below, but I've never seen things converge above your eye level. Why is that?
Oh, what? Yeah, one moment. I did post a really cool image. That I mean, even flat video that even flat earthers would probably use as like flat Earth proof. Just because it's like you're seeing like a boat like really far away. Take a look at that one. Essentially, where you think the horizon would be, and the boat on the horizon, you're like, oh, it must be. Globers would be like, oh, it's dropping away from there. That's where you can't see further. But in fact, there's a boat behind that, which is higher than the observer's eye level, kind of hinting at concavity.
Which is what you would expect to see with the orthographical view, how our eyes work. How everything below the horizon, as you bring it out in the distance, it converges near eye level. Everything above the horizon, as it goes off into the distance, like a drone or an airplane, converges at eye level. If what you're saying is true, it would converge above eye level every time, right?
If light attenuated that far, yeah, but she doesn't. There is like a limit to our eyes in a way. If you just watch
Well,
that
that
video,
sounds like an
like
excuse.
retagged,
What video?
you say there's
What's your name?
um
Concave Dragon.
I just put a little star, yeah. Just have a look at that. I mean, you could jump on it as a flat earther and be like, this is proof of seeing too far or whatever, and like this and that. But at the end of the day, the horizon in the back of the boat is like a black swan essentially to a flat Earth because it's higher than the elevation of the eye level of the observer, which can't be the case, right? If it's a parallel floor and parallel ocean, it's higher than the observer.
No, this
Has
has nothing to do with the actual.
just
This
going
is
off
just
it.
the way your eyes work. This is simply the below everything below your eyes is going to converge up. Everything above your eyes is going to converge down, so that they reach a certain point in the distance. That's just how your eyes work. That has nothing to do with the actual physical.
It looks
claim.
like a
I
reflection,
like
anyways.
I like the photograph of that level on there. If I wanted to extend that level, right, like and make it bigger, if I wanted to get a bigger level, all I'd have to really do, right, the bubble would just stay in the middle there, and I just extend the straight part, the level, like left and right, until it gets bigger and bigger, right, and then the bubble will still stay right in the middle.
Yeah, it would. You're talking about the thumbnail of that video?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, what's really cool about the experiment is each leg, there were like several parts of like vertical stakes or whatever, and the horizontal part, it was the original baseline was they had two plumb bobs on either side to make sure it was level, and it had like a mercurial like spirit level inside of it running the whole length of it. So it seemed like it was really accurate, and they measured it with microscopes. They go full. I mean, for its time, it just needs to be redone again. When was it?
It took 5 months.
Took 5 months to go like 4 or 5 miles of beach. Yeah.
But this whole video is basically 3D cartoons, right?
Yeah, I mean, running off data, but I'm more aiming at the experiment and what we should be recreating if you want to prove it's flat, for example, because it just shows you the outcome, right? There's an outcome there's a result of the experiment, which would be like if it's going up or it's going down or it's parallel, right, at the end. If it's parallel at the end and it's same elevation at the end, then it's a flat Earth, right? Proved, done. Everyone can go home.
I'm
But
all
over
for
4 miles, you're going to have a different elevation on the end if you shoot in the line.
I'm all for recreating experiments or making observations or anything of the sort. So if that's your goal, I'm all for you doing that 100%, backing it up. I just would like to see the results, at least on video, or at best, or it'd be better to be there in person, right? But what you just showed us was a bunch of cartoons. It's an idea of how to recreate the experiment. I'll give you that.
Oh yeah,
But
yeah.
There's no results. There's
I get you,
no.
man. It's just an old experiment. That's
I know.
sorry, mate. I mean, it's
You're
just not
good,
been
Paul. Go
recreated
ahead.
for a while, and it'd be
I
cool if we could
understand
have
that.
multiple locations of this, not just on Florida Beach. And if you look at the tools they used, even the tools are good to like recreate, and we could try and use to prove something over distance, right? Because it doesn't go off optics. There's no like lasers bending. There's no like refraction involved. It's just simply solid materials shooting the line, and there's a result at the end if it's going up or it's going down or it's parallel. There's like 3 ways it could go.
So let's say
Each part
hypothetically.
is plumb
Oh, I thought you were done. Sorry.
and level. No, I'm just going to finish off. Each rig is guaranteed to be plumb and level, and they just shoot the line from that, and then the deviation at the end or throughout the whole experiment is what gives you the results.
So I said my children were artists, right? So perspective is one of the other things that I taught them about when they started getting really good. So let's say I have a camera that has like a grid, right? You know what I'm talking about? A grid overlay. A grid on the camera, right? Can you hear me?
Yeah, sorry, I'm switching to my headphones. Can you just repeat that, please?
Yeah. So let's say I have we're talking about perspective, and if you take a look at a camera that has a grid, right? You know what I'm talking about? That has a grid on the camera. When you take the picture, it has a grid on it. So let's say you take the grid, right? And let's say you got 2 remote control cars. So one of them is like 6 feet in front of you, you know, and the other one, like you drive it off, and let's say you're on a perfectly flat concrete slab, right? Like a Walmart that they haven't put in the walls yet, right? And the other remote control car, you want to see how far it can go. So you like start driving it off and driving it off and driving it off. The first one that's sitting there with dead battery, that's right in front of you, it's going to appear to be lower in that grid, closer to the bottom than the one that you drove off, right?
I don't think he's following you. I already told him about conversions and how the eyes work.
Yeah, I understand how the eyes work, but light doesn't travel in a purely straight line, and this whole like pyramid of vision is working with like straight line.
How do you know light doesn't travel in a straight line?
You're invoking refraction just like the globist. So whenever you start making excuses like you can't never tell because there's always refraction, at that point, you know, your observations have to go out the window. Because if there's always refraction, how do you know what you're seeing is actually reality? That's why I love it when globists say reflection. At that point, it's like, oh, so you just threw out your geometric horizon. And for this case, you just threw out your cell Earth, because if I point out something that happens in reality and you say, well, light's always bending, then everything in that experiment can be thrown out just as easily by saying, oh, well, light's just bending. So you threw out your baby with the bathwater.
Yeah, I don't know about that because it doesn't really fully completely work off the optics and refraction. They're kind of not in the picture right in this experiment if you understand the experiment.
My friend, you invoke refraction. And now you're throwing refraction back under the bus where it belongs.
They're just using buzzwords now.
If you understand what shooting the line would be, and like it's created from. Sorry, Nick. Go on.
So what are you going to use as a standard?
Well, you just got to think. It's geometric, right? So you got a level place, and you got like an eighth of a mile distance away, and you level it there, and you do a parallel, well, a straight horizontal plane from one location, and if it's higher or lower, or it's on the mark, you're going to know what kind of surface you're standing on.
You know they already did this, right? Or do you actually not realize this?
This is what I'm talking about. We should recreate it if you
But
want
it's already
any
been
more
done.
flat
You
Earth
need to do
proof.
research.
I
It's already been done.
That's why I'm bringing it up. No lasers. You don't want lasers. Lasers invoke refraction, man. I'm trying to avoid that. This is like
no, they don't.
Physical
The
thing.
refraction argument of the globes to try to come around the fact that we used lasers and it was perfectly flat when you view them from the side. The same refraction that they say has meant or has led the light to bend, quote unquote. If you view it from the side, it looks completely flat. So there's no more refraction argument. And the whole refraction argument from the globe head that you're using now is completely stupid in the first place because they claim refraction in both directions at the same time. They claim you can see the stuff because of refraction, and the light behind the curvature refracts up and then straight and then back down. This doesn't make. This is absolutely completely made up. You cannot replicate it. There is no such a thing. They cannot explain, neither with physics or any experiments, how it can decide at which point to go up, to wait a little, and then go down so that you see the physical thing behind the horizon or behind the physical horizon.
Well,
so you're
because
just
I've
using
looked
the
into
argument.
this experiment. Let me run you through it. So it doesn't even involve the horizon, this experiment. Okay. And it also was done in reverse just to verify it. So that counters that whole refraction thing, right? It's just a really good experiment you should look into. And flat earthers should be jumping at the chance of doing this to prove it's flat. But they seem to be like jumping away from it because it could prove concavity or convexity, you know? It's one of them experiments which is the best solid experiment we could finish this whole argument with.
Repeat it.
And if it does prove,
I haven't looked
if
at
it
your
is
concave
proving,
Earth theory. Repeat what you're talking about, please. I haven't looked into the concave theory.
No, more the experiment and what it could prove and what the deviation from straight would be. So if you've got multiple points along like an eighth of a mile strip and each one is leveled, and then you take a line from that one to the other one, just like a surveyor would do.
Yeah.
And then each one is gradually inclining or declining. There it is. There's the surface of the Earth you're standing on. You've got a clue.
What line are you talking about? Because I told you that they have done this many times, and they've done this not only with lasers, they've done this with radio waves, they've done this with many different stuff, and all came up with the same results, that the both points at these distances, several points, they are equally on the same horizontal level. So I don't know what new line do you want us to draw between these 2 points? What line?
Well, you said I need to research this experiment. You need to look into because it doesn't involve any of the lasers or radio waves or anything.
I'm asking you for the experiment,
things.
and the only thing, I'm asking you for the experiment, but the only thing is you're replying with is, well, just there's 2 points and take a line between them. I already told you we did that. We took lines. We took lines sometimes with lasers. We took lines sometimes with radio waves. We took many different lines, and they all came back flat. So you're telling me there is a new line that I need to take, and I'm asking you, what is this line? How do I take it? Is it like a rock, metal, wire or something? What is it?
The rectilinear experiment. You want to look into it? Rectilinear experiment. You just want to look into that, to be honest.
Yeah, but explain it to me. You understood it, right? You should be able to explain it. Okay, tell me what the line between these 2 points that is going to tell us whether it's concave, flat, or concave in the other direction. I forgot the English word. What is it? What is it made out of? How do I draw this line? How do I take the one from one point to another? Is it a metal rod?
Yeah, I'll try and make it basic. Okay. So it's a shooting the line experiment. So essentially, you've got like like vertical stands, or like basically you level that. So you've got a complete level. You've got 2 plumb bobs on either side, and it's got a mercurial like spirit level or whatever you want to call it in it. So it's completely parallel to that surface of the ground right then. Then you attach another part to it, and you keep doing that, and it went up to like 4 miles or so, and then the result at the end was that line you initially started off being straight deviated from straight and was either a higher or lower elevation than it should have been. If it was a flat Earth, it would be the same elevation at the end as it was to the start, but it wasn't.
Where did they
So
make
you just
this
want to look into the experiment.
Where did they make this experiment?
They did it on a beach in Florida.
On the beach itself, or on the ocean, water?
On the beach. Listen, it's really, really in depth how they managed to figure out is it level or not. Okay.
The tides line.
Yeah, so they had like I don't know what you call them. like datums, caissons with like how they work out the datum or the mean sea level.
But again, are they doing it on the physical ground or are they doing it on the ocean?
Yeah. So they did it on the ocean to get the mean sea level, right? They've worked out the mean sea level, then they projected that horizontally onto these land like points, these land vertical datums, just to make sure even if the ground was like an incline, they knew that the datum was level with the sea level at the mean sea level, so that it was completely level. All right, ignoring the incline or decline of the sand or everything. It was just based on the ocean and the mean sea level. They relayed that through straight line surveying devices at the time, and I can guarantee it. You won't find a more accurate way of measuring the Earth's curvature or lack of.
It doesn't sound accurate at all because they're using projections instead of actual level plane, which is the water. This is why I ask if it's on the ground or the ocean.
Just take your time, ignore all any biases you have with the surface of the Earth, and just look at the actual experiment itself and see how accurate you think that was, because very, very accurate.
Okay, but I'm believing you that you understood the experiment and that you think it's accurate. And I'm asking you for this information about the experiment to determine the accuracy, because I'm believing you researched it, right? I'm gonna rely on the fact that you researched it. And you're giving me answers that are immediately telling me it's not that accurate. You're telling me they based it on a level plane first, and they based that level plane on sea level, and then they projected the sea level onto the land in order to get a level on the land. Why? This is all way too complicated, way too big of a go around. Simply to say, we have the water is level, we have millions of scientific evidence that tells us the water is always level. So let's use the water. Let's put these plums, wherever they used, on the water, and we see what we get. And I'm telling you, you're never going to get either a curvature upwards or a curvature downwards, because this has been done before. And this has been done hundreds of years ago. And they have been done on the water. And why on the water? Because nobody can ever claim again that, oh, maybe the ground is different, or maybe this, maybe that. It's on the water. It's all level. And when I have done this, they said, okay, the result is after so many miles, I think it was 12 miles, it's completely flat. The line was perfectly level.
So how about this idea? So you've got multiple buoys just off the coast of where you're doing the experiment, and then you establish the high tide and the low tide on these datums and the elevation of that. And then you have a mean sea level, for example, which would be like the middle, right? And then that is projected onto the land horizontally, right?
Why?
Therefore, it doesn't matter what the surface of the ground is done, because you're going off the 0 point or whatever. You're making a datum or making a baseline, which is not off the ground, it's off the ocean, right? Because that's, we all agree upon, like, that's level, right? So if you've got a mean sea level...
But why do you need to project it, though? Answer my question. Why do you need to project it on the ground?
Because they say, like, the sand might go up a hill or down a hill, or it might vary in height. So you want to make sure you've got a baseline of the sea level to project onto the land to make sure all them straight lines are straight.
That's not my question. My question is, why do you need to take sea level as a baseline for your level and then do the whole experiment by first projecting that sea level onto the ground? Just do the experiment on the sea level itself, on the water. This is the point that globe people before...
I mean, you could do. Yeah, you could do.
Do you understand my point? Like, why would we make it extra complicated?
Yeah, it was done for both.
Okay, so
hey guys, what
double
experiment are you?
verified because it was done on both.
What experiment are you guys talking about right now?
I'm not sure about the actual experiment. He's telling me about some experiment that they did that somehow showed that after so many miles and different points, the last point diverged from the first point in a concave way. And this is why he believes in concave Earth.
Concave Earth. Okay,
yeah.
So what? Yeah, so basically establishing
Alpha, can I just say before you get in there?
What's up?
Yeah, so he asked, why do I establish mean sea level? It's because that's the basis which we go off as being level, right? Horizontal, and we're all agreeing that it's the same elevation.
Yeah. So
and that is what's projected onto the land.
Yeah. Yeah, establishing mean sea level and having the horizontal data or the horizontal plane of reference is basically how people establish elevation change from that particular vertical point. So what happens is the horizontal plane of reference, like as you described, is kind of mapped onto the land. So if you have a horizontal reference from the level, there's a point that you're at. That's the vertical point. Right? Each level is a vertical point. But from that point,
You're cutting off, Alpha. You're cutting off a little bit.
land, you're gonna measure. Oh, okay, yeah. I think I might be going to a dead zone. I'll
You're
come
better
back in a
now.
minute.
Continue.
Yeah, no, I was just gonna say if I'm cutting out, let me know, fellas. So basically, it's from the vertical datum point that you get at mean sea level to the place where you're standing at on land. There's a horizontal plane of reference that is drawn there. So it becomes a straight line to your feet, right? So let's say you're standing at, I don't know, I'll just give you an arbitrary distance. So like it's like 500 miles inland, and then from where you're standing, you're at about 1,000 miles, 1,000 feet up from the horizontal plane of reference. So from the mean sea level to the place where you're standing, let's say you were going to draw a 90-degree angle from where you're standing all the way down to the bottom where it reaches the horizontal plane. That's where mean sea level actually makes a straight line to where underneath your feet. So if you were to drill down from the established point where you're standing at all the way down to the horizontal plane of reference,
You're cutting out again.
just said the horizontal plane of reference. Okay. All right.
Before it was
How about
fine.
now?
Yeah, I think it's better.
Yeah, I'll wait for you, dude.
Can you hear me? Yeah, I don't. I think I might be clear, but I was. It's just like a small little dead zone where. Hopefully, I'm clear.
Yeah, go ahead. Continue.
Sir, continue. 10-4.
Yeah. So clear. All right. So basically, it's just going to be the horizontal plane that gets mapped out onto the land. So what happens is, like, if you're at 1,000 feet above mean sea level, if you were to drill straight down, you reach a point to where it would become zero, where you connect that point from the bottom of your feet all the way down to where it connects to the horizontal plane of reference, all the way to mean sea level. So from mean sea level to your bottom of your feet, there is a horizontal plane that's drawn, right? Like mapped out. Like that's basically what Concave Dragon was talking about. So it's a horizontal plane that's all the way from mean sea level, vertical point, to your feet. There is now a straight line from the 2 points, right? So from that point, from the horizontal plane that you're standing on, all the way to where you're at up in elevation, that becomes a 90-degree angle up to where you're at. So the horizontal plane that we reference is how we measure things on Earth. So let's say you're trying to, establish where the horizon is, or any tool that measures the level. You're referencing the horizontal plane. So that's what and I'll just put it this way: like if you hold a cup of water and you manipulate the container in any direction, the surface of that water is in reference flat to the horizontal plane of reference. The mean sea level creates a horizontal plane of reference to any point that you are on Earth. So that's like if you could imagine an invisible horizontal plane all across the Earth. That horizontal plane is referenced from mean sea level all across everywhere, every point on Earth. So that's how we know at what elevation you are at any specific place on Earth above mean sea level. That's how it's established from that horizontal. If you could imagine like this giant grid that's underneath your feet from elevation, right? That's exactly why we say the Earth is flat, because of the fact that when we reference the mean sea level to your feet, we garner the information of mean sea level being at where we're at in elevation from that. Because the horizontal plane that's mapped out onto the land, like Concave Dragon was saying, is exactly why we reference that. It's not so much that we say the Earth itself is flat. We say that the horizontal plane that we reference is flat. That all across the Earth can be referenced as we can establish that the Earth is flat because of that horizontal plane of reference
so that we would say that John Q. Smith is over there on New York City, and he's at 500 whatever feet above sea level, but you got somebody in Kansas that's like underneath the mean sea level or whatever whatever the case is. So we would establish that because they're underneath that horizontal plane of reference. So from mean sea level, right? And that's how people establish what level is on Earth. So if you say that you're leveling something, well, yeah, tides rise and fall. We understand that. Tides will rise and they will fall. But the fact that we can establish a mean value from those tides gives us a reference that we're going to be able to map out onto the land. Does that make any sense for you guys? Like, I can go a little bit more, but like,
Alpha, Mickey, you said that. You said that bang on perfectly. I think what I'll do is when you've got a time to watch that video, I think you should watch that introduction part where they're actually doing the surveying and getting it level, and see if it's up to your standards. Each point is referred to a mean sea level, and each node. I'll send it.
I agree. Yeah, I agree. There's some really old land surveyors that I've spoken to, and they say that they would go by like the I don't know if you know those, like those what do you call them, manhole covers? Manhole covers like that they have on Earth are actually used as reference points. I don't know if you guys know that or not, because on the manhole cover, if you ever pay attention closely to the top of it, it would establish a point above mean sea level. It actually has that information on the manhole cover. And so these are what the older guys, the older generation, like Mike and I think who was it that was in here? That's God Rockin', I think.
It's a starting point. It's nice to point out the fact that as a datum, that's a starting point for elevation as it applies to mean sea level. But that datum in and of itself, depending on the survey you do, will be dictated in reference to a polar datum or a planar datum, depending on what type of survey you're doing.
Right.
So,
and that helps people. That helps people instead of having to go like, well, I have to measure from the coast where like the coast is probably a good 600-700 miles away. You can just go right there to that manhole cover where they have already established. It's basically all these things are established already on Earth, and all you got to do is draw a reference from the nearest datum point, and then from there you could just easily start building. It makes it easier for building. So these things are already kind of like done. Go ahead.
A datum can be a reference point within a coordinate system or a coordinate system itself in survey.
Yeah, this is so important. I think when we have discussion, we often don't talk about like how we reference the Earth as flat and stationary. And I think to us, like it, because we talk about like water establishing horizontal, but the plane of reference, the horizontal plane of reference, is so important to talk about. And the reason why I'm bringing it up right now is because when we reference, like, let's say we start, it doesn't matter. I think Skinny Vet was in here and he says that when he establishes level on his mortar, right, because he's got a level of mortar out like to from point of the origin, like where the soldiers are to where a target is, they have to know where level is, because if they don't get level accurate, then they might cause friendly casualties. So they have to know exactly what they're gonna reference. So when they're establishing level on the mortar, they're referencing something. But what are they referencing? And that's what we're talking about right now, is like we reference on the Earth the horizontal plane of reference. So when we reference something, we say, well, I'm gonna get this picture on my wall level and I'm gonna use a bubble level. Well, that's good. But what is the bubble level reference to? Like, because it's establishing level, yeah, we get it. But level to what? And that's the question, right? And this is the answer. We're referencing the horizontal plane that we live on. And so
you're referencing the level.
The level. No. The level references the horizontal plane. It is like we when we try to like measure something level on Earth, we're looking at a bubble level, right? The spirit level, and we know something is level because that in and of itself is referencing something else, which is the horizontal plane. That's what water does. It holds rigidity in space.
That's the reference.
Yeah, no, it's not. It's not.
Yeah, you're right. Listen, Miggy, level is a reference to a horizontal level plane, and the other level is ground level. Now, Globers
Yep.
will say level is curved around the globe, but that's only true in a polar coordinate system. It's not true in reality. Mean sea level is a approximation, you know. It's an estimate between high and low, an average. And all elevation differential is done from that on the horizontal plane. Not from
Correct.
ground level, but from the horizontal plane.
Right, right. It's so important. I think a lot of flat earthers get kind of lost in the sauce, and they think that when they're talking about getting something level, they just have to reference a spirit level, but they forget that when we're talking to people that think that the Earth is a globe, that the people that think that the Earth is a globe are referencing the Earth as a specific, vertical point on the Earth to say that we know that we're going to measure from a tangent. So the flat earther is confused. They don't know how to tell the person that they're referencing something else from when they're measuring. Like if you have a glober and a flat earther together and they both have a spirit level, they both will be saying the same thing. Not really, right? You'd say like, okay, well we see level on a like when we're measuring a picture frame on our wall, and so with the glober they'll be like, yeah, I know it's level. I'm using a bubble level. I'm leveling it.
Yeah,
But
they say that tangent line is in tangent to the ball, but that would be adjacent,
Yep.
right? That wouldn't be tangent. It'd be adjacent to a
It'd
curve.
be adjacent, right? Not
Which is a
perpendicular.
tangent.
Yeah.
That's what a
Exactly.
tangent means.
No, adjacent isn't. A tangent and adjacent are two different categories.
What's the difference?
In survey, one is in reference to a circle. The other is just a horizontal line that you can extend into infinity.
But Miggy,
Which is what you
how does a
say,
spirit level work? How does a spirit level work?
which is what you say, Scott, every time that you're in here. So basically, Mike just gave you your argument, and do you agree or disagree with what he outlined?
I have no idea what he just said, actually.
Well, you never do because you're watching MSNBC right now. Just turn the TV off and focus on the conversation,
Did
bro.
he really just say that? I said it where my 5-year-old grandson could
Yeah,
understand.
he said something about a tangent and a adjacent, and
doesn't
one
get it, dude.
is a straight
Dude,
line and one is something else.
Scott, turn off the TV. Turn off the TV and pay attention to the conversation, bro. You can't do two things at once.
TV's
all right?
off.
Turn Rachel Maddow down. Rachel Maddow. Turn her off.
This is only on Mondays.
Okay, how about
Alright,
this?
so
How
now-
about forget the TV? If you're in a conversation and you're not actually paying attention, how about you don't try to engage in the conversation?
I was paying attention. He didn't say anything that made sense.
Oh my god! Now we're gonna double back.
All right. So what did
I
he
heard
say?
what he said.
What did he say?
said-
Repeat it then, please.
He said a tangent line is tangent to the Earth, and an adjacent is some line that goes off forever into.
No.
Or was it backwards?
Yeah.
They reverse, so
Yeah.
the tangent line goes off forever at a flat line, and the adjacent does something else. I didn't catch what the adjacent
Straight line.
is. Different from the tangent.
So a horizontal line is parallel to the level, ground level, where an adjacent means closer, near to. So with a sphere, an adjacent line would just be a line near a circle, where a horizontal is actually parallel to level.
Yeah, but neither one says whether the level is flat, and that's what we're trying to get at here.
Well,
whether
level,
level is flat.
listen, level
You
is
understand
only
the definition
circular
of-
in a geoid model or a polar model. So in a planar model, level is level, and any sin from that constant line is elevation.
But
not
that's
curvature.
exactly
Right, that's-
exactly what we're questioning,
what we
whether the level is flat, right?
Well,
I mean,
no,
how-
we're not questioning it. You're trying to apply your hypothetical model, your polar coordinate system, to reality, and we're
Well,
trying
so-
to say no, it doesn't work that way because it's elevational deviation in survey.
So you're just assuming level's flat.
No, we don't assume level is
dude.
flat.
Well, how did you verify it that it's flat though?
Do you not understand the definition of
You
level?
are skipping over the point. You're going from level to flat and flat to level.
Well, that's what
Well,
you're talking about, where
because
the level's
you can,
flat, right?
yeah.
No, I'm
Well,
not
you can
saying the
prove
Earth
it
is
by
100% level or flat. It has
yeah, right.
topography. I'm
I'm
saying
not saying that it does.
You can
the
draw a line. You
horizontal
can extend
line is a reference from mean sea level.
Right. That's what I was
I
talking
get
It's
about.
not a
that, but is level
tangent
flat?
adjacent. It's not a tangent adjacent to a sphere.
Correct. That's what I was talking about. That's exactly what I was saying.
But
Yeah, you
maybe
can
he was
draw a
going on
line, you can
about.
extend a line, you can attach a fixed, structure between the 2 points, measure the distance, and the shortest distance will always be a straight line. So yeah, you can prove
We know
that
that.
level.
Right.
How do you know
It's
that?
how, it's
You
how
I said
prove
we
we
that.
know that.
measure
No. Shortest, I
elevation.
agree.
It's how we measure elevation from mean sea level. All elevation. Not altitude, elevation.
What's the difference between elevation and altitude then?
One is a point in the sky, one is something that's connected to the ground and the height
Yeah.
of that object. That's
Yeah,
pretty
come on,
simple
Scott.
in there, Scott.
You've been in this argument for a while, and I can't believe you didn't know that.
You can't have
Yeah.
altitude unless you're actually in the air like an airplane. If you're a mountain attached to the earth, you have elevation.
Yeah, so if you draw a straight line or attach
There's no
or
difference,
construct a straight line between the 2 points, and you find that that's the shortest distance between those 2 points, then you know that's level. That's how you know. And if it wasn't, then one part would be higher or lower than the other, and that would not be the shortest distance between the 2 points.
But
Yeah,
how
we
do we
know.
know?
Yeah,
How do we
that's
know?
how we know it.
How do we know the verticals at the ends of those 2 points are perpendicular to that line you just drew?
because of grade leveling. So we set two plums in a workspace and we grade level in between. So if they weren't parallel, then the grade level wouldn't work out. It'd end up to be a curved surface. But
Why?
it's not. We set level foundations because our plums would deviate, but they don't.
How much would you expect them
Yeah,
to
and the
deviate?
person.
I wouldn't even
Hold on,
bother
man.
guessing about it because they don't. We grade level
Yeah.
perfectly. We do differential leveling perfectly, and we come up with
Perfectly?
perfectly. Well, as
Yes,
perfect as
dude.
man can do.
Perfectly.
Listen, Scott. Get a
Hold
real
on.
point and stop playing semantics. So
Yeah,
nothing
bro. What are you
You're
asking?
the one
Define
who said
perfect.
perfectly, man.
as perfect as
No.
man can do it within human error.
So here's the thing that you don't understand, Scott. Like when builders, like real ones, not like pretender clowns on Discord, when they're actually doing their job, they have to make sure that the buildings that they have, the structures are on a foundation that's flat and level. And in order to do that, they need to reference something. They can't just say, "Well, it's flat level
Yeah.
because we say so." No,
Yeah,
it's not.
those
You don't
plums
just take
are a
the spirit
reference
level.
point. Yeah, those plums are reference point for differential leveling or grading to a
Yeah.
level surface.
And they will know with high accuracy where they are from, like the different points on that foundation, to know that if it's flat and level.
Yeah, that's a
Scott, you
better
know
way
this.
to
I don't know why
put it.
you play word games. You play word games because you want to make your worldview
It's all
true.
he
That's not
has.
going to work, bro. It's not going to
all
work.
If you look at the
has.
You already
pyramids,
know.
You're the one. You're
if
the
they
one
would have
calling
messed
it
up
high
with the
accuracy.
If you're
pyramids of
always on
Giza,
the semantics of the words used in a sentence, you never have to address the point.
No,
if they would have messed
I
up the
know.
foundation, hold on just a second. If they would have messed up the foundations with the pyramid of Giza, it would have been a domino effect, right? It would have been exponentially getting worse
Oh
and worse and
yeah.
worse. So they wouldn't have lasted for thousands of years because a simple earthquake would have knocked it down. But because it's all, not perfect, but within the tolerance that it needs to be, right? And that's what he means by perfect. He means perfectly in line
Yeah.
with the tolerances needed.
And not the leaning pyramid of Giza.
Yeah. So what's the tolerance? That's what we got to resolve here. Because if we can say
Well,
that
it's
the
with
tolerance fits well within either model, then it's not a good proof of anything, right? Because it fits both
No,
models.
it's not.
tolerance.
See,
Hold on.
Yeah.
The tolerances are within a couple of 100,000. So that
Of
wouldn't
in
work
a building?
on a foundation. Yes.
Not a chance.
Oh yeah.
Not a
Wait,
chance.
have you ever?
So,
Hold on.
listen,
hold on.
we
Mike.
can't
No
make
way.
a.
Hold on, Mike.
Listen.
How about you
No way.
listen to the professional explaining to you how it works?
Yeah,
How about that? He's the professional.
I was just gonna say, Scott. You know, you're arguing with somebody who's actually done this for a job, right? And actually does this for a living. Have you done it for a living, Scott? You're disagreeing with him. Nuh-uh.
Yeah. So we can't make a
Have you
true.
done it, Phyllis?
I know he's never measured a foundation to within a couple hundredths of
Are you kidding me?
thousands. Yes,
Listen,
absolutely.
Are you
How
kidding
do
me
you
right
know
now?
this? He's the professional. How do you know this?
we do tool and
Because I've been around. I know lots of people who build things.
Oh my
So,
God, let's go
you know what a true block is for tool and die and automotive production? You know, that's within a millionth, 1 millionth.
Scott calls a contractor
for
to
dies,
switch out
of
a
course.
bulb.
Yes,
Right.
for dies.
So, yeah,
It's
we
not
can
a
make
foundation.
a die within a 1 millionth.
Yes, we do. Yes.
We can make a foundation within a 1,000th. Yes.
No,
we
you
can.
can't.
Yes,
No.
we can.
Not of any
a
size, you
millimeter.
can't.
Okay, all right. So
We
hold
can.
on. Go ahead and
Not of any size, you
provide. I
can't.
need you to. You're not.
Hey,
It's not going to work in
listen,
this room.
inches.
I'm going to hold him
Hold
to a
on.
point. I'm
Hold
going to
on,
hold him to a
Miggy.
point there, Mike.
If it was an inch, man, it would be exponential over the distance of the erected structure, and it would be noticeable at the end visually. If
I'm
it
not
was
saying you
above,
can't get within. I'm not saying you can't get within an inch. That's not what you said. Though you said 1,000th.
Scott.
dude, a
You said- hold
millimeter
on.
would be inches on a
Not gonna
two
stop.
100-story building.
Here's what I'm gonna do.
A millimeter would be quite a
Where
few
you at?
inches by the top.
All right. Now he's server muted. All right. So you're going to answer the question and not say nuh-uh. I need you to give a rebuttal of how you know that Mike is incorrect. He gave you some information that you're going to either refute correctly and don't say nuh-uh to, just because you have feelings about the Earth being a globe. So go ahead, Scott. As I mute you, please demonstrate how he's incorrect. Don't just say nuh-uh. I know some people. I want you to refute his argument concisely. Go.
You might as well just leave me on server mute then.
Oh, so that's all you
We
got,
have a
huh?
deal.
Nothing but
No, if you
Yeah,
want to
yeah.
be a little
yeah.
bitch, go right ahead, man.
The guy who measured the guy who has four nanometers in his bathtub is in disbelief of it.
Can't even.
Yeah.
You see, look, this is him. When the mask slides off, ladies and gentlemen, this is what you get: a pretender clown on Discord saying "nuh-uh" to people who actually work in the business, just because he has feelings about the Earth being a globe.
He's lying.
Sit down, Scott.
He's lying.
Sit down. Go watch MSNBC again. You're not ready for an
He's
argument like
lying,
this.
and he knows it, and you believe
Yeah,
him. That
that's
makes
all
you
you
a
got.
fool.
That's all you
See
got,
what
right?
Whoopi Goldberg has to say about that, Scott.
All you got. All you got is your feelings. You didn't refute Mike, and you didn't even attempt to,
Adelmod
because
has
you know.
never measured a foundation within a
Hang
thousandth
on.
of an inch. Never.
He asked you to
He's
prove.
lying, and he knows it.
Saying nuh-uh or saying he's a liar
He's lying,
doesn't
and he
mean just
knows
makes you
it.
look so ridiculous. It just makes you look so
Yeah,
ridiculous. Prove it.
I don't need to. He knows he's lying,
Oh my God.
and someday he'll tell you he is.
I mean, respectfully, if I may add, if we have CNC machines capable of cutting material down to a millionth of an inch, wouldn't you think it's logical we would have that high of a standard, or at least close to that kind of standard for the foundation of a building, of a skyscraper?
Yes.
No.
Yes.
I mean,
Of course we do.
I'm
But this
not.
is Scott.
Personally, I believe
God,
it.
he's on your side.
I believe in globe Earth. Keyword believe in globe Earth, but it's foolish to me. Like if I knew a building isn't a foundation of it isn't stable or isn't like measured down to 1,000th of an inch or down to a tolerable measurement to the point where it's like, you know, those buildings you see in Ukraine falling out of like, you know, just being hit by one rocket or some shit. Like, no, hell no, I ain't walking in that shit. Like,
Yeah,
no.
you're not willing to. You have a belief that the
That's
Earth's a
what's
globe, and
up.
you're not. I mean, who would be willing to accept Scott's explanation that we can't measure the Earth to be a globe, but that we still believe it? I mean, how could you possibly imagine that to be true?
Hang on a second. Hang on a second, fellas. Let's not gloss over the. Hold on. Just wait a minute. Let's not gloss over the point that Mr. C came in here. He thinks the Earth is a globe. That's fine. But he himself would say that people that do the business, right, the industry of like land surveying and, you know, leveling foundations, he would say that, you know, if we're going to hire somebody to do a job, a good job, they would have the tools necessary to get down to that precision, right? So why would Scott then deny that if somebody that thinks that the Earth is a globe, just like he does, you know, wouldn't deny that fact? I need Scott's answer to that, because that's what we're not going to gloss over. We're going to ask Scott why he's saying nuh-uh still, even though he knows that we got the ability to do this.
So, Battle Mod, what's the process of laying a foundation? I'll let him tell you.
Differential leveling.
What do you do? Tell us
Well,
specifically what you
you level the surface with laser levels.
Okay.
To a given parameter within a given tolerance.
And how thick is that laser level little red line that shines all over the place? How thick is it?
Listen, the thickness doesn't affect the accuracy to level.
Well,
So
how do
you're
you
coming up, you use the laser level for a tangent line to rise up to your pointer level. So the thickness of the line doesn't matter because the edge of the laser light is the level. How do I know? Because I built bridges and buildings and foundations. That's how I know.
And when they pour the concrete, what do they do to make sure that the entire slab is at that level right at the end of that line? What do they do?
That's in the footer, Scott. I mean,
what do?
They construct around it and fill a given volume that they know exactly how thick it will be because of the area and the volume.
And how do they verify the entirety of that slab is right on that line, right on one of the edges? How do they verify that?
Through the construction of the forms.
But what do they do physically?
Finishing concrete, trolling concrete, fanning concrete. They finish it. Listen, if the form is put right, it's perfectly level. We do that with a laser. Then the concrete can only level out in it. That's all it can do. It can rise to the level of the form, which was laser set. You think we can't get it within a 1,000th or 100,000th from end to end? You're crazy. You're just crazy.
They get
You
out
said
there.
Sorry,
I thought you're done.
Oh, I am. Go ahead, Scott.
Even if they didn't,
so they get out. So they get out there with one of
it's
those machines.
annoying
It looks
to
like
even fuck with you.
Yeah. So they get out there
What
with one of those
machine?
machines.
Wait, what machine?
The thing that looks like an upside down helicopter that spins around and flattens out the. You know what I'm talking about, right?
Is that a form
no
of
way
level?
he's gonna.
Listen, no, they don't do that once they're building the forms. They do that when they're wanting to set the depth of the foundation. That's for depth.
Yeah, even if they didn't get it perfect, right? Like the way they would know that they didn't get it perfect is you would get a level, that same level, and check it. And
yeah, you can check.
Okay.
Yeah, you can check it with a level all over it. But a foundation not only has to be true to a certain degree, but it also has to be a certain thickness.
Okay, so when they're setting these vertical I-beams that are going to be the base or the.
Dude, are you gonna make a building or something? Like, how much more questions are you gonna ask, Scott? Like, you've already got your answer. You're just waffling. You're waiting to see if there's any little gotchas in between what he knows.
I know. I got my answer, and it's the one I expected. They don't verify it. He just said that.
What?
Yeah, they don't
verify what? They base it on a perfectly level.
Guys,
they
give me a
base it
second.
on a laser.
For fuck's sake,
Yeah,
give me a second.
Go ahead, Larry.
Hold on.
Go ahead, Larry.
Just real fast. If they don't build these $500 million buildings within tolerances, people like Mr. Trump is going to have the building inspected. If it's not up to code, he doesn't even have to pay them.
Yeah.
So this whole
what's the code
idea.
then? What's the code?
You think I know?
What is the tolerance on a foundation according
Hold
to code?
on. Do you actually think I know the answer to the New York
No,
building
I know
code
you
in
don't.
construction? Of course I don't. I don't work in New York.
Well, then
You
why are you
realize this is
saying
not
if they
the
don't build up
gotcha
the
that
code
you
and
think
You
it
got
is,
me,
yeah?
Scott. You got me, Scott. Good job. Hats off to you. I'll take my hat
now we
off,
have to
Scott.
ask.
You got me.
Now we have to ask Scott. What do you believe the measurement is down to then?
Reasonably flat. You know, they'll put the laser line out there like that, and they'll
He
have that
doesn't.
little
He
red
doesn't
line.
answer you, Mr. C.
I'm
He
answering
doesn't answer
directly.
you.
Scott's
Don't answer him.
answer. Hold on. He said reasonably flat. I heard that. That was your answer. So there's no parameters for level, is what you're saying. There's no professional standard for what level is.
Well, what I watch them do is they run that laser line and they
Yes
mark
or
off
no?
where they want, and then they
Do you
get the
believe
concrete
there's a
close to that.
standard or parameters?
Yeah, I mean,
I would doubt it.
Hold on.
I would doubt it, but I don't know.
Your
But I would
state,
doubt it.
so you doubt it, but your state is going to pay $1 million, $2 million, $5 million for a highway, but they're not going to have a standard of what they want. It's like going to Wendy's and saying, "Just give me a value meal, whichever one you prefer. I'll pay you twice the price."
But it's nothing.
He's got nothing more.
You can't
got
build
nothing
on
more
curved
left in the tank,
surfaces.
Scott.
Well, Come on, Miggy. You know he didn't say how they
dude.
verified it, right? He never said how they
Bro, you
verified
didn't
it, did
even
he?
come. Listen, when Mr. C asked you for what is the actual precision they used, you couldn't give him an answer. You said reasonably flat. So
I
we
did
know
say
you're
how.
Well, I mean, just to
My
clarify,
assertion is they do
I
not
didn't ask
measure
for
it to a
precision. I
thousandth of
didn't
an
ask for the
inch.
precision
And
measurement. I asked him what he believes, because I think it's if it's going to be based on like belief now, wouldn't you believe that something that goes through a manufacturing process, whether it's a building or a piece of metal in a CNC machine, that there are specific tolerances, specific measurements that you have to abide by, specific manuals and technical orders and technical manuals that you have to
And so
that
it's
lay out.
what I do
listen.
know is
Its
that
level will be
load-bearing
in
beams
reference.
are never based on the foundation. They are drilled and they're
Load-bearing
pounded
beams. You
down
mean
into they're
support
pounded down
pillars?
to the bedrock.
Support pillars.
Yes,
Load-bearing beams.
yes.
Fucking
Load-bearing
moron.
beams, yes.
So
No,
another thing, when you're
support pillars.
They are not dependent on the foundation that gets laid. The
so when
foundation
you
is
shoot a
far too
rifle,
weak the foundation is far too weak and too thin to withstand the load that the building would put on it.
Well,
so
it
they are
also
never
doesn't
basic.
weave
And so
or
the
bend.
only thing we need the foundation
too
for is
brittle.
so things don't roll around inside the building.
What?
It just has to be flat enough so things don't roll around.
What? Are you kidding, bro? Okay, stop
No,
right
it
there. Listen,
supports the weight of the building, Scott.
I'll explain
It
why
does
you're wrong,
not.
bro. Because listen, if you're off with your rifle, right, when you pull the trigger, if you're off by a millimeter, well, that's no problem at 10 feet away. But if you're talking about 1,000 yards, you're going to be way off target. And that's how it works with the building, too. If it's not within the tolerances at the foundation, then it's going to be way off at the top. And we're not worried about someone losing their marbles, Scott. We're worried about the building falling the fuck over. What's the matter with you, bro?
Yes, I know. And that's why they pound those support beams into the bedrock so they're not going to move. And then
Are
they
they the
build
same?
everything
They
off
still
of
have
that.
to be level, and they are
ideally
still
they're
based
not,
on
but
a level
would they be the
that
same
is
at the
down
top
to
and
the
bottom?
thousandth degree.
So you guys see this whole foundation thing is just a
hold
red
on,
herring,
Scott.
right?
Yeah,
It has nothing to
hold on,
do with
dude.
the
Dev
structure of the
Germany,
building.
dude, relax. We're trying to get Dev Germany because him and Not Real were talking at the same time. Dev, what were you saying?
My bad. Go ahead. I was just
No,
trying to
go ahead.
bring him back to the main point, which was it doesn't matter what he says about what you say, Scott, about the beams. They still have to be based on the foundation that has to be to the thousandths of an inch accurately level. That's
just
just
not
facts.
true.
The
That's not
professional is
true.
telling you
It's
this.
wrong.
Worldwide standards in building Empire State Building and everything, they use the same methods and the same machines and the same standards that this professional in this PC is telling you. But you're just ignoring
Incorrect.
that. You're coming up. How do you know this? We asked you
Because
and you
I've
said you
watched
might as well
buildings
mute
get
me.
built. They pound the
You watched
support
buildings
beams.
get built?
Yes. Guys
Bro,
never
this
seen
is
that
like
big
me
thing that goes
watching a
bang, bang,
surgeon
bang
do
on the top of
surgery.
those support beams?
Yeah, you've not like
Makes a
this
whole
is
bunch of
Scott
noise
just
for
sits
days
outside.
upon
He sits in
days.
his
Do you
Jeezy
realize
Dukes in
how
New York City
ridiculous
with a
you sound,
lemonade, and he
bro?
watches the big strong men build buildings and go bang bang with the pillars. That's what he does.
Do you
Have you
not
guys never
understand
seen a
how
building get
ridiculous you
built?
sound? Imagine me arguing with
It
an
doesn't
actual
matter.
heart surgeon,
Yeah, yeah,
telling me how heart surgery
yep,
works, and I'm like, I watched a couple of videos
exactly,
about heart surgery. I think you're
exactly.
wrong
Yes,
on
Six,
this.
that's
That's what he
nothing
You
is.
see
like
how
that
stupid
because
I was?
Battlemod's lying. And you should know that.
Yeah, you don't know anything,
Yeah.
Scott. You're just an observer. You don't. You're not. You've never done any of this kind of work. So you're here. You're like kind of being high and mighty about it, and you have no idea what you're talking about. You're way out of your depth, dude. You're just not to everything, and just because you want your globe fantasy to be real, you're negating even the most basic understanding of what people in the business already know what to do. Like they have a standard that they set and they go by it. If you're paying millions of dollars,
Incorrect.
why would you do that to somebody? Why would you pay millions of dollars for a building to get erected and then you don't have any kind of standard to go by? The guy says, "Well, we're going to get it reasonably flat." Would you let them build your building? I don't think so.
Well, you're going to ask them like, well, what does reasonably flat mean?
No.
They're going to say it means level, right? And they're going to say, well, how would you check that it's perfectly level? Well, we can establish a level after we're done pouring, right, to measure against it. And if it's any part's higher or lower than the other, then it's not level. And then you can build up into the air, right? And then you can make sure a building is square, and that would be using triangles and verticals, right? So and it would measure the same in the vertical. And if the distances are the same distances from the top to the top and the bottom to the bottom, left to right, and then a triangle and a square, then you know you did a good job. Those are the axioms. That's what you're using. You're not
Miggy
using anything
covered.
other than that.
Listen, Miggy covered what we use in reference to level, mean sea level. So we would start from the drain system, the sewage system, the manhole cover, and its known position in our coordinate.
Yeah, but that's just a point of in the vertical at
I
a
know.
height. This is a point. That's not a line.
It's a reference, and it can be a
Point.
line. You create a line from it.
It's a point, and then you can begin to create a.
So your level in reference to mean sea level through a known position, or a datum, a starting, a benchmark, which would
that's
be.
just a point, though. That's just one point. It can be arbitrary
Listen,
for all
who's
that matters.
talking right now? This guy's just. I feel like you're just trolling right now. If you don't know the answer to this, I've already gave it to you. Like, was it 30 minutes ago?
Yeah.
And you're still on about this idea that it's just a point. They got it because they're understanding from mean sea level to where that point is, that datum point where they got the manhole cover. It's a given elevation above mean sea level. So it draws a line from mean sea level to that place. So vertically from the place of the horizontal plane that they're referencing, right, the grid system, up above that would be where the manhole cover is. So the horizontal plane that they're referencing.
What does it have to do with building the building?
Oh my God, bro.
It has to do with establishing level of foundation, and that's what we're on.
Well, I mean, you can establish a level foundation anywhere. You don't even need sea level. I mean,
No,
you don't need
a
it.
reference point. Listen, you place a building in the middle of a sector, which is a lot that you surveyed. Your survey for that lot and the placement of that building will probably start from that fucking manhole cover, because it's a known point, a known reference point in your datum or your coordinate system that you're going to use, because we reference the North American datum.
That may be true. I'm not saying it's not. Right. I believe it is the truth, right? But I'm just talking about build. Yeah, I'm not saying it's not true at all. I'm just saying you can still be some old. You can skip all the permits, go to the mountains, and still establish a horizontal right then and there without needing to know what it's in reference to.
That's true, but I'm saying people who build buildings, they don't just say, okay, get it reasonably fucking level. We have a standard and an entire system that this is based off of.
Yep. That's what I'm talking about. So when you say like, well, that doesn't matter, then you just sound ignorant.
Well, if you're going to say that the left side of the building, if you're going to say that the left side of the building is 300 feet above mean sea level, and then the right side is also the same height above mean sea level, then it would be relevant, I think, to this conversation. But
yeah, that's what you're going to say. That will be in reference. The elevation of the building will be in reference to mean sea level from your starting point. Which is that could be, which is your sewage system. And if you want to pump your shit out of the building, well, you want to be in reference to the sewage system.
That's carrying a straight line, a horizontal line.
Think about flow. The reason why it's important is because you're thinking about flow for a sewage system, right? So if you're going to have flow happen from your building, and if you're underneath mean sea level, and what do you think is going to happen with flow?
Build some higher walls, I guess.
Yeah, you're gonna have an issue.
Yeah, I'm aware
that.
If I were living in Louisiana and you would draw a straight line from my eyes to the ocean, I could be looking at a whale's eyes. Like if you just draw a straight line, I'm aware that level horizontal is a straight line within a plane.
Yeah, we all know that, but that's like the basic level. You have to give somebody something to chew on if they're going to ask you, how do you know that the Earth is flat? And you're not telling them that the Earth is flat in reference to like a paper or something like a 2D image. Like you're telling them the horizontal plane garnered from mean sea level, meaning that rise and fall of the tides, they have an average that they're going to use, and then make a grid system on the Earth, like this invisible grid system that's all over the Earth, right? That right there is the horizontal plane of reference. They're referencing that when they're on land. So if you're like a couple hundred miles inland, then you're going to say, I know that I'm above mean sea level at, whatever hundreds of feet above, whatever it is, because of the fact that I know that I'm referencing the horizontal plane that I'm on right now. So that's the planar system that I'm talking about.
Yeah, using the two sides of the building, that's a good argument, yeah. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what a glober would think. If the left side of the building is built, level, and you got that at 300, feet above mean sea level, and then you got the right side 300 feet above mean sea level. I mean, what does that entail? That there's no change in elevation within that building, but there is a change in elevation from sea level, being 300 feet. Yeah, that entails a straight line, a horizontal line, change in the vertical, and then another horizontal line parallel to the original horizontal line. If it was a curve, then one of the distances, the left side of the building, for instance, would be lower or higher than the other side. That would be curve.
I knew a guy who did a highway nearby, and they had to redo the entire highway because the gradient, which like the center of the road is supposed to be higher than the edges of the road where the white lines are, because that makes the rainwater fall off of the road. It runs down, right? Well, when people's lives are at stake, like if you don't get that shit right, they'll make you redo it. And he didn't get paid for the first time. He only got paid for when he did it right. So when it comes to construction, like you have to do it right. You can't just be pussyfooting around and bullshitting and half-assing. People's lives are at stake, and what they're going to do is they're going to send a lawyer in after they've determined that it's not up to city code or ordinance, and then you're going to have to either not get paid at all for your work, which I don't know how a business could survive like that. So these tolerances are like literally written in stone. If you don't go by them, then you're not going to get paid.
Hey, Larry, but what if it's just the guy that says, hey, I'm going to do this highway, but it's going to be reasonably flat. Is that okay with you guys?
No.
You think they'd
You're
hire
going to have
this
some
guy?
hydroplaning families.
I watched a couple of highway builders, and I quoted the first link I found on Google, so I should be doing it fine. Come on, give me the contract, man. Let me build
and
the
again,
skyscraper.
even if it's not flat, like even if it isn't flat, what you're going to need to implement is something to measure against it to make sure it's flat. And that thing that you're going to implement is level. I mean, you're stuck with it either way.
There's no even. If the foundation is not flat, the whole building falls down. There is no
The only way to know that it's not flat is by again bringing in level. Yeah. I guess it's not the only way. I guess you could wait and see if it falls down. I don't know. I guess that was the other proposed way. Yeah, so I mean, if you want something to pitch, like the roads, if you want this, the center of the road to be a little higher, and then pitch down to the shoulder to get the water to drain off or something, then you're going to need to implement level, and then measure down a slope.
In construction, that's called a hack. When somebody doesn't know how to do the job, and they just kind of wing it, they're called a hack. That's what somebody like that would be considered.
Mm.
So what you're saying is that our government is filled with hacks.
Oh, are you talking about the bundle of fools known as Congress?
Yeah, they're looking for the best hacks in the business to hire.
Congress.
They're trying to hire hacks.
Congress is the opposite of progress, right?
Oh, you know what they say? Kingdoms are ruled by kings, and countries are ruled by cunts. So, it makes sense.
Sound like you're from Saudi Arabia.
That was out
yourself,
of left
bro.
field.
Yeah, what about states? Like, who rules the states?
Yeah, but that's a talking point out of left field. What does it have to do with the conversation at hand, sir?
I want to hear the next state, the joke though. Like, what's the states?
We don't.
Okay, I got you. Snakes run states, and I like your comment. I'm going to use that again sometime.
Yeah, I think it was kind of clever.
Cunts run countries. Hell yeah. I can rock
Is
that.
he going to make a T-shirt out of it? I don't know. Is he getting ideas for that? Because this conversation, come on, dude. This guy comes in with a troll and fucking shiny quarter on the ground. Everybody's like, who gives a fuck
at least
about
it was
that?
original.
We want to talk about. We want to talk to the guy that came in here and said that if he knows that the Earth is a globe or not, and we want to ask him a question. That's what we're all here for. That everybody's been waiting. Scott can't do it, obviously. He hasn't been able to do it for months now. Scott, it's been months. It's amazing that somebody with that much math knowledge can't figure this out.
I mean,
Make sure if you do bring your argument, just be logically consistent. That's all.
Scott figured it out. He knows. He's aware. He just doesn't want it to be true. I don't know
He
why.
did some of the observational science.
No, Scott is clutching his pearls. I mean, as tight as can be.
All right, since you can't get anybody else to join, I'll
So many
join.
feminine things that we all
Keep the conversation alive.
Hey, that spinny thing is called a transit. A laser transit.
These guys clutching his pearls. He's watching the construction guys drinking his Daisy Dukes. He's calling
Just so you
contractors
know.
for light bulbs.
Further residence. Laser
It's
transit.
all these hundreds of hours of YouTube videos that Scott watched from his favorite Neil
No, that would be
deGrasse
you
Tyson.
guys.
Yeah, that's just going to be a full waste if he actually admits to it. He already knows that the Earth is flat.
Yeah,
So he just has to sit
That would
through
be you guys who got your
arguments.
entire education on YouTube. Yeah.
He has to sit through flat Earth voice chats for hours and hours just to keep telling himself it's not what it is. It's not what it is.
You know what's weird is that
my pa told me that.
you know what's weird? Yeah, what's weird is he downplays YouTube, but a lot of people have like seen lectures from universities on there. So I don't know what's the whole point of downplaying like where information comes from or what vehicle is being used to transmit information. Why do you downplay YouTube that much, dude? Do you even know that it's a vehicle that's used to get like useful information?
Yes.
Because you downplay it. You sound like yes.
No.
Oh, but
I don't. Khan Academy is really good. Yeah, Khan Academy is great.
YouTube bad, CNN good, right? That kind
Didn't say
of
that.
you're thinking, Scott?
No,
Coming
that's
from
what
the
you
guy
that's
that
what you
would
need me to
rather
have said. That's not what I
debate
said.
on Discord than hang out with his wife.
You know what Khan Academy
Michael,
teaches
that
you?
was a little much, Mike. That was harsh.
I think it's really
Well,
interesting because
listen,
YouTube is
it depends
basically
on perspective, and for my perspective, it was spot on.
My wife's sitting
YouTube
right
is
next to me, looking at me,
basically a
thinking,
modern
"Why do you waste your
library,
time with these idiots?" And
I
I
bet
keep
she
explaining
is,
to her,
Scott.
and I explain it to her
Why
all
you
the
keep
time.
losing? Why you keep going back there to get beat up by these guys?
Yeah, pay attention to me, honey. I'm your wife.
Loves it.
No,
let's
she
stop talking
likes
about his wife.
likes her
He loves it.
space.
Yeah, hold on, Scott. Larry wants to come in here. Let's give Larry some room, guys. Larry, go ahead.
So YouTube is basically the modern library, right? Because the colleges were really popular back in the day because they had wonderful, expansive libraries, right? Well, today, we don't really need to go to the college to get the library. I mean, yeah, granted, there are some stuff in there that isn't online for sure, right? But nowadays, like the modern library is basically online because not a lot of people have a lot of time to go into a law library or what have you to sit down and study for like 8 hours. But they can, do chores around the house, mow the yard, do the dishes, go to work, and experience this library on the fly, so to speak. So disparaging like all these short books and short stories that are in video format, I think it's really weird because information is information. It's each individual person that has to use discernment to process that information. So I've changed alternators, I've done all kinds of mechanical work, and I didn't go to college to be a mechanic.
Yeah,
because of YouTube.
no one does.
Thanks.
But Larry, have you seen all those soft sit videos and of soft sits in court? How well do they do when they bring their own personal legal expertise into a courtroom? What happens to them?
Yeah, what happens when you bring a camera and trying to expose the judge for what they're doing in there?
Not always the same.
What happens to them, Larry? It's a simple question.
Here's the thing, Scott. It's not always the same
Do they ever win?
result.
Do they ever win?
There have been people who defended themselves in court who won, yes.
Using the stuff they learned on YouTube about sovereign citizen nonsense?
Well, I don't know. I never did a survey on it, and I don't think anybody else has because nobody was talking about. Hold on, nobody was talking about sovereign citizen. Where the fuck you got that from? I don't know.
It's a straw man. He's just straw manning.
He's just trying to flag.
You're just pulling rabbits out of a fucking hat.
Larry,
But your straw man applies to our.
Nobody's promoting sovereign citizen.
But Larry was talking about learning law by yourself.
You can do
Nobody's
that. It's called
promoting
legal
sovereign citizen
research
stuff.
on
Yeah,
precedent.
whether they won or lost would just be affirming the consequent anyway. You'd have to understand the argument, the law, to show that they actually lost anyway. I mean, you're just affirming based on a verdict passed by people that you know that
it's
you
just
wouldn't
a
be able to
special
understand.
case. Yeah, it's just a special case he brought up because he wants to make his point stand. So he wants to make his point stand. So he's going to use a special case to kind of then put a straw man argument against like what Larry said. So this is what he does. He tries to make it sound like he knows what he's talking about by using a special case. But Larry didn't say that. He said a mechanic. He said he worked on his car, and those videos were useful, so he can do that. He didn't have to be a mechanic. He could just
Check this
reference a
out,
video
Megan.
that
Of
showed him
course,
how to
but
fix it.
he was
Listen,
comparing it to
when you go to
college.
college, when you go to college, you're taught to do your own research, right? And you're also
No.
taught what an accredited source is, right? So you're required to do your own research in college. So if you research law on your own to learn it, are you doing anything less than what you're doing in college? In college, you do have an instructor with experience who can guide you. Yes.
And that's the difference.
There's the difference. But
Yes.
that never stopped a man from learning anything from a book.
Well, but how do you
But
know you got it
a
right
lot of
when
college
you learn from a book?
professors have never actually been
Well,
in the
if your research is
profession.
good, you compare it to precedents, legal precedents.
But how do you know where they're comparing it correctly?
Who taught Plato?
But
What
the
videos did
category
Plato watch?
falls in. You're wanting to act like law is this magical thing that nobody can figure out, but actually people can, and the average everyday citizens can understand a legal definition. It's
Aristotle,
like
Aristotle who surpassed
like
Plato.
nola
Who was there to
contende.
oversee him?
So they wrote it in Latin, but I understand it means no contest. And it's a plea that's equal to guilty, but you're just not going to say guilty in court.
Yeah, and his special case is not going to work in referencing everybody on Earth who can watch YouTube videos about learning about what law is. So he wouldn't know. He can't. There's nothing. He hasn't done the analytics. He hasn't compared it to anything.
Dude, throw
He's
out
just
everything
making.
he knows about survey because he learned it on the fucking internet.
Yeah, I was
He
just
ain't
gonna
got
say
no
this is the same
experience.
guy.
He's got no fucking experience in survey. None at all. Not one
Yeah,
drop.
this is what I was gonna say.
Ever hit on an
This is
old
the
lady?
same guy who was
They
arguing
love
with a
it.
professional survey person,
love it.
with a professional construction worker for years because he saw some stuff on YouTube.
Stephen
My
Hafen.
bad. My
Licensed
bad,
legal
Zonic. What were you saying? I didn't mean to cut you off, Zonic. What were you
I'm a
saying, Zonic?
licensed legal contractor for the state. Highway engineer. There you go.
Highway engineer. I apologize for the wrong term, but yeah.
Oh, I don't need an apology. I'm just trying to help you strengthen your argument. But really, Scott, I mean, if you're saying people can't learn it, quit reading that crap on the internet about survey and then coming to us with Jesse Path of Light, who doesn't understand that the elevational height, the elevation and angle at a distance of a mountain won't be the same as it is if you get close to it because of why? Angular size reduction. So we know this in survey, and it's one of the reasons we don't measure elevation from a long distance, like 100 when you're 200 miles away and error is exponential over distance, and you say there's 30 foot missing, any professional surveyor is going to laugh at you because they know it's due to angular size reduction. There's
Yes, but
nothing
Scott
missing.
watched that. Scott watched Jesse Path of Light's video
Hold on.
on
You know
YouTube
who he's
video.
appealing to? You know who he's appealing to right now? That the person that he got in his back pocket, his big brother Larry, on Gem Panda server, who's a surveyor, and he's appealing to him. So that's who he gets all his information from, by the way. And that guy, I told him, Scott, why don't you tell your big brother Larry to come in here, because you're always saying things that he said this and Larry said that, but Larry doesn't come in here because he's too afraid to have a conversation with people who actually do it and know what they're talking about.
Well, you guys go over there if you want.
That's
He'll be glad to talk to you.
I do go to
Big brother
Gems.
Larry.
I know who Larry is. I go over there, Mickey. I never get challenged to a survey argument there, though.
I went to college for programming. Most of the stuff what he said earlier, they teach you to do your own research and to do it properly and from credible stuff. And the majority of the stuff and knowledge that I gained is actually from my own research from the internet, and this is over 95% of that knowledge that I use to create my own company and make it successful in the field of programming, in the field of tech. So there's stupid idea that it's just the internet, so that must be wrong, or it's just YouTube, so it must be wrong. No.
Nobody's really buying into what he's saying. We all know that you can gain information from an informative source. He's just poisoning the well for obvious reasons, and we all know that you can learn. You can use your critical thinking to throw away what you know doesn't comport to reality, or if it contains a contradiction, and say, "Well, I watched that mechanic video. They're saying put banana in your tailpipe. I'm not going to do that. I'm going to watch this video."
How do you know whether it contradicts reality, though?
Because you can test it out for yourself.
Hold on.
Yeah, once you apply the science.
Experience and application. You can test it. If you don't already have experience in whatever category we're talking about, because that's to say it in just a general blanket term is like ludicrous, man. We're trying to be hyper specific here because this is a intricate, complex conversation.
But you're the one about the thousandth of an inch, not me.
You make general blanket statements and you think they actually prove something.
Yeah, if I wanted to watch a video on how to build a house on a hill, I'm sure that what I'll find is that you then need to dig into the hill down, right, to get that horizontal, or above it to establish a horizontal above it. But I know that I won't be able to have both ends of that building touching the ground on a firm foundation on a curved surface. Just of course. I mean, I could find that that's not going to comport to reality. It's going to contradict reality.
Yeah, we'd have to dig a lot farther down too if it was curved to get it level. Because
the center of the building would be
it'd be tapering off. That would place all buildings below sea level, in my opinion. And your plumbing wouldn't work.
I have no
Watch
idea
him quote
what that's
Newtonian
response
gravity
to.
in 5 seconds.
Well,
it's in response to the ludicrous curve model.
I'm interested to hear the perspective of like, what does he think is literally being measured down to the thousandth of an inch? Like, what is he imagining like is actually being measured? Is it like a steel pole going in the ground? Is it a platform on each corner of the building that he's thinking about? Like, what is he thinking about that is actually being measured when it's placed, as the foundation?
Earlier, you said
me or battle
the
mod.
line that the laser.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering. Who's he?
Scotty.
Scott?
I think he's talking about Scott, yeah.
Yeah, battle mod was saying the concrete when it's laid is flat to within a thousandth of an inch of flatness.
He's not going to answer
No, that's
your
not the way I said it at all.
Yeah,
I said it'll be within a thousandth of an inch level, as based from the reference of a mean sea level, from your known starting position.
Yeah, why do you?
It depends on what you're building and where you're building it. To be honest, so.
Yeah, why don't you stop obfuscating and answer the person's question, please? Why don't you do that? Just answer his question. That'll be easier than you just obfuscating.
I just did. How is that not an answer to his question directly?
You just made a comment about me. You didn't answer his question.
Yep, I misconstrued his comment as well.
Mr. C, I didn't hear the question.
It was more of an attack on my character than an answer to anything.
No. What I was asking is if he's making the claim like, oh yeah, construction workers don't measure things down to a thousandth of an inch. What is he like? Do you think that what is it that you're imagining of the building foundation is actually getting measured? Do you think it's the concrete? Do you think it's the steel that's being steel poles that are getting put in the ground when guys are hanging steel buildings? Like what is it? Do you think that there is
of
actually
the foundation, or is it just the surface? In reference to mean sea level.
Yeah, that's to Scott, Mike. So Scott, what's your answer?
None of those YouTube videos told you anything about it.
So he just said he just said I have no idea.
No, clearly, Battle Mod, when he started this thing, he was talking about flatness.
No,
we can roll back. We get this is live streamed, right? We can go by, and there was no question at all. He was talking about flatness.
No, I was talking about surface level grading and elevation differential.
We'll take that concession,
and I was
Thank you.
awfully specific about that.
Yeah, well, he'll sit on mute just for like a minute, just so that he can marinate on the fact that he just
Yeah, I never once
conceded.
said flat because nobody says, is your foundation flat within a hundredth of a thousandth or a million? They'd ask if it's level and square, true and plumb.
Yeah.
And that
Just
would be
marinate on your concession, Scott.
a surface measurement. So the surface that protrudes from the ground, the surface level of the foundation. So it doesn't matter the thickness as long as consistently it's above the recommended thickness. It can deviate and be a little thicker. It can't be any less thicker, but the surface is what has to be leveled. The bottom can be any fucking topography you want as long as it's a given thickness. It doesn't have to be perfectly square, brick of concrete. The surface that we're going to build on has to be leveled to a grade. And so 1/1,000,000th, 100,000ths would be within a 0.5% of a grade. And we ensure that with laser levels. 0.5%
You
of
don't
grade
tamp it down
means,
first with the rocks and stuff. Make sure it's.
well, there's an entire process to that. And yes, we do shake the ground down. Yes. So you don't want to pour a foundation on disturbed soil or soil that won't support it, because then it'll just sink. But that's up to the engineer that you hired to test the ground and the chemical or the composition of the ground, the soil under, to determine whether or not it'll hold the weight. Because there's an entire process to a foundation for a bridge or a building. We don't just go in and say, okay, level it and build it. We'll have somebody look at the composition of the soil to determine whether or not this 30-ton mega structure is going to sink once we build it.
Yeah, so you got the hole, you dug it out, you put some rocks in there, you tamp it down, you get the thickness. Yeah, it doesn't have to be exact, but it has to be at least.
Maybe for a pole barn, you're going to put all them rocks in there.
But by the way, Mike, thanks for explaining everything. Even though we've probably heard it many times over, but the audience is listening, so it kind of benefits them to like hear somebody that has done this and could actually talk on the specific points that you brought
The
up.
method,
So
the standard, the process. This is where me and the reason I don't argue with Jesse Patholites is he ignores everything we know in survey. He doesn't do it within a standard of process. He takes measurements at any range and he says, I don't have to account for anything else. It's the adiolite can be used at this distance, the manufacturer says, but in survey, we know due to refraction and angular size reduction, it's not very accurate to do it at great distances. So we cut it down to shorter distances. We know if we measure a mountain from a long distance away due to refraction and angular size elevation, when we measure the angle, we're not going to get the exact height of the mountain, you know, but when we get closer to it, we will. So at a distance from 100 miles, you make a measurement to the top of a mountain, you set your angle and you say the mountain is this tall, but you haven't computed for angular size reduction, which we have no formula for that. So we don't have a standard for that. We can't mathematically give you an absolution for it. So we just do it in shorter distances where we know the angular size isn't going to reduce too great of an amount, so we can have the actual elevation of the mountain. He says, but mine, even though it's not done to a professional standard, I'm just measuring an angle. And there's 30 foot missing. And he wonders why I won't argue it. Well, to argue it would mean it's a valid point. But it's not a valid point. It's done to no standard. There's no standard in there. There's no consideration for all the errors you get due to the atmospheric environment, refraction, angular size reduction, any of that. There's no consideration for that in your standards. So I'm not going to give that shit. I'm not going to validate it by arguing it. You couldn't turn it into your state or your county as a survey because it wasn't done to a professional standard. Yeah. And that's where I leave it. Period. I'm a professional, a profession, you know, by profession, civil engineer.
If you were
certification and survey. So listen, I have to do it to a standard, and if it's not done to the standard that I practice, then in my opinion, it's not very accurate. There's a reason for all our standards and processes, and it's the least amount of error in construction.
Hey, what are you guys talking about?
If you were to ask Scott about his evidence for the Earth being a globe, he's going to tell you about reciprocal zenith angles with a theodolite at an unknown distance, because you can do it at any distance. It could be whatever distance you prefer, because a theodolite can shoot with a rangefinder at any distance, because he can see stars, and stars are billions of miles away. So yeah.
Him and Jesse both argue that. That's Jesse's argument.
Yeah, what's wrong with it though?
It doesn't account for angular size reduction of objects here on Earth through
What is
one consistent layer of atmosphere, not looking up into space at a light source contrasted on darkness.
What does angular size have to do with anything when you're focusing on a point? Points have nothing to do with angular size. So.
Well, the point, the actual elevation point of a mountain changes as the size reduces.
How?
Over distance. Angular size reduction, do you deny it?
The point is going to be the point.
Object's angular size reduces over distance. Do you deny this?
An object, yes. The distance from the angular size from the top to the bottom, the angle from the bottom to the angle to the top is going to change as you get further away. Sure. But we don't care about the angle to the bottom.
You go.
We just care about the angle to the top.
Your own question. Right, and
So
he says there's 30. Listen, so the top is going to reduce, the size is going to reduce, the height's going to reduce. I do it from 100 miles away. I know it's going to be smaller than it actually is, but then I say there's 30 foot missing because I'm Jesse Path of Light, so it must be a globe. 30 foot at 300 miles, at 100 miles. Come on, man.
Explain to me how these right triangles that you have in your mind matter how far you're away.
I already did. It's angular size reduction. So the point.
But then you have a longer base, right? And you get a different angle to the top.
The size reduced, so it's not going to reflect the true elevation. You're not looking up as far as you actually should be.
That doesn't agree
because the size has reduced due to your distance.
No, the trig just doesn't work out. You're wrong about the trig.
Trig doesn't work in reality.
Sure it does.
It's not orthographical. Come on, man.
Sure it is.
What do you mean by that?
Straight lines don't work because size reduces. He's saying straight lines will always work because this mountain, the tip of it, that straight line's always going to be the same. That's not true. If you view it from a distance, the angular size of the mountain is going to reduce, so the point to the very peak is going to actually reduce too, due to atmospheric effects.
You know, for someone who believes in observational science, these guys sure do throw observations out the window a lot.
They do. They do. Yeah.
We're not the ones throwing the observations out the window.
This is you just did. That's why we generally get the elevation of a mountain from the base of it, because we're not idiots like you and Jesse, professionals.
Well, we can also do it from 100 miles away. We can do it from 200 miles away. We can do it from 300 miles away. Sure we could.
You can't. No, you can't. That's just a false belief you have, Scott.
But it's not. We could do it.
Listen, your county wouldn't accept it. It's outside their standard. Your city wouldn't accept it. It's outside their standard. Your state wouldn't accept it. It has no standard. And your nation would fucking laugh at it. They would not give you any state, local, or city work. You couldn't even work for the township.
And for the government to reject you, you got to be pretty fucking stupid or honest.
Well, we're assuming that he's correct about the government rejecting it, and he's not. So,
go out and prove him wrong. Did you do it?
Okay, I'll keep it with parameters, within parameters that I can clarify. My state wouldn't accept any elevation of a mountain from 100 miles away because it's outside the standard of practice for civil engineers.
And when has your state ever requested that you measure the size of a mountain?
That's not the point.
It is the point because he's making something up again.
No, that's totally the point. That's ridiculous to say that's not the point because he's saying it from personal experience. He's using a claim of authority from personal experience, but then says he's never done it. That
The
is
point is not actually a mountain. No.
Who
That's
said
not
I
the
never
point
did
because
it?
it's not
So
actually about a mountain.
say we're
Right, but the
measuring
claim to
it.
authority
actually
is about
size.
that, dude. His claim to authority is that he's done it, and then he says he hasn't done it. So it's
It's
a, it's
not
a
the
false
actual
No, I
equivalence.
have
What he's
made
done is
elevational surveys
Exactly.
for my state. Yes, I have. One was the Mackinac Island Bridge, but I didn't do that from 100 miles away because my state wouldn't have fucking accepted it.
Or is it?
They wanted to
is
know
it
whether or not
possible?
it was sinking,
Is
so
it
it's got to
possible
be
that you
done to
can't
a
see the
standard of
bridge from 100 miles
practice.
away? So that's the problem. Is you're talking about a bridge versus a mountain, right? There's two different
Listen, it
objects.
doesn't matter if you can see it or not. The angler size is going to reduce, and that's why it's outside.
Well, yeah, it certainly matters if you can see something to measure the fucking.
That's why it's outside the
elevation
standard of
change. Are you
practice.
fucking kidding me?
You guys, listen. You guys keep throwing angler size reduction at a distance out the window. Fine, but I'm just telling you, no civil engineering firm will ever accept your measurements. Find one that will and prove me wrong.
I'm not even saying you're wrong, because I really don't know in the matter. But I just think that the way that you're talking about it just doesn't sound right. You're not talking in a way.
does it sound right? Fuck logic and fuck reason and fuck actual arguments.
Isn't it
It's
called
just, we gotta go
see,
about
you say
feelings
hold
now?
on.
It
you
doesn't
say
sound
fuck
right?
logic. See to the French guy replying, you say
Listen,
fuck logic, but then
your
you can't
incredulity
have an
doesn't
appeal.
prove
You can't
anything.
have an appeal to authority and then not have
You're
experience with
appealing
the
to
concept.
emotion. Listen, you're
Yeah.
appealing to emotion. That's incredulity. You're like, I feel like. Who gives a
No,
fuck?
I actually clarified that
Who
I'm not too
cares how
educated
you
on the
feel?
subject, but I do think that the way that
But
you're
then don't
talking about
engage
it
in it if
doesn't.
you're
Your
not educated.
incredulity
No,
proves
that's ridiculous.
nothing.
We're in a Discord talking about things that we may or may not be certain about.
You
So to say
appeal to
if you're
your
not
feelings.
an expert, don't get involved.
Let me
is
appeal to
ridiculous.
how
That's the
I
whole
feel.
point. That's the whole
I
point
feel
of
like if
discussion.
you have no experience in
Then
this,
why are you
maybe you
talking?
shouldn't. Yeah, maybe you
But
shouldn't
he's
talk.
Well,
telling,
I do have,
done it.
but the problem is, I do have an understanding of trigonometry, and I'm trying to understand the concept he's talking about. So I'm trying to learn about what he's talking about. And you guys are saying, well,
He wants to keep it
if you're
raw
ignorant
math.
toward it, you should never talk. I don't have a problem with.
Listen,
Listen, I don't have a problem with not being math.
listen, I can
I'm
explain.
telling you that I get that. I just want to say this, and y'all keep interrupting me. You used a comparison of the bridge and the mountain, and that's the part I have a problem with. You can't see the bridge from 100 miles away because it's in an urban environment blocked by other objects. You can see the
No, it's
mountain from
not in
100
an
miles
urban
away.
environment. Have you ever been to the Mackinac Island Bridge?
I don't know
Mackinac
that bridge. I
Bridge?
don't know that bridge specifically, but my
It's
point.
over two Great Lakes. Listen, it's over two
Okay, it's
Great
over the Great
Lakes.
Lake. That's fine.
It
But
connects
my point.
two peninsulas, and it's not in an urban setting.
Okay, that's fine. I'm wrong about that specific, but my point is, can you even see that bridge from 100 miles away? Y'all are referencing a mountain that you can apparently, or whatever.
Yeah,
but my
you
point
can
is, can you
see
see that bridge from 100 miles away? Is that
from
even
certain
irrelevant?
positions, yes.
Okay, well, that was my whole
Up to
fucking point.
60,
We just went 5 minutes around the bush when
If
you
you're
could have
on
said
the
that
lake,
for 10
listen,
seconds.
Lake Michigan goes, it's 350 miles down the west side of my state, and you can see it from halfway up the lake, which is about 175 miles. You can already see the Mackinac Island
Okay,
Bridge.
well, that's
So, yeah.
the part I was talking about when I said it didn't feel right. Is I wanted to inquire about that. You know what I'm saying?
And don't talk about that about feelings.
See, this guy's so ignorant. This guy's so ignorant.
Stop
This
interrupting
French
me.
guy,
I'm talking
nah,
here.
dude, you're
Stop
just
interrupting
ignorant.
me like a
No,
like a
you
female.
interrupted us like 8
Stop
times.
interrupting me.
You can't
Stop
do that after
interrupting. I'm
interrupting us
talking
8
here.
times.
Stop
Bro. You
interrupting
interrupted
me.
us a
I'm
bunch.
answering
You're
you.
interrupting
Stop
everybody else right
interrupting.
now. You're interrupting
Stop
the insult.
interrupting me. I started talking way
You
before you did.
you interrupted
Stop
him
acting
to
like a
insult.
female.
No,
Stop
dude, you
acting like a
interrupted him to
female.
insult. You're the one doing
Stop
the female
acting
shit.
like a
You
female.
interrupted him. Thank you very
You're
much. Me
talking
and
about
him
feelings.
were
You keep
talking.
interrupting people.
Me
You're
and him were
interjecting
talking,
into a
and you
point
interrupted
that
him
you
yet
don't know what
again,
you're
dude.
talking
It's
about.
gross.
The whole point is
You need
not
to
the
quit
difference
interrupting
about a
people,
mountain
man.
and a
You need to
bridge.
quit interrupting people.
You interrupted me. I started speaking before you. Do you
You
not
know,
understand this concept?
You interrupted
Are you
him
mentally
to
challenged?
insult me. You are
Do you
interrupting
understand the
people to
concept of who
insult
starts
people, dude. You're
speaking
talking
first?
about being feminine in
Do you
nature. You're
understand the concept
interrupting
of who
people to
speaks
insult
first?
people.
Do you understand the concept of? Thank you.
Oh my gosh, shut up, old
All right,
man.
we're going to reset. We're going to let
We're
the
gonna
Frenchman go,
give me this
and then
one.
we're
A
going to let
couple
the
of
other
minutes.
guy go. You got a couple
Give me a
minutes, and
minute.
then I'll unmute the other guy. Please wait your turn, other guy.
Oh, he left. Of course.
Of course he's gonna
He
leave.
got
He's gonna
scared.
listen to you.
Bro, he came in, interjected
Bro, he
into a
came
whole
in,
different topic, changed the
like a
point,
different
and made it
topic.
about a mountain versus
Learn
a
some
bridge,
English.
even though the point is not a mountain versus a bridge.
Dude, this dude speaks perfect English. You're an asshole. You know that?
What did he say about my English?
What
He told you to learn English. Bro, you're English.
That's
You're
awesome.
fluent. You're fluent
Bro,
in
I
English.
speak 4 languages. English is my 4th language. Come at me with 4 languages if you want. Then we can talk.
Then we can talk.
How do you say
I wasn't
imbecile
gonna
in
talk to you
French, bro?
anyway, bro.
It's not French, it's German accent.
Yeah, I
Oh,
can
I
tell the guy's
apologize.
German. Wie geht's es Ihnen, mein Freund?
I was gonna say, are you all sure he's French? Because I
That's
mean,
a.
really?
I'm Französisch.
Do we have to invade France again so you guys can stop calling us French?
You might have to. Don't
Do
they
they
got like
have
that
to
bankster?
occupy Berlin again?
They got that bankster. What's his name? Macron. You might have to, bro.
Yeah, man. We got the
I
same
mean,
type of people in our government.
the French people are already invaded. You know, if they're invaded by a Rockefeller bankster prime minister, you might have to.
Here we go. Here
Step
we
in.
go.
We got the same insanity, the same socialism, the same central banking system, the same everything.
Haben Sie des Nationalsozialismus?
Was habe ich denn damit?
Haben Sie das Nationalsozialismus? One more time, I forgot my German.
Deine Frage macht keinen Sinn. Say in English what you want to say.
Do you have a national flavor of socialism these days?
Are you asking if I'm a Nazi?
No. You said they have socialism. What kind of flavor do they have right now?
Oh, there's different types of socialism. We have parties completely communist ideas, and we have parties who are half communist, half socialist, but they say they're not communist or they're not socialist, and they have full-on socialist parties. And we have parties that claim to be Christian, but they actually have zero Christian values, and most of their values is also socialist. So we've got a bunch of stupid stuff.
Yeah, in America, we call them Republican in name only, rhinos.
Yeah.
So, in my opinion, I haven't seen any Republicans who are truly conservative because all the Republicans vote yes for giving money to Israel. So, a true conservative would be fiscally conservative. You might want to look that up if you don't know what that means.
Of course. Trust me, I know. I've been
I
involved
wasn't
in
talking
researching
about you,
like a
bro.
lot of.
Yeah, you
Okay.
sound educated. I was talking to the Globers.
No, I agree with you. It's definitely there's a lot of rhinos and there's a lot of pretending, I guess, what true conservatism is supposed to be is different from what they display.
But, you know, why fight the communist or the, what are they called? Marx? No, not Marx. The fascist, when you could just, you know, disagree with authoritarians and fight them. So that's what I am. I'm anti-authoritarian. Because remember, Stalin was literally a one-armed man in the sense that he couldn't use his right arm. So he couldn't round up anybody. It was the authoritarian yes men that actually did the harm. So in our case, it would be the cops. Right?
Yeah.
Because, you know, those, you know, dirty diaper daddies in Congress, they wouldn't be able to enforce any of the stupid opinions they have that they write down and it gets passed as quote unquote law these days, which is actually statute, which is actually maritime law. And the Bible tells us to follow the law of the land, not the law of the sea. But I digress. None of that would be possible if the cops actually understood the oath that they swore to the Constitution, the Bill of Rights, and didn't arrest anybody unless they created a victim.
That's true.
So if lawyers are dishonest and every time they open their mouth they're lying, and that's why we don't like politicians, because every time they open their mouth they're lying, and the cops are actually the ones enforcing the rules and opinions, and the rogue ones are backing this up and don't allow recordings in their courtroom or you go to jail because they don't want their deeds being recorded on the record. Well, I guess that would all be authoritarianism, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I don't have to pick a side, communist, socialist, or capitalist. I just want the free market. And if that's what you call capitalism, the free market, then I guess that's
Yeah,
what I'm
it
all
is.
about.
Yeah.
The free market.
And just like with flat Earth, we see it in reality, and we see its effect in reality. That is the best system we have developed over thousands of years in order to make a society thrive, produce more products, raise the living standards of people. And of course, it's not perfect and it has problem. And what we have now in Western countries is not really good capitalism. We need to like go back to the free market capitalism pure. But at the end of the day, when we had that, or we had much closer form of capitalism to that a couple of decades ago, Western nations were thriving. America. This is literally how America became the number one industrial leader of the world, basically, which now is becoming China. And China is communist in name, or at least in application in terms of socially, but economically, all the good things about the capitalist and free market they're using to increase their production, their economy, their living standards, and their overall strength in terms of comparing it to other countries. Economical strength.
Yeah, it sounds like you've done your research on economics and governments and how they're supposed to work. In America, I'm sure you know that the only way that we can have a legitimate government is the consent of the governed, right? Because the way that it works, if it's a democracy, if 51% of the people, let's say, want to do something terrible, then it's basically mob rule. That's how democracy works. Well, we're not a democracy, we're a republic. When a republic is established, each individual person has the right. The right to what? Well, there's lots of rights, and we can't even write them all down. And that's why we have the Ninth Amendment in the Bill of Rights, because we can't enumerate them all. So we have these rights, and the way it's supposed to work is the cop swears an oath, not just to get the job, but he's swearing an oath to protect the Constitution, which means the rights of the people. So the first thing the cop is supposed to do is protect the rights of the people over everything else. So if there's no victim, well, then he's just doing a Ponzi scheme for the government. It's basically slavery. Because when they arrest you, according to the 13th Amendment, there's no involuntary slavery or servitude. But there's an exemption to that. The exception to that rule, unless you've been duly convicted by a jury of your peers. And that's why the Rockefellers had to take over the educational system. And when they did that, they basically unified it all. And they've tricked us into thinking that the state has all the authority. Whereas if you read our founding documents, like the Declaration of Independence, the authority actually comes from us. So if we revoke that authority, the authority of our own government becomes illegitimate. And I would say in many ways, right now it has. We have an illegitimate government.
Yeah, and as far as I understood, this is literally why the Second Amendment was put into place, so that when the government becomes illegitimate and when it becomes tyrannical, you can change that.
That
Well,
is
the pen is
exactly
not using
wrong.
the sword. Scott, will you quote the Declaration of Independence?
Can I quote the Declaration of Independence? No.
Okay. You said that it's wrong, so I'm thinking you've never read it.
He said the Second Amendment, which is part of the Constitution, which is not part of the Declaration of Independence. The Declaration of Independence has no place in our government.
Really?
Yes, really.
I'm talking about the right to bear arms. Did I name the
Yeah,
number
but that's 13
incorrectly?
years later.
Yeah. The Second
The
Amendment has the
Constitution
right to it's to maintain a well-regulated militia. Therefore, the right to bear arms will not be infringed. Something along those lines. And no government, no government is going to put into their constitution a way to tear down themselves. That's stupid.
What do you think it means to maintain a free state? Because these people, our founding fathers, they weren't worried about the people overthrowing their government because that's what they just did. They were worried about the government overthrowing the people because that's what they just went through. So these cases that are just coming across the Supreme Court, like Bruin, says that we have to go by the words and the meaning and the spirit of the time when they were written. So these people weren't worried about controlling you. They were worried about controlling the government. So if the right to bear arms is necessary for a free state, what do you think that means? Are we going to get, enslaved by outside force? Not likely. We're all pretty well armed. Is it likely we could be enslaved by an inside force? Very likely.
He's not American. We should wonder why he argues whether or not we should have guns. Are you planning on invading us, Scott?
Who's
I
not
worry
American?
that we may be in violation of
What
the
does
rules
my
of this
freedom have
VC.
to do with you? Or how does it affect you where you live?
In California?
Yeah.
Well, California's not part of America anymore?
I don't know. I'm just
damn.
asking, man.
There's
Would you
your
rather
answer, folks.
listen?
Sorry, I
There's
don't-
more
Tommy
gangs.
Corner.
There's more gangs going through Pelican Bay than we have in Detroit. So, would you rather have the right to bear arms there, or you just want everybody stripped of the right to have a gun? Just because you let a
Except for the
bunch of
cops and the
fucking
criminals.
foreigners in your state,
Can I choose
the
neither of the
rest of
above?
us could suffer.
Can I choose neither of the above?
Well, how does gun control apply to immigration? So we got immigrants and illegals coming over here, and they're toting guns in gangs, and now that should affect Americans and their civil liberties.
What are the hell are you talking about?
California's full
California.
of illegal immigrants. We're talking about California, man.
We're fine. Don't worry about us. We'll
You
be
guys
okay.
need to get your immigration problem under control
Says-
before you worry about gun
We're
rights.
fine. That shit is crazy. What part of California are you in? Are you on the Central Coast? 'Cause that's
listen,
the only
they
answer I believe.
They used to pump their shit right out into the
Bay Area,
too.
and
You
you're
know
you're
that?
fine.
Hold on. He said it's fine. He
You
lives
still
in
get
San
them floating
Francisco Bay
turds coming
Area.
in from the bay.
They got an app. They got an app so you don't step in human shit, and that app is covered with human shit spots all over that area. So he's literally got to watch his step. Like I only have to worry about stepping in dog shit, right? I don't have to worry about
No, we
stepping in
don't.
human waste.
You go.
Is it possible you've been lied to?
Everywhere, immigrants,
No, you can
homosexuals.
download the app,
I've been
bro.
to California.
I know. The app is not accurate. There's not human shit all over the place.
How did you
I walk
determine
around
the app
San
is not
Francisco.
accurate?
Oh, it's just here and there, huh?
Because I've been to San Francisco.
Wait.
Let's just say that the app isn't. Wait, let's run with
everywhere.
Let's
It's
run
not
with that the app isn't accurate. If the app is not accurate, why does it exist?
So not everywhere could
Because
just
there
mean
are some
there's a
people
small
who are
area
trying to
where
scare
there's
you.
no shit.
Scare us? What do you mean us? We don't live
But
in
then
California.
nobody would use
Yes, I
the
know.
app then. If it was not accurate.
Those of us in California know it's an inaccurate thing. We know firsthand that there's not shit everywhere. We know that.
That
app is not designed for us. That app is not designed for us.
You guys
It's
used to
designed for
pump
you
it
guys.
right out into the bay, man. You had to redo all your sewage systems because you were
No.
pumping shit into the bay.
You guys are the market for
make
that
me
app,
get
not
articles.
Californians.
Citation.
And especially not San Franciscans. San Francisco.
Now you know the insights of the app as well. Are you a developer of the app?
Well, I would think that all the San Francisco natives or residents would realize they're walking. The residents would know they're walking around their own city, and not. No, I think they are Ohlone with the natives.
So you're speaking for all Californians now. You know what all of them do and how.
No, they were talking about a Bay Area. They were talking about a Bay Area map that showed shit in San Francisco.
So you're saying there is no shit in the Bay Area. The app is just making stuff
Are we really arguing
Yes,
shit?
that's what I'm
just
saying.
messing around. And this guy is doing it
that's
again.
what I'm saying.
Okay.
Yes.
I can't deny that. I don't live in California. If somebody else
I
in
know.
California can confirm or deny,
Because if you did, you know immediately how ridiculous that app is.
No, you know why? Because I'm actually intellectually honest. If I don't have proof or evidence, or if I don't know about a certain topic, I just say I don't. Unlike you, who just keeps arguing with professionals without having any sort of experience or knowledge in that field.
Well, I was in San Francisco last weekend. There was no shit. So
You've been to one place there was no shit?
No,
Did you survey all the streets?
You can go all over the
Are
city.
you telling me
Yes,
you
there's no
guys
shit.
you guys don't pump shit into the rivers and streams in the deep ocean? Is that what you're telling me?
Not without processing it first.
Did you go to a rich
Listen,
we don't pump into the rivers and streams. We don't have rivers and streams. We have some streams in San Jose,
Here, I'll
but
just give
San
you the
Francisco
link.
doesn't have many streams.
Not many, and it doesn't mean you don't pump it down those pathways to the ocean.
No, San Francisco streams these days are the streets.
Well, they actually okayed the sewage to be pumped in the streams, the rivers, and the deep ocean. I can get multiple.
You say so.
I can get multiple articles on this, Scott. You break out articles written by magazines all the time as if they're proof of something. So why can't I do it?
You can.
You know California's free when they're going to get rid of all the gasoline-powered manufactured cars by like 2030 or 2050. That's how you know they're free.
California.
Yeah, you're
thinks
free
they're
to
gonna
hike your fat
turn
ass
the
out
nation.
of California.
They
After, like,
think they're
12
going to
Big Macs
turn
a
the
day.
nation, but they're not.
What's that?
Most
We think
people
what?
say if California wants it to happen, then it most definitely shouldn't happen. That's what most normal people think.
Why would
I
that
can't
be? What would be an example of one of those things that California would want to happen that shouldn't happen?
Gay San Francisco.
What about
It's
it?
really.
Remember when the Chinese
We don't
Prime
want
Minister
that
went to
to
San Francisco?
permeate throughout the entirety.
Whoever
of the
just said that about the communist CCP
United
going there, I was
States.
just thinking that shit.
Yeah, they cleaned it
All their-
all up for the communist dictator, but they can't clean it up for their own precious citizens.
Yeah, facts.
What did they clean up? You mean the shit that's not there in the first place?
No, he's pretending he doesn't know.
The shit
Yeah,
that
you
you
don't
never
know.
actually witnessed nor surveyed. You just went to one place
Let's
and
just
you looked
Google
at it
that.
and had no shit.
Oh, nice. He
No,
said
I've been all over
He
the
said
city.
you didn't survey the poop because you have no experience in survey.
Exactly.
Is there
Thank you.
poop in the streets?
It's funny that you guys need. It's so funny how you guys need this to be true to
I
boost your
don't. I
own
think it's
ego
funny
or
because it
something.
pisses you off.
No, it doesn't actually though. So
Look, I
It
don't make
does. You're
claims
like,
about my
It doesn't.
city, about the entire
holy
city, if
shit.
I've never actually been there. Like if I've been
I'm
one
just doing my
neighborhood.
part. I'm just doing my part to keep this room from devolving into a circle jerk where
Why
you
are
guys
people
tell each
leaving
other how great
California
you are.
like there's a
What the
plague?
fuck are
There's an
you
actual
talking
plague
about,
there.
Scott?
Why are people leaving California and New York like crazy?
I spell
Why are they moving into, Florida and Texas? Why are they doing that?
It's because the app scared them. The
I
poop
don't
app
know.
scared
You
them
have to
all
ask
away.
them. If they
Because
left, I can't talk
they
to
got
them,
good
can I?
internet.
Well, who wants to ride a trolley train with poop all over it?
All I know is the people who stayed, and we stay because of the great weather and the
Oh
wonderful
man, they
job
got pictures of
opportunities.
people out with power washers cleaning the poop up and shit. I seen evidence of the poop. I don't know. My Google search. Should I try Bing? Maybe Google's too.
DuckDuckGo.
Wait,
Use
wait, wait!
DuckDuckGo.
Wait, they cleaned it up.
Well, they're showing pictures.
Cool.
My
That means
search
it's not
is
there anymore. That means it's not there anymore, right?
yeah.
Oh, and the mechanism by which the poop was there in the first
In
place,
that spot.
that's the same fucking
Right.
there. It's still
Listen,
there.
whatever shitted there shits every day of its life. It'll be back. So I just searched, is there poop in the streets of California? And I got the cleanup crew and a big pile of shit. Here's a plastic bag just full of shit. I'm thinking, damn, you guys got a homeless problem. There's even a picture of a
We
girl in
do
a
have a
pink
homeless
sweatsuit.
problem.
There's even a picture of a fat girl in a pink sweatsuit that's shitting right on the sidewalk.
Yeah,
Somebody
we
just took
do
a
have
picture of her
a homeless
shitting.
problem. No one will deny that.
You
That's
shit on the sidewalk
we
in
have-
Michigan, man. Somebody will stop and beat your ass, dude.
Well, good
Listen
for you
to this.
guys.
This app
If you
says
have a
Snapchat
homeless
kidding.
problem as a byproduct, that means you have a human fecal problem on the sidewalk. Where are those people going
Take a whiff.
to excrement? Yeah, exactly.
Take a
Well,
whiff. You smell.
they put
It's
porta
shit.
potties around.
And you think and you believe that those are being used by the said homeless people?
Porta potties smell like shit
Sometimes,
too, though.
yeah.
You know,
Sometimes, yeah.
it's
Okay,
got to be
that's
worse than
that's
a
credible.
dairy farm.
But the homeless
I live
people
on a
aren't
dairy
everywhere,
farm.
right?
I'm
They're nowhere
supposed to
near.
smell shit. I got vibes.
If the homeless people aren't everywhere, then how do you know that you have a homeless problem
Because we see them when we go to the places where they
in
are.
a city as big as San Francisco?
Do you see their
Because
poop?
we know where they are.
Man, they got
Exactly,
a poop
which is
map. They
and
got
those
a
areas
San
and those areas are
Francisco
often
poop map.
those areas are often called what?
Listen, dude, this is one thing I'm proud to say my state doesn't have. We don't have a poop map. We do have, road atlases that show you the fucking every rest stop on the highway, but we don't have a poop map, man. You guys got a San Fran poop map. Is this the app you're talking about?
You just have to watch out for the potholes that'll swallow your damn car.
Well, you're right about that, Scott. That's why we drive them big dick 4-wheel drives with the lift kits and shit. You know what I'm saying? So we just go through that shit. We're Michiganders. It's just
That big dick 4-wheel drive. Nice.
Oh, I'm not even bullshitting, dog. I got 35
Yeah, I know.
in my truck. I'm gonna
I have a big dick 4-wheel drive too. Don't worry.
I get high and say, let's see if we can cost the insurance company some money or the state. And I do state roadways and highways. And I will jump at the chance to get my truck fixed. The brakes are squealing, honey. Quick, hit that pothole.
I just want you guys to imagine what would happen in Texas if you shit in public. The cops will be all over your ass before
That'd
you
be
even
a
got a chance
Fifth
to
Ward
run.
ass whooping. Isn't that Fifth Ward in Texas?
I
Fucking
don't know.
ghetto boys and shit.
Yeah, we consider ourselves a little humane. We just clean it up.
You just clean it up, man.
He
If
said
you
a
were
little.
humane,
No. Keyword a little humane.
you could turn that shit into bricks and build them a brick shit
No,
house.
not a little more humane. Just a little humane. Because y'all don't got humanity over there.
Well, if you can come up with a solution to our homeless problem, we're all ears, man.
Give them some fucking
Capitalism.
homes, man. You guys you got the most valuable properties in the United States, but there's shit right outside the gate. That's fucked up.
Yeah, you got a huge problem with not letting the free market just take control, and people will weed out the bad people who are doing bad business.
But the free market has taken control. That's the problem.
What? You're telling me there's
my
not
God, of course
bureaucratic
it is
red tape in
socialist.
California?
No.
Is there a state tax in California?
No, but that's not what's restricting building. It's the not in my backyard people who are restricting building because they already own their properties, and that's the free market. And they think they get to control their cities because they live there and they own the property in those cities, and therefore they restrict building.
You don't own
You're
not a true Californian?
That's the free
You
market.
don't own your own house, man?
I do. Yes, I do.
Okay, so yeah, I heard a guy once say
Yeah, but when
my buddy moved
Go
to
ahead.
California, and he said he wasn't a true Californian until he owned land there. And I would agree in Michigan, same way. I don't care if you were born here. If you're renting a house, you're not a true Michigander. You're not a true statesman. You don't own land here. You don't live here. You just rent and hang out.
Private property gives you the most rights anywhere. You have the most rights inside of your own private property. In fact, if the government comes over without a warrant, you can trespass them.
I'm warranted without pass. That's right. That's trespass.
And who's going to enforce that?
I would, as a citizen, it's my right to defend myself against unlawful procedures done by my state or county.
And how does that tend to work out?
Constitution.
How does that tend to work out for
I've
people?
thrown county sheriffs, DNRs, state troopers off my land. It works out just fine for me, Scott. If you don't have a warrant and the motherfucker you're fucking with,
doesn't work out so well for them.
They're not stupid.
Scott, you gotta stop with these gotcha questions, man. You're making yourself look ridiculous.
They don't go to a $5 million property without warrant and without legality or legal process and say they have a legal right to be on your property because they know you probably have 5 Jew lawyers. They don't want to get sued. Okay. So you keep saying, how does that work out for you? But the truth is they don't do that shit to people who have money and land because they know we can afford a fucking legal defense in a prosecution or a civil suit.
Good.
They might do that to you renters. You rent, man, they invade your property. What right do you have to say that they invaded your property? Well, your landlord can give your drug agencies for that town the okay to go into your property, even though you're paying him rent for it.
Not in California, they can't. No, not in California. You can't do that.
They can't just go to the landowner and say, "Hey, you own the land, give us permission to go there." In Michigan, you can. You can if you're a rental. Because most rental agencies have that in their contract here that drug activity is automatic eviction.
So, Scott, do you think Californians should be able to come up with their own laws and write their own laws and enforce their own laws?
As opposed to who?
The
Any
who?
other
Other
state.
states.
Any
The
other
who?
state.
The WHO?
Yeah.
Yes, we don't listen to WHO.
Okay, so you're a nationalist. Just check.
No, nobody listens to
Well, he's
WHO.
not.
They
He
just
doesn't
offer
own land.
guidelines.
He can't be a nationalist. He doesn't own land. He
I
can't
just
be a
told you I
state
did. I just told you
nationalist.
I did.
It's fully
Wow.
paid
You own
for.
private property? How dare you? You're controlling your
No
city by owning
mortgage.
private property? Wow, that's evil of you, man.
Yeah, you should sell it and give it to the
Listen,
poor.
don't say that because you can
Let
get
some
lost
immigrants
out
in
here.
there.
You can fuck around and get lost on these 300 acres. Don't say that. Private property is still
Funny
that
how you
private.
guys have to make up
Why don't
positions
you
I
get some
don't hold.
illegal immigrants onto your private property, since private
When I
property
mean
is the root of
lost,
all
I mean
problems?
no evidence for nobody to find, Scott. So you should think about that.
Grind the teeth, burning hair.
No body, no crime. We got big channel cats here in Michigan. You know that? Big 100-pounders you can get, man.
They'll eat it up.
Yeah, you can throw a deer carcass in a river and that bitch will be gone quick. That day, gone. Depending on what river, but yeah. We got pike and channel cats and muskie. Fucking muskie, man, 3 muskie can eat a 100-pound fawn in a day by themselves. Just 3 muskies.
See, I'm with you on private property or real property or real estate.
Real property. That's
yeah,
real definition there. Yeah.
yeah. And obviously, your goal should be get the Lodo title. That way, you don't have to do that bad thing that the communists like so much.
Registration.
Yeah, why would any of our ancestors register their property as a tenant? Oh my God.
I
How
know.
did they fall for that one?
Like, no, this is my fucking property. I don't need to register it with nobody other than the barrel of my 12-gauge shotgun. That's what I would have done. Oh, what's this? I know what geodetic surveying is, but a professional licensed surveyor, GF6, can do it in either side if he wants, because he's already went to school for both. He knows both datums, both the process of both. One is you actually do field measurements. The other one is you just take those field measurements that are done in planar, and you correct them and wrap them around a polar coordinate system. So that's not too hard for a planar surveyor. But when you're licensed to do professional survey, the prefix doesn't matter, whether it's planar or geodetic. You're licensed in survey. Geodetics and planar both are survey. So your ignorance is the problem here. They don't get separate licensing, a geodetic surveyor and a planar surveyor. Maybe if you're a civil servant with just a survey certificate. I have a license. I'm a licensed professional. I'm not a certified groundman.
My grandfather dropped out of school in like the 2nd or 3rd grade, I think, and he surveyed a lot of the lakes around here. Because we have man-made lakes.
He was probably a globe earther, wasn't he?
Definitely. He was.
Yep. 2nd grade education, globe earther. Typical.
Well, he knew how to take things apart and put them back together.
Look, you're all flat earthers wearing a globe outfit when you're born, man. That's what's the world project. You accepted the world that was presented to you.
No, I take the opposite, but I was just joking about his grandfather. Just to make a joke about the
My
globe.
grandpa was a globie. He was in World War II too. You know, he
Yeah.
probably
My
figured
grandfather captured.
we're gonna fly
one of the
halfway
2
around
ships.
the globe and bomb the Charlie.
He used to show us this picture every day. I didn't see him every day, but every time you go see him, where he's holding these little Japanese guys up like they're fish. Like, look what he caught with him and his sub that caught him.
I got a collection of German stuff that
he was so proud of that. I think it was one. He told the story.
Bounty of War.
I take it for what he said, but apparently there's only 2 captured subs. He got one of them.
There's they would take all their stuff, when they did them German soldiers, and my grandpa had a lot of it too. But
This
it's
is
legal.
Japanese,
You
but
know,
yeah.
it's legal in warfare. You know, it's a war. You can take all their weapons, souvenirs of war. You can take all that stuff, all
Yeah,
their equipment, because it helps further your position in the war.
yeah, just picture he's this tall white guy holding up this tiny little Japanese guy, smiling like with a cigar, like, pointing like, look at our fish we got, like holding by the back of his jacket.
I had a Third Reich knife. I still got it. I was thinking about melting it down for a long time, but then I thought it was a historical object. Whether or not I, align with the views that are attributed to the symbolism or not, it's still a historical artifact.
And it's worth a lot of money, probably. I got a Nazi penny that's worth like $4,000, something
Yeah,
2,500.
I collect old military knives. I go to knife and gun shows all the time just to get memorabilia, military memorabilia, knives, guns, sidearms, rifles. I really love the M1 carbine.
That's a timeless gun.
It
I gotta
is.
say, like it doesn't matter what you got one of those. Like
It's good
worth
for
keeping.
gopher, elk, deer, moose. Yeah. Long range, short range, urban. It's all good.
It's kind of like
all right, guys. I'm gonna head out. Don't let Scott derail the conversation too much. Be back another time.
Well, the people that are talking right now, we like Scott. There are people that don't like him and unjustly mute him. I will be fair for Scott. I like Scott. Just because we disagree doesn't mean I can't like a person.
No, you can like him, but he does. I've seen it now. This is the first time I listened to him in VC. I'm definitely one of the people who likes to derail things so much into the left side, so that people who are actually want to learn about the subject, they don't have time and they don't have energy anymore to actually listen to a productive intellectual conversation about the topic.
He's an emotional vampire. I'll agree with that. Yeah, he can wear you down with his semantics. So that's his tactic. Wear him down with semantics. Never concede a point one. Always redirect.
Yeah, he kind of looks like a skinny version. Of that. You seen that show, the vampire show?
But hey, he gets a lot of people emotionally distraught, and I come for the rage quit. So I like him. I'm a troll.
Have a good one, guys.
Listen, I realized I started 10 years ago. I realized about 6 years ago we weren't getting a serious conversation. That's all there is to it. So why not fucking troll? They do it. I'm in it for the long troll. I'm still trolling you motherfuckers. They still hate me. They say I mute them and ban them everywhere, but I don't even moderate nowhere, man. I'm like, yeah, okay.
What they've done is they've resorted to this thing called seal lining, right? It's where they just make bad faith arguments pretending to be good faith interlocutors, and they ask bad faith questions and avoiding the comprehension of it, meanwhile accusing you of not understanding. And if you look up seal lining, that's exactly what they're doing. Last night, about 3 to 5 o'clock in the morning, I think, they were arguing that the Earth's not flat because of mountains. I was like, okay, well, if the Earth is a globe, then it's not a sphere because of mountains. Like, do you see how stupid that sounds? And they're like, oh, I didn't bring up the sphere. Yeah, I know, I did. That's not what I'm saying. I know, that's why it came out of my mouth. That's why I'm saying it.
Yeah,
it's
but
like
because there's mountains, that's how because there's topography, because there's mountains, we know that the Earth is not flat, right? And that's how we know that level is horizontal, because we measure it in the vertical from that level.
Because of the Grand Canyon, bro, it can't be an oblate sphere. It'd have a dent in it. Big dent, yo. Big dent in the sphere.
No, that's not the argument. The argument is that the axioms that we employ and the things that we know to be true and can prove to be true, which would be geometry, make it impossible for the Earth to be a globe because it's not flat.
Are you really making that argument right now?
That's the only argument that you should make.
I like how they invoke refraction for everything, but for the purpose of their measurements at 100 miles, They totally ignore refraction and angular size reduction as if they don't exist.
Right.
Yeah, like
They
we can
say-
get a
they
we can get a
say-
video of like mountain ranges or
What
something
they'll
like
try
on
to
a
get you to
plane,
see-
and then zoom in and out, and you'll see the curvature of the Earth, but you won't see the bottom of the mountains while the Earth doesn't seem to change in elevation at all. But
They try to get
rises,
you
if
to
anything.
accept their axiom that they can measure a straight line and they can measure an angle, which is true. You can do that. But you can't apply that to reality and say that line is going to be straight and true and the angle is going to perfectly represent the size and height of an object in the atmosphere as you're viewing 100 miles through the thickest portion of the atmosphere.
Then they were saying, they were saying the topographical plane is an oxymoron, right? And I was like, yeah, if you take it like literally, like a autist, right? But if you understand grammatical qualifier, you understand what that means. And then I explained that to them. And everything that we explained to them in like plain English, they were just like, I don't get it. I don't understand. So you don't understand.
Yeah, well, I mean, like to the guy earlier saying that. Well, I don't know if I agree with it, but we say that sea level is the plane. But yeah, I mean, if you were to get it onto the Earth somewhere, it's what you say. Well, it's a topographical plane, and where does the plane begin? Arbitrary point. Yeah.
Topography is just an elevation differential.
Yeah,
It's a
above
change
a
in
datum.
elevation. That's it. No, I'm
Yeah,
not
but there's no elevation change.
I'm
on
not
a
referring to
sphere,
the
apparently.
datum. We can describe that in either model. Elevation isn't exclusive to either model.
Yes, it
People
is.
need to understand that you can convert from Cartesian to polar with simple equations. So nothing is exclusive to either model. I can place it
Yeah,
in the
but
model.
polar isn't polar within a plane?
I can convert it and then place it in the other model. And they're not models, they're coordinate systems. When we're talking
But
about
isn't a polar
planar,
coordinate system within a plane?
a spherical plane, yes.
A what? What?
Polar. If it's
A
got
spherical
poles,
plane?
yeah, a polar
circle?
datum or the coordinate system is a spherical data. Yeah. Polar coordinate system is your North American datum. It's somewhat an oblate sphere where the radius at the equator or radius is larger at the equator than it is at the poles.
Yeah. Can we draw a circle on a sphere?
Yeah, that's
on the surface of it.
That really doesn't have anything to do with my point.
You can't have.
But it's going to be a curved
They're not
circle.
apples to apples. Elevation change on
Listen,
both models.
I can draw a circle on a sphere, but it's going to have varying elevations, and yeah, I can transform it. I can place your circle in a planar. I can put it at a given elevation, and I can transform that to placement in the globe. If I want equal elevation, if I want equal elevation, it's no longer going to be a flat circle. It's going to be a curved
Not going to be a circle. Not going to be a circle.
Well, yeah, that's just semantics. So
no, it's just definitions of circles. You can't have a. I mean, I asked you, like, can you place a circle on a sphere with the circle being smaller than the sphere itself, right? And the answer would be pretty obviously no, because then it wouldn't be a circle, which would have a radius, which is a straight line. And it can't have all the parts that make up a circle. You can't have a circle on a sphere.
Well, the radius is a circle, bro. So, yeah, you can.
Right. No, you can't. Yeah, Then the radius would be curved as well.
Outer and inner dimensions of a sphere.
The radius is a straight line. If you put it
the
and
inner
drag it
dimension
along in a
is
circle,
on the sphere.
You can't have a circle in a sphere. It wouldn't be a circle. The radius would be curved. The diameter would be curved. Those are straight lines. That's what defines the circle. You can't have the same elevation
I don't know what
change
argument you're arguing
on a
that
globe.
for. Is that celestial navigation or something?
No, it's just drawing a circle on a sphere. When you said that we can have
and that defeats
elevation.
me being able to place your circle in a spherical coordinate system at given elevations. That's what you're saying, but it's just not true. It's mathematically possible.
No, so I mean you can have a circle be parallel to the original circle, but then
it's not going to be a perfectly flat circle.
And it's not going to be a circle. A circle is a shape that lies within a plane.
I know that's just semantical bullshit that doesn't address what I said. We can transform between all the coordinate systems easily, so no observation is exclusive to either model. That's what I said. So do I observe circles
Observation.
above the Earth or on the Earth? No. So I'm not going to be transforming to try and place them.
I mean, I can take a life raft and throw it into the water, and then you'll observe a circle on the surface of water. I don't know what you're saying. You can't observe a circle on Earth, but yeah, they're not the same thing. So any so you could say that with a point, like with 1 point, 1 position on a
It's an
globe. But if
observation.
you connect any two lines, then you can't. Then it's not the
implies
same. It's not the same thing. Yeah, it's not the same. You can't have the same system on both models.
What system?
A polar coordinate system that utilizes a circle, right, which lies within a plane defined by a straight line radius and diameter on the surface. You can't have that, and then because the straight line is
the
any 2 points
equatorial
that
planes and
that
the
you
polar
connect.
planes. Yeah, Kansas is flat as a fucking pancake. I could draw a circle on Kansas.
No, in
Even
order
if
for
it
it to be a
was a
circle, you
globe.
have to. Even for it to be, you can't, I don't know, prove it. I guess.
Yeah, for what you're saying to be true, it'd have to be perfect, uniform, fucking marble.
Yeah, to be a real circle. Yeah.
That's not what they tell us.
I don't know what they tell. They tell us a lot of things.
The coordinate system isn't a perfect circle either, but what I don't
But
see.
how would you know that unless you knew how to measure a circle, which would be in this fashion I'm describing? So I mean, it's like you can't. I mean, not you, but like somebody wouldn't be able to say, "Well, that's not a perfect circle because it deviates from this place to this place," without knowing, the things that you would need to prove a circle,
It's
which
the
would be
same
the
way
distance
that
to the
you
to the
can't
perimeter,
draw
the circumference.
a true triangle on a sphere, but that's not what I was even talking about. I was talking about observations aren't exclusive to either model. Observations, things you see with your eye. I can transform between coordinate systems and place your observation in either coordinate system. That's what I was addressing. Observation.
Okay.
Whether or not they're in the sky or at a distance on the ground, we can transform that between coordinate systems for targeting purposes. If we
But there will be implications in the center between the 2 points. There'll be implications.
When we transform distances won't change, just placement of objects.
So if I place one thing at A and one thing at B on the surface of a horizontal plane, the shortest distance between those.
Transformations don't just flatten out. You don't just flatten out the.
Well, I'm just starting with the one, and then I was going to say, okay, so the distance between. What? The distance between those 2 points, the shortest distance would be a straight line, a horizontal line. If it was a sloped line, it would be a longer distance.
When it's not going to change when you transform it. Here's the difference. In planar, you have a tic-tac-toe board. That's your coordinate system. In polar, you have converging meridians. So where it's placed on the globe will be dictated by the conversion. So you might see it on a meridian in planar, but when you convert it, it's going to be adjacent to the meridian now, not totally on it. And the distance didn't change, but the lines do. So you got run lines in the Cartesian of the tic-tac-toe board, but you have converging lines in the spherical coordinate system. And the only thing is placement. Distances don't change. You guys get too lost in that. Well, it's a curved line and a straight line. I can take a shoestring that's 6 inches. I can curve it, bow it, tie it, knot it up, double knot it up. It's still a 6-inch fucking shoestring. The distance doesn't change, not even in conversion.
But how would you know that? You would have to get something
it's
out
real
to measure
easy
it,
because it's a
it.
distance. That's how I know it. The only thing that it's gonna, if you take a 6-inch shoestring and you lay it flat out on a piece of paper, it's gonna cover 6 inches in a straight line. Yeah. If you wrap it around the ball, sure, the location of the ends of each, the placement, that's what's gonna change, and that's what I said. The only thing that changes is placement, not distance. 500 miles is 500 miles, and I don't care if you tie it in a fucking bow, it's still 500 miles.
No, I mean, miles, inches, feet, that's a like a straight line distance. If you curve that straight line, it's going to be a different distance from end to end.
No, it's not.
Yeah, if I straighten out a rainbow, it's
going to
longer
cover
than
a
a
shorter
rainbow.
distance. Listen, if you take a fucking 6-inch shoestring and you crumble it up in ball and throw it on a piece of paper, yeah, now it's only a 1/2 inch wide, but it's still a 6-inch fucking shoestring.
Right. Yeah,
You're
I mean,
just
it's still
semantical. The distances don't change in transformation. All that other crap you're talking about, cool. Curved line is going to have a different point. Yeah, because it's going to be on a curved coordinate system. That's what I said, placement.
Yeah, but and then the thing that would show would be the difference between those 2 points.
Well, the only difference would be one's on a Cartesian run line. Point A and point B are on Cartesian run lines, but once you convert to polar, now they're adjacent to converging longitudinal latitudinal lines, because you're now showing it in a different coordinate system. You're still going to represent this the original value, though, the distance. That's what you're converting. You want to see where this distance would be when you wrap that 6-inch string around a ball. That's where you end up with excess. So if you have excess, there's part of the string you can't fit on the ball. Well, then the ball's probably not the right model. The ball's probably not the right model because we measured 6 inches. We can't just throw some of that out to make your model work, right?
Well, yeah, well, they do that. You know, they do that, but then what changes, like you had mentioned earlier, was some of the meridians and some of the longitudes and latitudes would then be affected. And if that's
the greatest proof that it's not a globe, they've turned around and you give to you as the greatest proof of a globe: spherical excess. When you convert to planar, you measure everything in planar. We do all our survey, land survey in planar. That's placement of buildings, border lines, state lines, everything, distances, everything. You take what we actually measure, you attempt to wrap it around the sphere, you convert it to polar, you end up with what's known as excess, leftover land, spherical excess. That could be a portion of my yard and a quarter of my barn that you're not going to place on your globe when you convert it, but my barn actually exists and that part of my yard actually exists. Somebody measured it. So if it doesn't fit on the globe, then it kind of a good indicator that it's not a globe, at least of that given dimensions. You know, those given dimensions aren't proper. It's not a globe killer, but it does imply that they have the dimensions off. If they didn't, all the land we actually measure at real short distances for highest accuracy, it would fit on it, but it doesn't. So that's not a proof for the globe. And they quote it for the globe, and people walk right away from it because they don't know anything about survey. They actually think the licensing for a geodetic surveyor and a planar surveyor are different. But the truth is, you get licensed for professional survey, and you can choose whichever avenue you want to go down. Do I want to be a geodetic surveyor, or do I want to be a civil servant and go do planar survey? That's my choice with the survey license. There's no distinction between the two other than profession, chosen profession, where you work. If you have that license, you can go to a surveying firm and be either or. You can do either or because it's survey and you're professional surveyor, licensed in survey. I get tired of hearing a geodetic surveyor is different than a civil servant. No, they're not. Now, a certified civil servant is different than a professional surveyor, but a professional surveyor can go either side of the fence because he's schooled in survey, the methods and practices and standards of procedure in survey, the bigger category, no division. Are you with me? If you don't understand the North American datum and geodetics, and you can't do large survey products. It's just that simple. Projects. You have to place your building, whatever you're building, you have to place it within a polar coordinate system. after a planar survey. But mine is more about observations. No observations are exclusive to either model because I can transform from one model to the other and place you in it. Certain things will change, elevational height, altitude, depending on astronomical observation or ground observation. Nobody's arguing placements won't change, but positions or distances shouldn't. The distance of the observer in the reference frame. The secant lines, that's not really a distance, dumbass, but whatever. You should read more GF6. Continue, read the whole chapter. Come to me with the first 4 sentences. Nobody said echoplex. Nobody said anybody measures a curve. I don't know where you got that from, but I didn't say that. Those words didn't come out of my mouth. I did reference geodetics, though, and how they take planar survey and wrap it around the globe. How you got measure all that, I don't know. I mean, if you thought it was valid, why didn't you just unmute and say it? Like GF6, you know, your Mercator map isn't what I was talking about, you know. The transitional Mercator, yeah, that's got nothing to do with converting from planar to polar. That's a Mercator projection. It's nothing I use. I'm pretty sure that has to do with GPS and shit like that, but it's not a North American spherical datum. So I don't know what you mean. I wouldn't be using that datum for transversion. But distances for radio signals in GPS, yeah, that can change when you're projecting maps. The AE map is actually for radio propagation. Most people don't know that. The military designed that map for our communications and our communication specialists. But we don't use the datum you're referencing, GF6. We don't use universal transverse Mercator. So the distances can change in your projection. Where they won't change is when you convert from planar to polar. Only placement will change. Yeah, that I know it's a projection. It's not a survey datum, and it doesn't. That projection doesn't apply to survey. We don't. The court, Yeah, 2 pause. GPS, dude. That's radio propagation. It's not survey. When you transform from planar to polar, the only thing that changes is the placement of the observer, or the monument, or the benchmark, or the tower. Whatever you're referencing. If I'm going to take it out of a planar coordinate system and place it in a polar, the only thing that's going to change is placement due to the differences in the rhumb lines and the meridians. They're 2 separate coordinate systems. But to convert, I actually need a distance. So that distance can't change because it's what I'm converting. I'm just trying to take it out of this one and place it in another one. That's it. Why would the distance change? It's what I'm actually placing, the distance from this point to that. Well, this point and that point are what change if you're on a globe versus planar. Position, not distance. And the reason that distances change on a topographical map, such as the one you're referencing, you know it's a topographical map, because 500 miles isn't a straight line over a topographical surface. So you got uphill, downhill, it's no longer a straight line because it's a topographical map. But we're not talking, that's a category error. It's not even in the category of what I'm talking about. You guys just read the first thing you can, huh? You do your Google search and you just click on the first one.
Well, they're so used to that line being completely crafted for them, so they just pick up the line and tote it, right? As representatives of the mainstream narrative, they figure all the work is already done for them, whereas people like us, where the algorithms are stacked against us, we actually have to do research, so they're used to doing it like that.
Yeah. Yeah, well, throughout school, all I had to do was find the information they wanted and then repeat it to them, yeah.
Yeah, that's why we
listen,
get great.
I'm going to try to do this. GF6, are you in here? Listen, your projection map doesn't matter. It's a topographical map. And I've already explained to you why distances change on a topographical map, because you're now worried about every contour of Earth. And 500 miles isn't a straight line no more because you're going uphill, downhill, around a mountain, through a valley. So, yeah, your distances will change. And that's the point of origin to the point of destination. It will reflect true miles over topography. But it's not going to change when you convert from polar to planar. You think because it's projected, it's a conversion. No, it's topographical. They're trying to add in topography and count the real miles from one place to another. When you look at a map, it gives you a straight line from Michigan to Florida, 1,900 miles. But when you actually drive it, you got uphill, through the mountains, downhill. Your path isn't a straight line. That's the problem you have with topographical maps.
That's why we laugh at one of those globe earth proofs, walk a straight line for 1,000 miles and then take a left. And again, take a left. That's a joke.
Yeah, just don't go uphill or downhill the whole time.
And the fact that you guys bring that up year after year
Listen,
after year.
your topographical map isn't a coordinate system. It doesn't apply to the category I was talking on, conversion from planar to polar. That's not a polar coordinate system, so I don't care if the distances change in your projection of topographical Earth because it's not in the category of what I commented on. So it's non-applicable. Am I right? Did I say that right, Larry? Applicable?
Yeah, we're talking about the difference between theoretical and applied.
Yeah, because we'll never have a perfect display of the topography of Earth. So, but topographical maps are harder to place distances on because of topography. It shouldn't take a college education to understand that.
But yet, you still Google how to.
You keep saying 3D coordinates. He says 3D. It's polar. There's no 3D coordinates. It's either polar or planar. Polar coordinates covers 3Ds. It's a spherical datum that the world uses. You're using a 3D map that's trying to map the topography of Earth, but hasn't actually did it accurately yet. As a proof that distances change when you convert from polar to planar, and you don't get it. Where's the conversion from polar to planar? Because you're starting with polar, you're starting with a 3D coordinate system and trying to add topography to it. There's no conversion. Where's the conversion? Where did the distance increase due to conversion? Because that's the topic that you're trying to argue with. On my topographical map, distances change. Yeah, that doesn't apply to conversion. Show me a distance increase in a conversion from planar to polar points. I'll wait. Are these guys all muted or somebody go
I know,
mute?
right? What's this guy measuring? A mountain?
He doesn't get it. My comment is the distance doesn't increase or decrease when you convert from planar to polar. I don't care how somebody's 3D topography projection, the distances change in there when you add topography. I don't care about that. It doesn't apply to what was commented. Period. Show me an increase in distance because you converted. And if there's an increase in a conversion from planar to polar, then you can show me the decrease from polar to planar. And then I'll show you why your projection doesn't work if what you're saying is true. Because the distances all change when we convert it. Before you projected and added topography, now you're so far from the fucking point that we're not even talking distance anymore. We're just talking your ideals and beliefs. I would love once to just get a Glober to address a specific topic without going to some other category that doesn't apply to the topic. That would be great. Like we ask for a direct measurement of curvature and they go to the sky. Astronomy. Aren't those category errors? Aren't they? I mean, they tell me I'm the boomer. I'm a little old. I'm a little dumb, but I'm pretty sure they're two separate categories.
I thought about an idea. So you guys know how there's that video of demonstrating how angular resolution works via the guy taking the table and then he zooms all the way in and you can see the coin, but when he zooms out, the coin disappears from bottom up. Well, I was thinking about making a video of demonstrating how the converging point applies to all angles. So, for example, an